The story unfolds at a palace where a group of people is gathered. A guard announces the arrival of Russell Raymond, who glances at his badge and hands it to the guard. The guard inspects the badge and wonders if this man is truly Raymond, part of the founding family. He notices the man's clothing and appearance, finding them unbefitting of a noble. Nevertheless, after checking the badge, he confirms that the identity is verified and permits him to enter. Russell steps into the palace. Another guard, puzzled, questions what is happening and whether the first guard recognizes him. The first guard responds that the man belongs to the Raymond family, one of the founding families. The second guard, still doubtful, remarks on Russell's appearance. The first guard explains that he is dressed like an aristocrat, though perhaps the founding family is no longer as prestigious as it once was. He adds that he has heard the White Tower is recruiting mercenaries and speculates whether that might be Russell's purpose here. He scoffs, noting that Russell does not even appear to be a peasant. Yet here he is, an aristocrat serving as a mercenary. As Russell walks through the hallway, he reflects silently on their judgmental attitudes and internally curses them as meddlesome fools. A flashback overtakes him. He recalls the moment he arrived at the capital, Camelot. Standing on a mountain ridge, he gazed down at the sprawling city, his eyes fixed on the distant tower, a place imbued with powerful magic where the kingdom's guardians are trained and stationed. At one time, he had dedicated himself tirelessly to entering that tower, believing it was the only way to prevent the collapse of his family. He remembers how, after his father perished in the war against the Empire, the family was forced to flee their castle. The memory of that devastation surges forth, an entire city under siege, its people slaughtered, blood staining the streets. He recalls being a child, pulled away by a woman as he screamed for his mother. Even now, the image haunts him. His mother was left behind, and he is powerless to reach her. He believes it has always been an impossible dream for him. He was expelled from the academy before he even had the chance to apply to the magic tower. He is pulled from his thoughts when someone calls his name, Russell Raymond. The voice states that he has received 3 failing grades, marking the first such record in the academy's entire history. It is noted that although he may be skilled in theory, he has never managed to advance to the second circle, and with his mana veins narrowing, it will become increasingly difficult for him to endure. The speaker suggests that he consider pursuing a different path instead of trying to become a mage. Russell, meanwhile, reflects on the term mana vein narrowing. He wonders what it truly means, though he already knows the reality. He was born with thin and fragile mana veins. He cannot absorb more than a limited amount of mana, nor can he release it effectively. He considers it the worst punishment a mage can be dealt. He recalls a moment when he sat outside with others, surveying his surroundings. He thinks back to how, by sheer luck during his mercenary career, he has managed to reach the second circle. Yet, despite that, he still remains a third-rate mage. As he lowers his gaze to his hands, disappointment washes over him. A priest emerges and announces that registration for the day's temporary job applications has been concluded, and everyone may return the following day. One person in the crowd expresses frustration, saying they have waited for half a day. Another, more resigned, replies that there is nothing they can do. The priest shrugs off the complaints, saying that beggars cannot be choosers. Then, a voice from the crowd mentions hearing that the museum is currently looking for temporary mages, suggesting they try their luck there. His companion questions him, asking what he is even talking about. He remarks that they are only seeking first circle mages for cleaning tasks, and going there would only result in him humiliating himself. Russell, still seated nearby, overhears their conversation. He pulls out a small pouch, retrieves a coin, and quietly resolves to head to the Great Museum Louvrium. After some time, he arrives at the museum. As he steps into the hallway, a staff member explains that this is the largest museum in the entire kingdom. The staff member informs the workers that aristocrats are scheduled to visit this week, so every corner of the place must remain immaculate. They are advised to be mindful of wind strength when using wind-based cleaning magic. If anything ends up being damaged due to carelessness, they are warned to be ready for the consequences. Russell glances at a few of the displayed items, thinking they are most likely all forgeries. He scoffs inwardly at the theatrics and then notices a door with an unfamiliar script written above it. The language is foreign to him, but the place beyond seems strangely familiar. As he contemplates it, the system notifies him that it is the Fantastical Species Room. He softly repeats the name Fantastical Species just as a sound catches his attention. He looks around in confusion. A sudden vibration pulses through the room, and he instinctively reaches into his pocket, pulling out his mother's ring. He feels a strange energy awakening within his body. His hand grips the door handle and pushes it open. He steps inside, startled by the realization that his legs have moved on their own, as though something greater, fate itself, has pulled him forward. Elsewhere, someone notices his absence and asks where one of the new workers, Russell Raymond, has gone. He calls out for Russell while Russell is inside the domain of fantastical species. As he gazes at the enormous skeleton of a dragon, he senses the vibration growing stronger and glances down at the ring on his finger. A thought surfaces, and if there is something it wants to convey, then please let it be revealed. Tell him, Mother. Suddenly, a memory resurfaces, a vivid flashback of when he first arrived there with his mother. His heart had brimmed with excitement as he pointed eagerly toward a particular item. As the memory fades, he instinctively walks in that same direction. A stone rests inside a box, catching his attention. He wonders what it could be. A system window appears, notifying him that it is the heart of an ancient dragon. He looks again at the ring and contemplates the connection, a dragon's heart and a ring resembling a dragon's eye. As he slides the ring onto his finger, he ponders why she had been crying and why she had brought him to this place. At that moment, the vibrations cease. Turning toward the skeleton, he suspects his mind is playing tricks on him, and perhaps he is simply imagining things. He sighs at his own foolishness. But then, a surge of brilliant lightning bursts from the ring. A radiant light emerges from the dragon's heart, and in an instant, the skeletal remains begin to transform. The massive dragon returns to its true form. The dragon speaks. The heart and the eye have reunited, it says, and now another eye shall open. Russell is deemed worthy to become the cornerstone of a new mythology. For the sake of that mythos, he is granted another chance. At that moment, Russell realizes that the wheels that once turned the world had cracked, and the long-awaited fate had begun to unfold. A system window appears, notifying that Divine Dragon King's Eye is now scanning the world's information. Another message follows. The status window and mission for the victor, Russell Raymond, are being activated. The scene shifts to the past. Professor Hubert shouts Russell's name. Disoriented, Russell hears the voice but cannot immediately place it. It sounds angry, yet strangely familiar. A sharp blow from a book strikes his head. He jolts awake and quickly rises, confused. Professor Hubert stands before him, frowning. He comments that although Russell's grades are excellent, having the audacity to sleep in his class takes some nerve. Russell stares at him in disbelief. If it could really be Professor Hubert. But he had already passed away. Nearby, another student glances at Russell, puzzled by his expression. Laughter bubbles from the others around him. Russell touches his face in disbelief, wondering what is happening. Somehow, he has returned to the past. Hubert remarks that this behavior is unlike Russell, but insists that punishment is still necessary and orders him to leave the classroom. Russell quickly runs out, his mind racing. Time travel, can this even be called magic? He struggles to define it. His thoughts drift back to the moment when the dragon declares that, with the opening of another pair of eyes, Russell will become the cornerstone of a new mythology. He had been urged not to fall short for the sake of that myth, and he had been granted another chance. They had clearly said it, a second chance. He looks down at his hand. The ring is no longer there. Did his mother help him somehow? Professor Hubert steps out of the classroom and calls his name. He notes again that it is unlike Russell to fall asleep during class. Russell lowers his head and offers an apology. Hubert responds that they will need a one-on-one conversation and instructs him to come to his office during lunch. Russell acknowledges the instruction, and Hubert nods before walking away. Russell wonders how long it has been since he last got into trouble. Still, he finds a strange comfort in its familiarity. He glances toward the professor, a quiet smile on his face. Just then, another student exits the classroom and gives him a sharp snap on the head. Russell recoils, about to protest, but the other student casually asks what he finds so unpleasant. Another nearby student comments that Russell seems far too relaxed and raises his hand again to strike him. Before the blow lands, a third student grabs the attacker's wrist and warns that the professors are watching. He reminds Russell that he had asked him to take notes, but clearly, Russell had been too busy sleeping. Russell stares at him, recognition dawning. If this could be Coma Frederick. The student confirms it with a cold stare and mutters that if Russell doesn't want to die, he should follow him to the bathroom. Without waiting for a response, he walks away. Russell watches him go and recalls that incidents like this had indeed happened. As the memory aligns with reality, a system window suddenly materializes in front of him. He stares at it, puzzled, and asks, "What is this?" The system window notifies him about the mission to escape from bullying, teaching the 3 classmates bullying him a lesson. He touches the screen and wonders if this is an illusion or if it isn't. Koma asks what he is doing, and if he isn't coming, adding that he knows there is no use in running. He points out that they are in the academy, but if Russell is scared, he should go ahead and try. Russell decides to ignore the mission for now, thinking that he is teaching them a lesson. After several years of living a mercenary life, this situation is nothing compared to the killing intent he had felt from the monsters in the past. These guys, he thinks, are at a rather cute level, just look at them. Koma then asks if Russell has finally decided to join and insults him. Russell responds affirmatively, calling him a bed bug. One of the other students remarks that this idiot has finally gone mad and claims that it seems Russell wants to get beaten up. The student rushes to attack him, but Russell evades the attack and counters with a punch. The third student calls him trash, but Russell punches him in the face and throws him aside. Koma comments seriously, mentioning that since Russell cannot use magic, he must have learned some cheap martial arts. He adds that this is typical of a fallen family throwing away his cigarette. He reminds Russell that magic cannot be used within the academy building, but Russell does not seem to know that they can use small artifacts. Koma rushes to attack Russell, calling him a little boy and saying, "Try dying." Russell blocks his punch, addresses him by the name of Koma Frederick, and twists his finger to break it. Koma falls to the ground, screaming in pain. He complains that his brothers pushed him down in the rankings, and even his family had given up on a fool like him. He admits that when his opponent is strong, he acts slowly, but when they are weak, he bullies them. In a demonic voice, he mutters that trash like Russell dares to mention his family and attempts to attack again. Koma demands Russell listen for a moment, but Russell warns him to behave well from now on if he doesn't want to die. Russell knocks out the remaining students, walks away, and sits against a wall. He wonders if he has gone overboard, feeling the fatigue in his eyes as the system window notifies him that the lowest grade magic stone is consumable. He looks at the stone, contemplating whether it expects him to eat it. Russell considers that it is consumable and wonders, almost in disbelief, if he is actually supposed to eat it. He thinks even barbarians never resorted to eating rocks. As he hesitates, the system window notifies him to use it, prompting him to attempt to consume the stone. The system then confirms that the lowest grade mana stone has been consumed. He reflects that similar to his time regression, this too must be another opportunity. The taste is strange and profound. A bright light begins to emanate from his body, and he questions what is happening. The system notifies him that the mana within the stone has been obtained. As the mana flows through him, he senses it being absorbed into his mana circle. The system window updates again, notifying that the mana within the circle is increasing. Russell observes that, fortunately, the process is stabilizing through this method, and with it, he can certainly overcome the condition of mana vein narrowing. His dragon stone responds as if echoing his thoughts, reminding him of the fall of his family, the expulsion from the academy, and his time as a third-rate mercenary mage, and tells him that his foreseen fate can now be changed. After some time, Russell walks toward Professor Hubert's office and politely announces his presence. Hubert tells him to come in and take a seat, observing that Russell does not seem like his usual self and wonders if he is going through something difficult. He adds that he has heard rumors about Russell being bullied by his classmates. Russell recalls that in his previous life, Professor Hubert had been someone who never gave up on him, even until the very end, and he had always wanted to say this. With sincerity, Russell replies that there is no need for the professor to worry and expresses his gratitude. Hubert states that, as a professor, it is only natural for him to take care of his students. Nevertheless, after noticing that Russell has dozed off in class, he insists that some form of punishment is necessary. He informs him that it will not be easy and instructs him to write an analytical report on pages 62 to 74 of Intensive Elemental Studies. Hubert explains that it is a section even upper-year students struggle with and presents him with the book. The system window notifies him of a new mission, completing Professor Hubert's assignment. Depending on the level of completion and Hubert's satisfaction, additional rewards will be granted. The listed reward is a consumable lowest grade mana stone. Russell thinks to himself that even assignments are being treated as missions now. Hubert then asks if something is wrong or if the assignment is too difficult. Russell shakes his head, politely refuses the suggestion, and thanks him. Later, Russell sits in his room, looking over some documents. He reflects that the assignment is not difficult. In his previous life, due to his hopeless mana abilities, he had worked relentlessly to master theoretical knowledge in order to compensate. Even during his years as a mercenary, he had not stopped studying. But in this life, he believes there is something else just as important as academics. He begins to analyze mana vein training. The narrator describes the mana vein as the path through which mana circulates. Mana, once absorbed through breathing, is carried through the mana veins and eventually collected at the heart. He recalls a memory in which he runs through a desert, a giant monster pursuing him with the intent to attack while he desperately tries to escape. The narrator describes how reversal magic is being triggered by the situation. Russell uses a circle magic fire element to strike back at the monster. The narrator reflects that, in other words, the stronger the mana vein, the more mana can be collected and the faster it can be released. The monster breaks through his shield and launches another attack, sending him flying and destroying the surrounding buildings. As he crashes into a wall, he thinks about how his mana vein had once been excessively thin and fragile. The narrator describes whether the heavens sympathized with his unfortunate fate or if it had simply been luck. Russell is struggling to stand when the narrator describes a historic site of unknown origin that had been hidden deep within the sands. Inside, 2 grimoires had been sealed over vein and wizard body. Russell reflects on veins, and he has reached out to seize them. Snapping out of his thoughts, he runs toward a building while reflecting on the contents of those books. Overvein trains the physical body and expands the mana vein, while wizard body allows muscle tissue to be substituted with portions of the mana vein itself. He concludes that, in other words, the stronger his body becomes, the more solid and refined his mana vein grows. The extent of change was not significant when he possessed the body of an adult, but in his current stage of physical development, the results will become far more pronounced. He thinks to himself with certainty that this time, he will overcome mana vein narrowing. After some time, he stands beside a tree, breathing heavily. He says he cannot continue any further, but this much should be enough, concluding that today's training is complete. The system window notifies him of the mission, to practice the ancient magic over vein by running 5 kilometers. His current progress is displayed at 0.05 out of 5 kilometers. It is also clearly stated that completing the mission will increase the rate of constitutional improvement resulting from overvein by a certain amount. He wonders why the notification appears only now and remarks that everything had been quiet until this moment. As he looks at the system window, another notification appears, and this one is a special notice. It explains that while practicing over vein, the mission can be repeated once per day. The required running distance will change depending on the current level of overvein. Another window further informs him that once a certain level of overvein is reached, this mission will no longer appear. He shakes his head in refusal, questioning the urgency, but ultimately agrees. He says he will run, thinking that he has barely managed to obtain this opportunity, so he cannot afford to waste it by remaining idle. He begins running again. The system window updates, displaying a new milestone, 1.4 out of 5 kilometers. Shortly after, another notification appears, 2.7 out of 5 kilometers. He thinks to himself that he is almost finished, just a little more. His body begins to tire from the prolonged exertion. Finally, the system window notifies that the mission has been completed and the rewards have been granted. He collapses onto the ground, thinking that he cannot take another step and wondering how he will even make it back to the dormitories. At that moment, a figure secretly watches him from nearby and murmurs with disdain that such futile efforts are meaningless. Russell. Meanwhile, Russell recalls how he could hardly believe he had reached such profound conclusions using only academy-level study materials when he visited Professor Hubert. Hubert asks whether he is certain that he prepared the report himself. Russell confirms and states that he is even willing to take a mana oath to guarantee its authenticity. Hubert reflects on the mention of a mana oath, noting that Russell appears unusually confident for someone making such a claim so casually. Nevertheless, he says that he is highly satisfied with the report. The system window then notifies that the mission has been completed, and that Russell will now receive his rewards, a lowest grade mana stone, an additional gem of equal size, and an increased understanding of the art of summoning beasts. As a result of this enhanced understanding, several effects will now take place: an increase in magical power, a decrease in mana consumption, and a reduction in casting time. Russell wonders if this means that the deeper his understanding becomes, the stronger he will grow. If that is the case, he resolves to continue improving. Hubert commends him on his work and tells him he may leave. However, Russell stops and says he has a favor to ask. He inquires whether he may use the faculty library. Hubert asks for the reason behind the request, pointing out that the student library should have enough books to meet his needs. Russell explains that he has already read every book available there. Surprised, Hubert asks if he truly intends to use all the materials in the faculty library. Russell answers affirmatively. Hubert responds that it is shocking. However, even if he is telling the truth, granting access to the faculty library is an entirely separate matter. Hubert says he will have to determine whether he is qualified for that, while Russell responds that it is completely understandable. The system window continuously notifies that Professor Hubert's assignment has been completed. Snapping out of his thoughts, he wonders who would have known that Hubert would assign him so many tasks. He lets out a soft laugh and acknowledges that, as expected, Hubert is truly meticulous. He reflects that the better one's understanding of theory, the stronger one's magic becomes, and he needs access to advanced level knowledge from the faculty library at all costs. He opens his bottle and considers that while it may be a bit of a hassle, obtaining a mana stone as a mission reward is like killing two birds with one stone, achieving a goal, and quenching his thirst simultaneously. Anton Frederick arrives and questions Russell, mentioning that they had claimed it was a mana load penalty, but wonders if Russell is simply obsessed with physical training. He accuses Russell of causing his friend to suffer because of him. Russell asks what is wrong and whether Anton is here for revenge. Anton retorts by asking what revenge means and tells him to stop deluding himself. He demands to know who would take revenge on someone as worthless as Russell, adding that simply trampling him suffices. He tells Russell to see him in class and then mocks him for not trampling him immediately, especially since there is no audience, and calls him an idiot as they both walk away. Russell reflects on the Practical Magic Combat Studies class, a course in which students are graded based on their sparring matches, and the very class where he had always been humiliated. He launches an attack on Anton, who attempts to block it. Russell falls to the ground. Russell looks at him and thinks he cannot believe he has foolishly forgotten about it and that he must be prepared for it. The system window notifies that the mission to achieve the second circle and increase the level of understanding of the attributes he currently possesses is being completed. After some time, Russell sits in his room and writes down several notes. In the morning, the notes are submitted to Hubert. The system window continuously notifies that the mission has been completed and that the reward is now being received over and over again. Afterward, he stands in his room, looking at several magic stones, and wonders whether his mana load is capable of withstanding the mana stone. He resolves that he must place his trust in the training he has undergone for so long. The consumption of mana stones begins swiftly, and his body becomes overwhelmed with mana. He feels as though his body is burning. He realizes that a path must be formed quickly. The flow of mana must be molded, twirled around, and shaped into a new circle. If he fails here, his heart will not be able to withstand it, but his mind has already been made up. A magical circle is created on his chest, and an attempt to heal himself is made. He firmly believes that, no matter what, he will make this power his own. Mana flows out of his room in a radiant light. After a while, he believes that the second circle has been achieved as he collapses to the ground. The system window notifies that the mission has been completed and that the reward is now being granted. Another window confirms that his understanding of the fire attribute has increased significantly, and the power of his fire magic has also been greatly enhanced. A separate window reports a substantial rise in his understanding of the water attribute, along with a corresponding increase in the strength of his water magic. Another notification states that his comprehension of the electricity attribute has improved considerably, and the power of his electric magic has been elevated. Yet another window announces that his understanding of the earth attribute has advanced significantly, and the power of his earth magic has been amplified. He reflects silently for a moment. The following morning, Hubert sits in his office and remarks that it is truly remarkable. He says he cannot believe all those tasks have been completed. He then says one last question very well and considers that being more fundamental than the previous ones. This question is closer to the essence of magic itself. He asks which of the four structures that comprise magic is the most important while Russell pauses to think. Hubert reflects that he is posing a question to a student that he himself has only recently come to understand. He taps the table in frustration and says to wait, and he will ask a different question. Meanwhile, Russell attempts to respond. Hubert wonders whether Russell already knows the answer. Russell states that the answer is the mental image, while Hubert asks why he believes that. Russell explains that magic is the act of manifesting something into the real world through mana, and that this process is categorized into 4 levels. He describes assimilation as the stage in which the principles of natural phenomena are learned, followed by the mental image, where those principles are visualized internally. Then comes the construction of formulas, which are required to translate the visualized image into a magical structure, and finally, manifestation, where the magic takes form in the real world through those formulas. He adds that construction and manifestation can be mastered through sufficient effort and study. However, the mental image is not something that can be attained through effort alone. It is determined by one's ability to break past limitations and reach a state of imaginative freedom through courage. That, he says, defines the depth of a mental image, and to demonstrate, he conjures a flame. He explains that if he imagines this flame as an arrow, it becomes second circle magic, fire arrow, but if he imagines something entirely different, the result will be transformed accordingly. He reflects that if he places no boundaries on his mental visualization, he can create something miraculous even if it does not exist in this world. Hubert silently agrees. He thinks it is like sunlight shining in a shaded place, or the paradox of hot ice. Magic begins with understanding the world but ultimately ends in bending its rules. That, to him, is the essence of true magic. He concludes that this student is exactly as he suspected. The student library, he thinks, is far too narrow a world for someone like Russell. At that moment, the system window notifies that a mission has been accomplished. Permission to enter the first floor of the professor's library has been granted, and a low-grade mana stone is now consumable twice. After some time, he goes to the library and thinks that even the first floor alone is vast, far more expansive and refined than the student library. He reflects on the content of magic's 3-dimensional ballistic trajectory, intensive magic botany, and practical subjects that still manage to thoroughly cover the foundational theories of magic. As he picks up a book, he begins to read. A woman arrives and remarks that he is reading quite an interesting book. Russell turns around and asks who is there. She steps to the other side and gently says, "This way, child." He looks at her and wonders whether this person is Daria Snow White. He rises and bows respectfully before her, introducing himself as Russell Raymond and expressing that it is an honor to meet her, the master of the Flame Tower. The narrator notes that she exists within the realm of the 8th Circle, a realm few in the world have ever reached. Though she is over 80 years old, an immense reservoir of mana is being used to maintain her youthful appearance. She is introduced as a leading figure of the Red Tower faction, the most highly ranked magic tower. She acknowledges that he seems to know who she is while he wonders silently why someone of her stature would be present here. She tells him not to be nervous, explaining that she is merely a fellow traveler walking the same path, and offers him a piece of candy. He asks if it is truly for him. She, in turn, inquires how a student like him has been granted access to the professor's library, and then walks away. He takes the candy and begins eating it, stating that Professor Hubert has given him permission. She asks with surprise whether that uptight man truly did, while he recalls Hubert mentioning his ear was itchy, typical of someone upright and reserved. She remarks that it makes sense, as he was studying something quite fascinating, extremely pure mana. She notes that his mana distribution is also remarkably stable, an uncommon trait. He wonders to himself if she has noticed something deeper. She reassures him not to worry, as she has not come to lecture him or impose anything, to which he replies with gratitude. She tells him to grow to the best of his abilities. He bows respectfully and agrees, then walks toward the door, thinking he never expected to meet her there. What an unexpected gain, he reflects. Just outside, Anton notices him and scoffs, asking aloud if that is not Russell and why he is emerging from the professor's library. He mutters that Russell must have kissed up to a professor to get in, though it will not amount to anything. He tells himself Russell can try his best, not that it will do any good. Later, on the academy grounds, a professor announces the beginning of the real-time magic battle studies class. The narrator explains that the student whose name is called first must descend to the stadium floor and select another student to be their opponent. It is customary for professors to call the weakest students first so that they may choose others of a similar level. Russell sits quietly among the others, thinking that in his past life, he had always been the first one called. Anton, seated nearby, bets aloud that it will be Russell again, while a classmate adds that it is obvious he has mana vein narrowing after all. The professor calls out Russell's name, asking him to choose the professor for his match, saying he needs to raise his grades this semester. Another student shouts to be chosen instead of that idiot. The professor orders silence and declares his chosen student, Anton Frederick. The crowd stirs in surprise. Most had expected Russell to be called first. Whispers spread, "Why Anton?" As Anton steps onto the field, he thanks the professor. The professor responds that this is a small gesture compared to the many favors received from the Frederick Merchant Association. Russell watches silently, already suspecting as much. Anton turns to him and calls out mockingly, demanding to know what he is waiting for. He tells him to come down to Russell Raymond. After some time, Hubert sits in his office with Daria and remarks that if she had planned to visit, it would have been nice if she had informed him beforehand. She responds that it is fine, as it is not unusual for a teacher to visit a student. While lifting her teacup, she comments that he has granted a student named Russell access to the professor's used library. He confirms it and asks whether the boy has made a mistake. She replies no, it is just that she has not encountered something so rare and precious in quite a while. Hubert agrees, stating that Russell's condition, Manhwa vein narrowing, is a rare affliction even across the entire continent. She calls him a fool. Surprised, he asks what she means by that. She explains that the boy has overcome his own limitations. He asks for clarification, and she reveals that Russell has already formed his second circle. Shocked, Hubert repeats her words, Russell has formed his second circle. The scene shifts to the training ground, where Russell and Anton stand facing each other. A system window appears before Russell. It notifies him of the mission, to win during magic training. The listed rewards include 2 lowest grade magic stones and the unlocking of a 40-kilogram compartment. Russell reflects on the compartment, an advanced magical storage that only the wealthiest mages are able to use. He thinks it will be especially useful for storing magic stones. Anton calls him an insect and asks if his body has frozen, whether he still wishes to live, and commands him to beg. Russell laughs and asks what he means by begging, then activates his mana and questions again if he is truly asking him to beg. Anton, recognizing the flow of mana, wonders if that magic could possibly be what he thinks it is. He shouts for everyone to return to their positions and declares the beginning of the match. He cannot believe someone with mana vein narrowing could have reached the second circle. Without hesitation, he casts a second circle spell, Flamethrower, launching an attack on Russell. Caught off guard by the sudden offensive, Russell quickly activates a mana shield to block it. One professor observes the defense and expresses disbelief, noting that Russell has made the shield thin and inclined its surface to deflect the heat wave, a sophisticated technique, and begins to applaud. Another professor silently questions whether Russell Raymond has been concealing his abilities all along. Anton, astonished that Russell is enduring his attacks, unleashes another assault and tells himself he must now rely on overwhelming firepower. In response, Russell casts the second circle spell Fire Arrow. Anton counters it with his own flame magic, but his thoughts race. Russell uses Fire Arrow, a clear sign of second circle magic. He trembles and repeats his insult, calling Russell an insect once more. He struggles to accept what he is witnessing. Russell has already cast a second arrow. Russell readies yet another arrow and throws it, launching a double attack. The professors watching are shocked. One exclaims in disbelief, asking whether Russell is using double casting, while another replies that he is uncertain. It does not appear to be traditional double casting. One professor says it appears that Russell's casting speed is so fast that it gives the illusion of double casting. Meanwhile, Anton wonders whether casting Fire Arrow is the extent of Russell's capabilities. He concludes that there is a way to counter it, with a shield specialized against fire, and immediately conjures a second circle spell, Protection from Fire. Russell thinks this is exactly what he has been waiting for. Anton assumes Russell intends to prolong the match until his mana is depleted, believing that will guarantee his victory. Russell suddenly commands the cancellation of his previous spell and begins preparing another. Anton is stunned at the sudden shift and demands to know what the new attack is. Russell unleashes second circle wind magic, Wind Arrow, which smashes through Anton's shield and sends him flying. Anton, shocked, realizes that Russell identified the type of shield and adjusted his casting to counter it. The professors watch in disbelief, questioning whether this is truly the same Russell they had known. Anton crashes to the ground and stares up in shock as Russell rushes toward him. Russell gathers lightning and flame mana into his fist and lands a powerful punch on him. The professors gasp at the sight, and one shouts for the match to be stopped immediately, asking what kind of magic it is. Hubert calmly responds that it is not traditional magic, urging them to look closely at what is covering Russell's body. Another professor notices and says that it resembles the aura of a knight, not ordinary magic. Hubert acknowledges this, admitting that he does not know how Russell achieved it, but confirms that he has discovered a method. Russell charges forward again and attacks Anton with another strike. Hubert says that Russell has discovered a method while Russell knocks Anton unconscious, leaving the entire crowd in shock. One professor silently questions how such a feat is possible and tries to slip away unnoticed, but Hubert stops him and asks where he intends to go. Hubert reminds him to announce the result. The professor quickly recovers and declares the winner, Russell Raymond, then steps onto the ground and tells Russell he has done well and may leave now. Russell replies that the match is not yet over. The professor, confused, asks what he means. Russell explains that, according to the class rules, unless the victor declares surrender, they are permitted to call upon their next opponent. He then points at another student and announces that he will be the next to fight. A system window appears, notifying him of a successful mission, victory in the magic duel. It states that the clear reward is a double set of lowest grade mana stones, and additional rewards will be granted in the case of consecutive wins. Russell calmly tells the next opponent to come forward. Sometime later, Hubert stands by the window in his room, sipping tea. He reflects on Russell's 14 consecutive victories and acknowledges the remarkable insight the boy possesses. He recalls how, after observing Russell's mana only once, he had recognized its hidden potential. Still, he wonders how Russell has grown so quickly. Meanwhile, the system window notifies that the mission has been completed and the compartment has been fully unlocked as a reward. From now on, it states that all rewards will be automatically stored within the compartment. Another window appears, repeatedly notifying that additional mana stones have been received. The system window once again notifies him that an unknown item has been received as a reward, just as a compartment appears before him. He wonders if the rewards are placed inside the compartment, then reaches in and pulls something out, asking whether it is a map. The system window notifies him of the first mission, which is to head to the location marked on the map and complete the assigned task. When he approaches the location, the lights are said to guide his way. It is clearly stated that the rewards consist of 5 intermediate grade mana stones, along with a warning: the task should only be attempted after reaching the 3rd circle. Russell asks what attempting it means after reaching the 3rd circle. He reflects on the 3rd circle, recalling how he had tried countless times to reach it before his regression yet had never succeeded. He wonders if this time will be different, and if he will finally be able to attain that level. He asks aloud where the place might be, admitting he cannot discern the location from the map, and stares at it intently. Afterward, he heads to the library and searches through books, thinking that if he uses the information available in the professor's library, he might find a clue. He notes that the first possibility is the outer territories of the Endymion Kingdom, and the next is the Empire's seaside. It must at least be documented in the Outer Sea records. He searches everywhere for information and becomes exhausted. With a trembling voice, he murmurs that none of the places seem to match. He walks into the hallway, thinking that too much time has already been wasted searching for the location marked on the map. He decides to focus on reaching the 3rd circle first. Some other people glance at him and begin gossiping, while one of them remarks that he was present the last time as well. He looks at them and reflects that although he has managed to avoid resentment and bullying, he remains a loner. Hubert arrives and calls out to him, prompting Russell to turn around. Hubert asks if he can spare a moment to see him. Russell agrees, and they both head into Hubert's office. Hubert serves him tea and mentions that summer break is approaching, then asks if he has any plans. Russell replies that he does not, at least not yet. Hubert then proposes that he join him on a research project. He explains that, depending on Russell's performance, his name might even appear directly after Hubert's as co-author. He asks what Russell thinks. As Russell glances at the books on the desk, he wonders what the proposal is about. Hubert asks what is on his mind, and Russell apologizes, addressing him as a professor. He then admits that, in fact, he does have plans for the summer. Hubert finds it odd, thinking that Russell had just said he had none. Russell then states that he is going to Moldova. Hubert, looking at the book in his hand, remarks that a vacation in Moldova sounds nice. Later, Russell rides in his carriage, gazing out the window. He remarks to himself that it is quite a distance, so he should eat something. He takes a mana stone from his compartment and thinks that it should satisfy his hunger to some extent. The carriage driver comments that, although it is summer, the heat is unusually intense. Russell finds it strange as well and begins meditating to absorb mana into his body, thinking that he will reach the third circle before arriving in Maldiva. Meanwhile, Hubert also reflects that it is odd. He, too, is heading to Maldiva. Still, he supposes it could turn out to be a good thing, especially since she must be in Maldiva by now. The scene shifts to the Maldiva Sea in Endymion, where Daria sits on the beach, reflecting that, although it is her hometown, its beauty never fades. She wonders how long it has been since her last break. Her thoughts turn to the duties that occupy her life, protecting the Empire, presenting magical research, and guiding the development of her students. She recalls meeting her students and reciting the numbers 9, 6, and 3, each of which holds deep meaning for mages. The number 9 signifies the end, representing one who walks the path of the 9th circle magic. As she demonstrates her fire magic, she explains that 6 signifies the completion of a 6th circle mage, and the suffering one must endure to ascend to the rank of Grand Mage. The number 3, she notes, represents the beginning of the point at which a mage begins the path alone. Pulled from her thoughts, she contemplates the solitude that comes with such a path and wonders whether the child she once encountered is doing well. The memory of Russell sitting in the library comes back to her mind. Meanwhile, the carriage arrives at its destination, and the driver opens the door for Russell. However, Russell does not emerge. The driver wonders aloud why he is not getting off and peers inside, only to find the carriage empty. He is shocked and asks where Russell could have gone. At the same time, Russell is already seated in a nearby shop, eating sausages. He thinks about how much effort he has put into stabilizing his rampaging mana, then begins drinking. A memory resurfaces of the last time he drank when his carriage driver had to support him and urge him to pull himself together. He thinks that, even so, he has finally reached this point, the 3rd circle, in just a few months. He has already surpassed the level he had achieved before his regression. Yet, he cannot allow himself to be satisfied with this alone. After paying for his food, he prepares to move on. The system window notifies him of his mission. First, he must go to the location marked on the map and complete the subsequent task. If he gets close enough, the light will guide his path. After that, he rises to his feet and acknowledges that, in any case, he must locate the place marked on the map. However, this is his first time traveling on such a journey. As he begins walking, he overhears someone shouting about a Pompeo volcano tour guided by the best, with a special discount available only today. He soon arrives at the volcano, where a tour guide explains that, according to legend, Pompeo was once an ordinary mountain. It was transformed into a volcano when a special creature began residing there. Russell thinks to himself that the creature altered the very nature of the mountain simply by existing within it, and there is only one known creature in the world capable of such a feat. The tour guide points ahead and announces that the red dragon is the cause. Russell decides it would be better to proceed alone from this point on. As the tour guide prepares the group to move along the designated path, Russell suddenly leaps from the mountain and dashes toward the volcano. The guide looks around and asks where the other one has gone, confused by his disappearance. Meanwhile, Russell plunges into a waterfall and thinks about the purpose of his return. His growth through the missions and their rewards, perhaps all of it, is connected to the dragon. He looks at the map as a mana ball appears on it, beginning to guide his path. He wonders if this is what the system meant when it said the light would show him the way. As the mana ball floats across the waterfall, he becomes excited at the sight and concludes that the destination must lie behind it. He rushes forward, conjures a wind arrow to clear a path through the falling water, and leaps inside. Upon landing, he expresses his surprise, thinking that a lava cave like this exists here, and it is no wonder no one knows about it. He glances around and recalls that the system instructed him to attempt this only after reaching the 3rd circle. However, he sees no monsters, not even any wild beasts. He continues forward and notices a pillar. Curious, he wonders why it is here and touches it, questioning how old it might be. Then, his gaze falls upon a door, and he remarks that he had been wondering where he had gone, so it turns out he was here all along. Russell walks toward the door. As he approaches, he senses something and berates himself, thinking that he has already forgotten his days as a mercenary. He has let his guard down in a situation where not even the faintest sound or presence of monsters or beasts can be detected. The silence and absence of any signs suggest one thing: he has entered the territory of a powerful predator. At that moment, a Komodo lizard suddenly appears before him. The creature lunges to attack, and Russell narrowly evades the strike. In the process, the pillar behind him is shattered. Russell leaps high into the air, eyes fixed on the Komodo lizard, and thinks that this monster is one that typically requires at least 2 full teams of mercenaries to defeat. He realizes that the only option available to him right now is to run. Using second circle magic, he casts lightning arrow and hurls it at the lizard. He thinks he has managed to stall for a moment and decides to head straight for the stone gates. As he approaches the gate, a gatekeeper blocks his path and demands that he prove his worth by offering his mana. Russell questions what this situation is and thinks that if he cannot pass through, then he must carve his own way forward. He activates second circle magic once more and casts fire bolt toward the lizard. At that moment, another lizard within the area rises, but then bows its head. Russell wonders why it has suddenly stopped. The lizard calmly sits before him, and Russell stares in confusion. The creature speaks, stating that Russell has proven himself. The gate opens, and Russell steps inside. He finds himself standing on a floor covered in ice and asks aloud whether it truly is ice, questioning where he has been transported. He suspects that teleportation magic has been used since only moments ago he was inside a cave. As he looks around, he spots a massive horn suspended from chains. A system window appears, notifying him of his second mission, to defeat all the ice golems in the area and clear the Trial of Fire. The reward is clearly stated as 5 intermediate grade mana stones. Russell asks what an ice golem is, and when he looks ahead, he realizes that all the large figures surrounding him are golems. He thinks that he is expected to defeat them all and curses at the sheer difficulty of the task. Without hesitation, he channels his fire mana and launches an attack on the golems. He reminds himself that, in order to defeat a golem, its core must be destroyed. But his fire attack only manages to crack the surface. He questions how cold the ice must be to withstand even this level of power. Thinking that fire might not be enough, he attempts to switch to wind magic, but the spell refuses to activate. Puzzled, he tries a lightning skill and steps back, but the spell fails again. His thoughts return to the earlier system notification, and he recalls the phrase, "Defeat all the ice golems in the area and clear the Trial of Fire." He realizes that during this trial, only fire-based magic can be used. As the golems begin to advance and attack, Russell retreats, trying to evade them, but he is struck by a rock and slammed into a wall. He groans in frustration, muttering about the cruelty of the challenge, and trembles as he watches the golems close in. Gritting his teeth, he wipes his face and prepares himself. Channeling his second circle magic again, he casts Fire Bolt and says with renewed determination that he will finish this. Russell uses circle magic, second, Fire Bolt to attack the golems. His powerful strike is delivered precisely and shatters one of the golems into pieces. Breathing heavily, he realizes that only 2 remain. At this rate, his mana will be depleted before he manages to eliminate them all. He understands that he must find another way to break through their solid ice shields all at once. As one of the golems attempts to strike him, he dodges swiftly to avoid the incoming blow. He concludes that he must concentrate all his power at a single point. Ultimately, the answer lies in density. First, he must retreat to gain enough distance to safely cast the spell. He begins by casting Fire Arrow, applying the formula of amplification to enhance its potency, and successfully conjuring a blazing projectile. He then decides to incorporate the replication formula from Fire Bolt and finally combine everything using the compression formula. He attempts to create a cluster of fire bolts and bind them together. However, confusion takes over when the combination unexpectedly fails. Desperately, he pleads for the merge to succeed, enduring pain during the unstable fusion process. Despite the setback, he launches an attack and blasts a hole through one of the golems. Following that, he unleashes Russell Origin, Blaze Lance against the remaining one. A system window promptly notifies him that his comprehension of fire elements has transcended its former limits. His mastery over intermediate fire magic has increased significantly. He clearly senses the power that is nearing the threshold of the 5th circle. Yet even merely maintaining the spear demands an immense toll of energy. He grabs his fire bolt and runs forward, declaring that he will go first, while the golems also charge toward him to attack. He quickly strikes 3 of them and lands heavily on the ground. As 4 golems surround him, he assesses the situation. 4 still remain. He launches another attack and successfully takes down 2 more, realizing that only 2 are left. He moves in to attack again, thinking that if he can just eliminate this one, he can knock it out quickly. He dashes forward to confront the last golem, his breathing heavy from exhaustion. As he strikes, he reflects that he would have been killed instantly if he had not blocked the attack with his spear. The heat begins to melt his weapon, and as he watches it deteriorate, he realizes he is left with only a single breath of mana. At that moment, he accepts that this must be his final blow. He charges at the giant golem and hurls his spear, praying that it will reach its mark and break through. The spear pierces through the golem's body, leaving a gaping hole. He acknowledges his success. The system window immediately notifies that the mission has been completed. He is now granted the reward: low-grade mana stones 2x, consumable, lowest grade mana stones 3x, consumable, and one unknown item. It is then revealed that the unknown item is the Forgotten King's Horn, imbued with the essence of fire. The system window notifies that an unknown item has been obtained as a reward: the Forgotten King's Horn, Fire Essence. It then announces that entry into the Forgotten King's thoughts is required to receive the reward. He envisions himself suspended in chains. Once again, the system notifies that an unknown reward has been obtained: the Forgotten King's Horn, Fire Essence, and that access to the Forgotten King's thoughts is being initiated to claim it. He wonders aloud what the Forgotten King truly is. If that was not the horn of the fire dragon, he questions whether this could truly be considered a reward. He remarks that it feels more like torture. A voice, the dragon, addresses him, stating that the one who has endured the trial of fire and reached the thoughts of a sublime being is now present. He realizes these are the lingering thoughts of the king, and a sharp pain spreads through his head as though it is about to split apart. The dragon declares that the king's fragment is being bestowed upon him. A fire attack suddenly strikes and hurls him through the air. He cries out, asking what is happening as mana begins to overflow within his body. The dragon instructs him to use this power to break the chains and appear in that place. He follows the command. After some time, he is found lying unconscious on a beach. He regains consciousness, sits up, and wonders where he is. He coughs, looks around, and questions whether this is Maldava, still unsure of what just occurred. The system window notifies that the Forgotten King's Horn has been consumed. He has reached his limit, and the mana exceeding what his body can currently endure now lies dormant within him as potential. Another system window notifies that his intermediate understanding of the flame attribute has reached its limit and has now evolved into an advanced understanding of the flame attribute. He clenches his fist as mana spreads throughout his body, and he reflects that if this truly is his mana, then he can almost perceive how close he is to reaching the fourth circle. A smile forms on his face as he acknowledges that the reward is remarkable compared to the treatment he received earlier. Daria arrives and greets him, expressing her surprise at seeing him there. He turns to face her and asks what brings her to this place. She explained that she sensed a sudden surge of mana and came to investigate, only to find him instead. She offers him a drink. He accepts it with gratitude, mentioning that he did not expect to see her here. As she observes him, she silently notes that he has already nearly reached the fourth circle in such a short time, and his mana has become significantly more refined. In her thoughts, she concludes that he is, essentially, a genius. He sets the glass down on the table and casually asks what brings her to Maldava. She replies that not many people are aware of this, but Maldava is actually her hometown. He expresses his surprise, and she confirms it, adding that it's the reason she returns here every summer. She then turns the question back to him, asking what has brought him to this place. He thinks to himself that it is still too early to reveal the truth, so instead, he responds that he came to explore more of the world. She nods in understanding and silently considers whether she should now assess the extent of this child's abilities. She asks if he would mind helping her out a bit. In response, he snaps his fingers, and fire mana begins to swirl and wrap around his body. He immediately recognizes the symbol, and it belongs to the Flame Tower. She reassures him that it is something well within his capability. A system window then notifies him of a new mission, Daria Snow White's Test, a task that requires assisting her in repelling the human trafficking ship pirates at Maldava Harbor in order to pass her test. The reward is clearly stated, an intermediate grade mana stone. He wonders what pirates are doing here, while she explains that although he is likely already aware, Endymion strictly forbids slavery. For that reason, human trafficking ships are never permitted to dock at their harbors. However, she adds with a sigh that there are still some who attempt to land illegally near Maldava. She clarifies that although she could handle this alone, the objective is not just to fight, but to rescue the victims and capture the ship, something that requires a more strategic and coordinated effort. As they board a small boat and head toward the target ship, he asks if they are going to feint an attack. She smiles and confirms that he is quick to understand. He reflects that if she had asked for help, hundreds of mages would have come running, even barefoot. Since she is asking him in particular, this must be a test. She calls out to Russell and tells him that what comes next might be more than he expects. The path of a guardian, she says, is not always smooth or noble. It is simply another part of a mage's fate. She instructs him to draw their attention while he rescues the victims. With that, she leaps high into the air toward the ship. Russell watches her go and contemplates the meaning of a guardian's path. She positions herself midair and declares that this spot should be just right. Then she calls to Russell, giving him the signal to begin. The pirates see her mana circle and claim it is an attack. They move quickly and begin firing at her, but their attacks are blocked by a shield she conjures. One of the pirates remarks that their attacks cannot even reach her, while she calls them fools and demands to know whether they truly dare to hide in her hometown. She then declares they shall see if his skill matches his audacity. She unleashes a burst of fire mana upon them, and flames begin to consume their bodies. One of the pirates, panicking, questions what she is doing and why she refuses to extinguish what he believes to be a minor fire. They attempt to escape as the flames spread slowly across their bodies. She invokes Daria's snow-white origin and dwarf of burning wood to further intensify her assault. At that moment, Russell leaps onto the ship just as a pirate shouts for others to move, insisting it is nothing. Russell looks around and immediately recognizes the magic. It is Daria's, the same magic that once brought down an entire castle on its own. He launches an attack on the fire dwarf, but the assault proves ineffective. Russell thinks to himself how incredible it is to witness such magic in person. The fire dwarf, following its attack, splits into two. In that instant, Russell thinks swiftly, observing the transformation. A pirate exclaims in shock that the creature has changed form. Russell reminds himself that this is no time to be stunned. He rushes downstairs to investigate further, determined to rescue any captives while Daria holds the enemy's attention. Below, a guard is seated and asks what is happening above. A prisoner responds that it must be the Navy, while another, trembling with hope, whispers that they are saved. Their hope is quickly shattered as the guard strikes the prison bars and declares that no matter what happens, none of them will ever escape their grasp. The guard asks if he has understood, just as Russell uses a lightning skill to attack him from behind. Russell thinks to himself that, as expected, none of them have gone upstairs. A prisoner asks if Russell has come to save them, and Russell replies that he has. But until all the pirates are dealt with, it is safer for everyone to remain indoors. The prisoner bows down and prays to God, believing that his prayers have been answered. Meanwhile, Russell wonders how many people have been confined in such a small space. His gaze falls on a child, and he realizes that even a child is being sold as a slave. At that moment, some pirates arrive. Russell looks at them and silently calls them trash and fools. They demand to know who is there and notice their guard lying unconscious. Alarmed, they shout about capturing the intruder and draw their swords to attack. Russell calmly walks toward them, forming a ball of lightning in his hand. He declares that he will be the one to apprehend them, then activates a circle magic second chain lightning to strike them down. A prisoner, watching in awe, remarks that Russell must be a mage. He wonders what will happen if the captain arrives. Without hesitation, Russell unleashes a lightning strike, knocking all the pirates unconscious. He then approaches a cell and asks what kind of cell it is. A prisoner inquires whether he is a mage from the Flame Tower. Russell lights a mana ball to peer into the dark cell and asks whether elves are being kept inside. The prisoner repeats his question, asking again if Russell is a mage from the Flame Tower. Russell assumes the misunderstanding stems from the emblem he carries. He denies the claim, stating that he is not yet a member of the Flame Tower. An elven prisoner responds dismissively, saying it does not matter, he should just open the door already. Russell hesitates, thinking whether he should open it. The elf's tone is irksome, and Russell reflects on the elf's pride. He wonders if someone so arrogant even deserves to be called an elf. Perhaps he should just walk away. The elf suddenly tells him to stop and mind his manners. Another elf, a woman, speaks up and asks whether the person inside is Ilo. Ilo responds, stating that Russell is not an ordinary human. He possesses mana as pure as the light from a sunset. She says she can even smell the scent of spirits on him. Another elf asks Ilo what she means by saying that Russell is not an ordinary human. Ilo responds that she can sense the presence of a spirit's scent emanating from him. Russell wonders what she means by the scent of a spirit, while another elf expresses disbelief. A third elf questions how it is possible for a human to carry the scent of a spirit. He sniffs himself, confused, and wonders what scent they are referring to. Ilo pleads with him, addressing him as a mage from the Flame Tower, and begs him to rescue them. Russell reflects on how the elves, known for their strong pride and unyielding egos, have been swayed by a single statement from her. He begins to suspect that she may be a high elf, or perhaps something even more extraordinary. Russell breaks the lock. Ilo then asks the Guardian whether all the pirates and their bosses have been defeated. Russell questions what she means by bosses. She explains that those individuals are even more powerful than her own warriors, who are highly skilled in magic. At that moment, the pirate captain emerges and sees his ship under siege. He notices the flames and the presence of dwarves and scoffs, remarking that it is merely a firefight. How amusing. Drawing his sword, he attacks the flame dwarves. One of the other pirates expresses disbelief, wondering if the captain had been struggling simply because of such an assault. Upon recognizing him, the pirate exclaims that the captain is present, and they are doomed. He declares that Russell will be torn to pieces. Just then, Daria appears before them, intrigued by the situation. The captain asks if she is attempting to close the distance between them. She replies that it seems he must be the captain. The captain confirms it, and he is the captain of the ship, Don Click. She states that, since he is using aura, he must have once been a knight. She wonders what such a knight is doing here. He shouts back, asking whether the honor of a knight feeds her meals and pays the taxes while the Kilk brothers are profiting greatly from the slave trade. She asks what he means by brothers, but before he can respond, the captain charges at her. She manages to evade his strike, escaping the attack with swift agility. Meanwhile, a pirate attacks Russell. Russell warns that it is dangerous as the pirate's strike shatters a nearby wall. Russell is injured, but he quickly attempts to activate his shield to protect himself. Staring at the broken spears in his hands, he questions what just happened. He wonders if the spears are truly breaking. The captain laughs and asks if Russell managed to block his attack, suggesting that Russell must be a mage. Russell, however, realizes that the attack is infused with aura. He wonders if the captain is truly a knight. A system notification appears, announcing that Russell is facing a difficult battle. It identifies the enemy as a swordsman, noting that the situation is challenging but urges him to defeat the enemy anyway. The reward is specified as 5 intermediate-grade mana stones. Ilo calls out, urging the Guardian to be careful. The pirate then declares that he is the vice-captain of the ship and draws his sword. He remarks that, although Russell may be a mage, he is still just a child. He points out that Russell merely knocked out the others instead of killing them. The vice-captain declares that Russell should have killed them if he truly won the fight. He promises to show him how it is done. Russell considers that flame magic would cause significant collateral damage to the surroundings. He decides to use Lightning Strike, followed by his Circle Magic second Lightning Bolt. The vice-captain questions whether Russell is using lightning against a swordsman, preparing himself for an attack. The two opponents charge toward each other, engaging in combat. Russell reflects that he is using his intellect to some extent, but his attacks are proving ineffective against him. Russell casts his Circle Magic second Lightning Bolt once more, aiming to strike the vice-captain. The vice-captain blocks the strikes with his sword, confidently stating that such attacks will not work on him. Russell asks if his sword is a non-conductor. The vice-captain responds by attacking with his sword. Russell quickly summons a shield to block the blow, but the force of the strike causes his shield to crack. He wonders if his shield will break under the pressure. The captain launches an attack on Daria, but she counters with her flames. He asks if she is a mage, impressed by her ability to flee with such skill. Daria responds by asking him whether his brother is a knight as well. The captain confirms that, yes, his brother is a knight, though not as exceptional as he is. He then asks if the flame dwarf has arrived again. Daria replies that it is not quite the same this time as the dwarves charge toward the captain, preparing to attack. The captain realizes there are now 2 of them, and the more he cuts down, the more they multiply. At that moment, Daria uses Daria's Snow White origin, the dwarf of Hellfire, to launch an attack on the captain. The dwarves attack from all sides, surrounding the captain. He exclaims that it is impossible and questions how the Witch of the Flame Tower is involved in this. Meanwhile, Russell dodges an attack from the vice-captain, pushing him back. The vice-captain wonders how Russell managed to evade the strike, thinking that he should have been sliced in 2. Russell channels his mana to heal himself. and the vice captain observes that Russell must be using magic to enhance his physical abilities. Regardless of the method, the vice captain dismisses it, thinking that it changes nothing. Russell is like a rat caught in a trap, unable to escape. Ilo calls out to Russell, referring to him as the Guardian. Russell recalls having met him once in his previous life, where the vice captain had massacred an innocent mercenary group simply for bumping into him. He remembers that the one who had just barely managed to stop the vice captain's madness had been a mage, and the method used to stop him had been the simple act of using a shield. He comes out of his thoughts as the vice captain attacks him again. Russell attempts to block the sword strike with his shield. The vice captain thinks with frustration that, once again, Russell has stopped his attack. Russell immediately responds by casting circle magic, second wand arrow, striking the vice captain and injuring him. However, Russell is also wounded and begins to feel faint. He wonders if he has lost too much blood, then gathers his mana to break the locks and calls out for everyone to come out. Ilo expresses gratitude, and the other elves thank him as well. Russell tells them to please follow him now. The vice captain curses under his breath, saying that he should have aimed for Russell's head. Russell, however, believes he has made the right decision and instructs Ilo to lead the captives upstairs. Another elf asks if Russell wants them to free the human, too, while a third elf questions what he means by that. Ilo acknowledges his command and proceeds with the rescue. The vice captain laughs mockingly, asking if Russell really has the luxury of rescuing slaves, then charges forward, shouting that Russell should worry about himself first. He strikes again, but Russell blocks the blow with his shield. The vice captain observes that Russell creates a shield every time, refusing to give him any chance to counterattack. Russell thinks he just needs to hold on a little longer until everyone gets to safety. Meanwhile, Ilo helps guide the others out. Ilo then informs Russell that everyone is safe. The vice captain snarls, asking if Russell believes that changes anything. Russell answers confidently that it certainly does because now, he is going to crush him. He unleashes a powerful fire attack from all directions, surrounding the vice captain in flames. The vice captain wonders what is happening as the atmosphere shifts around him. He senses a change. If the opponent has finally resolved to kill. Instinctively, he steps back. He believes the enemy will pierce through both him and his shield. At that moment, Russell activates Russell Raymond Origin, Blaze Lance, and draws his fire spear. The vice captain sees it and questions whether it is merely a fire spear, but no, it is not. This weapon operates on a level several tiers higher. Russell then launches his attack. Meanwhile, the fire dwarves strike at the captain, who immediately retaliates. However, their numbers begin to multiply. He realizes that the more he slays, the more of them appear. Yet, he cannot kill them fast enough. He wonders where his foolish brother is now. If only he had him here, he might catch up to the witch if he can just endure a little longer and hold the line against the fire dwarves. Suddenly, he senses a surge of powerful fire mana erupting from beneath the ground. He leaps backward, trying to assess the situation. A fiery blast bursts upward, obliterating a section of the ship. The vice captain is injured in the explosion and exclaims in disbelief. The blast also strikes the captain, who lets out a scream. Daria stares in shock at the destruction. She gasps, asking what it is, and her eyes turn to Russell, who now lies collapsed on the ground. She realizes she has underestimated the situation. Russell has taken the lead. At that moment, the system window displays a notification. The mission has been cleared. Rewards are being distributed. Russell has obtained an intermediate grade mana stone. A pirate shouts that the captain is down. Orders are given to surround them with the guard ships and to gather information. In response, Daria activates her mana. She admits to herself that she must reflect seriously on what just happened. She conjures powerful orbs of mana, drives her magic staff into the ground, and sends the glowing spheres outward in all directions, flinging the pirates into the sea. Meanwhile, Ilo is healing Russell, who asks what has happened and attempts to sit up, but she tells him not to move. He replies that his mana has not fully recovered yet, so his healing is progressing slowly. Daria commends him, saying he has done a good job defeating 2 knights on his own. He responds that he thought he was facing only one, to which she replies that it turned out to be 2. Ilo states that she owes him a great debt, one she cannot repay immediately, but she, Ilo of the White Ash 3 tribe, swears upon the honor of his founding ancestors that the debt shall be repaid one day. Russell introduces himself as Russell Raymond and says he has merely done what is expected of him as a guardian. Daria reminds Ilo not to forget them, the Flame Tower. At that moment, another elf becomes visibly shocked upon hearing this and asks if Daraya is indeed the master of the Flame Tower. The elves also report that the conditions of the prisoners have been checked. Daraya responds by saying well done, noting that Russell has very kind subordinates. Russell observes that the elves are acting completely differently from how they behaved earlier. He turns to Lady Ilo and asks what she meant back in the cabin. She clarifies, asking if he is referring to her mention of the scent of a spirit. Daraya overhears this and appears surprised, while Russell confirms it. Ilo then asks whether he is perhaps of mixed blood with a dragon. He echoes the word dragon and responds that yes, he does, in fact, carry the blood of the green dragon within his veins. Ilo says that, of course, it is more like just a drop of water in a lake, but even that small amount can attract spirits to grab his hand and sniff it. She mentions that she could smell a thick scent of spirits from him, which is why she wanted to ask if he is a mixed blood dragon like him. Daraya overhears their conversation and wonders if being a mixed blood dragon is the reason Russell grows stronger so quickly, and whether he might become a being who will shake up the Endymion kingdom, or even the entire world. They all safely reach the port, and soldiers help the prisoners disembark. Daraya then asks if she is going to stay in hiding until she regains all her mana. Ilo responds affirmatively, and Daraya suggests that her mansion, which is not far from there, could be a place for her to stay. She mentioned that she might be able to assist with Russell's training. Russell asks Daraya what training is, while Ilo adds that if she can repay her debt, she would be glad to do so. Daraya asks why he wouldn't want to train, to which he responds that, of course, he would love the special training of the Flame Tower Master. Daraya says that in that case, everything will be arranged, and the carriages will arrive soon. Ilo thanks her, and they all begin walking in the direction behind Daraya. Russell asks Daraya if it will be okay, considering the semester is starting soon. She reassures him, saying that Hubert will take care of it. Russell thinks about Professor Hubert then. After a while, they all sit in the carriages and head toward Daraya's mansion. Upon reaching the front of the mansion, she announces that they have arrived. Russell steps out of the carriage, looks at the mansion, and thinks that it is huge. Daraya reassures them, saying not to feel pressured and to stay comfortable. Ilo comments on how beautiful the place is and thanks Daraya once again for her kindness. Russell looks around and thinks the place looks so familiar. He is certain that he has been here with his parents. He calls out to Daraya and says he has something to ask. She stops, looks back at him, and asks what it is. He inquires if this villa was not originally hers. She whispers that if someone hears him, they might think he stole it, and he laughs, apologizing to her. She replies that, regardless, he is correct. The villa was once owned by a merchant association, which she purchased a few years ago. He thinks that, as expected, this place was one of their family's properties, and a flashback of him playing in the garden with his father comes to mind. She asks if he has any other questions, and Russell declines, thinking that after his family's downfall, he heard it had been sold at a low price, but to think he would return here in such a manner. The scene shifts to 1 week later when Daraya enters Ilo's room and says that she is there. Ilo responds that she heard Daraya call for her. Daraya takes a sip of tea and says she is relieved, as it seems Ilo has regained much of her mana. Ilo acknowledges that it is all thanks to her, while Daraya refers to the matter they had previously discussed. Ilo assumes that if Daraya is referring to training, she is likely talking about spirits, and she demonstrates her powerful mana. Daraya confirms that Ilo is correct, and Ilo then inquires about Russell's whereabouts. Daraya explains that she had instructed him to do something. Meanwhile, Russell is practicing in the woods when he loses his footing and falls from the edge of the mountain into the sea. He emerges from the water and asks whether he has failed again, recalling how Daraya had asked what he had learned from his previous fight with the knight. He responds that he has not learned anything, then corrects himself, asking what she had meant by needing to cover the distance between two mountains. Daraya affirms his question, explaining that in combat, distance is critical for mages. She advises him to watch carefully and think before folding space as she uses her mana to jump from one mountain to the other. Russell recognizes that it is space distortion magic, specifically Blink, and Daraya instructs him to attempt crossing the cliff with Blink. She tells him that, in the future, it will become a powerful weapon for him. A system window notifies Russell of a mission to learn Blink, a space distortion magic, and informs him that the reward for completion will be an intermediate grade mana stone. The scene shifts back to the present, where Russell attempts to climb the mountain again. thinking that blink isn't about whether his mana circle is higher or lower, but rather about comprehending its logic. He tries using blink once more but fails, almost falling off the cliff and is left hanging at the edge. He questions whether this is blink practice or simply stamina training. He tells himself to focus again, to think about folding space, and resumes his practice. As he tries to concentrate, Daraya arrives and calls out to him. When he looks back at her, he loses his focus and is about to fall. Later that night, Daraya explains that starting today, he will begin learning about contracts with spirits, and Ilo will assist him in the process. Ilo expresses her pleasure in being able to help, and Russell thanks her. Ilo instructs him to slowly close his eyes, saying that anything, whether morning light, midday sun, or burning firewood, will suffice as long as fire mana spreads throughout his body. As the fire mana flows within Russell, Ilo senses it and is amazed that such pure mana exists in the human body. She announces that she will enter his imagination and guide him, placing her hand on his back. She takes his hand and enters his inner world, which is a realm resembling a galaxy filled with stars and moons. She observes that most people remain unaware that the door to the spirit realm is open to all, regardless of whether someone is human, elf, or any other entity born of nature. Everyone's path inevitably leads to that point. The door opens when a surge occurs. Suddenly, she senses a violent torrent in his heart and identifies it as hatred when she sees him stabbing someone. Ilo sees a door within Russell's imagination, from which a bright light emerges. She thinks that it might be his mana, which is overflowing from his body, transferring into hers, and then erupting in an explosion that spreads outward in all directions. Daraya is also shocked to witness this. After some time, Russell is taken back to the mansion, where he slowly opens his eyes. Daraya asks if he is awake. He sits up and asks what happened, explaining that it felt as though his mana had suddenly exploded. He immediately asks about Ilo, who had entered his mind. When he notices her injured arm, he asks what happened to it. She responds that she is fine. He asks if he caused the injury, then covers his mouth with his hands and expresses his deep regret, apologizing sincerely. Later, he steps outside while Daraya watches him through the window. She turns to Ilo and asks what exactly happened. Ilo replies that it was overwhelming the very origin of Russell's consciousness. When they reached the path that leads to the spirit's gateway, they had been unable to proceed because of a sudden torrent of immense emotion. Daraya asks what she means by a torrent of emotion. Ilo confirms that it appeared to be hatred at first, but it felt more like sorrow, such a deep and immense sorrow that she wondered how he had managed to suppress it for so long. They both step outside, and Daraya calls Russell, informing him that they will begin a new phase of training today. He bows respectfully and asks if that is her command. She confirms and responds that the training involves cleaning. Russell is surprised to hear this, and she explains that, for the next week, he will assist the mansion's servants with a thorough deep cleaning. He wonders what Daraya means by deep cleaning the mansion while she explains that, in the meantime, she and Ilo will be visiting the capital. Ilo tells him that she will see him in a week, and he responds politely, asking them to take care of themselves. Daraya clarifies that this is not a punishment. Russell acknowledges it and silently decides to spend the remaining time both cleaning and practicing blink. She adds that she is informing him in advance that he is strictly prohibited from using magic during this week. Afterward, he enters the mansion and begins cleaning. He remarks that he might as well treat it as physical training. He reminds himself that he simply cannot use magic. Suddenly, he slips, crashes into a vase, and falls, shattering it in the process. The head maid arrives immediately and questions who cleans at such a reckless speed. She points out that the vase he broke is one that Daraya greatly treasures. Russell recalls Daraya's instructions that when it comes to cleaning, he must follow the head maid's orders. He apologizes, and the head maid responds that she is aware of his restriction from using magic for the week. Therefore, from now on, he must clean exactly as she instructs. She hands him a napkin and explains that when cleaning a vase, he must support it from the bottom. She also points to the area behind the door and asks if he truly thinks that part should not be cleaned. Apologizing, she adds that perhaps he simply failed to notice the stains. He continues cleaning for a long time and becomes exhausted. He wonders if this is a form of mental endurance training, imagining the head maid constantly instructing him to clean the windows, the rags, and every corner of the mansion. She eventually calls out to him and says it is time for lunch, asking him to follow her. He laughs and responds that he will eat later. She insists, and he finally agrees, beginning to follow her to the dining room, where all the servants are having lunch. As he enters, he observes that a large number of people are working in the mansion. A butler approaches and asks for his name. Russell replies that he is Russell Raymond. The butler is visibly shocked and asks if he truly is a Raymond. Russell wonders if the butler knows something about his background. A nearby maid remarks that he is very handsome, with black hair and red eyes, adding that it is really impressive. Suddenly, someone appears behind Russell, grabs him by the shoulders, and comments that he looks physically fit, asking if he can touch his biceps. Russell turns and asks, somewhat confused, what he means by that. The other person snaps his head back and says he is only joking. Russell laughs awkwardly and thinks to himself that this must also be part of the training. He tells himself to endure it for just 1 week, and it is still training, after all. After a while, Russell goes out to chop wood. He lifts a large log onto his shoulder and thinks that he could have completed this task much faster if he were allowed to use his wizard body. Once the task is completed, everyone gathers together and begins drinking. One of them hands him a cup and says, "Here, take it, good job, everyone." They cheer and raise their drinks in celebration. As Russell takes a sip, someone suddenly sits beside him and snaps his head toward him, causing Russell's drink to spill. Russell asks what that was about and why he was hit. The person responds that Russell is still a student and drinking might cause him to lose muscle. Russell thinks to himself that he has momentarily forgotten his status as a student, confusing the moment with his days as a mercenary. Another person laughs and says it is fine after all. Learning to drink from adults is a part of growing up. He serves Russell another drink and adds that with a view like this, it would be a sin not to enjoy a drink. As they all admire the sunset, Russell falls into a quiet reflection. Meanwhile, the head maid arrives and remarks that there is another kind of sin, drinking without any snacks. She brings out additional drinks for everyone. One of the servants responds enthusiastically, saying cheers to the newest member of the family. They all continue to enjoy themselves, drinking and laughing together. Later, Russell returns to work and begins cleaning on the rooftop, where the maid remains with him. Afterward, he eats dinner and lies down under the open sky on the rooftop. By morning, he is back at work in the garden before sitting down for breakfast. He reflects that tomorrow marks the end of the week, yet he feels an odd sense of dissatisfaction. He sits quietly in the garden, gazing up at the sky when the head maid approaches. She observes that he seems to like this place a lot. He quickly rises and greets her respectfully, but she chuckles and asks how many times he intends to greet her in a single day. He laughs and asks if he does it that often, admitting that he did it without thinking. She then inquires if there is a particular reason why he came to this spot. He explains that whenever he is here, he is reminded of certain people. She comments that she has heard mages can teleport and asks why he doesn't just go meet them. He replies that teleportation magic is difficult, and even if he could use it now, they are in a place where meeting them isn't possible. She expresses surprise, saying that she thought mages wouldn't have any worries. He responds, calling that thought absurd. She then tells him that tomorrow is his last day of cleaning and encourages him to give his best effort until the end. As she begins to walk away, he acknowledges her words, replying that he understands. She pauses and adds that while she doesn't know much about magic, she believes he is a good person. Even if he doesn't become a great mage, she would like to have him as a reliable servant. He responds with a simple okay, saying he will think about it. The next morning, Daria returns and Russell asks if she has come back. She asks if he has been well and if he feels at ease, to which he replies that he has been fine. She tells him to come with her for a moment. They walk inside, and Daria remarks that he has gone through a lot this week. He responds modestly, saying that it has not been much. Daria continues, explaining that finding a medicine to restore Ilo's lost mana took quite some time, as Elve's mana is special. She adds that there was something she had to check in the archives. He remarks that she has been busy, and she responds by explaining that this property once belonged to the Raymond family. She adds that Ilo mentioned there is a great torrent in his heart, which is why he couldn't reach the door of spirits. She then asks if he feels wronged, angry, or perhaps sad. He replies that he feels all of those things. She reflects, saying that it reminds her of when she first saw him developing his magic. He fought alone back then, but looking back now, he was a lonely patriarch trying to rebuild his family. She suggests that he take the property. He asks what she means by that, and she clarifies that she is not giving it to him for free. She tells him to become the war mage of the Flame Tower, serve as the protector of the country, earn wealth from it, and then buy the property from her. She asks if he understands, referring to him as a young one. He wonders at her use of that term. She advises him not to struggle alone. That night, they all sit around the fire, and Daria comments that the last time she approached the door of spirits, she did not awaken his consciousness. Ilo adds that she only guided him with her unconscious mana. She suggests that they switch things up and approach the door together. He expresses concern, asking what would happen if he accidentally hurt her again. Ilo reassures him, stating that they have brought plenty of medicine, so it will be fine. He replies that that is not what he meant. She tells him to close his eyes and imagine a fire, just as he did before. She will wake him up in his imagination. As he does so, he sees her in his mind and calls out her name. She asks if he can see her. He looks at his hand, realizing that this is his pure mana. It feels smooth, just like before, but the torrent within him still remains. They both walk into his imagination and reach the edge of a mountain, where they see a door on the other side, from which a bright light emanates. He expresses that it is still difficult to reach the origin, the source leading to the door of spirits, this torrent. As she tries to stop him, she warns that getting any closer would be dangerous, even just perceiving the torrent. He falls, hearing the voice of a dragon that speaks of academy graduation, tower selection, family rebuilding, and his father's revenge. This is when his past comes rushing back to him. He apologizes, stating that this is not something he can simply rid himself of. She places a hand on his shoulder and asks how it felt when he emerged from his imagination. He looks at Daria and calls her name, to which she responds that he is a good person. The head maid also arrives, and he looks at her, wondering why she is here. Daria then asks the head maid if she did not leave him alone. The head maid confirms that, of course, she did not. Russell recalls when Hubert placed a hand on his shoulder and told him to come with him for a moment. He recalls a servant placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, "All right, cheers to a new family member." He recalls the head maid's words that she doesn't know magic well, but thinks he is a good person. He also remembers when Daria told him not to struggle alone. Overcome with emotion, he begins to cry, acknowledging that he can't simply get rid of it, but he can leap over it. He focuses on the idea of folding space and, despite the danger, moves toward the other cliff to jump. Ilo warns that it is too dangerous to go any closer. However, he reassures himself that it will be fine, even if he falls because he is not alone. With determination, he successfully uses Blink, teleporting from one cliff to the other. Ilo sees this and says that Russell has truly done it, while the system window notifies that he has cleared the mission and has been rewarded with an intermediate grade mana stone. He acknowledges that he has crossed over but wonders what he should do next. Ilo tells him to approach the door of light in front of him. She enters his imagination as well, and when he turns to see her, he calls her name. She asks if he is surprised, explaining that they are still able to communicate because their mana remains connected. The system window notifies him of a new mission, to form a contract with a spirit. According to the explanation related to the mixed elf, Ilo, the mission involves summoning a spirit and forming a contract, with the reward being another intermediate grade mana stone. She instructs him to place his hand on the door, and as he does, he asks what will happen next. She replies that it is now up to the spirits to decide, and no one can predict which spirit will appear or if any will come at all. He may not be chosen, so all he can do is hold his hand out and wait. He remains standing outside the door as she tells him that is all they can do for now. Outside his imagination, Daria watches over him. Within himself, he thinks that it is okay if no spirit comes, even if it proves too difficult. He will not be disappointed. He waits patiently for the spirits to respond. Then, a dragon appears behind him. As it reaches out and touches his hand, he feels a deep gratitude for every moment that has led him to this point. He comes out of his imaginary world as a baby dragon sits on his lap. The dragon roars and bites him, and he wonders if this creature is truly a spirit. Daria laughs while Ilo congratulates him, her voice trembling with emotion. Daria adds that it is not the only thing worth celebrating. He begins to wonder about the fourth circle and recalls the moment in his imagination when he tried to overcome the torrent of his mana. Daria explains that he has broken through a major barrier in his mind. At that moment, the system window notifies him that, through the awakening of new knowledge tied to spirit summoning, he has reached the fourth circle. He is also told that he will receive additional rewards, though they remain unspecified. He wonders what these extra rewards might be. The baby dragon flies up and settles on his head. Ilo steps closer, touches the dragon, and comments that it does not seem like an ordinary spirit. She asks if he will give it a suitable name, explaining that naming it will complete the contract. She places the dragon gently into his hands. He accepts it, and Daria encourages him to choose a good name. He replies that it is so red, how about bacon? All three women are stunned by the suggestion. He bursts into laughter and says he is only joking, amused by their reactions. He then proposes the name Pepper. The dragon lets out a roar, and Ilo remarks that it is a cute name. Daria agrees that it is not bad, while Russell privately thinks Pepper could also stand for pepperoni. Daria then announces that to celebrate the occasion, they will begin the real special training starting tomorrow. Ilo says she will be handling the spirit lessons, and he replies that he is looking forward to them. He then turns to his baby dragon and says it is nice to meet him, Pepper. The scene shifts to a month later at the academy, where all the professors have gathered. One professor comments that the time has finally come for the towers to select students, and he wonders how many graduates will be chosen this year. Another professor remarks that the outcome is practically predetermined, noting that the judge from the kingdom's White Tower has already arrived and is seen stepping out of his carriage. He adds that each tower has been observing and selecting candidates throughout the semester. The judge from the kingdom's Yellow Tower also arrives, stepping out of his carriage. Another professor asked who would be chosen if not their best students. The reply comes that the judge from the kingdom's Spear Tower is present as well, and he, too, steps out of his carriage. One professor agrees and insists they should do more for the students. His colleague asks if he means to help the students or to enhance the school's reputation. With a laugh, he admits it is for the school's sake. At that moment, Hubert arrives and questions how they can call themselves educators if they focus only on a handful of gifted students. Suddenly, an announcement is made. The judge from the kingdom's Flame Tower has arrived. He steps out of his carriage, and the students grow anxious, asking if that is Vermilion Ulson. Hubert, watching from the crowd, wonders why Ulson is here. Ulson casually says the person he is looking for has not arrived yet. Hubert realizes that Ulson's presence as the judge likely means Daria does not intend to select Russell. Meanwhile, Russell uses Blink to leap from one rooftop to another, his fire mana leaving a trail in the air. He lands on the academy's rooftop as onlookers watch in awe. Hubert notices and thinks Russell has not officially arrived yet, either. Russell lands and comments that he was nearly late. Upon spotting Ulson, he recognizes him and thinks this is going to be interesting, and he is going to enjoy breaking him. The scene shifts to Daria's mansion, where Russell expresses his gratitude to everyone and says he hopes he is able to reach his hometown safely. Ilo thanks him in return, and Russell turns to the head maid, saying he will definitely return. By then, he promises to become the rightful owner of the property and asks her to take good care of it in his absence. The head maid replies that they shall see, though she hopes things unfold that way. Daria asks if he is sure he does not need a carriage. Russell replies that if he wishes to avoid being late, running is much faster. Daria then makes a request, calling him the youngest one, and hands him a letter to deliver to Hubert. He accepts it and assures her that he will make sure it is delivered. She thanks him with a smile. After some time, Russell arrives to meet Hubert. Hubert says it is a relief that Russell has arrived just in time, but warns that during this selection process, it will be difficult for him to offer any help. He places the letter on the table. Russell responds that it is all right. Hubert advises him not to take Brother Ulson lightly. He explains that in this selection, Russell needs to be the best, not simply try his best. He believes that if anyone can do it, it is Russell. As he finishes, he places a reassuring hand on Russell's shoulder. Russell responds with determination, saying yes and asking him not to worry. At that moment, the system window notifies the start of the mission titled Tower Selection. The objective is to demonstrate an overwhelming difference in ability and receive acknowledgement from the selection judges. The current acknowledgement score from the judges is 0 out of 10. The mission's reward is listed as a mid-grade mana stone. After a while, the scene shifts to a classroom where all the students are seated, and the professor announces that the first round of selection, the written exam, is about to begin. Russell believes the written exam is not difficult, as he has already failed it multiple times in his previous life. If anything concerns him, it is the contents of the teacher's letter. According to the letter, Professor Hubert's trips are expected to become more frequent, to the point where he will barely be able to teach his academy classes. Russell recalls that not long after that year, Professor Hubert took a sabbatical. He still does not know exactly what happened, but he remembers the memorial held for a professor, where all faculty members had gathered. After the exam, Russell exits the classroom and notices a snake resting in a tree. He thinks it is likely connected to a highly dangerous task, one that would only be assigned to a high-ranking mage of the Flame Tower. Soon after, a professor announced that Russell Raymond earned the top score on the written exam. The students begin to murmur among themselves. One student says Russell achieved the highest score. Another exclaims that he is incredible. A third says he must have studied well, while a fourth admits feeling envious. The professor then presents a certificate to Russell in front of them all. Russell wonders if he is able to prevent the deaths of the professors. The professor then announces that the second stage of selection, the interview test, will begin shortly. All the students wait outside the interview room until their names are called. When the professor calls Russell Raymond, he rises and enters the room. He tells himself that he must stop it. He believes he can because the evidence from his previous life is right in front of his eyes. He looks at the judges and thinks he does not recall Brother Olsen ever appearing as a selection judge. The future has already been altered, so he must join the Flame Tower and prevent the death of the professor. He knows he must earn their acknowledgement here. One of the professors announces that when the selection judges ask a question, the responses must be brief and verbal. Russell confirms his understanding. The kingdom's White Tower judge states that the interview will begin immediately. He asks a question regarding a formula created 300 years ago by the mage Origin Gong. Russell reflects for a moment and responds that the formula requires the application of the concept of cycling material in order to modify it. He thinks the interview questions are easier than those in the written exam, but he also knows that this stage involves another task. As the kingdom's Yellow Tower judge asks further questions, Russell answers them confidently. He begins to feel the intense pressure of their mana and realizes he is currently enduring the mana exertion of the selection judges. In his previous life, he always failed at this stage, but this time it feels different. He remembers the weakened state he had endured before. As the judges continue, his mana begins to overflow through his body. He explains that by altering the proportion of the medicine's ingredients, it is possible to achieve 3 times the original effectiveness. The Yellow Tower judge remarks that Russell's expression remains remarkable, even during the turbulent storm of mana. Then Olsen speaks. He asks if that is all Russell is capable of. He rises from his seat, releases a surge of mana into the air, and sends a direct mana attack at Russell, who is visibly stunned to see such an overwhelming strike. The kingdom's Yellow Tower judge thinks Olsen truly is a mad tiger. If this continues, the candidate could die. He looks at Russell, who stands calmly under the pressure, and wonders if he is truly enduring it. The kingdom's Spear Tower judge finds it surprising and thinks that even the newly appointed professors assigned to the archives are struggling. Several professors are visibly affected by Olsen's overwhelming mana, showing signs of pain and difficulty in breathing. The judge thinks Russell is undoubtedly a remarkable genius. The system window notifies that the selection judge's acknowledgement has reached 1 out of 10, then 2 out of 10, and continues increasing rapidly until it reaches 9 out of 10. Olsen looks at Russell and wonders if he is really managing to endure it. He intensifies his mana attack. Russell's body begins to weaken under the pressure, but he still tries to withstand the force. The kingdom's Spear Tower judge rises and places a hand on Olsen's shoulder, stating that they still have more interviews and it is time to stop. He attempts to calm him down. Olsen looks at him and remarks that things are just starting to get interesting. What a shame. Nevertheless, he withdraws his mana. The professors breathe a sigh of relief, thinking they have barely survived it. The kingdom's White Tower judge tells Russell he has done well and instructs him to leave. The next candidate is called in. Russell steps out, sits down, and takes deep breaths, thinking he has nearly passed out. The system window notifies that the selection judge's acknowledgement still stands at 9 out of 10. He thinks it means that even this much is not enough and lets out a quiet laugh, realizing how difficult this challenge truly is. After a while, all the judges walk down the hallway. The kingdom's Spear Tower judge mentions Russell Raymond, revealing that he is the one the Flame Tower master has been watching. The kingdom's Yellow Tower's judge comments that he was a man everyone desired, lamenting what a shame it was. The kingdom's White Tower's judge asks Olsen if he intends to discipline him, given that he is already the youngest disciple. Olsen slightly turns his head and asks who had claimed he would be his junior. He then corrects himself, saying that what he meant was different. Olsen turns and starts walking away. The scene shifts to a flashback where some warriors attempt to protect a barrier. One of the warriors tells a newbie to perform his job properly in defense. The newbie notices the barrier cracking and exclaims that there is a crack in the barrier. Just then, an attack strikes them, and they are killed. After a while, Olsen arrives, sees the dead bodies scattered around, and murmurs, "One weakling," as tears begin to fall from his eyes. The scene shifts back to the present, where Olsen reflects that if that person falls, everyone else will soon follow. After a while, a priest announces the start of the third round of the screening test. This time, the test is a treasure hunt of sorts. He presents a crystal and explains that in the lush Walker Hill forest, participants must find green mana stones. Points will be awarded based on the number of mana stones found and the order in which they return. Russell stands in line with the other candidates, thinking that everyone will be desperate to steal mana stones from one another. He then instructs the candidates to line up. As he waits, Russell notices a system window appear, recalls Olsen, and wonders whether senior disciple Olsen will even acknowledge him if he clears the third round of the screening. The priest announces the beginning of the test, and everyone begins running toward the forest. Russell thinks that, for now, there is only one thing he can do. He considers calling out to him, believing Olsen must have felt suffocated. He retrieves Pepper from his inventory, noting that it has been a while and apologizing for not being able to use magic while at school. He asks if Pepper can assist him, then pulls out a stone from his inventory. He explains that he needs to find a stone that resembles this one. Pepper sniffs the stone and begins moving. Russell recalls hearing that spirits who cross over from the mana world are capable of detecting even the faintest traces of magic. He realizes that Pepper has located something just as Pepper turns back toward him. Russell asks whether they should track it down. Then, he spots a magical star on a tree and remarks that he has finally found it. Meanwhile, Professor Hubert, his face concealed by a mask, grabs a man by the collar and demands to know the whereabouts of the mage with whom the trade was made. The man replies that he does not know, he only sold the mage raw materials for a ritual. Professor Hubert asks whether he was aware that the ritual in question was intended for a pagan spell. The man appears shocked and asks for clarification. Without hesitation, Professor Hubert slams him against the wall while still gripping his collar, declaring that aiding a cult is considered an act of treason against the kingdom. He states that he will ask once more and demands to know where the mage went. The man insists that he truly does not know. Professor Hubert then recalls fragments of past conversations and reflects on what he had heard, that the woman known for killing people by burning them had taken in a disciple, and that he had planned to investigate the matter himself. After some time, Professor Hubert removes his mask while walking and considers the implications. If the cult holds a grudge against a woman, it could only be referring to the teacher. This means Russell is in danger. He then realizes that the entire screening test is in jeopardy, and as flames begin to spread, he rushes forward without delay. Meanwhile, a candidate is walking through the forest and muttering in frustration, wondering where the mana stones are. He thinks that he cannot even produce light, as it might make him a target. He then notices a shadowy figure in the distance and questions what it could be. The shadowy figure suddenly shouts a wand arrow and hurls a wand toward him. The candidate quickly leaps back, startled, and remarks that the figure caught him off guard. He considers that if he is another candidate, then it's not a matter of life or death, it is a competition, after all. Then he realizes that he might be carrying mana stones. As he looks ahead, he sees no one there and wonders where the person has gone, unaware that a monster is now standing behind him and preparing to strike. Elsewhere, Russell walks through the forest, wondering if he has reached the center. He notices several pouches filled with stones scattered on the ground and thinks that something feels off. Why are all the mana stones gathered in one place? He pats Pepper and tells him he has done well. Then he notices a broken crystal ball, reaches out to pick it up, and thinks that this is a golem's core. It is already shattered. It appears to have been broken before the golem could even be summoned. He questions who could have done such a thing. Suddenly, the ground near him erupts with a violent explosion. He is stunned to see it and quickly leaps aside with Pepper. He thinks that the attacker is using both earth magic and light magic, then notices orbs of light flying toward him. He leaps again to block them, and as they strike the ground, they explode. He realizes it is not the work of a single person. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows follows him, but Pepper counters by hurling fire, burning them mid-air. Russell praises him, saying well done. Pepper responds with a cheerful Karuk. Russell raises his arm, channels light into orbs, and launches fire arrows to intercept them, shattering the orbs and causing another explosion. As the dust begins to settle, he notices other candidates nearby and asks who they are. One of them responds that they are honor students selected by the tower, but accuses Russell of using cowardly tactics. The green-haired candidate tells him to shut up and demands to know how an idiot like him managed to find the mana stones first. He silently thinks that only their group was supposed to know the location of the stones and that this alone is not something a spirit could reveal. The blue-haired candidate remarks that if a spirit is involved, it explains how Russell found the mana stones so quickly. Meanwhile, the orange-haired candidate thinks to himself that Russell Raymond, he never imagined he had been hiding such a high level of skill. Russell asks what is so remarkable about finding the mana stones quickly, and remarks that they make it sound as though he should not have. He then adds that when one thinks of it, it seems a secret deal has been made with certain professors. The green-haired candidate thinks to himself that Russell is sharp. Russell states that he has no intention of getting involved and tells them to step aside. As he moves to attack, Russell stops him by grabbing his shoulder and warns that if he does not back off, he will regret it. The candidate is shocked by his speed and strength. Russell calls out to Pepper, but just then, he notices the forest shifting unnaturally. He alerts the others, and the green-haired candidate asks what he is talking about. Russell asks whether the professors assisting them also mentioned that they would destroy the golem hack. The green-haired candidate replies that they did not. The blue-haired candidate admits they also felt something was strange. Russell activates his flame power and announces that something is approaching. After a brief moment, he spots an army of undead moving toward them and is visibly shocked. The blue-haired candidate asks how undead could possibly exist within the testing area. The orange-haired candidate, stunned, mutters that it is impossible. The green-haired candidate is shocked and asks what is happening. He thinks he needs to escape and attempts to run, only to realize that they are completely surrounded by undead. He exclaims that there is nowhere to run. Pepper quickly conjures a wall of fire around them for protection. The green-haired candidate recognizes it as a firewall and thinks to himself that it is fourth circle magic. Russell instructs everyone to face one direction and prepare to fight any undead that breaks through the wall. The others are stunned into silence, prompting Russell to demand a response. They eventually reply in agreement. The green-haired candidate thinks that they were foolish to pick a fight with someone like Russell, and something terrible could have happened. Then, as he notices undead leaping through gaps in the firewall, he realizes that something terrible has already happened. Russell immediately begins launching fire arrows at the undead and thinks that the firewall is only a temporary defense. They must find the sorcerer responsible for summoning the undead. From a distance, Xavier observes the scene and remarks that it is the child from the flame tower. The bald mage beside him laughs and wonders how long he will manage to survive. An undead creature moves through the firewall and lunges to attack. Russell strikes it swiftly, destroying its head, and reflects on the nature of these enemies, undead heretics who pursue forbidden magic and the blasphemous entities they summon. He recalls that, in the past, his master had subdued such heretics. If these creatures are remnants from that time, he wonders what their purpose is in appearing here now. He is startled as more undead charge toward him and wonders whether they might be targeting him specifically. He quickly takes aim and begins firing fire arrows at them. He reminds himself that he must stay focused on the battle. The magic being used is a form of curse magic. One of its characteristics is its minimal mana consumption. The longer the fight continues, the more it puts him at a disadvantage. The enemy mages cast spells that cause sharp rocks to rise from the ground, launching them as weapons. Russell turns to the other candidates and instructs them to manage their mana efficiently, reduce the intensity of their spells, and target the undead's vital points. The green-haired candidate scoffs, saying that it is easier said than done. The orange-haired candidate hurls orbs of light at the undead and adds that the selection judges will arrive soon if they can just hold on until then. The blue-haired candidate, however, replies that the selection judges will not be coming. The green-haired candidate, confused and alarmed, demands to know what he means. Russell aims and states that he is right. There is no way the selection judges from the capital's magic tower have not noticed this wicked energy. The blue-haired candidate observes that an undead is about to attack him and mentions that they have probably used a trap to erase all signs of mana. Russell recalls the star sign on the tree and thinks it might be a trap. The green-haired candidate then says that they will need to face so many people themselves. The blue-haired candidate suggests reducing the size and making the edges sharper, then throws an ice arrow toward the undead. He notices the undead is about to catch him and wonders, damn it, if it makes sense to fight in such a sophisticated manner. The orange-haired candidate throws light balls to attack the undead. Xavier reflects on what even this guy is doing and remarks that they are quick-witted, saving their mana. The bald mage smiles and asks if boys like them are students of that damned woman. However, he questions what will happen if a situation arises where they cannot keep saving their mana. Just then, a large troll emerges from the firewall and walks toward them. The orange-haired candidate creates and throws a light ball toward the troll. They are all shocked to see the troll, and Russell asks a troll. The blue-haired candidate slides on the floor and uses the ice field skill to freeze his foot. The orange-haired candidate uses the crystal laser skill to attack the troll. The troll remains unaffected, roars, and swings his weapon in an attack. He is shocked to see it. Russell uses his Origin Blaze Lance skill at maximum output to attack the troll and land on the floor. Xavier is stunned as the stone in his hand shatters, and he wonders how Russell managed to take down an entire troll in a single blow. The blue-haired candidate thinks that the magic just now rivals the destructive power of Fifth Circle magic if Russell truly is a student from the same academy. Russell looks up and spots Pepper flying around a specific area. The mages also notice Pepper. Russell smiles and remarks that they must have been hiding there. He activates the wizard body skill, holding his spear and taking aim. The blue-haired candidate sees Russell and wonders what he is attempting to do. Russell throws his spear and declares that this time, it is his turn. The mages are shocked to see it, and Xavier warns that they need to dodge it. The bald mage questions whether their location has been discovered and sees the spear flying toward them. He begins to channel his powers and shouts to block it, but the spear passes through, kills the undead, strikes the mages, and causes a massive explosion. Russell asks if he has hit them, and as the dust begins to settle, he sees Xavier. Suddenly, a bald mage grabs Xavier by the neck to shield himself from an oncoming attack. He exclaims that the woman has raised a monster, and that they had saved this power to use against the selection judges, only to end up using it against him. Russell is stunned as he sees the undead army capturing the candidates, placing swords at their necks and surrounding them. Meanwhile, a professor calls out to Professor Hubert. The other professor says he is very sorry to inform him, but only the judges are permitted to enter this area. Hubert enters the Ulson room, addressing him as Senior Brother Ulson. Ulson turns and states that the mission is over. He explains that the cult followers are also on the move. They are after Russell, and the candidates at the examination grounds are in danger as well. Ulson asks how they dare to cause trouble right in front of him. Meanwhile, the bald mage declares that if Russell so much as moves a finger, he will kill all of them and turn them into his soldiers. Russell realizes that he has been gagged to prevent him from chanting. He thinks that if he cannot stop this man, even by using Blink, they will all die. He begins to visualize the process of attacking him. He commands Russell not to resist and to step forward, referring to him as the kid from the Flame Tower. Russell thinks, just as he suspected, that he is their target, and he walks toward the mage. He remarks how impressive it is that he is willing to give up his life to save his friends. Russell responds with a question, friends, as if. He continues, stating that they call someone weak if they are weak and strong if they are strong. They scorn, loathe, and envy. These people are simply jealous of others. He says they probably do not understand. This is because it is the mission of a guardian to protect people. The bald mage holds his head and questions, in a world where the strong prey upon the weak, what mission justice is. He claims that this is merely grandiose talk from weak individuals. Russell responds, pointing out the man hiding in the back, who lacks the courage to take his own life. He affirms that, since he desires it so much, he will kill him with his own hands, referring to him as the Flame Tower Kid and using his power to create a bone sword. He laments that it is a shame he will not hear him scream, but acknowledges he has no choice in the matter. The undead soldier ties Russell's mouth with a rope. Russell thinks about a magic spell that does not require chanting and can be cast within their minds. As he recalls a memory, a system notification informs him that he has completed the mission and will receive an intermediate grade mana stone as a reward. He has gained great enlightenment by summoning the spirit and has reached the fourth circle, earning an additional reward. He thinks about the additional reward, a ring, and realizes it is none other than the artifact magic known as the Cloudy Ring. It takes the form of a ring but transforms into a thundercloud when needed. Its functions and power are unleashed as the user grows stronger. The bald mage is about to attack and declares that Russell's death shall mark the beginning of their revenge. He notices a flash of thunderlight and looks up while Russell, through telepathy, commands thunder hooves to crush them. His entire body becomes illuminated with thunderlight as he activates the Call Lightning skill. A brilliant light descends from the sky, engulfing the area and killing the undead. The bald mage's sword begins to shatter, and he is burned by the lightning. Russell struggles to untie his hands, and the blue-haired candidate quickly moves toward him to assist. Expressing disbelief that Russell could think of artifact magic in a situation like this, he truly is something remarkable. Russell removes the cloth from his mouth and thanks him. He says they should be the ones thanking him and that the judges must be called here immediately. He looks toward the other candidates while the green-haired and orange-haired candidates assist the others. He remarks that it appears everyone is in need of treatment. The green-haired candidate unties a girl and tells her not to forget to inform the judges of what he has done for her. Russell states that the judges will arrive soon. The blue-haired candidate asks how they would know about what happened. Russell replies that his friend will guide them here. Meanwhile, Pepper breathes fire and sets a tree ablaze to create a signal that will lead the judges to Russell. On the other side, the blue-haired candidate wonders how many steps ahead Russell had been thinking. Russell also notices his ring glowing and realizes that the cloudy ring consumes significantly more mana than expected. The bald mage lies on the ground, injured, and begins chanting a spell, offering devotion, his life, his lifespan, and even his death, to summon a giant skeleton. They are shocked as the bones of the undead begin to gather and merge, forming a massive skeleton that now stands before them. Russell thinks that this power far exceeds the level of the fifth circle. The blue-haired candidate shouts for everyone to run into the forest. The green-haired candidate tries to flee and thinks he must escape no matter what. As he runs, he notices the pouch of mana stones. The blue-haired candidate sees Russell moving toward the giant skeleton and activating his power. He asks what Russell is doing and why he is not retreating. Russell replies that he is aiming for the skeleton and that he is the only one who can buy enough time until the judges arrive. Elsewhere, Olsen and Hubert are seen running through the forest. Meanwhile, the blue-haired candidate watches Russell and thinks that he should be out of mana by now. He wonders what Russell Raymond is planning to do. The giant skeleton raises its hand to strike Russell. Russell prepares a flame spear and thinks that this is not an attack he can block with a shield. Getting hit even once would be fatal. He propels himself high into the air with fire magic and hurls spears at the skeleton. The attack strikes the skeleton near the waist, causing it to roar in pain. Russell believes the attack has landed effectively but acknowledges the difficulty of the fight. He then sees the skeleton begin to regenerate and questions whether it possesses regenerative abilities as well. He notices something moving underground toward him, and it suddenly emerges, attempting to attack. He steps back and realizes it is the skeleton's tail. The skeleton swings its tail again to strike, and Russell raises his hand to block, cursing under his breath. At that moment, the blue-haired candidate freezes the tail using his ice field skill and says he has just saved Russell's life, and he cannot simply abandon him now. He then launches an ice arrow at the skeleton and declares that, as he said before, this is the mission of a guardian. Other candidates also turn back to assist them. The green-haired candidate exclaims in disbelief, asking why they are all returning and if they have gone mad. He adds that it is not his concern if anything happens to them. Elsewhere, Xavier lies injured on the ground. He opens his eyes, sees the giant skeleton, and wonders aloud whether it is the result of a sacrificial summoning spell. He laughs bitterly and remarks that Russell got what he deserved, trying to survive on his own while the others have already assumed formation over there. The orange-haired candidate arrives and apologizes to Russell for being late. Russell thinks to himself that this was never part of his plan, then activates his Blaze Lance skill. He says that since they have chosen to fight together, he will not stop them. But if they want to survive, if they want to win, then they must listen to him carefully. The giant skeleton breaks free from the ice that had frozen it. Russell says that he will create a crack to trap the skeleton, so he puts them all into it, and then hurls his flame spear at him in an attempt to strike. As the spear is about to hit his face, he signals the other candidates to act. They all throw their spears at the giant skeleton, triggering a massive explosion. The giant skeleton begins to regenerate once again. Russell grabs his trembling hand and mutters in frustration, urging himself to try once more, one more time, Blaze Lance. Meanwhile, Olsen is still running through the forest, trying to reach the candidates to offer help. Russell reflects on the fact that everyone has risked their lives to be here and face this danger, not only for the mission of a guardian but also for him. The blue-haired candidate launches a volley of ice arrows to attack the giant skeleton, while the orange-haired candidate fires orbs of light in an attempt to restrain him. Russell realizes that they must go even further. He knows he must protect them. He activates his Blaze Lance skill at full output, unleashing a wave of flames around him. Clenching his spear tightly, he throws it at the giant skeleton, shouting for an attack. The other candidates also hurl their spears in unison, igniting the skeleton in flames and shattering his bones under the combined assault. At that moment, Olsen arrives, notices the skeleton, and questions if it is truly a giant skeleton. The skeleton attempts to strike the orange-haired candidate, but he swiftly leaps backward to evade the blow. Olsen becomes angry and thinks that those weaklings working together are wasting their efforts and that they should have simply fled. The narrator explains that Vermilion Olsen has always believed fragility to be a weakness. If one person falls, the rest inevitably fall with them. Russell once again activates his Blaze Lance skill, unleashing a wave of fire that causes a violent explosion. Olsen is left stunned by what he witnesses. The narrator continues, stating that on that very day, Olsen comes to understand a new truth. Because they are fragile, if one among them rises, all of them rise together. His attack shatters the giant skeleton's head. The other candidates also channel their powers to join in the assault, and a massive explosion follows. As the dust begins to settle, the bald mage emerges from the remnants of the skeleton's body, furious, declaring that it is not yet over. He attempts to regenerate the skeleton's form. In response, Olsen activates his overheat skill, grips one hand tightly with the other, and commands the wicked being to vanish as he launches his attack. The candidates are stunned to see the enemy destroyed in a single strike. Russell remarks to Olsen that if he was going to show up, he should have come sooner and smiled. Just then, Hubert places a hand on Russell's shoulder from behind and offers words of praise while Russell loses consciousness. The system window displays a notification, Selection Judges Approval, 10 out of 10. The mission is completed. The reward, an intermediate grade mana stone, has been granted. Sometime later, Hubert asks if he has regained consciousness as Russell lies in bed and slowly opens his eyes. He immediately sits up and asks whether the other candidates are safe. Hubert, seated on a chair beside the bed, replies that, thanks to him, they are. Russell expresses relief. Hubert adds that everyone has been saying the same thing. Had Russell not been there, they all might have died. Russell humbly responds that he did receive some help. Hubert then asks whether he is not curious about the results of the test. Russell acknowledges it, mentioning the selection test. Hubert recalls a flashback where all the judges sit together to discuss the matter. In the forest, the green-haired candidate presents the stone to the judge of the kingdom's yellow tower, who reacts with irritation. He states that, to be honest, there has been much to be concerned about. From the moment the heretics attacked the testing grounds, the original tasks lost their meaning. It became a situation where cooperation held more value than competition. With that in mind, all of the selection judges reach a unanimous decision. He concludes that, in this selection test, the individual who deserves the highest score is Russell. Russell reflects on receiving the highest score in the tower selection. He can finally graduate from the academy. He expresses his gratitude and becomes emotional. Hubert pats him on the back and says that an investigation has already begun regarding the heretics, aiming to uncover the true mastermind behind everything. He assures Russell that the root of it all will soon be found, and the memory of Daria briefly returns to his mind. Russell then reveals that there was actually one more heretic. Hubert is shocked and asks if it was not just one. Russell recalls a memory of a heretic mage fleeing through the forest in secret, vowing to return the humiliation, and addresses Russell as the Flame Tower Rookie. At that moment, Olsen enters the room, holding a pouch, and reports that it seems they have lost him. Hubert acknowledges his arrival and greets him as a senior brother. Olsen requests a moment to speak with Russell. Russell is momentarily surprised to hear this, and Hubert reminds him that he needs rest. Russell smiles and assures him that it is fine. Later, Russell stands beside Olsen on the training grounds. Olsen tells him that when he fought the heretics, he must have felt held back, forced to fight alongside weak individuals. He admits that he still believes fragility is a weakness, and that belief has not changed. Russell says that he agrees with Olsen. However, he believes the weak exist so that the strong may become stronger and protect them. He recalls several flashbacks and adds that the weak, inspired by the protection of the strong, also strive to grow. As a result, no one is left behind, and they all move one step forward together. Olsen smiles and replies that it is not a bad answer. He tosses the pouch toward Russell and tells him to open it. Russell catches it, surprised by what he sees, and thinks that it is a flame tower robe as he opens the pouch. Olsen warns him not to get ahead of himself just yet. If Russell wants to join the flame tower, there is still one more test. Russell is confused, thinking the selection test has already ended. Olsen explains that it is considered an ancient tradition of sorts. He challenges Russell to make him move outside a circle, which he then forms around himself using his power. He tells Russell that he may use any magic he wishes. If he succeeds in forcing Olsen out of the circle, he wins. But if he fails, there will be a fitting consequence. Russell secretly takes a stone from his inventory and tells him not to regret this later. He reminds Olsen that he himself said any magic can be used, then clenches his fist, preparing to attack. Meanwhile, Hubert walks into the academy, shocked by the noise coming from outside. On the other side, Olsen's body is enveloped in lightning, with one foot placed outside the circle. He believes he is clad in armor no weaker than that of the fifth circle, yet he is still forced backward. At that moment, Hubert arrives and addresses Olsen as senior brother, asking what he is doing. He remarks that he did not expect Olsen to corner Russell, whose body has not yet fully recovered. Olsen holds his chin and states that this is a long-standing tradition of their flame tower. Hubert responds that such behavior seems like something an old-timer would do. Offended, Olsen demands to know what he means by old-timer and insists that he is merely instilling discipline in Russell before he integrates with others. Hubert remarks that if any more discipline is imposed, the very pillars of the academy might collapse. He then turns to Russell and apologizes on Olsen's behalf. Russell chuckles and says it's all right. Olsen then mentions that, following the recent trial, the only participant to pass is Russell. He recalls the moment when Russell, his body glowing with thunderous light, wielded a flame spear and hurled it toward Olsen, causing an explosion. Pepper had screamed, urging him to move. Olsen reflects aloud that not only was an original magic artifact used, but a spirit had also been summoned. He admits he was genuinely surprised. Startled, Hubert asks if Russell truly summoned a spirit. Russell confirms and introduces Pepper. Upon seeing them, Pepper exclaims, "Kaya." Both Hubert and Olsen agree it is adorable. After some time, Russell stands at his graduation ceremony and concludes his speech by saying that he is Russell Raymond and hopes that they all continue to dwell in the light of mana. The other candidates applaud him. Later, Hubert walks alongside Russell in the hallway and remarks that it was a graduation speech worthy of the Academy's top student. Russell thanks him and addresses him as a professor. Hubert reminds him that he is no longer a student and may now refer to him as senior brother. Russell agrees and addresses him accordingly. Hubert then asks if he has arranged a place to stay in the capital. Russell replies that he is considering renting a small room on the outskirts. Hubert advises against it, insisting that Russell stay at his place since he cannot return home until his contract with the Academy is fulfilled. Russell hesitantly asks if that would truly be acceptable. Hubert assures him that it is, he would not have offered otherwise. Russell reflects that the luxurious house, once purchased from his master, has remained unused all this time. He recalls a memory in which Daria mentions that the property's market value is considerably high. The thought leaves him with a strange sense of déjà vu. After a while, Russell was cleaning his room when the system window notified him that congratulations were in order for graduating from the academy and special rewards were being distributed. The reward was unknown, but it was identified as a high-grade magic stone. He was startled to find a scroll in his hand and remarked that it was the same map from last time. The system window notified him of a mission. Mission 1. Go to the location marked on the map and complete the connected tasks. He muttered that there was no way he would know this place. The narrator explained that it was a forbidden island, Kural Island, where humans were not allowed to step. It was swarmed with magic beasts and considered an extremely dangerous place, requiring someone at least at the sixth circle of power to survive. He placed the scroll into his inventory and expressed curiosity about the opportunity that had come his way. He wondered what was expected of him, especially with the horns of the king supposedly being carved onto him. He recalled some memories and questioned whether it simply wanted him to become stronger or whether there was a deeper goal behind it, one that required him to grow stronger. He was uncertain of what this strength would ultimately lead to. Sitting on his bed, he patted Pepper's head, holding him in his hands, and said that he had to grow stronger, for there was much to protect, after all. After a while, Russell sits in the carriage with Olsen, who asks if it is his first time going to the capital. Russell replies that it is not, he has been there before. He thinks to himself that he must be Raymond, but he simply misspoke. Russell tells his senior brother that he has something to ask him. When Olsen inquires what it is, Russell says the duty assigned to Professor Hubert is related to the heretics and adds that if it were not, there would be no reason for the professor to return at the same time the heretics launched their attack. Olsen remarks that Russell is quick-witted and confirms that Hubert's mission is to track the heretics organization, though he admits he is unsure whether it can truly be called a society. He recalls a group of heretics gathering around a magical star. Russell expresses his desire to assist with the mission as well. Olsen, surprised, asks if he truly wishes to track the heretics. He considers that while Russell may seem to be bluffing, his gaze is remarkably sincere. Olsen agrees, saying that if Russell is a man, he must dare to dream big and promise to inform the master. Russell expresses his gratitude. Olsen laughs and says he will only do so if Russell learns the magic he has been taught before they arrive in the capital. Russell thinks to himself that Olsen really enjoys making bets. He then reveals his magical power, stating that its name is Overheat, a one-hit kill spell performed by focusing mana. He shows a purple flame on his finger and thinks that, although it is temporary, it is still powerful. He explains that it can be imagined as pulling back tightly on his mana and releasing it like a slingshot, causing the mana to snap and spread outward. He asks whether he is capable of mastering it. After some time, they both sit on the ground near a wooden fire, and Russell uses magic to envelop his body in mana. Later, he sits in the carriage, continuing to charge his body with mana. He gathers his power into his hand and releases it, creating a hole in the rocky face of a mountain. Olsen, surprised to see the result, remarks that this is far beyond his expectations, wondering if he has ever encountered anyone as talented as Russell, who has even incorporated Overheat into his own origin magic. Russell notices his hands trembling and comments that the shaking is quite severe. Placing a hand on Russell's shoulder, Olsen explains that by now, he should understand, Overheat relies on intense, momentary focus, so he must be cautious of counterattacks immediately after using it. Russell replies that if that is the case, there is a significant risk when using it against a strong opponent. Olsen advises that it is not always so and reminds him that the best defense is the greatest offense. After a while, the narrator explains that, as has been said, one never knows when someone stronger will appear. However, the strong are often bound to underestimate the weak, leaving a brief moment when their guard is lowered. Russell's carriage stops outside a palace, and as he steps down, he is startled to see Alan Page assisting Hemingway Melville in stepping down from another carriage in front of the palace. Alan gestures carefully in front of Hemingway, asking him to descend slowly. Russell reflects on that person. The narrator adds that when the critical moment comes, the trick up his sleeve will determine the victor. Later, Russell bows before Daria and expresses his gratitude, thanking his master for helping him rise to his current position. Daria congratulates him on joining the Flame Tower and remarks that, fortunately, his arrival coincides with the visit of the Spear Tower Master. Hemingway, the Spear Tower Master, comments that he had been wondering why Daria chose today, of all days, to arrange a meeting, only to realize it was to boast about the disciple she acquired late in her life. Russell laughs quietly. Daria responds that, of course, she would boast, after all, that he is a hero who defeated a heretic at a young age, and, to be honest, if she wishes to take pride in her disciple, it is not something he ought to complain about. She says she is so tired of hearing about it. Russell stares at Alan and thinks that Alan Page, within just a few years, has earned the title of the youngest Sixth Circle Mage, a strange genius. In his previous life, Russell had received great help from him, and now, to think they would meet again in this way feels almost unreal. Hemingway remarks that, for him, boasting is understandable. If viewed objectively, Alan's skills are superior. Olsen sits on a chair, thinking that they are at it again. Daria asks whether he has forgotten that their youngest disciple is even younger. Hemingway replies that he has already taken that into account before speaking. They both begin to spread their mana throughout the room. She laughs and says he is so clever to have considered that detail. Hemingway laughs in return and asks whether she plans to train her disciple just to argue back at him. At that moment, Alan places a hand on Hemingway's shoulder and says that their master is not usually like this, but when he is around Daria, a childish side of him is revealed. Hemingway asks what he means. Alan responds that perhaps he simply misses his youth. Hemingway calls him a rascal for speaking such nonsense. Alan then reminds Hemingway that he also has to visit the royal palace today. Hemingway confirms that it is true. Alan tells Russell that he apologizes for his insolence during their first meeting and extends his hand toward him for a handshake. Russell takes his hand and replies that it is fine. However, he admits he is slightly disappointed, as he had wanted to show him his magic. Olsen notices Alan and thinks to himself that this guy is something else. Hemingway laughs and, finding Russell's boldness amusing, wonders where such confidence comes from as he spreads mana throughout the room in the form of water droplets surrounding Russell. Russell stands stunned, thinking that if this is the mana of the Spear Tower Master, it feels as if he is submerged in an ocean. He had not expected that at his age, there would still be things capable of surprising him. Hemingway rises from his seat and proposes a bet to the Flame Tower Master. Daria asks if he truly means a bet. Hemingway says that within 5 years, if Russell can completely catch up to Alan, he will gift him one of his mythical relics. She smiles and asks if he is serious. Russell, amazed, thinks about the significance of a mythical relic. The narrator explains that relics from the Age of Myths are ancient artifacts from a forgotten era, and according to what Russell has heard, even the weakest among them possess mana bordering the 5th circle. Daria declares 3 years. Hemingway, startled, asks what she means. She raises 3 fingers and says that if her disciple does not catch up to his within 3 years, she will offer her own mythical relic, calling him an old man. Hemingway laughs and says that she cannot take it back now. Daria replies that he should prepare his artifact ahead of time. Hemingway turns to leave and says that they should go, as this has been enough of a warm welcome. Alan bows respectfully to Daria and says that they will now take their leave. Flame Tower Master. Later, as they descend the stairs, Alan, following behind Hemingway, asks whether it is truly acceptable to wager a mythical relic on a bet. Hemingway answers that, of course, it is not. Alan, surprised, asks what he means. Hemingway tells him to do his best and give it his all. Alan agrees, saying that he must fulfill his role as the elder while thinking about Raymond. After some time, Olsen remarks to Russell that he does not seem able to stay still even on his first day and asks if Alan Page is his friend. Russell apologizes and laughs inwardly, wondering if he has truly regressed. After a while, Daria sits holding a cup of tea and tells Russell that, according to Olsen, he would like to assist in tracking down the cult members. Russell stands respectfully nearby and responds that yes, he would, teacher. She shows him a page and explains that, just in time, a report from the spies has been received. They have discovered traces of the cult members who attacked the academy. She informs him that the location is Sudra, the neutral city, and that the target appears to be attempting to flee alone. Russell, surprised, thinks about Sudra, the so-called paradise of criminals, and notes that the man has chosen a fitting place to escape to. Daria explains that since Russell has confronted the offender directly, it will be easier for him to track him down. However, she reminds him that the man will likely be prepared to defend himself again and asks if he is still willing to take the risk. Russell firmly declares that he shall fulfill his duty as a guardian of the kingdom and clenches his fist with determination. Daria acknowledges his resolve and instructs him to depart the next morning. She assures him that the warp gate will be prepared for his journey and reminds him not to forget to take supplies. Russell thinks to himself that, thank God, she has granted permission. It seems he has taken the first step toward preventing Professor Hubert's death. The scene shifts to the next morning, where Russell sits in the carriage holding potion bottles. He remarks that he can hardly believe they have given him 2 highest-grade potions, items so expensive that he could not even afford to glance at them in his previous life. He reflects that although Daria has allowed him to undertake this mission, she must still be worried, given that he is the youngest. Later, as he looks out the window and sees a museum, he recognizes it and thinks that this must be the Louvre Museum. He informs the driver that he will be getting off here for a short while and recalls that he had almost forgotten. This is the very place where his time travel had begun. Soon after, he stands inside the museum, gazing at a particular craft, Dragonheart, and quietly says that it has been a long time. He reflects that all this time, he has wondered why such a miracle had happened to him, and eventually, he reached his own conclusion. He believes it was to help him grow stronger and protect even more people. He grips his fist and then again looks at the craft before him. At that moment, the system window appears, notifying him of a new mission: secure the heart of the dragonfolk. which is currently being stored in the Endymion Museum in the Royal City. The reward remains unknown. A secondary mission is also displayed, Draconification, which would allow him to draw on the power of a dragon at will, with the reward being 3 intermediate-grade mana stones. He asks whether the system is not being overly generous with its missions and thinks that, first, securing the heart of the dragonfolk would mean making a great enough contribution to be granted a commodity belonging to the royal family. It is difficult but not impossible. As he sees the system window, he wonders aloud what exactly Draconification is. The system window then notifies him that it is now explaining Draconification. Suddenly, his entire body powers up, becoming surrounded by dark red mana. He thinks to himself that this sensation is familiar, he has felt it before, the sudden surge of magic in moments of crisis. He catches a glimpse of his darkened eyes in the mirror and quietly asks if this truly is him. After a while, Russell sits on a bed in his room and reflects that this power must have first manifested during the fire trial. He recalls the system window's earlier notification, explaining that he had absorbed the Forgotten King's Hornfire essence to its utmost limit, and that any mana exceeding the absorption limit would seep into his body as latent powers. He pats Pepper gently and remarks that if only he could control those sensations at will, he might be able to amplify his force further. By adding overheat to Draconification, he could create an extreme death blow, one that might even approach the strength of a 6th Circle Mage. He lies on the bed and says that the problem is that he does not have a way to master it. After all, the power only manifests itself when he is in danger. He does not have the time to train properly because of the mission, and even if he did, it would not be possible with ordinary image training. Pepper starts biting his pen just as he wonders aloud what he should do, lamenting that no matter how much he focuses, he cannot recreate the same sense of crisis he felt before. Suddenly, Pepper, seemingly frustrated, spits out small flames at him and lets out a fierce growl. Russell quickly sits up and asks if Pepper is suggesting that he can help him. Pepper laughs mischievously and growls again in agreement. Russell folds his legs on the bed, and Pepper climbs onto his head. In the next moment, Russell finds himself transported into the spirit realm. Looking forward, he realizes where he is, the spirit realm, where he first met Pepper. He reflects that in this place, the flow of time moves differently compared to the outside world, making it potentially perfect for magical training. However, he worries that he has no sparring partner. Turning around, he notices a dragon looming behind him and calls out to Pepper. Pepper lowers his head near him, confirming it with a playful gesture. Russell pats him affectionately and says that he is grateful for the help, but remarks that fighting just for him might not be enough. At that moment, many other monsters appear and surround him. Looking at them, Russell chuckles and says that it seems he was worried for nothing. He stretches out his hand and invites them, saying now, will they do him the favor of helping him train? After a while, a scout member reports to the captains that the pagans have left the city. Another member asks whether they should pursue them. The captain readies his weapon and commands that all hands be brought on deck. He turns to Jackson and instructs him to report that the situation at the Flame Tower has changed. Jackson gives a hand gesture and responds, "Yes, sir, all of them must be careful." He smiles and reassures him not to worry, explaining that apparently, a divinity nurtured by Daria herself is being sent to assist. He cannot miss the chance to participate. They move out. The scene shifts to 3 days later. Jackson stands near a crystal ball, contemplating that the divinity of the Flame Tower needs to arrive swiftly while observing a message on the ball. The narrator announces that an urgent report from Sudra states that the scouts of the Flame Tower have gone missing. Later, in the market streets of the neutral city, Sudra, people cast strange looks at Russell. A person asks what is happening, remarking on how unusual it is to see a child like him in Sudra. Russell walks through the street, reflecting that without the warp gate in the royal city, it would have taken him a week to reach Sudra. However, thanks to his image training in the spirit realm, where time stands still, it feels as though he has spent months reaching this place. The scene shifts to a flashback. In the spirit realm, Russell slides across the floor, practicing combat against a monster. His body becomes enveloped in flames as he powers up, thinking that he has indeed succeeded in achieving Draconification. A system window notifies that the manifestation of dragon power at will has been accomplished through his own efforts. His dragon horns are manifested according to his current level, and during Draconification, his understanding of the flame attribute is dramatically enhanced. He reflects that too many problems still need to be solved. Charging his spear with energy, he prepares for another strike as the countdown begins. He launches an attack against the monster, but the monsters retaliate, throwing a strange liquid at him. Russell is stunned as he watches his spear vanish before being struck by their assault. He thinks that the first major issue is the short duration of the transformation, and the second is the severe recoil it causes. He collapses to the ground, cursing that it lasts only 15 seconds. Struggling to rise, he realizes that, much like overheating, he becomes defenseless once the transformation ends. The scene shifts back to the present. A bald man waves his staff in front of Russell and asks if the boy has lost his way. Russell, stunned, turns toward him. The man offers to show him the way if he wants. Russell remarks on the coincidence and swiftly grabs the man's staff with his hand. After a while, outside the restaurant, the bald man with a swollen, bushy face extends his hand and indicates that this place is the Yellow Wyvern. Russell approaches the door as they bow before him, wishing him a comfortable visit. Russell observes them and thinks of them as worthless fools. He orders them to leave and enters the restaurant. Jackson notices him and offers a welcome. Russell takes a seat in front of him as Jackson asks what he would like to order. Russell requests a cocktail made from 37-year-old Red Drake, mixed with 12-year-old Briggs, served straight. The person seated next to him mutters that he must be insane as he is about to drink a cocktail containing over 70% alcohol. Russell reflects that he would surely die if he actually drank something like that. The order is, in truth, a secret code of the Flame Tower. Jackson thinks he can hardly believe that such a young boy is a divinity of the Flame Tower, if he is not far too young. He places a drink in front of Russell and announces that his order has been prepared. "Sir?" Russell is surprised to see it, and a shield immediately forms around him. Jackson explains that it is soundproofing magic. No other customers are able to hear their conversation. He introduces himself as Jackson, a mage of the Red Tower, who was dispatched to this location and is currently working undercover as the manager of the Yellow Wyvern. Russell introduces himself as Russell Raymond of the Flame Tower. He suggests that they move to another location. After a while, Russell asks whether it is true that 3 days ago, the Flame Tower's scouts went missing. Jackson confirms it and, recalling past events, explains that the last report indicated the scouts were headed toward the desert ruins. Russell asks whether they might have fallen into a trap. Jackson replies that they are not the kind of men to act impulsively or fall so easily into an ambush. Russell then asks whether he perhaps has a map of the route to the desert ruins. Jackson repeats the word map with hesitation. Russell insists that he needs to rescue them. Jackson responds that the ruins are not a place to be ventured into alone. The location where the scouts disappeared lies near the Empire's borders and is extremely dangerous unless additional reinforcements are awaited. Russell, sensing Jackson's distrust, reveals his power, covering his body in red mana flames. He calmly asserts that it is acceptable for him to depart first. Jackson, stunned by the display, thinks that although he had heard he recently reached the 4th circle, the magic he is witnessing is clearly at the level of the 5th circle, and Russell is controlling it effortlessly. Jackson coughs, placing hand on his chest, and admits that he may have been too cautious, and agrees to provide directions to the ruins. Meanwhile, Xavier kneels before Beth and her companions, reporting that, according to his orders, traces have been deliberately left behind. Beth responds with satisfaction, saying that she can already sense the blood of those who will come chasing after them. After a while, Russell walks through the desert, drinks some water, and thinks that if he had known this, he would have practiced more ice-type magic. He pours water over his head and remarks that it is extremely hot. Later, he sees a palace in the distance ahead of him and reflects that, in any case, the place is larger than he had anticipated. He quickly runs toward it, observing that there are numerous entrances leading inside. If his mission were only to locate the cultists, the ruins would simply be destroyed, forcing them to emerge. However, since scouts might be captured within, such an action cannot be taken. He stands outside the palace and concludes that he must enter, knowing that traps have likely been set throughout the area. Swiftly, he leaps, stepping onto a tower and moving onto the roof, thinking that in this situation, he must find the most unexpected point of entry. He jumps down through a glass window, using the skill of wind to land without injury. He looks around and notes with relief that no traps have been placed nearby. Observing the paintings on the walls, he recognizes a mural depicting a dragon and a black-haired warrior and wonders who their opponent might be. Just then, Xavier appears, laughing, and remarks that it is quite a surprise. Russell slightly turns his head and observes that there he is, noticing many soldiers entering the room alongside him. He states that he cannot believe the man from the academy is the one pursuing him, and since he has walked into this place on his own, he will not have to endure much trouble locating him again. He adds that, as a token of gratitude, death shall be granted to him. Russell questions whether he has not been running a bit too far for someone who speaks so boldly. He declares that the arrogant punk must die, and immediately, the undead soldiers are moved to attack. He reasons that these are the corpses of elite soldiers who have fallen on the battlefield, and they are incomparably stronger compared to those faced in the previous fight. He concludes that this place shall become his grave. Russell creates a wall of fire before him to block the undead soldiers' advance while charging his power. He asks whether he will use the same magic again. Russell chants a spell and replies that not exactly. He wagers it will be different this time. He recalls memories from the spirit realm and reflects that draconification is not the only art he has practiced during this period. He knows he will expand the existing firewall magic and incorporate a vector formula into it. He gathers his power, activates the fire wave skill, and spreads flames around, sending them toward the undead soldiers to burn them. Xavier hides behind a wall in fear and insists that his army will not be defeated so easily. Russell moves forward, sees him, and notes that there he is. Xavier wonders how he has located him, suspects that detection magic was used amidst the flames, and curses his misfortune, realizing that it is already too late to escape. Russell declares that it is too late to run and leaps forward to attack him, landing a punch that throws him backward. Xavier kneels on the floor, coughing, and curses under his breath, questioning if this is truly all he can manage. Russell approaches him and advises him to surrender now and spare them both further trouble. Xavier laughs, struggles to his feet, and declares that he cannot do so. His soul no longer belongs to him. As if that were not enough, he reveals that he has sold his family as well, having given away everything that once belonged to him, and he looks up in defiance. At that moment, Beth drops down through the roof window using the demonic claw skill while her companion follows, utilizing the nightmare tail skill to descend. Russell stands stunned at the sight of them. Beth laughs and remarks that he is looking good, calling him a pathetic chaser. Her companion comments that while he understands Xavier is meant to serve as bait, this display is simply pitiful. She laughs again and mocks that the appearance of a dying rat suits him perfectly. Xavier identifies Russell as their target, the disciple of the Flame Tower's master. Beth grows enraged and asks if he means that burning wretch, Daria. Russell snaps, deactivates the protection shield around him, and strides toward them, declaring that filthy people like them had better keep his master's name out of their mouths. At that moment, the system window notifies that the mission Fight the Cultists has been triggered. At least one of the 3 cultists must be captured alive, or all must be killed. The reward is 2 intermediate-grade mana stones. Her companion states that Russell would have been much better off receiving a swift death. Beth laughs and agrees, adding that there is no way the disciple of that woman would die so easily. She vows to kill him, transform his body into a marionette, and make it dance before the flame tower. Her companion instructs Xavier to block the entrance. Xavier acknowledges the command and uses his power to seal the entrance with a heap of bones. Beth laughs once more, declaring that things are finally becoming interesting. Russell sees them and reflects that they are not summoning the dead from the shadows, but instead opting for a full frontal assault. They are nothing like the opponents he has encountered thus far. Beth asks if he is not planning to come forward and warns that if he does not, then they will. Russell responds that he has one question to ask and inquires what they have done to the scouts who came before him. He repeats the question about the scouts. Beth commands him to stop using petty tricks to stall for time and unleashes the Demon Claw Stinger skill, throwing a stinger to attack him. Russell quickly retreats and wonders whether they genuinely do not know about the scouts. He uses the Nightmare Tail skill, launching ropes at him in an attempt to capture him. Startled, Russell swiftly leaps back and thinks that whether they are pretending ignorance or not, there will always be a way to uncover the truth. Beth curses him and demands to know if he is trying to flee, launching another attack. Russell conjures a flame spear using the Blaze Lance skill, blocking her strike by skillfully maneuvering it. She stands stunned, thinking that he has managed to block it. Xavier exclaims that it is the spear, the very same spear that crushed the giant skeleton. She laughs and remarks that things are becoming exciting. She uses the Demon Claw, 2-hand skill, enlarging her hands and merging them together. She then creates a spear using the Demon Claw spear skill and challenges him to guess which one is sharper. Her companion warns Beth not to act on her own. Ignoring him, she charges forward with the spear, declaring that it is too humiliating to be afraid of a mere child. Russell also advances, raising his spear to counter her attack. Their spears clash, resulting in a burst of light and an explosion. Russell's spear grows more powerful, shattering Beth's spear and continuing forward to burn her arm. She screams in shock as she watches her arm catch fire. Beth's companion swiftly wraps his rope around her body, pulling her back to prevent further harm, and chastises her, calling her a fool for disobeying his warning not to act alone. He acknowledges that Russell, the disciple of the Flame Tower, is indeed his enemy. With a grim smile, he swings his hunter's ropes and declares that from this moment onward, he will tear Russell apart with all his strength. He uses the Nightmare Tail, Twister skill, creating a whirlwind of rope aimed toward Russell, and declares that no matter how impressive Russell may be, it will not matter. He challenges whether Russell can defend himself when attacks come from all directions. Russell activates the Blink skill, instantly closing the distance between them. His body ignites with flames as he grabs his arm to amplify his strength, then strikes with a punch empowered by the combined force of the Overheat and Wizard body skills. Xavier watches in shock, thinking that this situation is beyond comprehension. They are losing once again. He witnesses Russell seizing Beth's companion by the head and relentlessly pummeling him. He collapses to his knees, covering his ears with both hands, muttering that he is a dead man now and that it will not end with a simple death. He curses his comrades for boasting so proudly earlier, as if they were invincible. Suddenly, he notices an artifact lying near Beth's corpse and stares in shock. Meanwhile, Beth's companion coughs up blood and shouts for Russell to stop playing around and just kill him. Russell commands him to shut up and answer his questions, gripping his head firmly and demanding to know where the scouts are. He retorts in confusion, swearing and asking what the hell he is even talking about. Russell reflects inwardly, questioning whether he truly does not know. He sees him and thinks that his guard is down. This is his chance. Quickly, he draws a knife from his inventory. Just then, a tentacle surges toward him and seizes him by the neck. Russell turns his head to trace its source, seeing Xavier holding up an artifact and chanting. Xavier proclaims that here, he devotes his life, his lifespan, and even his death as tentacles burst from the ground and ensnare Russell's legs. Russell recognizes the ritual and asks if it is a sacrifice spell. Beth's companion watches in horror and wonders whether that monstrous heart belongs to a giant. The tentacles begin dragging Russell, and he curses under his breath. Xavier continues, stating that he has devoted the lives of others, their lifespans, and even their deaths all to himself. He then declares that he cannot allow himself to become part of this monstrosity and stabs him with a sharp skeleton rib. Blood pours from Russell's mouth as he screams in agony. Xavier commands the abomination to descend, transforming it into a monstrous creature, its green, poisonous mana spreading throughout the area. Russell shields his head with his arm and demands to know what the hell is wrong with this creature's mana. The system window notifies that the mission battle against the cultists has been updated. All cultists are dead. The objective is now to destroy the abomination. The reward is 3 intermediate grade mana stones. In his monstrous form, Xavier examines his own hand and roars in fury, demanding how Russell Raymond dares to turn him into such a wretched state. He vows to tear Russell to pieces right then and there. Xavier activates the Demon Claw. Stinger skill and sharp stingers begin to emerge from his nails. Russell stares in shock, recognizing the skill Beth had used earlier, and wonders if this is the same magic. He watches the stingers shoot toward him, stunned by their speed. Just then, an explosion shakes the entire structure, shattering the castle walls. With a surge of powerful flame, Russell bursts out of the debris, wielding his spear wreathed in fire. He curses Xavier as an uncouth fool, muttering that he barely managed to escape that idiot's collapse. He watches the palace crumble entirely and comments that he cannot believe Xavier lost control of his own powers and effectively dug his own grave. Suddenly, he notices the rubble shifting, his eyes widening in shock. He gasps, asking aloud what is happening. Emerging from the ruins in his monstrous form, Xavier appears once more and growls Russell Raymond's name with murderous intent. He swings his twister to attack and declares that the opponent is going to be chewed up until nothing remains but bones. Russell throws the flame spear at him in an attempt to burn him and wonders if it has landed. As the dust settles, he sees the monster and states that there he is. Xavier claims that Russell's attacks will not work on him. Russell acknowledges internally that Xavier is right. This opponent possesses an unbelievably strong defense, and he needs to think of a way out. He throws his twisters again to attack and remarks that the opponent can use his brain all he wants. Russell then says that, for now, he needs to buy some time and moves backward, flames igniting along his body. Xavier laughs and taunts him, asserting that running away and falling into despair in the face of such overwhelming power is inevitable. Russell retorts that this is merely the beginning and calls for Pepper to come to him. Pepper arrives, and Russell asks if he can lend him a hand. Pepper responds with a growl. He forms a flame in his hand and thinks that it is time to get started. He hurls a fireball toward the opponent using his fire wave skill in an attempt to burn him, but the attack has no effect whatsoever. Xavier laughs and mocks him, calling him a fool and questioning whether he truly believed such a magic spell could inflict damage on him. Looking ahead and finding no one before him, he asks where Russell has gone. Russell smiles and declares that the time is now, while Pepper hurls flames at Xavier's face in an attempt to burn it. Russell quickly leaps onto him and attacks. Xavier curses the annoying assault, calling Russell a damn fly. Russell soars upward and thinks that now that he has Xavier's full attention, all that remains is delivering overwhelming penetration power. He activates his overheat and blaze lance skills, forging a massive spear. Meanwhile, Pepper circles around Xavier to distract him. Xavier calls Russell Raymond and demands that he stop playing around and reveal himself. Holding the spear, Russell descends to strike Xavier on the head and states that if that is his wish, it shall be granted. His flamed spear pierces straight through Xavier's entire body, yet Xavier remains unharmed and remarks that all of Russell's efforts are useless. Russell responds that he knows and that this next move is the real deal, as he charges his body with a crackling thunderlight. He leaps from Xavier's head and activates his Call Lightning skill, summoning the Thunder Giant's hammer to strike the spear embedded in Xavier's skull. The blow crushes him and triggers a massive explosion. Dust spreads across the battlefield as Russell lands on the ground and asks himself whether it is finally over. As the dust settles, he sees a skeleton standing amidst the ruins. The system window notifies that it is over and that all participants now receive a reward. Russell sits on the ground to catch his breath, and Pepper quickly climbs onto his shoulder. Joyfully, Russell plays with him and praises him for his good work. Suddenly, the skeleton's head breaks away from its body and falls near Russell, speaking in a rasping voice that Daria had fostered quite the amazing boy in her final years, and that no one would have expected that boy to be a Raymond. Russell, shocked, realizes that the skeleton is speaking. The skeleton's head continues, wondering aloud if the son will prove more interesting than the father. Russell, still in disbelief, holds his head with one hand and demands to know who the speaker is. He laughs and replies that sooner or later, Russell will discover for himself how his father appeared in his final years. As it speaks, the skull begins to shatter, noting with a final, mocking tone the fierce expression his father once wore. At that moment, the rain begins to fall heavily. Russell, drenched, drops to his knees on the ground and shouts for answers. He demands to know who the speaker truly is, cursing him with a furious cry. Pepper tries to console him, but he remains kneeling on the ground, continuing to cry. Meanwhile, a scout member watches him from a distance through binoculars and informs his companion that the battle is over, instructing him to send the report. After some time, at the 2nd Battalion stationed in the 12th Desert under the Imperial Army, inside a camp, Battalion Commander Viscount Montmart holds a paper in his hand and announces that a clash between a man believed to be a mage of Endymion and a cultist has resulted in the mage's victory. Judging from the residual magical force, the mage's level is determined to be above the 5th circle. In anger, he punches the table. He calls the intelligence officer. The officer promptly responds, addressing him as commander. Viscount demands to know how it is possible that such a powerful mage came so close to their territory without being detected. Lowering his head, the officer apologizes and explains that there had been no reports of unusual movements among the high-ranking mages of Endymion. Another officer suggests that it is possible the mage is a new figure, mentioning that rumors claim the Flame Tower has recently accepted its youngest member. Viscount smiles coldly and remarks that if that is the case, the mage must have just graduated from the academy. He then asks what further information is available. He says there is no need to worry as long as they do not come close to their borders. Viscount Montmart becomes furious and shouts that the fool fails to understand that a fresh graduate is already estimated to be above the 5th circle, meaning he could become a major force for Endymion in the future. He clenches the paper tightly in his fist, covers his face with his hand and curses, saying that although he truly does not want to, he has no choice but to call that maniac. After a while, Russell sits on the sand, drinking water, and reflects that he cannot stop thinking about whether the cultist truly killed his father. He reminds himself that he must focus on the mission for now. He needs to find the scouts, especially since he is already being followed. He notices the glint of binocular glass in the distance and deduces that they must be scouts sent by the Empire. Judging by the fact that they have not attacked yet, he guesses their current objective is simple surveillance. Just then, he notices Spandam's shadow in the distance and calls out to someone. Spandam, using his aura, hurls a crystal toward him. Russell tries to block it, but the crystal slashes across his mouth. He attempts to run quickly but falls to the ground. Struggling up, he gasps out one word, aura. The system window notifies that the mission is a formidable one, unlike any he has faced before. He has encountered an enemy of a level beyond anything he has previously experienced. The objective is to escape the enemy's clutches unharmed. The clear reward is listed as 5 intermediate-grade mana stones, with the condition being a successful escape. Russell thinks in disbelief that it cannot be Spandam and watches as Spandam approaches him. Spandam places his sword casually on his shoulder, smiles, and remarks that he definitely aimed for Russell's neck, confirming that the report about a master above the 5th circle was true. Russell, growing furious, recalls the name, the Empire's superhuman, the disciple of the great master swordsman Macri. Yet, in the end, the best way to describe Spandam is far simpler. Spandam smirks and says it will be fun to slash him apart. Russell glares and calls him what he truly is, Spandam, the homicidal maniac. Spandam, grinning, says that he even knows his name, which is a relief. He then charges his sword with mana. Russell covers his own body with mana and stares at him intently. He declares that now he is prepared to endure the time of utter pain that awaits. Russell thinks of Spandam, the homicidal maniac, recalling that blood-shaded aura. He remembers it vividly. The scene shifts to a flashback as Russell reflects on how Spandam had mercilessly massacred a mercenary corps for merely bumping into his shoulder, nearly killing him in the process. Spandam had placed his sword on Russell's neck, intending to attack, but Alan had quickly intervened, blocking his path with ice magic. He stared at him while Spandam smirked, attempting to strike once more. However, Alan froze him in an ice block with his power. Russell recalls that, at that moment, he had crossed the threshold into becoming a warlock, and even Alan Page had barely been able to subdue him. In short, Spandam was a formidable foe. The scene shifts back to the present as Spandam declares that it is time to get serious, swinging his sword with the Volair Sang and Flying Blood skills. Russell activates Shield X5 in front of him to block the attack, but Spandam's strike shatters the shield. Russell is shocked to witness this and quickly leaps aside, thinking to himself that even after piercing through 5 layers of protection, the force is still overwhelming. He wonders how on earth Alan Page had managed to fight such a person. Spandam remarks that while layering the shields showed great judgment, Russell's mana density was far too low. He swings his sword again, using the blood-flying skill to launch another attack. Russell smiles and retorts, commenting on the density. He then summons his flame spear to counter Spandam's attack. Spandam, startled, asks what this is, to which Russell responds that he has been hiding something quite useful. Russell spins his spear in his hand and asks what Spandam thinks of this while throwing it toward him. Spandam observes that the spear remains intact, even after being thrown and counters with Volair Sang's Flying Blood Wave skill. He comments that, as expected, this is the great aspect of a fight between mages. Russell quickly appears behind him, clenching his spear and attempting to strike. Spandam, startled, exclaims that the idiot rat-looking idiot knows how to use blink as well. He turns his head and notices the blood drops in the air as he realizes he has cut his leg with a swing. He laughs evilly, stating that he has not had this much fun in a while. Russell quickly falls to the ground due to his injuries. Spandam remarks that he had better stop the bleeding, as he will wait for him. Russell creates a fireball in his hand, thinking that while Spandam is strengthening his physical abilities by wrapping his body in the aura, his own wizard body pales in comparison. Spandam asks if he plans to cauterize his flesh to stop the bleeding and urges him to come on. He inquires whether all the people from the Flame Tower are so strong-willed to begin with, or if that is the only way they can get in. Russell, startled by this, asks what Spandam means by that. Spandam laughs and says that the ones he met a few days ago wouldn't give up until the very end, either. Russell, shocked, then asks if the missing scouts were his doing. Russell clenches his fist in anger and recalls the system window notification, which indicates that he has encountered an enemy of a level he has never faced before. The message stated that if he escaped the clutches of the enemy unharmed, he would receive a clear reward, 5 intermediate-grade mana stones. The condition for this reward was escape. He thinks about locating the scouts, as he had planned to escape after a brief confrontation, but this is not the time to think about the future. He charges his body with mana. Spandam asks if he had been hiding his true powers during their fight, suggesting they would see if he can remain carefree while his body is racked with pain from being torn to shreds, all while charging up his sword. Russell notices his cloud ring shining and thinks that it has not been recharged yet. In the end, there is only one way out. Spandam swings his sword upward, using Volair Sang's Rottle Torrent skill to strike him. Russell sees the attack coming and activates Draconification, moving toward him while enveloped in flames. He pierces through the attack. Spandam, shocked, wonders if he has actually pierced through his strike. Russell leaps toward him, thinking there are only 14 seconds left. He charges at him, clenching his spear and using his Russell Origin Blaze Lance skill. Spandam grits his teeth and mutters that this might be quite dangerous as he sees Russell preparing to attack him. After striking, Russell lands on the ground and looks at his spear. Suddenly, Spandam appears behind him and comments that he does not know what trick he has used, but he is certain that he has temporarily boosted his power. He then swings his sword to attack, but Russell blocks it while thinking that there are only 9 seconds remaining. He counters by swinging his spear, releasing strong flames. Spandam quickly retreats and remarks that if even that is not enough, it is a useless power. He suggests that it is time to end this and leap forward, using Volair Sang's Cyclone Typhoon skill to attack, enveloping his body in dark red mana. Russell blocks the attack with his spear, but his sword pierces through it, causing an explosion. As the dust settles, Russell kneels down, exhausted, while Spandam stands near him and asks if he is finally finished. Russell, still determined, replies that there is still 1 second left. He places both hands on the ground and begins casting magic, activating his 6th circle magic skill. The entire ground beneath them starts to break apart, with fire flames erupting from the cracks. Spandam, shocked by this, watches as the ground melts and turns into molten lava, the result of Russell's meltdown skill. The scene shifts to a flashback as Russell sits reading a book, thinking about meltdown. He understands the principle behind it, but realizes that since it requires 6th circle magic, he is unable to use this advanced spell. Starting from small embers, the magic spreads to cover the entire area with magma. Back in the present, Pepper helps Russell, holding his mouth, and Russell thanks him. After a while, Russell walks through the desert, hearing Spandam's moans in the distance. He turns his head slightly and sees Spandam badly injured. Russell moves toward him, activating his flame power, and asks if Spandam has any last words. Spandam responds that it is funny. He comments that they sent him to war in the name of protecting the country, but never told him how to escape it. He has had to kill over and over again, and the path of a guardian is indeed a bloody one. He welcomes him to it. Russell is shocked by these words, but he smiles and then falls unconscious. The system window notifies Russell that he has completed the mission, exceeding the requirements. As a result, he will receive 8 intermediate-grade mana stones. After a while, a man sits in front of Jackson, surrounded by a soundproof shield, and reports that word is spreading about Spandam, a knight of the Empire, acting in secret in the desert. The disappearance of the scouts might also be connected to him. Jackson takes out a card from his pocket and thinks, damn it, if this is true, the divinity of the Flame Tower is in danger as well. He wonders, no matter how skilled he is against Spandam, he is weak. Just then, Russell enters the restaurant and places Spandam's sword on the table in front of Jackson. Jackson, shocked, asks if that is not Spandam's sword. Russell responds that whether it's the Red Drake or Briggs, he would like a glass of water, please. Jackson, still stunned, agrees, saying that Russell can have whatever he wants. After a while, Jackson stands in front of a crystal ball, reading a message displayed on it. He holds the ball in his hand and thinks about the contents. Sutter report, Flame Tower Scouts, a warrior on a mission. Russell Raymond killed the pagans and Spandam. The narrator explains that the word quickly spread throughout Camelot, the capital of Endymion. Russell Raymond, the last heir to the fallen house of Raymond, was rumored to have defeated the Abomination, the magical beast of the pagans, and even beaten Spandam, a knight of the Empire. Despite being a newcomer in the Flame Tower, this rumor circulated widely. However, it was hard to believe, and it was met with mixed feelings. After a while, Russell emerges from the portal and is surprised to see Daria, Ulson, and Hubert standing in front of him. Daria places a hand on his head and expresses gratitude, saying that she is glad he made it back alive. Later, Hemingway, holding his head while reading a letter, mutters that this is going to be a tough bet. Alan Page stands nearby and comments that this junior is far more impressive than he had initially thought. Meanwhile, on the other side, McCry Hughes, the sword master of the Empire, cleans his sword with a napkin and asks if Spandam is dead, wondering if that is all he has been told. A soldier stands before him, bows, and confirms that it is. McCry then declares an eye for an eye, a disciple for a disciple, and strikes his sword with full force against the floor. He swears that Daria Snow White will pay for this at all costs. The narrator reflects that some felt relief, others became competitive, and some were filled with hate and rage. Despite the different emotions, everyone shared one thing in common: a strong impression of Russell Raymond. After a while, on the carriage, Daria sits beside Russell and asks if what he is saying is true, that the pagans were involved in his father's death. He confirms that it is correct. She notes that many records were lost during the war, making it difficult to determine the true situation, and she adds that identifying the culprit will not be easy. Russell acknowledges that he is well aware of this. Daria takes his hands in both of hers and reassures him that one thing is certain: if they continue to pursue the pagans, they will eventually uncover the truth. She asks if he does not think so as well. She promises that she, along with the Flame Tower, will always be there to help him. Russell thanks her. Just then, the carriage driver announces their arrival. Daria steps out of the carriage and expresses her hope that Russell can set aside his doubts and anxieties for the day and focus on expanding the horizons of his knowledge. She walks toward the palace as she speaks. The narrator explains that the Magic Tower Council, a magical society consisting of the masters of more than 20 magic towers within Endymion, is where Russell has arrived. 2 months ago, thanks to his feat of defeating Spandam, he was able to attend this gathering as an aide to a master despite being a rookie within the tower. Later, inside the palace, a man points at Russell and comments that this is the divinity. The old man standing beside him says it is an honor. Russell laughs and thanks them. Just then, Niccolo Machiavelli arrives and greets Daria, saying that it has been a while, Senior. Daria turns to him and responds that it indeed has been a long time, Yellow Tower Master. She then introduces Russell, pointing to Niccolo, and says that this is Niccolo Machiavelli, the organizer of today's Magic Tower Council. Russell bows and offers his greetings. Niccolo laughs and tells him that there is no need to be so formal, noting that Russell had taken down the disciple of that damned idiot while placing a hand on his shoulder. Russell, confused, thinks to himself about the mention of the damned idiot. Daria explains that McCry Hughes, the Empire's sword master, is the man whose disciple, Spandam, Russell had taken down. Niccolo, holding his face, responds that it is refreshing to hear that. Russell, startled, notices the cut on Niccolo's eye. At that moment, Hemingway enters and urges them to stop bringing up old wounds, reminding Niccolo that he needs to get ready for his presentation. He asks if he has not mentioned having an important agenda for the day. He then greets both the Flame Tower Master and the Yellow Tower Master, asking how they are doing. Daria notices him and thinks he is the Spear Tower Master. She comments that he seems jealous of her disciple being praised. He asks if she really thinks he is as petty as she is and laughs, staring at her. Niccolo laughs as well, saying he will go and prepare, and moves to leave. Hemingway, seizing the opportunity, asks if Daria has forgotten about their bet on the relic from the era of the gods. She responds that she has, of course, not forgotten. Hemingway continues, saying that his dear Alan is already ready, and Alan grabs him by the shoulder, urging him to head to their seats while starting to drag him away. Hemingway complains, calling Alan a brat and a little idiot, telling him to let go of him. Russell laughs at the scene. After a while, Niccolo stands on the platform and announces that the session of the Magic Tower Council will now begin. He states that the main agenda for this meeting concerns the ruins being excavated at Mount Calvane. He explains that the ruins appear to date from the end of the mythological era, and so far, no evidence of them having been looted has been found. In other words, there is a good chance that a relic is still intact. Russell comments that it could be a relic from the mythological era, while Daria adds that they might unearth an artifact that will shake the very foundations of time itself. Niccolo explains that they need their help to secure the site. addressing Sir Alan Page of the Spear Tower and Sir Russell Raymond of the Flame Tower and asking both of them for this favor. A woman responds, agreeing that it is a good idea, while a man adds that Russell has already proven his skills. Daria thinks to herself that this is no surprise, considering whose disciple Russell is. Just then, Blaine Trilogy, the Red Tower Master, objects while he and Geron, a Red Tower mage, enter the room. Niccolo is surprised to see him and, thinking of the Red Tower Master, asks if Blaine minds explaining the reason for his objection. Blaine glares at Russell and responds that it is because of Alex Raymond's defeat. One person in the room questions how a son can be blamed for his father's defeat, while another person agrees, stating that the war with the Empire occurred a long time ago. Blaine counters that the defeat still cost the kingdom its finest and most elite soldiers, many of whom lost their lives after leaving the fight without permission. Daria argues that this is pure speculation, pointing out that there are no records from that time. Blaine insists that he is not wrong, as he was there. Everyone is shocked to hear this, and Blaine adds that he saw Alex Raymond run away with his own 2 eyes. Russell is stunned, his mind racing with the thought that his father had fled. He thinks that it is no secret that his father died during the war, but wonders why that man is spouting such nonsense. Blaine asserts that the Raymond family owes a debt to the kingdom that must be repaid, questioning how the kingdom's youth would feel if such an important mission were entrusted to the Raymond family. He further states that if Russell is in charge of the guard, the Red Tower will not provide any support for the expedition. The crowd begins to gossip. Niccolo observes this and thinks that Blaine has swayed the crowd with just a few words, as expected of the Red Tower. However, upon reflecting on Blaine's background, Niccolo realizes this behavior is likely obvious to him. He recalls that Blaine is trusted by the king's uncle, Archduke Bismarck, the most powerful man in the land. He understands that opposing Blaine would mean animosity toward the Archduke's faction. He realizes that the only people in the room who do not walk on eggshells around Blaine are probably just Daria and himself. Hemingway, clearly frustrated, exclaims that this is unreasonable. Daria calmly tells Russell not to get involved, assuring him that she will handle the situation. She then turns to Blaine and expresses that she would like to ask him something. Russell, filled with anger, asks Blaine if he can take responsibility for what he has just said. Blaine responds, asking what he means by responsibility. Russell clarifies that he is referring to the responsibility for insulting the House of Raymond. Daria intervenes, placing a hand on his shoulder, and tells him that now is not the time. Russell protests, but Blaine scoffs, saying that the honor of such a fallen, lowly family means nothing. He tells Russell Raymond to be grateful that Daria is his master. At that moment, Princess Hecate Rathmos enters and remarks that had she been there, she would have torn out Blaine's tongue and used him as an example for all other arrogant and imprudent mages. She adds that Red Tower Master Blaine seems to grow more regal with each passing day, so much so that one could mistake him for His Majesty, the King himself. Everyone in the room is shocked as they hear and see her, quickly bowing and greeting, calling her Her Highness. Blaine also bows and greets her, wondering why the princess is present. Hecate laughs lightly, explaining that she had been listening in from outside. She then agrees with Blaine, acknowledging that he seems to have a point. Her gaze shifts to Russell, and she states that if one owes a debt, one must repay it. Daria speaks up, saying, however, Her Highness. Hecate responds that even so, he must be given the chance to repay the debt. For this excavation, she orders the Spear Tower and the Flame Tower to act as guards alongside the Red Tower. Blaine objects, saying that this is not a matter to be taken so lightly. In response, Hecate calls out to the Yellow Tower Master, Niccolo. He answers promptly, saying yes, Her Highness. She then asks who the greatest sponsor of this excavation is. Niccolo replies that it is Her Highness. Hecate smiles and says that, in that case, they shall proceed according to her decision, and she turns to leave. Niccolo laughs lightly and says that the next item on the agenda is the schedule for the excavation. Russell stands there with a confused expression, lost in thought about Hecate Rathmos. Later, Blaine sits inside a carriage, brooding. He thinks that this is his chance to crush the Raymond family completely, and he cannot believe that the princess has interfered. Meanwhile, Geron, startled, quickly climbs onto the carriage roof as Daria steps in front of the carriage to block their path. Blaine sees her and says that she still has not learned any manners. Daria replies calmly that he did not think it was only him if he did. Geron points his sword at her, and she calmly asks if he truly thinks that is enough. Blaine orders him to put his weapon away. Jaron bows his head and steps back. Blaine walks toward her and says that considering their relationship, it does not seem like she has come to offer an apology. He asks what she wishes to say. She brings up Alex Raymond and asks if he also witnessed his death. Blaine admits that he did not see it directly. She replies that it is a shame, explaining that she is trying to get to the bottom of the matter and thought she might as well ask him. Blaine smirks and says he cannot believe she would go to such lengths, asking if she had been personally acquainted with the late Raymond. She frowns and states firmly that it is a matter concerning her youngest disciple, and a disciple's matters are a master's matters. She is simply trying to help her disciple and settle the score, whoever the opponent may be. Tapping her staff against the ground, she vanishes from sight using her magic. Blaine turns to Jaron and instructs him to turn the carriage around and head to the Archduke's mansion, saying there is something he needs to confirm. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a skeleton head rests on a table, a star-shaped mark carved onto its forehead. Its eyes begin to glow ominously. After a while, Dariah says he is leaving tomorrow and asks how he will be able to perform well on the mission when he is so distracted. She stands on a floating shield in the air and remarks that she guesses what that old man said is still troubling him. Russell kneels on the ground, holding his spear, and says no, master. Dariah thinks that those who once praised him as a divinity are now slandering his late father as a coward and wonders if there is any way he would not be shaken by it. She lands on the ground, walks toward him, and says that the truth will eventually come to the surface. She wishes he would focus only on walking his own path. Russell thinks about walking his path and says, "Master, please guide him once again." Dariah smiles faintly and thinks that although it will not be an easy path, it is a path that must be walked, for children must eventually step out of the shadows of their parents, no matter how enormous that shadow may be. Meanwhile, Hecate Rathmos walks through a crowd, wearing a cap and a simple shirt to conceal herself. She turns back briefly, glancing toward the palace. The scene shifts to 3 days later at Mount Calvane, where Russell steps out from a warp gate, looks around, and says that this is Mount Calvane, and that it is extremely cold. He quickly channels his flame mana around his body to raise the surrounding temperature. A man holding a box notices the sudden warmth in the air. After a moment, he spots Russell and asks if he is Sir Russell Raymond of the Flame Tower. Russell replies that he is. He points to the side and says that they have been waiting for him, requesting that he follow. After a while, Russell walks behind him, observing the surroundings. He notices different flags hanging and thinks that the Royal Path Yellow Tower, the Everall Yellow Tower, and the Achao's Yellow Tower are all represented here, meaning that the experts of Earth-type magic have gathered at this place. He asks if the scale is not impressive and mentions that even the structures have been built entirely from magic crystals. Russell stands in front of an ice wall, seeing his reflection along with the man's, and remarks that they are like mirrors. He nods and says that is why these ruins are called the Temple of Mirrors. After a while, Spiegelman shakes hands with Russell and says welcome, introducing himself as Spiegelman of the Yellow Tower, in charge of the expedition. Russell places a hand on his chest and replies with greetings, introducing himself as Russell Raymond of the Flame Tower. He thinks that Spiegelman is a skilled man who has risen from the status of a commoner to become an elder of the Royal Path Yellow Tower. He is also the archaeologist and adventurer who has unearthed more ruins than anyone else in the kingdom. He considers that perhaps he can ask Spiegelman some questions that have been on his mind. Just then, Alan arrives and says that he is here, Sir Russell. Russell turns his head, sees him, and says that he has already arrived. They shake hands, and Alan says it is nice to meet him. Russell says that Alan is a diligent genius and that it almost feels like cheating. Alan laughs and says that he simply wants to protect the relic from the era of gods. He adds that now if only the Guardian of the Red Tower arrives, they can discuss their shifts and missions together. Spiegelman watches them while holding his chin and thinks that it is certainly reassuring to have the divinities of the kingdom guarding the excavation site. But he wonders what kind of trouble could be lurking in these ancient ruins to warrant sending so many elite personnel here. He thinks that the level of security seems a bit excessive. Suddenly, they hear the noise of an explosion and turn their attention in that direction. Russell asks what is happening. Spiegelman sees a monster roaring, becomes shocked, and exclaims that it is a crystal golem. Alan immediately instructs everyone to run to a safe place. The crystal golem throws crystal needles toward them in an attack. The soldiers attempt to block the needles with their shields, but the sharp crystals break through and pierce the defenders. Spiegelman thinks that the shields have not stood a chance and quickly places both hands on the ground. using his magic to shatter the floor and raise an earth wall to block the incoming crystals. He calls out to everyone to raise the earth's walls and block the attack. Meanwhile, Hecate carries an injured soldier on her shoulder and urges him to hang on a little longer. Suddenly, the golem appears behind her and launches another sharp crystal needle. She notices it coming and prepares to cast her magic, but Russell swiftly moves between her and the attack. Using his Origin Blaze Lance skill, he strikes his spear against the ground and spreads powerful flames to destroy the incoming needles. He then turns to her and asks if she is all right. As he catches a glimpse of her purple hair, he becomes startled and asks if she is the princess. Hecate herself is equally shocked to hear this. The golem moves to attack them while Alan uses his original glacier bow and shoots an arrow at it, but it does not affect the golem. The golem then charges, covering itself in dark mana. Alan believes he attempted to destroy its entire torso, but it proved to be quite difficult. The golem tries to strike them, but Geron uses his original bloody flame sword skill and shatters the crystal golem in a single strike. He states that he doesn't think he is too late. Russell and Hecate are shocked by his attack. He announces that he is Geron of the Red Tower. The scene shifts to 3 days earlier, where Blaine stands near a skeleton head and remarks that Alex Raymond and Daria have begun investigating his death, asking if it has any significance. The skeleton head responds that it has no idea, only that it cannot think of any reason other than that Blaine ordered his own death. It asks if Blaine is afraid of being caught. In frustration, Blaine slams his fist on the table and says that it is not fear but disappointment. He expresses that if he had properly dealt with Russell Raymond during the tower's screening, Daria would never have had any reason to suspect anything. He adds that this situation occurred because he received incorrect intelligence, believing Russell Raymond was just a child. Blaine asks if he is being blamed at that moment. Just then, Bismarck Rathmos arrives and questions whether he has been summoned merely to witness the two of them fighting. He sits on a chair while Blaine bows before him and offers his greetings to the Archduke. He remarks that he understands that his little niece has interfered and how swiftly time passes. Blaine confirms this, explaining that they had originally planned to keep the number of guards to a minimum. He instructs him to get to the point and asks how he intends to take the ruins. Blaine responds that Geron, his disciple present there, will join the guards. Once Geron creates a breach in the protective barrier established by the Yellow Tower, the henchmen of the ill-mannered pagan will ambush the expedition team. Bismarck holds his chin and states that, as they all understand, in order for their plan to succeed, the masters protecting the current king must be subdued. To cut off the support of those masters, the article from the ruins must be secured. He then asks if, in that case, they should not arrange for a little extra insurance, while holding a box covered in a dark aura. The scene shifts back to the present, where Russell is dragged behind Hecate and pleads for her to wait and let go of him, addressing her as a princess. She places a finger on her lips and says that he must remain quiet. Her presence there is top secret and must remain so in the future. He simply needs to ignore her and continue on his own path, even though it may be difficult to understand. While she ties her hair, he remarks that she must be very fond of these ruins. If it were him, he would be deeply disappointed not to see them firsthand as well, and assures her that she has nothing to worry about. She comments that His Majesty the King and his ministers are going crazy trying to restrain her, but he does not seem particularly concerned about her actions. He recalls a memory and says that even if only for a moment, he saw her aura, addressing her respectfully as a princess. He tells her that she possesses such monstrous power that even most knights cannot withstand her, and therefore, he believes there is no need to worry. She is stunned upon hearing this, thinks briefly about the term monstrous power, and playfully flicks her finger against his forehead. She then moves to leave and says that, in any case, she will be going now. She encourages him to do his best in his respective position. She smiles slightly and thinks to herself that he has a decent character, but he is still very much a child. He reflects that he should have asked her for a dragon heart in exchange for turning a blind eye and calls himself an idiot. Meanwhile, Spiegelman uses his power to form a shield and urges everyone to keep pushing together. Russell arrives and apologizes to Alan for being late. He is shocked to see Spiegelman and the other mages struggling to maintain the shield. He exclaims that magic spells are not working at all and wonders what on earth is happening. Alan explains that it is spatial disruption, one of the most powerful types of protective barriers. The mages and Spiegelman lose concentration due to the spatial disruption. In frustration, Spiegelman punches the floor and curses, lamenting that just when they have finally found the gate to the ruins, spatial disruption appears at the worst possible time. Meanwhile, Geron stands by a wall, observing the situation, and thinks that he should send a report to the Archduke. After a short while, Spiegelman, surprised, asks if there is a way to breach the barrier. Alan explains that with a relic from the era of gods, currently in the possession of the Spear Tower, they are able to penetrate the barrier and pass through. Spiegelman responds that he doubts such a precious item will be given up so easily. He adds that for this reason, he plans to go personally. Spiegelman extends his hand and says that if he can resolve this issue this time, he promises to repay him for the favor as a representative of the Yellow Tower. He agrees, stating that he will try to return as soon as possible. Though it is against his will, he acknowledges that he is indebted to both of them. Russell responds by saying that there is no need to feel indebted, assuring him that everything will be fine. Geron thinks that with Alan Page gone, only one war mage remains present. Russell addresses Geron, expressing his desire to discuss duty rotations for the Night Watch. He smiles and says that he will go first, as he is tired, and moves to leave, adding that he will get going. Russell is shocked and thinks to himself that Geron has such a creepy smile. After a while, two soldiers sit near the fire to keep warm. Just then, some mages appear on the other side of the protective barrier. One soldier asks who they are and tells them to stop, declaring that the area is under the Yellow Tower's jurisdiction. At that moment, Geron throws needles towards them, piercing them and causing them to burn. He then uses magic to create a passage through the barrier and informs them that there has been a change of plans. A spatial disruption has appeared in the area where the ruins are being guarded. The beasts enter the area. He instructs them to bring the artifact capable of breaking it down, mentioning that Alan Page is headed for the Spear Tower. The masked mage raises his hand, looking up, and comments on the smell of burnt corpses, remarking how disgustingly lovely it is. Geron suggests that in order to blackmail him, they simply need to take Spiegelman as a hostage. He then asks about the individual referred to as the divinity of the Flame Tower. Geron responds that they should kill him, as he will not tolerate mistakes like the last time. The Black Iron Warrior, along with the mages, comments on the excessive nagging coming from an onlooker. The masked mage places a hand on his weapon and asserts that he is on the same side, and thus cannot allow such actions. He adds that the person in question is Sir Blaine's cherished illegitimate child, and he cannot be harmed. In anger, Geron draws his sword to attack, but the masked mage creates a portal through which Geron's sword passes. Another portal opens near Geron, and the sword emerges, aiming at him. Geron is shocked and asks what he just said. He responds that Geron cannot even joke around in this situation and advises him to open up his heart a little. Meanwhile, other mages begin to create a dark magic star on the ground, and monsters start emerging from it. He comments that, like these creatures, there is no way it will succeed. However, he adds that if things go wrong, he should not forget about the object the Archduke gave him. The scene shifts to a flashback where Blaine instructs him to remember that after the mission ends, he will live as a ghost until the day the Archduke ascends the throne, for not a single survivor must return from the expedition. Geron asks if it is acceptable to use the object the Archduke gave him if things worsen. Blaine places a hand on his shoulder and asks if he does not desire acknowledgement from him, stating that he simply intends to believe that Geron will not fail, no matter the cost. The scene shifts back to the present, where Geron stands near a fire explosion and solemnly says that, as he wishes, he shall become a ghost, one that spreads fear and despair. Meanwhile, Spiegelman remarks that he wonders what is going on with him and asks if he wants to know about the multi-horned dragon. He inquires what has brought this up all of a sudden. Russell recalls a memory and explains that he saw a mural in the mission area, which caught his eye because it was eccentric. Spiegelman admits that, honestly, he cannot even provide a straight answer. Russell asks if that is truly the case. Spiegelman responds that there is one creature worth considering as an analogy, the Divine Dragon King. Russell thinks to himself that such a creature actually exists. Spiegelman holds his chin and says that, since there are not enough historical records, little is known about these creatures, but it is said that one raised a person capable of standing against any great evil. At that moment, Pepper appears on Russell's head, and Russell notices him. Spiegelman, happy to see him, asks if he knows how to summon spirits as well. Pepper jumps off Russell's head and runs toward the outside. Russell is shocked to see him leave. Just then, a monstrous roar echoes from outside, and they are stunned upon seeing the source. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurs. On the other side, a soldier reports that they are under attack. Suddenly, the Black Iron Warrior steps in front of them, placing his hammer on his shoulder. A soldier shouts that it is an enemy and instructs everyone to join forces and take him down. They begin using their magic, sending earth needles toward him to strike. However, the Black Iron Warrior shatters them effortlessly and remarks on how pathetic it is. The soldiers are shocked to see him unharmed, and one soldier exclaims that he is fine even after taking all that damage. The Black Iron Warrior charges his hammer with a dark aura and strikes the floor, causing it to shatter. The soldiers, frightened, retreat. Meanwhile, the masked mage stands with his hands behind his head, relaxed, and watches as the soldiers run. The soldiers stop upon seeing him and aim earth arrows at him. The masked mage creates a portal through which the earth arrows pass and opens another portal behind them, causing the earth arrows to come from there. The soldiers, shocked, see the arrows coming toward them and ask what is happening. Both are struck and killed by the arrows. The masked mage walks away from the scene, casually asking where the old man, Spiegelman, is. Meanwhile, Russell creates a protective barrier and asks if Spiegelman is all right. Spiegelman raises an earth wall and demands to know which lunatics dared to ambush the Endymion excavation site. Russell, shocked, sees a disembodied arm and realizes that it is the work of the undead. He remarks that there is only one group that uses the dead as weapons. Spiegelman expresses disbelief and asks if the pagans are involved. Russell apologizes to the elder and explains that he must go protect someone important, asking to meet him in front of the ruins. Spiegelman is shocked and asks if there is someone more important than him. Meanwhile, Hecate stands, holding an axe, facing a monster. She swings the axe to strike and wonders where the monsters suddenly came from. She raises her hand, sees one of her soldiers injured, and reassures them that it is all safe and to come this way. As they walk toward her, they are stunned to see the Black Iron Warrior approaching. She thinks she will take him down with a single blow and leaps toward him, striking with her axe near his neck. She slides across the floor, turns back, and sees that he is unharmed, thinking to herself that he is fine even after taking that hit. The Black Iron Warrior acknowledges her presence and says, "Look who it is." She becomes angry and thinks that if only she had a proper sword. Noticing her fellow soldiers, she realizes that she cannot allow them to lose morale. She is Hecate Rathmos, the princess of the Endymion kingdom, and she must protect her people. She charges her body with the purple aura. He comments that, regardless of the situation, this is going to be fun. At that moment, Russell arrives and states that, in that case, they should make it even more fun. He moves toward the Black Iron Warrior, holding a flame spear, and attacks him, throwing the warrior back. He then turns to Hecate and asks if she is all right, addressing her as a member of the supply crew. Hecate thinks that is a strange way to refer to someone. The Black Iron Warrior rises and declares that the wielder of the Spear of Flame must be the divinity of the Flame Tower. Russell says that he will take care of this and tells her to lead the others to the entrance of the ruins, mentioning that he has already promised the elder to meet him there. Meanwhile, Spiegelman moves toward the entrance where the injured soldiers are gathered and encourages everyone to hang in there a bit longer. On the other side, Hecate asks if he will be all right by himself. Russell reminds her that she would give him a chance to repay his debt. She smiles slightly, runs toward the entrance with her fellow soldiers, and says that she will leave this to him. The Black Iron Warrior holds his head and says it would have been more fun if they had attacked him together. Russell laughs and replies that they are, in fact, going to fight together. The Black Iron Warrior, confused, asks what he means. At that moment, Pepper appears and throws a burst of fire at him. Russell activates Overheat and Blaze Lance skills, beginning to charge his flame spear while thinking that if he adds the formula for explosions here, it will work. He enhances his weapon with the Blaze Lance explosion skill. The Black Iron Warrior dismisses his efforts, saying that such petty tricks will not work on him, and charges forward, clenching his hammer. Russell asks if he considers this a petty trick, too, and then throws his spear at him. The spear stabs him and detonates in a massive explosion. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers runs when Geron suddenly appears in front of them, startling them. One of the soldiers asks Sir Geron where he has been, mentioning that the enemies are attacking. Without hesitation, Geron swings his sword and slashes it down in a single strike. He then looks down from the top of a mountain, spotting a group of people, and thinks about Spiegelman, wondering if they are forming defensive positions around the ruins. Meanwhile, Hecate reaches Spiegelman with a group of soldiers and slightly turns her head, sensing something unusual. Jaron, seeing her, is shocked and thinks to himself that it is Princess Hecate. Just then, he notices an explosion in the distance. Meanwhile, as the dust clears, the Black Iron Warrior is injured, with pieces of iron beginning to fall from him, and he thinks that the black iron, forged by a curse, has just broken into pieces. Russell addresses the Black Iron Warrior, saying that finally, his great face is visible. But it is not such a great look after all. The Black Iron Warrior calls him an arrogant fool, and tells him not to flatter himself. He then leaps toward Russell, spreading his aura. Russell, shocked, thinks about the sudden appearance of the aura. He realizes that he is using the knight's heart that had been transplanted into him with great difficulty. He charges his hammer with the aura from the knight's heart, and declares that he will rip him to shreds. He strikes his hammer against the ground, but Russell quickly moves aside and thinks that while he is fast, the Black Iron Warrior is even faster. Russell slides back across the floor, then leaps forward, using the Blaze Lance Cutter's skill to deliver a deep cut across the warrior's belly. The Black Iron Warrior coughs and kneels down while Russell stands before him, clenching his spear, ready to attack again. He says that it is time to end this. Suddenly, a torrent of water surges in and throws Russell away. He gets up, drenched, and wonders what just happened. Seeing himself soaked, he questions whether he is responsible. At that moment, the masked mage appears through a portal and remarks that this intense pressure is rather useful if nothing else. The Black Iron Warrior stands and tells him to shut up. Russell, startled, resolves not to miss his next chance. He uses the Cyclone skill, creating a fiery vortex, and hurls his flame spear toward them, thinking that this time they will not be able to evade. The masked mage, however, grins and creates a portal that opens at the entrance of the ruins, where Spiegelman, Hecate, and the soldiers are gathered. Russell, shocked, sees this happening. On the other side, the soldiers also notice a fire cyclone emerging from the portal. A soldier, alarmed, asks what that is. Hecate stares wide-eyed as Russell's flame spear comes hurtling toward them, shocking Spiegelman as well. Russell, horrified, shouts no, but the spear strikes the ground, triggering a massive explosion. As the dust settles, Russell sees everything around him destroyed and says no. He calls for the princess and the elder. Spiegelman raises his hand and says he is here. Seeing him injured, Russell approaches and asks if he is okay while noticing several dead bodies scattered around. He kneels down and says he is sorry. Just then, Jaron appears, carrying Hecate in his arms. Shocked, Russell calls for the princess. Spiegelman immediately thinks of Princess Hecate. Russell moves closer to her and says he is thankful she is safe. He then expresses his gratitude to Sir Jaron for rescuing the princess. Jaron smiles and suddenly stabs Russell in the belly with a sword. Russell, shocked, coughs up blood. Spiegelman, equally stunned, cries out for Sir Russell. Pepper emerges and charges at Jaron, but the masked mage creates a portal in front of him, sending him away. He remarks that Pepper has been bothering him since earlier, calling him a damned insect. Russell, using telepathy, tells Pepper that his body no longer has any strength. Jaron turns to him and says he is sure he had instructed him to take Spiegelman hostage. The masked mage responds that Spiegelman could serve as the hostage as well. Spiegelman attempts to attack and demands to know how Jaron dares to betray them. The Black Iron Warrior strikes Spiegelman with his hammer and orders him to shut up, calling him an old man. The masked mage then notices Hecate and casually asks who that woman is. Jaron says that if they had Princess Hecate, they would even be able to control the Endymion kingdom, and because of his foolish actions, everything would have almost been ruined. He adds that it is all good as long as she is not dead. Russell stands up and declares that he cannot allow that to happen, and that they are not going to have their way. The Black Iron Warrior moves toward him, stating that he will finish him off. Russell uses the Cloud Ring's mist skill as the warrior is about to attack, saying that this is revenge for an earlier kid. The masked mage notices the mist, and he launches an attack, shouting for him to die. However, Russell activates Dragonification and leaps high into the air, vanishing from sight. The masked mage thinks in disbelief that the mist was meant to block their vision. They are startled when an explosion is heard. The masked mage begins creating portals and realizes there is a reason those before them have been defeated. He can sense it without needing to see it. A rapid surge in mana that defies common sense. He creates numerous portals around himself and wonders what on earth is happening. Suddenly, Russell stabs him with a flame spear while he laughs and declares that he is basically a monster. Russell slashes him again. On the other side, Jaron places Hecate on the ground and thinks that if he leaves the survivors, the mission will ultimately fail. He uses double casting of the bloody flame sword skill, leaps to attack Russell while gripping both swords and challenges him to come at him. Russell turns toward him and realizes that draconification is about to end. He moves forward to attack, clenching his spear tightly, and decides to bet everything on this final strike. An explosion occurs as their attacks collide. Russell kneels down, coughing, and sees Jaron with a large hole in his chest, also kneeling before falling backward. Russell slightly turns his head and notices the masked mage. The masked mage curses under his breath and remarks that, in the end, Jaron merely fainted. He mutters that Jaron must have thought he was the only one with two hearts, calling him a simpleton, and adds that Russell is the same, he knows it. A dark cloud forms above Russell's head as the masked mage points toward Jaron and declares him a possessor of powers rivaling a dragon, a chimera's heart. Russell is shocked to see Jaron begin to transform into a monster. Russell thinks that with a chimera's heart, the scale of his mana is so vast it is almost immeasurable. Jaron moves his hand forward, clenches his fist, and spreads a red aura. The masked mage sees the same aura and feels it tightening around his neck, choking him. Jaron asks if he has been hiding his powers on purpose so that he would be forced to use his heart. He laughs and taunts him, saying he knows he wants to. He stares at the magical circle around Russell's heart and asks if he has not advanced several circles thanks to that heart. He adds that he did not pressure him into losing against the other opponent, if that is what he thinks. Jaron throws him away and admits that he is right. He went about it in the wrong order. He declares that he is going to end Russell Raymond first, dragging him toward himself with an aura hand. He clenches Russell's neck and remarks that although he left quite the impression just now, in the end, he could not protect anything. He lifts him up and says that it is over now. He spreads his red aura around and shatters the protective barrier. The masked mage is astonished and realizes that a rift has been created in the spatial disruption barrier. Jaron appears to be enjoying himself. Russell moves his hand toward him, charging up flame arrows, and declares that it is not over yet. He shoots at him, but it has no effect. Jaron smiles and says he understands now. Russell has changed his mind. He offers to grant him the death he deserves and throws him into the rift of spatial disruption. Russell, shocked, finds himself pierced by the sharp edges of the barrier as it closes in, pushing him to the other side. Jaron declares that he should feel the pain of being torn into pieces inside the rift and die, cursing his own incompetence for the short time he has left. The scene shifts to a hospital where Russell, screaming, suddenly sits up. A nurse stands beside him and asks if he can hear her now. Breathing heavily, he looks at his hands and asks where he is. She replies that he is at Camelot Capital Hospital. He repeats the word hospital and urgently asks about the battle in the ruins. She apologizes, saying she does not quite understand what he means. He grabs her shoulders and demands to know if the princess and the elder are safe. At that moment, a ward boy enters and asks Russell to calm down. The nurse explains that he has been admitted there because he suddenly showed symptoms of a seizure while cleaning in the Louvre Museum. Russell, shocked by this revelation, asks what she is talking about. He calls out to Pepper and asks where he is. As they grab him by the arms, Russell realizes with horror that he has returned to the time before he regressed. He recalls the memories of his battle and thinks that no, he is certain it truly happened. Just then, the doctor arrives, restrains him with a magical rope, and remarks on the commotion. She suggests that he calm down and that they discuss this somewhere else. After a while, Russell sits in the doctor's office as she explains that, as the nurse has mentioned, after he fainted in the museum, he began exhibiting extreme signs of hallucination. Russell insists that he has never experienced hallucinations before. She nods and says she understands, adding that she has considered his position carefully before deciding to explain this to him. She then asks if he has ever heard of the term nightmare tree. She explains that it is a wicked tree that deludes people with the sweetest hallucinations, causing them to starve under its influence while using their corpses as nourishment. Russell demands to know what that has to do with him. She explains that, apparently, the pollen from a nightmare tree that was part of an exhibition at the museum leaked out that day, and apart from him, several others also showed symptoms of hallucination. Russell, shocked, asks what she means. She stands up while writing something on a piece of paper and says that the good news is the museum will cover the entire cost of his treatment, and she politely asks him not to be upset and to accept the compensation amount as well. He wonders if all of that had truly been a hallucination. She shows him a paper and says that this is his written diagnosis, so when a representative from the museum visits him, he can receive the compensation. She adjusts his chair and says that now it is time for him to wake up from the dream. No, he reminds himself, Master Daraya definitely existed. After a while, two guards stand outside the Daraya palace as Russell approaches, thinking that the vivid sensations he remembers cannot simply be a dream. One of the guards tells him to stop where he is. Russell says he has come to see Miss Daraya and thinks that his master will surely recognize him. One guard turns to the other and asks who Russell is. Russell looks up desperately and pleads internally for this not to be a dream. He introduces himself as Russell Raymond, a former disciple of Miss Daraya. One guard repeats incredulously, "A Miss Daraya's disciple." The other guard says he has never heard of such a person and calls Russell a lunatic, ordering him to be thrown out. Clenching his fists in anger, Russell breaks free and rushes toward the palace, begging just to see her once. He pushes past them and curses in frustration. As Russell struggles to get up, calling for his master, a carriage arrives. From its window, Daraya looks out and asks what is happening. A guard addresses her, saying that the Flame Tower Master is there, claiming to be her disciple. She looks surprised and asks aloud, "Her disciple?" Then she turns to him and asks if she knows him. Russell is shocked to hear this and collapses to his knees on the floor. Daraya simply says that they should leave now. After a while, Russell notices an artifact and wonders if everything truly happened because of the nightmare tree's pollen. In a fit of anger, he punches the mirror surrounding the artifact, shattering it, and shouts that it is nonsense. He thinks that if this is truly a dream, then for God's sake, someone should wake him up before it goes any further, insisting that there is no way this can be real. At that moment, the alarm begins ringing, and the guards rush in. One of the guards demands to know who he is and, along with another, grabs him by the arms. A guard orders that he be dragged out. Russell screams in denial, shouting that there is no way this is really happening. Later, Russell reflects that after that day, he tried to prove that his life had not been a dream, but all of it was useless. As a few years pass, he continues desperately resisting this utterly incomprehensible reality, but time slowly dulls his spirit. After some time, a person hands Russell a paper. He reads it and sees a photo of Alan Page under the headline announcing him as the youngest Spear Tower Master. Russell, stunned, thinks to himself that, after all, there was no way someone like him would have been given such a chance in the first place. The scene shifts to Walker Hill Academy, where several carriages stop outside the palace. After a while, Russell is seen sweeping the garden, reflecting that he never expected to end up back in this place. He emptied his mind, abandoned his ambitions once, and, in the end, abandoned himself. He thinks that, come to think of it, this life is not half bad. In fact, it might just be the right path for the person he has become. Just then, he hears a commotion in the distance and secretly glances toward the source, where some boys are bullying Spiegel. Koma's son demands to know what makes Spiegel think he can act like that, telling him to know his place. He mocks him, saying that just because they spoke to him a little, it does not mean they are on the same level. Russell watches from behind his broom and thinks that this has nothing to do with him, and that he should ignore it. Spiegel, however, declares that no matter what they say, he is going to become a mage. Koma's son sneers, asking why an idiot who suffers from mana vein narrowing dares to be so chatty. He also reminds him of the crime his family committed. The boys grab Spiegel by the arms while Koma's son raises a flame from his fingertip, threatening to leave a brand that Spiegel will never forget. Spiegel, terrified, shuts his eyes tightly. Later, he opens them again and is shocked to see all the boys lying injured on the ground. In the distance, he notices Russell standing silently. Russell thinks to himself that this spot has gotten terribly dirty. After a while, Russell sits eating a sandwich, thinking how annoying it is that Spiegel keeps following him around. Spiegel sits beside him, holding a book, and says that he is simply reading, and that this place is good if he wants to focus. Russell glances around, noticing someone watching him. The boys who bullied Spiegel earlier become frightened and quickly move away. Russell mutters about mana vein narrowing and says he once knew someone just like Spiegel who attended this academy. Spiegel asks what happened to that person. Russell tosses his sandwich aside and says that he was expelled because he could not overcome his limits, like trash doomed to be worthless without even reaching his goal. For a mage, he says, mana vein narrowing is no different from a death sentence. Sometimes, giving up takes courage. He responds that he cannot give up and begins to leave. Just then, a chief calls out to Russell, gesturing with his hand and telling him to come over. Russell walks toward him and asks what the matter is. The chief advises him to be careful and warns him not to associate with him, saying that if things go wrong, he could get into serious trouble. Russell says he does not quite understand what the chief means. The chief explains that Spiegel is the son of a traitor who was ousted by the Red Tower Master. Russell thinks to himself about the fallen family. Meanwhile, far away, a skeleton head radiates a dark aura and declares that the world of the Guardians is coming to an end. It commands that their return be announced at Walker Hill Academy. After a while, Spiegel places a crystal in his hand and mutters to himself just a little bit more. He grits his teeth, struggling to endure the pain, when Russell approaches and asks why he cannot simply let go of the path of becoming a mage. Spiegel turns to face him as Russell questions how he can still refuse to give up. Spiegel replies that it is because he made a promise to his mother. Just then, the group of bullies appears. Koma's son smirks and says so this is where the two of them have been hiding. He admits they were careless last time, but not today. Russell notices them approaching and tells Spiegel to watch carefully because this is the only way he will become a mage. Koma's son, confused, asks what he means. In response, Russell charges mana into his fist and attacks the group. After some time, Russell sits at a table in the garden while Spiegel runs laps, doing exercises. Russell instructs him to run faster, reminding him that his life will directly depend on the distance he can create from his enemy. He reflects that Overload and Wizard Body are techniques that substitute the function of mana veins with a trained muscular body. Unlike a fully grown adult whose body has already developed, the effect is maximized if a child in their growth years uses it. Later, Russell practices fighting with Spiegel, thinking that the speed of his progress is pitiful. He knocks him to the floor and asks if this is all he has after making a promise. Spiegel, determined, pleads for one more attempt. After a while, during practical magic combat studies, Spiegel uses his magic to throw an ice arrow at Koma's son, throwing him away. A student watching the match comments that Spiegel has won. Another student remarks that the boy with the mana vein narrowing won. Someone else adds that the skill gap was huge, but it was still impressive. Koma's son, enraged, curses under his breath and vows revenge, saying they will pay. Spiegel turns to look at Russell, thinking to himself that, thanks to Russell, he has even become a second circle mage, calling him uncle. On the other side, Koma Frederick calls out Russell's name and says it has been a long time, referring to him as an insect. Russell turns to him, recalling his name, Koma Frederick. Sometime later, Russell, badly beaten and covered in bruises, sits on the floor while the chief apologizes, reminding him that he had warned him not to get involved with him. Koma stands near Russell and bitterly claims that because of him, his son has been humiliated so many times. Russell recalls about him and mutters that now he understands, as his son did the same damn thing. Koma sits near him and remarks that it seems Russell is unaware of the situation he is in. He adds that if he uses his connections, he can have not only Russell thrown out, but also the kid Russell adores. Russell bites his lower lip, laughs, and asks him if he really believes he adores that kid. He responds that he only provoked Spiegel because it was amusing to mess with him. Later, Russell packs his belongings, recalling Koma's order to leave the academy immediately. He moves toward the door, holding his bag, thinking about Spiegel. After a while, Russell walks toward the academy's main gate when Spiegel asks where he is going. Russell replies that he is leaving this place. Spiegel, shocked, asks why Russell is leaving. Russell tightens his grip on his bag and tries to walk away quickly, but Spiegel steps in front of him, blocking his way. He demands to know if Russell did not hear him, ordering him to stop right there. Spiegel is shocked as he notices the bruises on Russell's face and asks about them. Russell coldly responds by asking what Spiegel expects from someone like him. He adds that he must have really thought he was his teacher or something, then walks past him, deliberately bumping into him. He tells him not to be delusional. Spiegel starts crying, overwhelmed by the harsh words. Meanwhile, Koma sits in a carriage, holding his chin thoughtfully. He muses that this is why he loves money and power. They allow him to make anything go his way. Suddenly, some mages appear, blocking the carriage's path with their magic. Koma, shocked, demands to know what's going on and how dare anyone block the way of the House of Frederick. Out of nowhere, a massive burst of light erupts in a violent explosion. On the other side, Russell hears the explosion and immediately runs back toward the academy. As he arrives, he sees everything engulfed in flames, his eyes widening in shock at the devastation. Meanwhile, a mage spread an aura attacking the academy and declared that the attack would announce the revival of their cult into the world, spreading terror and despair and creating a sea of blood. The green aura spread as it attacked the people and set the entire academy aflame. Spiegel used an ice arrow to attack the mage. The mage turned toward him, laughed, and remarked that one small fry was still alive. Meanwhile, Russell entered the academy and secretly saw that Spiegel was in danger. The mage charged pink needles and commented that Spiegel was amusing. He wondered why Spiegel wouldn't run away and asked if he was not scared of death. Spiegel replied that he had bought enough time for others to escape, and for that, he was satisfied. Russell could feel it, the tremendous magical power. Even the professors could not handle that man. He recalled clenching his fist and thinking that, in order to grow and protect even more people, he had become the utopic guardian when given the chance. However, upon waking from the dream, he found himself powerless and questioned what he could even do now. He thinks that he has to run away. And that's right, there is no reason to sacrifice himself. A mage calls him a weak punk, saying that he should know his place. Spiegel acknowledges that he knows better than anyone that he can't win, but protecting people is a guardian's calling. Russell is shocked to hear this. He attempts to attack Spiegel, declaring that his naivety will get him killed. Suddenly, Russell stabs him near the waist with a sword. The mage counterattacks, throwing him away, and curses the damn insects, questioning how they dare to oppose him. Spiegel uses Circle 3 magic, Ice Bolt skill, sending ice needles toward the mage to attack. Russell picks up a spear from the floor and moves toward the mage to strike. He stabs him in the neck, killing him. Spiegel approaches Russell as he asks if he is okay. Russell holds his wound and says that the blood won't stop. Russell urges him to leave quickly, as others will soon come this way. Spiegel replies that he can't go alone. He grabs him by the shoulder and asks if he plans to turn him into a teacher who can't even protect one of his disciples. Spiegel is shocked upon hearing the word disciple. He tells him to go, survive, and become a guardian, noting that keeping one more promise won't hurt, even if it does. Spiegel cries while gripping his hand, promising that he will become a guardian master. He runs away from there. He reflects that he had always been like that from the start, just like him, a lost dream, like the courage he had abandoned himself. That was why he hated him, but also why he liked him. Just then, a bald mage appears in front of Russell. Russell tells him to stop. Spiegel turns his head back to see him while the bald mage uses his magic, declaring that this trash was not even worth using Circle Z magic on. Russell thinks that thanks to him, he was able to survive, charging his body with flames. He reflects on the magic that can only be learned upon realizing the principle that it is the circle, not the magic itself, that determines whether it is high or low, and uses the blink skill to appear behind the mage, moving his spear to attack. The mage counters with his magic, spreading a light explosion. Russell thinks that he has to survive for Spiegel's sake. The scene shifts to the Mirror Worlds, where Russell wakes up as the Temple of Mirrors declares that it is about time for him to go. Russell sees himself and asks where this place is. He inquires if he is finally awake. Looking around, Russell asks how that world was, explaining that he had lost the dream he had so persistently held onto, though he had found it again and protected it. He is shocked to see Spiegel and asks if Spiegel was not able to run away. He quickly runs toward him and strikes with a mirror, saying that, in the end, he is unable to protect anything. The Temple of Mirrors responds, stating that he is wrong. Russell Raymond, the heir to a dragon's power, has been misled. Russell asks who he is. The Temple of Mirrors replies that he is the master of this wicked world, and that those people call him by another name, Temple of Mirrors. Russell is shocked and asks the Temple of Mirrors if that is true. The temple responds affirmatively, explaining that this place reveals the deepest fears in his mind. In his case, it is his worth, and the question is why he was given such power. Russell recalls a memory as he looks at his hands, thinking that, even so, this still only makes him a third-rate mage. He remembers Blaine saying that he had seen Russell running away with his own eyes. The Temple of Mirrors then asks if he is worthy of possessing this power, adding that Russell had his own unique answer to that question. The reason behind it was to become a guardian and protect even more people. Russell recalls another memory, clenching his fist as he says that it was so he could grow more and protect even more people. He kneels down and asks if all of that time was just a test. The Temple of Mirrors confirms, stating that he surpassed his own answer, showing that he could become a guardian even without those powers. He accomplished that through his choice to protect others. Spiegel declares that he will not forget their promise. Russell smiles, placing his hand on the mirror and calling out Spiegel's name. The mirror begins shattering. The Temple of Mirrors declares that the body in front of Russell is no illusion, but rather the courage he has protected until now and will continue to protect in the future. Russell realizes that he can finally fulfill his long-held vow. His heir, it is time for him to leave with a new light. The mask is removed from his face, and he transforms into Spiegel. Russell is shocked to witness this. The system window notifies that by absorbing dragon blood and reconstituting his body, he has acquired the first golden mask. The scene shifts to the battlefield, where Jaron remarks that he has left a lasting impression and wonders if it was Alan Page. Alan injures and apologizes to the princess. He sits on the floor while the masked mage comments that he has heard much about Alan being a genius. Hecate and Spiegelman, both tied, kneel on the ground. Alan leaps to attack Jaron, punching him and creating a shield around himself to block the attack. The masked mage says that he quickly understood the situation upon entering, and that Alan's actions, based on such limited information, were a good move. He praises Alan, stating that who would have thought he would use the artifact as bait to save the princess. Alan unties Princess Hecate. He declares that, well, that does not change anything, and addresses Jaron, asking if he is done playing, suggesting they wrap this up now. Jaron flies away, charging a sphere ball filled with a dark aura, and says they should destroy the barrier first. He approaches a relic, and Spiegelman, shocked, remarks that it is a relic from the era of gods. Hecate wonders if there is nothing they can do. Jaron thinks that after he finds the artifact, he won't hand it over to his people. Instead, he plans to show the world that he is better than them. He recalls a memory of Blaine saying that all he did was believe. Jaron shouts, urging the barrier to break as he points at it. His attack hits the barrier but fails to break it. Suddenly, Russell's hand emerges from the barrier, stopping the relic, which shocks everyone. The masked mage thinks that the relic from the era of gods could not break the barrier. He asks if it is stuck in the barrier. Alan Page comments that there is someone on the other side. Just then, Russell steps through the barrier, wearing the golden mask and holding a flame spear. Jaron is shocked and exclaims that the mask is impossible. Russell leaps toward the masked mage to attack, while the masked mage creates a portal in front of him to block the attack. The masked mage curses as Russell's strike breaks through the portal, throwing him away. Jaron is stunned, thinking he cannot believe Russell tore the portal apart. Russell unties Spiegelman and tells him something. As Spiegelman and Hecate turn back, confused, Spiegelman asks what he just said. Russell removes his mask and says he is glad they are safe. They are shocked to see him. Hecate asks if he is Russell Raymond. Spiegelman asks how he is here. Alan smiles and thanks his master, commenting that he did not think the bet would be so easy. Hecate reaches out to touch Russell, saying she cannot believe he came back alive. He holds her hand to stop her and notices Jaron flying. He suggests that they talk about this later. He declares that the lowly brat is getting on his nerves. His return changes nothing. He will kill him and take the artifact. He charges his body with power, tearing his clothes. Suddenly, the volcano begins erupting, and an explosion occurs as they both attack each other. Jaron declares that the mask belongs to him. Russell asks if Blaine orchestrated all of this. Jaron tells him to shut up and throws him away, hitting him with his tail. Russell uses Blink to appear behind him, intending to attack, and demands that Jaron stop this and admit that he is Blaine's shadow. He swings his spear, Flames, to strike, but Jaron disappears. Russell's flames strike the rocks, causing an explosion. Jaron states that the truth is simple. He is not Blaine's shadow. He charges his sword, using Jaron's originality grammar skill to attack, and throws the sword toward Russell. Just then, another explosion occurs, and as the dust settles, Russell is seen blocking the attack with flame spears, sliding on the floor. Jaron thinks that if he had that mask, he would be his shadow. Power makes everything possible. He knows this well, but without it, he charges his body, holding two swords. Russell reaches into his inventory, takes out a mask, puts it on his face, and declares that power is not the most important thing. Jaron. The system window notifies that the mask assists with thinking and induces the manifestation of dragon blood, making the second draconification possible, should he choose to use the mask. He declares that yes, he will use it. Courage comes before power, and he activates the second draconification skill, charging his body. Jiron questions the mention of courage, calling it nonsense coming from someone who has never fallen into darkness. Russell stares, charging his flame spears, and asserts that this is not true. He, too, has been in darkness. The only difference is that he followed the light. Clenching his fist and gathering the spears, Russell uses his original skill, Magical Spear G-Bulg, transforming the spears into a large, powerful spear. Jiron dismisses this as nonsense, telling Russell to prove it and prove what the light he followed truly is, and he leaps toward him to attack. Russell also charges to meet him, and a massive explosion occurs. As the dust clears, Jiron is seen kneeling on the ground, injured and filled with rage. He looks around, seeing his hands severed and his body fallen in the distance, wondering why, even with a chimera's heart, he cannot reach Russell. Russell walks toward him, telling him to give up Jiron. Jiron stands up, numerous arms emerging from his body, and insists that he shut up, declaring that he cannot lose. He starts coughing. The system window notifies that only 10 seconds of the second draconification remain. Russell sees the system window and says that it is the same for him. He cannot lose either. He charges his magical spear, attacks Jiron while shouting for him to die, and then uses the overheat skill, causing his body to erupt in a massive explosion. Later, as the dust settles, Russell is shocked to see Jiron coughing up blood and dragging himself across the ground. Jiron mutters that it is not over yet and tries to stand but fails. He thinks about the chimera and how he wanted to become a dragon, but he could not see it through to the end. He wonders if this, too, is his destiny. Russell notices the volcano beginning to erupt again. Just then, Hecate calls out to Russell, waving at him as she approaches with the others. Russell waves back. Suddenly, Pepper bumps into him from behind. Russell turns around, sees him, and reassures him that he is okay. Pepper hugs him tightly, crying. Russell says thank God and suggests that they return to Endymion. Hecate smiles slightly, seeing Russell sitting down, holding Pepper in his arms. After a while, the masked mage picks up Jiron's severed hand from the ground and walks toward a portal. The scene shifts to the Endymion Supreme Court, where a judge states that Jiron, a mage of the Red Tower, has conspired with pagans, threatening the security of the kingdom, and that his teacher, the Red Tower Master, is also held liable. He calls for the defendant, Blaine, to step forward and asks whether he has any arguments. Blaine responds that he does not. It is entirely due to his own negligence that he failed to notice the conspiracy. He states that the sins of a disciple must be borne by the master, and that, as the Tower Master, he must rightfully accept that responsibility. The Archduke of the Empire, Bismarck Rathmos, raises his hand and requests permission to speak. Staring at those present, he acknowledges that while the judge is not wrong, it is also true that the Red Tower Master has made significant contributions to the nation. He proposes that they conclude the matter with 6 months of probation. The judge nods in agreement, and Blaine gives a subtle, unsettling smile. Daria clasps her hands together tightly and thinks that they are all complicit in this. She glances toward His Majesty and wonders what the king is planning, knowing that the Archduke will continue to challenge the royal family's authority. After a while, Russell dresses neatly, looking at himself in the mirror, while Spiegelman stands beside him, laughing and saying that clothes truly make the man and that they suit him well. Just then, Hecate enters the room and says that so they are all gathered here. They turn to her, bow, and greet her with greetings to Her Highness, the princess. She adjusts her hair and says, "Please rise, it is she who should be greeting them." To the saviors of her life, she sincerely expresses her gratitude. She holds her gown with both hands, bows deeply, and says especially to him, "Sir Russell." Russell, stunned, asks pardon. She winks and says that she hopes to see him again, then leaves the room. Russell stands there speechless, closes his eyes, and thinks that he must stay focused. This is an opportunity to imprint the Raymond family in the minds of the people. Later, Russell, Alan, and Spiegelman kneel before His Majesty. The Majesty states that today's gathering is meant to honor the knights for their contributions, and after recognizing their collective achievements, each individual's efforts will be addressed. He places a sword on Spiegelman's shoulder and declares that Spiegelman, a mage of the Yellow Tower, resisted against the mages who threatened the safety of the kingdom. For that, he is awarded 200 gold coins and 2 mana-enhancing pills. Spiegelman responds as His Majesty commands. The Majesty then places the sword on Alan's shoulder and declares that Sir Alan Page, second son of Count Page and a warlock of the Spear Tower, has valiantly defended against the wicked mages who sought the relics. For his deeds, he is granted the Medal of Dawn, Morgenrot, and the title of Baron. Alan also responds as His Majesty commands. He continues, and lastly, Sir Russell Raymond, lift his head. Russell raises his head. The Majesty states that in the past, Russell's father deserted the battlefield, posing a significant threat to the kingdom's safety. Therefore, it is only natural for the ministers to doubt the loyalty of the Raymond family, and so Russell must prove it here today. Russell asks for pardon. He explains that the Flame Tower Master has reported Russell's advancement to the 5th circle. Daria remarks that the deeper the darkness, the brighter the light shines. The Majesty affirms that with such achievements, no one will doubt his worth. Daria thinks that His Majesty intends to make Russell Raymond a hero before everyone, thereby weakening the Archduke's faction. Russell activates the circle projection skill, surrounding himself with a circle of flame, and reflects that although it is merely a first circle magic spell that reveals one's attributes, for those unfamiliar with magic, there could be no better spectacle. He starts spreading the fire circle all around himself. Hemingway stands stunned and says that the 5th circle is truly explosive growth. A bald man appears surprised and remarks that it is amazing. His Majesty says he once thought Russell's father was a withered flower, but who would have imagined he was hiding such a beautiful seed? Russell responds that His Majesty's praises are too generous. The Majesty places the sword on Russell's shoulder and proclaims that, regarding the special case of the Raymond family, he elevates Russell's title to Count. Additionally, along with a 3rd-class military merit medal, he grants him the right to levy taxes on 10,000 households in the neighboring city. Russell answers as His Majesty commands. The people begin chanting, "All hail Raymond, all hail Endymion." The Majesty places his hand on Russell's shoulder and instructs him to rise. Russell stands up as the Majesty speaks, thanking him for saving his daughter. He says these words not as a ruler, but as a father, and expresses his wish to repay him, asking if there is anything he desires while holding his hand. Russell reflects on what he truly desires. Later, Russell sits on his bed, staring at the dragon's heart, and thinks that he had worried about how he would obtain it, but things have worked out well. A dragon heart, though it appears withered and ugly now, will reveal its true form once infused with magic power. He hopes he will be able to handle it. He begins applying magic to it, and the heart starts cracking before shattering into pieces. From within, a horn emerges. He quickly moves back, shocked at the sight. The system window notifies that the dragon's heart has revealed itself and that he has obtained the Forgotten King's horn lightning essence. He closes his eyes and begins meditating. He recalls a memory when he was captured by chains and screamed. He thinks it is still much more bearable than when he absorbed the fire essence and opened his eyes, seeing a strange power surrounding his hand. He believes it is powerful thunderbolt energy, noting that even without fully absorbing it, it has already filled a third of the 5th circle. The system window notifies that he has absorbed the Forgotten King's horn lightning essence to its limit, and that any mana exceeding the absorbable limit will remain dormant within him as latent power. His understanding of the intermediate lightning attribute has reached its limit and has evolved into an advanced understanding of the lightning attribute. Suddenly, the lamp and other objects in the room catch fire, and Pepper transforms into a larger size. Russell is startled and asks Pepper if he is affected by the power of the lightning. Pepper quickly flies outside. Russell goes to the window and calls to Pepper. He then returns to sit on the window and taps himself. Russell asks if Pepper wants him to join. Pepper grabs him in his claw and flies away. Russell tells him to wait, shocked by the sight of a falling star and the full moon. He thinks he has not only grown in size, but that his flying ability has also greatly improved, and he says that being bigger means he will be easier to spot. He asks if he should not worry. Pepper begins transforming his wings, surrounding Russell with them, and forms a pair of wings on Russell's back, shocking him. Russell says that swift wings made from spirit flame have been created, and he wonders if he should call them spirit wings. He thinks that with the lightning essence, intermediate 5th circle mana, and now the spirit wings, he feels as if he can face any opponent without fear, and he clenches his fist while powering up. The scene shifts to a flashback where Professor Hubert says that he has heard his master has a mission for him. Daria holds a letter and says that the mission is to escort Count Kimberly, the special envoy of the Kiel Kingdom. Although the Kiel Kingdom's national force is weak, they maintain their position as a neutral nation due to their abundant mana stone production. However, it is said that Marquis Jorio Comanche of the pro-Empire faction has attempted to draw the Empire into the region. She explains that rather than falling under the Empire's control, Count Kimberly must have decided it would be better to join hands with them. The scene shifts to the present as Professor Hubert thinks that the Keel Kingdom will not be an easy mission. Just then, Russell arrives and calls out to Hubert. Hubert turns to him and says that it has been a while, Russell. He replies that it has and says he is glad to see that Hubert appears well. He asks if he is leaving for the Keel Kingdom at that moment. Hubert asks how he knows. Russell requests to accompany him, mentioning that Master has given him permission. He thinks that, according to what he remembers, Hubert is destined to lose his life during this mission. The system window notifies that a mission has been issued. Make it back alive with Hubert from the unknown danger. The clear rewards are 3 advanced grade edible monastones and 5 intermediate grade edible monastones. Russell thinks that since there is no reason to stop Hubert from leaving, he must simply go with him. After a while, Russell flies ahead while Professor Hubert moves swiftly through the forest. Hubert says that they are almost there and that it is reassuring to have Russell by his side. He asks if Russell has a reason for coming along. Russell replies that he wishes to earn new achievements and that, having never completed a mission with Hubert before, he wants to seize the opportunity. He then quickly flies forward to scout the situation. He thinks that the failure of this mission will lead to Hubert's death and the Empire's interference in Keel's internal affairs. This means there is a high probability that the Empire is involved in Hubert's death. His task here is clear. He is stunned to see the system window, which notifies him that a mission has been issued. Escort the special envoy of the Keel Kingdom safely and enter the kingdom's territory. The clear reward is 5 intermediate grade edible monastones. He sees some people fighting with each other, feels startled, and thinks that he must eliminate the threat from the Empire and prevent Hubert's death from occurring. He uses the flare cannon skill, spreading flames all around to attack them. Kimberly, shocked upon witnessing this, thinks that it is 5th circle magic and wonders who on earth he could be. At that moment, Russell lands on the ground, and his wings transform back into Pepper. He says that he is Count Kimberly, right, and introduces himself as Russell Raymond, a mage of the Flame Tower, here to escort him. Kimberly responds by saying that he is the famous Sir Russell and expresses his gratitude, explaining that as soon as he left the castle, people began trailing him. Russell, stunned, turns to look at the others and asks if he could please wait for a moment. He notices a red aura in the distance and thinks that he can sense it. He is at least on Spandam's level and might even be more skilled. A warrior remarks that the Count must not have gone far yet and that they need to buy more time. The warriors surround McCry and respond affirmatively. McCry laughs, attacks them, and cuts them in half. Russell, shocked to see him, thinks that it is indeed McCry. Suddenly, an explosion occurs, and the floor begins to move and break. Russell thinks that McCry is the one who killed Hubert. Just then, Hubert lands on the ground and says that he is glad to see him safe. He introduces himself as Hubert, a mage from the Flame Tower. Kimberly places his fist on his chest and says that he is Kimberly, expressing his gratitude for Hubert's role in ensuring his survival. Hubert notices the dead warriors and says that he has already picked up their scent. It is the Imperial Army. Russell asks if it is the Imperial Army and remarks that it appears they are not trying to hide their identities. This suggests they either do not feel the need to, or that the situation is too urgent for them to bother concealing themselves. Kimberly, shocked, hears this. Russell asks if that is not the case. At that moment, Camilla emerges from the carriage, and Russell asks if she is the princess. She removes her cap and says that, indeed, he is as extraordinary as the rumors claim. She then formally introduces herself as Princess Camilla of the Keel Kingdom. Later, Kimberly rides on Hubert's back and says that Marquis Comanche is trying to consolidate power by having his son marry Princess Camilla. With the backing of the Empire, his ruthlessness might be unparalleled, but they have already shaken off their pursuers. He then asks if there is a particular reason Hubert is rushing so much. Hubert explains that they were chased as soon as he left the fortress and is certain that another group must be following them. On the other side, Russell carries Camilla in his arms and thinks that they have created some distance, and he does not see any signs of being pursued. However, he cannot shake the ominous feeling he is getting. Suddenly, he notices an attack approaching them and shouts for everyone to get down. The dark and red aura passes just above them as they bend down. It strikes the trees, causing a few sparks in the forest. Hubert covers Kimberly, stepping down onto the ground, and urges him to hurry and run, stating that they will handle things here. Russell says that McCry is coming and sees him standing in front of him. Hubert, stunned, looks at him and thinks that the man before them is a disaster in the form of a human. McCry Hughes, the Empire's great sword tiger. McCry sees Russell and says that with black hair and red eyes, he must be Russell Raymond. The system window notifies that the mission to make it back alive with Hubert from the danger posed by McCry Hughes is active, with the clear rewards of 5 advanced grade edible monostones and 7 intermediate grade edible monostones. Russell thinks that the pressure McCry emits just by standing before them is insane. McCry declares that he will make Russell pay the price for taking his disciple's life and swings his sword. Using the sword primacy skill, Russell places his hand on the floor and uses Earthquake double casting to activate the Protect Shield skill, creating an earth shield in front of him to block the attack. McCry swings his sword, shattering the earth shield, and notices Hubert, who clenches his fist. Earthstones begin to rise from the ground, aiming to capture McCry. Russell also leaps toward him, gripping his flame spear, and causes an explosion. He slides back on the ground as McCry asks if he has only learned a few tricks, calling him the disciple of the damn idiot. He then triggers an explosion with his sword, covering his body with an aura. Russell, shocked, wonders how he has wrapped his body in the aura. McCry stabs his sword into the floor and says he will show Russell something interesting in return. He activates his aura on his second sword, uses the sword fuchsia skill, and throws it toward Hubert to attack. The sword cuts close to Hubert's belly. McCry explains that the sword is made from the bones of a dragon, corrupted with the blood of 10 mages, making it perfect for fighting against mages. He then leaps toward Russell to attack. However, Russell quickly flies up, holding Hubert in his arms, and rises higher into the air. McCry strikes the floor with his attack, and he comments that his response is impressive. He notices the ground beginning to shine and wonders if those are firebomb stones. Russell tells McCry to try dodging this just as the firebombs explode near him. He thinks that a stone that explodes upon strong impact and devastates the area should definitely be enough to confuse McCry. He helps Hubert sit on the ground and says thank him to Pepper. McCry asks if Russell is planning to buy time for his friends because he knows that he cannot defeat him. Russell tells Hubert that when he gives the signal, he should run and join the princess and the count, assuring him that he will buy him some time. Hubert grabs his shoulder and asks if he is telling him to leave him behind and run. Russell smiles and tells him to trust him. He will go back with him. McCry charges his body with aura and asks if Russell is done talking. Russell turns toward McCry, using the chain lightning skill to spread thunderous light around him, and says that it is time for Hubert to run. Hubert starts running. Russell spreads flames, thinking that the firebomb stones will give Hubert time to escape. However, he knows that he cannot take McCry lightly as an opponent. He activates all of his skills, Cloudy Ring, Thunderstorm, Draconification Stage 2, and Magical Spear G-Bulg, and thinks that he will give his all to this one attack. A huge explosion occurs. On the other side, Hubert creates a protective shield around Kimberly and Camilla to ensure their safety. The explosion destroys everything in the surrounding area, and as the dust settles, Russell sits on the floor, wondering what happened. It seems like the attack worked. Suddenly, McCry's voice cuts through the silence, saying that he has really done it now, and that he shouldn't think he will die a peaceful death. He stands, moving his arm forward to block the attack. Russell thinks, damn it, he withstood that. McCry tries to move his dragon bone sword, but it is stuck, and he asks what is going on with this idiot sword. The Divine Dragon King's voice from the sword then asks how dare he try to harm the Dragon Lord with the bones of a dragon. Russell, shocked by the voice, thinks that it is the same voice he heard in front of the dragon heart. He mocks him, calling him ridiculous. A black dragon, the Divine Dragon King, appears behind Russell as he wonders if it could truly be the Divine Dragon King. The Divine Dragon King says that, as the Dragon Lord, Russell shall be granted his power for a moment, and he pleads with him to eliminate the vermin who has insulted the name of the dragons. Russell addresses the Divine Dragon King and says that he has something to ask. The Divine Dragon King tells him to find the dragons, explaining that their existence will connect Russell to him. He will become the master and the hope of the dragons that remain in this world. Russell, shocked, notices a strong aura of power surrounding him and feels an overwhelming strength. He clenches his fist and thinks that although he does not fully understand the Divine Dragon King's words, if he possesses this power, he might be able to succeed. Meanwhile, the dragon bone sword burns McCry's arm, breaking it from his body and causing it to fall to the ground. Russell leaps forward to attack, holding his spear and using the Overheat X Blaze Lance skill. McCry regenerates his arm, grips his sword, and says that he has underestimated him. He asks if Russell thinks that losing one arm would make any difference and adds that those arrogant eyes are just like his father's. He asks if all Raymonds are like that and tries to attack again. Russell moves back and asks if McCry knows his father. McCry scoffs and says that he knows him well, mentioning that he wanted to gouge out those arrogant eyes himself, but unfortunately, someone else beat him to it. Russell asks what he means. McCry calls him a fool and asks why he believes it was only the Empire responsible for his father's death. Russell swings his spear to attack, but McCry bends down and counters with a strike. Russell quickly moves back, but still gets hit near the waist. He grits his teeth and asks himself what this is. McCry mocks him, saying that he could not even dodge such a simple attack, calling him pathetic and lame, and clenches his fist while gathering power to launch another assault. Russell leaps aside, but McCry immediately moves to that side again and attacks, saying that he is too predictable. Russell creates a protective shield around himself to block the strike, but McCry shatters the shield, lands a hit, and throws him away. McCry sneers, asking if he really thought he could win with such pathetic talent, calling him a clumsy little brat. He says that no one can reach a higher level without sacrificing something, and that it is too early for a kid like him to dream of it. He prepares to attack again. Russell quickly flies away, counters the attack, and thinks that he has no choice but to admit it. This man is a superhuman, an opponent completely out of the norm. McCry runs toward him to continue the assault, but Russell uses the Wind Wave skill to attack. However, McCry blocks it easily with his sword. Russell, shocked, thinks that he is blocking all of his attacks and wonders if winning is even possible. But he immediately resolves that he will not give up. He creates a mana circle, uses the gravity skill to attack, and thinks that he will show him how a true mage fights. He moves his fingers, spreading flames and causing a massive explosion. As he quickly falls back, he is shocked to see McCry burning. McCry moves his monstrous hand toward him, attempting to grab him, and shouts that he dares to fool him with such lowly, petty tricks, vowing to kill him. Russell feels the crushing pressure and thinks that he is right. Determined, he activates Cloud Ring and calls upon the Lightning Giant skill, spreading thunderlight around him. He screams in pain and thinks that to soar higher, he must be willing to sacrifice everything. Sacrificing this lowly body is worth it 1,000,000 times over. McCry, shocked by the sight, hesitates as Russell kicks him away. He thinks that by stimulating his muscles with electricity, he has explosively increased his speed, revealing the ultimate trump card he has hidden until now, Swift Charging Lance. He takes out his magic spear and uses Russell's originality, Deadly Strike skill, leaping toward him to attack. McCry, equally shocked, counterattacks by charging toward him. Russell coughs up blood from the collision, is severely injured, and falls to his knees on the floor, muttering the word monster. McCry laughs and smashes Russell's face against the floor, grabbing him by the back of the head. Russell, struggling, thinks that he needs just one more chance. He smirks through the pain and says that he still looks like a beast, Sir McCry, while launching a fireball that burns McCry's arm and throws him to the ground. Russell approaches him and asks how it feels to crawl on the floor like a pathetic bug. McCry tries to speak in a trembling voice, but before he can say anything, Niccolo arrives and declares that it is time to die, using his power to unleash a massive explosion. Blood spreads across the ground. Niccolo, witnessing the aftermath, thinks it is unbelievable that Russell managed to push McCry to such an extent all by himself. He realizes that Russell has accomplished something extraordinary. Meanwhile, Hubert returns with the others and sees Russell lying unconscious on the ground. He thinks that Russell's desperate struggle has changed the fate of Endymion and Keel, and now no one can doubt his abilities. Hubert quickly lifts Russell into his arms. As Russell slowly opens his eyes and smiles weakly, he calls out Hubert's name. Hubert thinks it is truly the birth of a hero. The scene shifts to 10 days after the incident, where Russell sits in meditation. He reflects that even after this time, he has not fully recovered despite the resilience of his overloaded wizard's body. He realizes just how formidable the barrier to becoming a true superhuman is. He acknowledges that if Sir Niccolo had not arrived in time, he would have been the one to die. Placing his hand over his chest, Russell thinks that although he believes he has grown stronger, he still has a long way to go. He recalls the Divine Dragon King's words, telling him to find the dragons, their existence being the key to connecting with him. Russell wonders why he was suddenly asked to find dragons, considering they are believed to be extinct. He questions whether any living dragons remain in the world. After some time, Hubert sits near Russell on a chair and suggests that the Empire might not be the only force involved. Russell agrees, recalling McCry's provocation, and says that he had asked why he thought only the Empire was responsible for his father's death. Covering his mouth thoughtfully, Hubert says that McCry might have simply been provoking him, but it does not hurt to be cautious. He proposes to investigate the matter secretly through the Flame Tower. Russell nods and thanks him. Hubert adds that Master was very worried and says he is relieved to see he is safe. He then moves a letter toward Russell and tells him to take it. Russell asks what it is. Hubert replies that it is an invitation to the royal banquet. After a while, Russell stands wearing a formal suit at the banquet and mentions that it might be because he usually only wears robes, but he is truly not accustomed to formal attire. Just then, Daria sees him and expresses her happiness at seeing that he is healthy. She holds him by the arms and praises him for accomplishing great things once again, stating that as his teacher and the master of the Flame Tower, there is nothing more gratifying. At that moment, Jillian arrives and remarks that it has been a while, Flame Tower Master. Daria turns to him, expressing surprise and stating that she never expected to see him at the banquet. Jillian explains that he could not resist witnessing the rumored divinity. Russell, surprised, thinks to himself that there is no way this could be the Jillian he knows. He then asks if he is Sir Jillian Pearlson. Jillian responds that he is pleased Russell knows him, as it will make their conversation much easier. The narrator notes that Jillian Pearlson, a weapon master and superhuman aura practitioner, is capable of handling 18 types of weapons. He reflects on how such a powerful individual sought him out first. Jillian mentions that he heard Russell gave the man, McCry, a hard time. Russell modestly attributes it to mere luck, but he adds that luck favors the skilled. He acknowledges the excellent job he did in defeating McCry, stating that McCry and his disciples are nothing but scum. Russell thinks that hearing such rough language within the palace feels entirely different from hearing it at the mercenary corps. Daria agrees, affirming that he is correct. Jillian holds him by the arm and asks whether he has been practicing his spear skills as well, noting that his muscles are well developed. Russell replies that he is still at the stage of repeatedly practicing the basic spear techniques. Jillian holds his hand, gives him a ring, and states that while the basics are important, surpassing one's limits requires appropriate instruction. If he ever needs guidance, he should bring that ring and seek him out. Russell asks if he may inquire why such grace is being shown to him. Jillian replies that it is not grace, but rather comparable to providing extra fertilizer to a promising tree. Daria smiles slightly and thinks that he is a true warrior disguised as a noble. Russell promises that he will definitely seek him out. At that moment, a man announces that the brilliant son and ruler of Endymion, His Majesty the King, has entered the hall while His Majesty and Hecate proceed into the room. Everyone bows down to show respect. Hecate notices Russell and smiles. His Majesty ascends the platform and calls for Russell, Raymond, and Hubert while they kneel down before him. He states that they recognize the great contributions Russell has made to the alliance with Kiel and to the recent victory, and announces that Hubert will be granted 500 gold coins, 100 fine horses, and the right to collect taxes from 1,000 households in the southern part of the kingdom. Hubert expresses that he is honored, addressing His Majesty. The Majesty continues, declaring that Russell will be granted 3,000 gold coins, and that 3 cities in the west of the kingdom are hereby designated Raymond County and placed under his authority. Russell is shocked to hear this. A man steps forward, holding a document. His Majesty explains that the document lists the names and locations of the 3 cities included in the county. Russell accepts the document and responds that he is honored, addressing His Majesty. He thinks to himself that, at last, he possesses the land of his own, bringing him a step closer to restoring his family. The Majesty lifts a glass and announces that these rewards should be sufficient. He invites everyone to resume the banquet, encouraging all to enjoy themselves in celebration of a great victory. After a while, everyone begins celebrating and dancing. Meanwhile, a servant stands near Hecate, notices her unease, and respectfully asks what is displeasing her, addressing her as Her Highness. Hecate points toward Russell, who is surrounded by girls, and remarks that Count Raymond is quite popular. He should know how to refuse if he dislikes the attention. She asks what he is attempting to do. The servant suggests that she might ask him for a dance. Hecate replies that she will wait for now, explaining that it is said one should not be aggressive with younger men, and that sometimes, patiently waiting is the virtue of an older woman. The servant expresses amazement and asks from whom Her Highness has learned such wisdom. Meanwhile, Russell apologizes to the girls and begins to walk away. Hecate notices him and asks whether Count Raymond is coming toward her. Russell approaches her, extends his hand, and politely asks whether he may have the honor of this dance, addressing her as Her Highness. She takes his hand and, turning to the servant, says that she had told her so. After a while, they are dancing, and Hecate comments that Sir Russell seems to have a question for her. Russell responds that in the past, she mentioned she would watch over him and asks whether he may inquire why she said that. Hecate questions why he is asking, and then remarks that he is exceptionally capable for his age. There are other reasons as well, she says, as she gently holds his face. Russell begins to blush and stammers an apology. Hecate smiles and tells him that his face is very much to her liking, as he can see. Russell steps back, startled, and asks what she means. She quickly pulls him by the waist and explains that she does not know if he realizes it, but a woman does not say such things to a man she has no interest in. Even if some women might, she is not that kind of person. She adds that she is not asking for an immediate answer, but only hopes that his response will eventually be a positive one. After some time, Russell sits outside, reflecting that although he has always been aware of her bold personality, he never imagined he would hear such words spoken directly to him. The narrator explains that Hecate Rathmos is the king's only descendant and the person closest to the throne. Russell considers accepting her feelings to be the right decision for the sake of his family, yet he remains uncertain about his own emotions. At that moment, Alan approaches and apologizes for interrupting his thoughts. Russell responds that it is no trouble at all, he has merely been organizing his thoughts. Alan expresses that he is relieved to hear that and states that he has come to make a proposal. Russell, surprised, asks what kind of proposal it is. Alan explains that he believes it is time for them to conclude their wager. Russell is shocked to hear this. After a while, Doria holds a letter and remarks that she had been wondering why the old man sent it, and now it seems he wants to end the wager. Russell recalls that Alan had said he would inform both of their masters and realizes that he had expected to hear from him, but this came sooner than anticipated. She asks what he thinks, which is the young one. Russell observes the system window and responds that the period for the bet was set at 3 years, but he does not believe they need that long. The system window notifies that the mission to reach the same level as Alan Page within 3 years has been completed. The reward is a relic from the era of gods, possessed by the Blue Tower Master, along with the highest grade mana stone and 1 edible item. Doria agrees, saying that they should go along with it. After a while, the narrator describes the Colosseum, a dueling arena equipped with a magical barrier capable of withstanding not only 6th circle magic, but also the sword aura of expert-level swordsmen. Russell looks at the arena and reflects that in his previous life, he was only a 2nd circle mage, and he never would have imagined that he would someday stand there. Doria presses a button and declares that there is no need to prolong it, they should start right away. Hemingway also presses a button and remarks that it will be interesting to see how long Russell can maintain his bravado, noting that this magical barrier was created by the 2 Tower Masters. He assures Russell not to worry about destroying the surroundings and encourages him to show his skills to his heart's content. Russell observes Alan and reflects that he is a genius known as the mage among mages, yet there is little difference in their skills at present. He realizes that what matters most in a match between opponents of similar ability is distance. He decides to close the gap and moves toward Alan to launch an attack. Alan steps back, thinking that the key is to create distance. This fight feels more like facing a knight or swordsman than a mage. He must be confident in his firepower and resilience. The Flame Tower's instantaneous firepower is stronger than the Blue Tower's, so he uses the Icicle Rain skill to strike Russell. Russell watches as needles come toward him and acknowledges, as expected from Sir Alan, that his casting speed is incredible. He counters by using the Fire Rain skill to launch a counterattack. Meanwhile, Doria watches the fight from the sidelines. Hemingway comments that it is impressive to think that Russell could copy Alan's formula in that instant. At that moment, Russell charges toward Alan, thinking that now it is his turn, and uses the Fire Lightning skill to strike. Alan quickly retreats as he thinks Blink, determined to prevent him from gaining any distance until the very end. He knows he must stop his movements first, so he uses the Earthquake skill, placing his hand on the floor, and the ground begins to explode. Russell charges up his power, thinking that in this situation, even someone like Sir Alan would find it difficult to keep creating distance. He plans to keep driving Alan into a corner like this. Alan responds by using the Ice Age skill, freezing everything around him. Russell laughs, thinking that he can't believe Alan froze the ground to stop it from shaking. He is truly a monster. Alan addresses him, calling him Sir Russell, and suggests they put an end to their probing of each other. He then uses the Icicle Rain skill to attack, but Russell creates a firewall to block the attack. He notices his hand beginning to freeze and thinks to himself in frustration that he did not realize when Alan managed to do this. At this rate, he won't be able to move properly. Alan uses the Frost Stop skill. Meanwhile, Daria asks Hemingway if he even taught Alan the secret magic of the Blue Tower. Hemingway replies that Alan is going to be his successor and questions what is wrong with that. Alan raises his finger and remarks that Sir Russell's growth has truly been astonishing. He would like to observe him more, but since his master is waiting, he must postpone his enjoyment. He then uses the Aqua Field skill to attack Russell. Russell reluctantly says that he does not want to show this and uses the Blink skill to close the distance, covering his body aura. Alan thinks to himself that the energy Russell is emitting is both arrogant and violent, and he feels unable to move his body. Daria is stunned and exclaims Dragon Fear. Hemingway, equally surprised, remarks that no wonder he thought Russell had exceptional talent for his age. He must have inherited a dragon's bloodline. He watches in shock as Russell's hand transforms into that of a dragon. Daria states that it is impossible, as she is certain that Russell's parents were both ordinary humans. Hemingway responds that if that is the case, then there is only one explanation. There must have been a high-ranking dragon among the ancestors of the Raymond family. Alan floats in the air using his powers and thinks that the magic Russell wields is enough to make his entire body tremble. He realizes that Sir Russell is not the only one who has been hiding his true strength. Alan charges his power, preparing to attack. Russell observes that Alan is casting a wide area spell. At this level, it could freeze an entire legion. He thinks that if he can break through this magic, he will claim victory. He uses Gi Bulg Overwrap X6 and summons his magic spear. Alan declares that they should finish this now and unleashes his power to freeze Russell. Russell attempts to block, thinking that the cold he feels is beyond ordinary, a chill capable of freezing not only mana but even time itself. He reflects that if not for his battle experience against McCry Hughes, breaking through this magic would have been nearly impossible. He swings his spear, scattering flames through the air. Alan, shocked, exclaims in disbelief. He realizes that he is too fast, leaving no time to use Blink. He understands that he must defend immediately, or he will be defeated. However, he is stunned as he sees Russell closing in. Russell grabs him by the waist and slams him onto the floor with a powerful explosion. As the dust settles, Russell stands over him, pointing the tip of his spear at Alan's eye before lowering it to his chest. Alan laughs, thinking that, as expected, it has come to this, and concedes that he has lost. The system window notifies that the mission has been accomplished, and that, as a reward, Russell will receive the highest grade edible mana stone. It also informs that his second reward, a relic from the Era of Gods, will be delivered through Hemingway. On the other side, Daria ignites flames around her body, approaches Hemingway, and demands whether he has prepared the relic from the Era of Gods as promised. Hemingway admits defeat, acknowledging that they have lost this bet. As the Tower Master of Blue, he states that he cannot break his promise and retrieves the relic from an inventory portal. Daria comments that she can hardly believe he is actually giving it up, teasing that he really went all out this time. After some time, Russell sits in a carriage, examining a dagger. He reads its name, Sowing Things of Arakan, and reflects that it is a relic from the Era of Gods, mimicking the goddess Arakan's ability to cut and connect space. It is a dagger capable of slicing through space itself. He further contemplates that if he imbues mana into the chain connecting the dagger and the needle, he will be able to sew the space together. He thinks that he can join the visible space with the space cut by the dagger. Even the mere ability to cut space is extraordinary, but to also be able to combine it offers tremendous potential. If used well, it could prove extremely valuable for ambushes or defense. Just then, the carriage driver announces that they have arrived at the Autumn Moon Castle, addressing Russell respectfully as his lord. After a while, Jillian spots Russell and greets him, stating that he is glad he has arrived. Russell thanked him for the invitation. Jillian mentions that he has heard the news and asks if it is true that Russell defeated Sir Alan. Russell scratches his neck and modestly replies that he is simply lucky. He then asks if this place is Jillian's office. Jillian confirms and inquires why Russell is asking. Russell glances around and comments that he asked because the room is filled with weapons, making it resemble a training hall more than an office. Jillian picks up a spear and explains that it was not like this at first. However, as he continued training, the weapons naturally accumulated over time. He asks if Russell mentioned that he uses a spear. Russell affirms. Jillian then hands him a spear, telling him to take it. Russell, surprised, asks why Jillian is suddenly giving him a weapon. Jillian explains that in order to guide someone properly, it is important to assess their skill level accurately. Therefore, he suggests they have a bout, asking Russell to show him what he is capable of, pressing his fist against his other palm in a formal gesture. Russell recalls the memory of holding Jillian's invitation, and thinks that this must have been the reason behind the sudden summons. Nonetheless, he recognizes it as a valuable opportunity to receive guidance from a weapon master. Spinning his spear and pointing it at him, he thinks that if he can use this chance to improve his spearmanship, it will greatly benefit him in future battles. Jillian remarks that he has sharp eyes and says he will allow him the first move. Russell moves toward him and responds that he will not refuse the offer. Later, Russell loses his balance and falls to the floor, thinking that even though he did not use magic, he cannot believe he was defeated so easily. This, he realizes, is the level of a true weapon master. Jillian asks how it feels and comments that while his visual acuity and flexible thinking are good, he does not appear to have a natural talent for wielding the spear. However, considering that he is self-taught, he admits that he finds him quite impressive. Inwardly, he thinks that he is going to be highly entertaining to watch in the future. Russell stands up, wondering if he should have used magic after all. He then says that he did not expect him to offer him guidance for free and adds that he proposes to train him once a week in return for his sparring with the knights. He considers that sparring with knights is not a bad offer, but mere sparring would not be enough to even make their agreement. He then says that he accepts, but in exchange, he has a request. Jillian asks what the request is. After a while, all the knights stand outside in a queue while one knight asks what is going on, remarking that it is rare to see all the knights gathered together. Another knight replies that there are rumors it is because Sir Russell is visiting the Lord. A knight asks if Sir Russell is not the mage who blew off Macrae Hugh's arm. Another knight adds that, according to rumors, he has horns on his head and breathes fire. The knight laughs and says that is nonsense, asking what he is supposed to be, a circus performer. Another knight quickly says to be quiet as the Lord is arriving. Jillian enters the grounds with Russell at his side. All the knights bow and greet the Lord. Jillian states that since they are all present, he will explain, starting today, each of them will have 2 sparring matches with Sir Russell. He explains that in the first match, they will be allowed to use magic and aura, and in the second match, they will not. The knights are shocked upon hearing this announcement. A knight asks if they are truly expected to fight without aura and magic. Another knight questions whether that would not obviously be disadvantageous to Sir Russell. Russell thinks that the goal of this training is to improve pure skill rather than gain experience. For this purpose, not using magic is actually more beneficial. He introduces himself as Russell Raymond, says he looks forward to their guidance, and asks if they shall begin sparring right away. The system window notifies that the mission is to spar with the Knights of Autumn Moon Castle, defeat them, and achieve consecutive victories through sparring. The clear reward is an edible low-grade mana stone. The number of consecutive victories is recorded, but it resets at the beginning of each week's sparring. Russell thinks it would also be nice to earn some bonuses while he is at it. After a while, Rohakan stands in front of Russell, holding his sword, and introduces himself as Rohakan, a 4th-grade knight. He states that it is an honor to cross swords with such a famous hero. Russell responds, indicating that they should begin immediately, gripping his spear in preparation for the fight. He then says well then, and leaps at him to attack. Russell thinks that he is fast, and his perfect form appears as though it were taken directly from a swordsman's manual. To think that a 4th-grade knight could be so skilled, this is clearly the result of training under Sir Jillian. Russell blocks the attack and brings Rohakan to the ground. He points his spear at him and asks if he would like to continue. Rohakan declines, accepting his defeat. A knight nearby asks if he saw Rohakan's movement just now. Another knight responds, noting that there must have been a reason he wanted to spar without using magic. Jillian reflects on their expressions, recognizing that their pride is undoubtedly wounded after losing to a mage in a purely martial contest. He recalls a memory as Russell declares that he will continue sparring with the knights, but insists that they allow him to do so without using magic. Jillian considers how a proposal he had originally accepted out of amusement has turned out to be a powerful motivator for everyone. Just then, Vincent arrives and asks if it would be acceptable for him to spar with Russell. A knight remarks that he cannot believe Sir Vincent is choosing to spar with him, noting that Vincent is a second-grade knight. He then asks if this means Sir Russell is considered too much for the third-grade knights to handle. Russell reflects that a second-grade knight, strong enough to be compared to the vice-captain of the Knight Order, will provide an excellent experience. He expresses his gratitude for the opportunity. After some time, Jillian remarks to him that, to think he has managed to draw against Vincent, it seems Vincent has been underestimated. Russell replies that he was simply lucky. Jillian comments on the notion of luck again and asks if Vincent would have stood any chance if he had used magic. Russell answers that he would not say so definitively, but admits that even if Vincent had been a first-grade knight, the outcome would likely have remained the same. As Russell follows him, he reflects that he is not wrong. After all, he has now become a fifth circle mage, which places him on par with an expert-grade knight. Later, Jillian stops in front of a door and advises him not to sell himself short, warning that excessive humility can turn into arrogance. Russell acknowledges the advice and states that he will keep it in mind. He holds a lever and states that, setting everything else aside, it is time to present the gift he has prepared. He enters the room and explains that these are books he has collected during his travels across the continent in his younger days. He adds that the books on spearmanship are placed on the left and instructs Russell to choose one to study. Russell is surprised to see the collection and thinks that properly reviewing them all would take far too long. For now, he should focus on finding a clear direction in his study of spearmanship. After some time, Jillian sits in a chair and asks if Russell has chosen a spearmanship book. Russell stands before him, holding two books, and says he is torn between them. He explains that they are the 6 Union Heaven-Shattering Arts and La Mancha, both highly esteemed works on spearmanship. Jillian recalls Russell's abilities and comments that the 6 Union Heaven-Shattering Arts is extremely difficult to master, but if perfected, it could become the greatest among the powerful spear techniques. La Mancha, he explains, is a refined style that is praised for enabling the user to move without unnecessary motion, which is a significant advantage. He states that, personally, he would recommend the 6 Union Heaven-Shattering Arts. Russell places his hand on the books and declares that he will choose that one. Jillian then asks if La Mancha. Russell states that, as a mage, he believes a refined spear technique, which can be used flexibly depending on the situation, is more suitable for him than a powerful spear technique. He thinks that, in choosing this, he has made a rational decision over something merely strong, thinking like a mage. He places his hand on his shoulder and expresses his respect for Russell's decision, adding that now he should focus on mastering La Mancha. Russell reflects that to give away such books without hesitation is something he feels every time he sees Jillian. He truly is generous, though Russell recognizes that this is not without a cost. Jillian reminds him not to forget that he still has a sparring session with the knights. Sometime later, Russell sits in a carriage, swinging his pen as he thinks about the simple moves, swing, slash, stab, block, that come together to form a line. He realizes that he has become stuck again. Looking out the window, he thinks that it has been a year and a half since he received La Mancha from Sir Jillian. Just memorizing the forms has already been an accomplishment in itself, but to perfect the spear technique, he needs to understand its true meaning. For that, complete focus would be ideal, but there are too many distractions. The system window notifies him that the mission to become a 6th circle mage has been completed. He has surpassed the new barrier he faced and has now become a full-fledged 6th circle mage. The reward includes 1 highest grade monostone edible, 5 advanced grade monostones edible, 5 intermediate grade monostones edible, 20 low grade monostones edible, and a 6th circle completion reward. He is startled upon seeing the system window and reflects that becoming a 6th circle mage is a matter of training and enlightenment, with no immediate solution to it. He recalls the words of the Divine Dragon King, who mentioned that in order to connect with the dragons, he must find them. By doing so, he will become both their master and their hope in this world. He wonders how he is supposed to find the traces of dragons, then remembers that he has examined old books and discovered 4 locations where traces of dragons might be found. He thinks that he has already explored 2 of the locations, but to no avail. This leaves only the Red Mountain Belt Canyon and Curl Island, with the canyon seeming more likely of the two. However, exploring it at his current level is too dangerous. He decides to postpone the exploration of Kuril Island until after he becomes a 6th Circle Mage. Instead, he heads to the Red Mountain Belt Canyon, planning to explore the underworld within its depths. The scene shifts to a flashback, where Daraya asks Russell if he is planning to go to the underworld this time. Russell confirms that he is. She warns him that the underworld is the land of dwarves, and humans cannot easily enter that place. He acknowledges that he knows this. She suggests that if he must go, he should visit Whitey, the White Magic Tower Master. He asks if she means the White Magic Tower Master, and she affirms, explaining that she is a half-blood of the fairy race, so she might know something useful. The scene shifts back to the present, where Russell stands outside the palace, reflecting that dwarves are part of the fairy race and that the master had a point. He is startled by a noise behind him. Meanwhile, Daraya stands near the window, thinking that she has forgotten to tell Russell something. She wonders if they have met by now. On the other side, Olsen jumps at Russell, grabbing him by the neck, and says it has been a while, youngest. After some time, Olsen and Russell stand on a floating platform, and Russell comments that he applied for the overseas research trip to the underworld as well. Olsen responds that he had thought he would be lonely since the location is not a popular research destination, but with Russell here, he won't be bored. Russell asks if Olsen has met the White Tower Master before, and Olsen confirms that he has. Russell then inquires what kind of person she is. Olsen pauses, considering how to describe her, before saying that she is like a cute yet eccentric girl while walking toward the floor. Russell responds that he will understand when he meets her. After a while, they walk toward a room, and Russell thinks to himself that he is unsure what to make of it. It is a cute room. Inside, he sees Amelia Merwin, the White Tower Master, sitting on a sofa and hugging a teddy bear. She greets them, saying, "Welcome, Olsen and Russell Raymond, right?" Olsen bows to her, and Russell is startled when he sees her. The narrator explains that the White Tower Master, who commands the wind and spirits, is Amelia Merwin. Russell thinks that perhaps because she is half human and half elf, he can sense pure mana radiating from her, a quality normally only felt by elves. Olsen remarks that for her to remember their names suggests that Russell truly has become famous. Amelia approaches Russell and explains that it is not fame that interests her, but rather the fascination with how a human possesses such a peculiar mana. Russell addresses her as Tower Master, and she observes that he must have formed a contract with a spirit, otherwise, such mana would not have been possible. He confirms that she is correct, thinking to himself that no one has ever noticed this detail before. She then asks if he can summon the spirit with whom he has formed a contract. Russell, cautious, asks if he may inquire as to why. Amelia explains that he cannot enter the underworld, the place he wishes to go, by normal means. He will either have to be fortunate enough to find a hidden portal, locate a map with a portal marked on it, or possess an artifact capable of finding portals. Russell asks if what she means to say is that they will need a spirit because they do not have any of those three things. Amelia confirms that he has understood correctly. Just then, Russell summons Pepper. Amelia immediately hugs him, exclaiming that he is adorable and noting that not only is he an intermediate grade spirit, but he is also a mutant. She asks what his name is. Pepper responds with a cheerful growl. After a while, Bismarck stands cutting a tree with a pair of scissors, remarking that he had thought Charon possessed manners, unlike Hypnos. He asks what brings him here at this hour. Charon, speaking through the skull of a skeleton, replies that he has come because it is the day of the contract. Hypnos, the one with whom Bismarck is contracted, is busy, so he has come in his place. Bismarck repeats the word contract thoughtfully, asking if 5 years have already passed. As Charon speaks, a green aura spreads from the star-shaped mark on his head, ripening the apple Bismarck holds. Bismarck moves the apple toward his mouth as Charon reminds him that it is time for him to eat it. Demonstrating his power, he comments that if this great transaction could be repeated indefinitely, Bismarck could achieve immortality as well. However, he adds that it is a pity, as the side effects make it impossible. He then asks if he knows that Daraya's disciple has gone to the Red Canyon. He responds that, of course, he knows, especially when it concerns that wretched woman. He says he understands what Bismarck is worried about. The Red Canyon borders the Amazona forest, and he is concerned that the boy might interfere. He admits that considering the current situation with Blaine and everything else, his concern is not unfounded. Charon says that the operation is being carried out deep within the forest, far from the canyon. and they will not find it unless they are specifically searching for it. He tells him not to worry unless something has opened. Bismarck, narrowing his eyes, asks what he just said. Charon quickly replies that it is nothing and states that he must leave now, as many others are waiting for him. Inwardly, he thinks to himself how insolent it is for a lowly cultist to behave so arrogantly. Bismarck mutters that once he ascends the throne, the first thing he will do is, but before he can complete his sentence, he is shocked to see a nearby plant wither and rot away. Charon remarks that it seems he will have to hasten his plans. Meanwhile, a carriage moves across a barren landscape. Inside, Olsen remarks that it is fortunate they have Russell with them and thanks Pepper, saying that because of him, they can easily locate the underworld. He recalls how Amelia had hugged Pepper and explained that with Pepper around, they should be able to track the presence of the Earth's spirit, Gnome, and thus find the path to the underworld. Russell modestly insists that it is thanks to Pepper, not himself. Olsen glances out the window, spotting a city in the distance, and comments that it looks like they have arrived at the Red Canyon. Russell also looks outside, thinking that even from afar, he can sense a mysterious power emanating from the rocky landscape. He wonders if he might be able to find clues about the dragons in this place. Olsen says he thinks they should head straight to the canyon without wasting time in the city and asks Russell what he thinks. He agrees. After a while, Russell stands holding Pepper and says he will start now. He leaves Pepper and tells it to track down the gnome's scent. Pepper quickly flies away to begin tracking. Olsen expresses doubt, wondering if he will be able to sense the presence of an earthbound spirit from such a height. He believes he probably can. Olsen, stunned by the sight of eagles, remarks that those are one-horned eagles and asks if they are trying to attack Pepper. Olsen charges his power and declares he will handle them. He says that Pepper was told not to do that. Olsen asks who told him not to do it. He replies that it was Pepper. Olsen explains that those eagles are advanced-grade flying monsters that even hunt orcs. Pepper quickly moves to attack the eagles. Olsen, stunned by the sight, watches as Russell comments that it looks like Pepper wants to handle them himself. Pepper throws fire flames, burning the eagles. Russell asks if he is not feisty. Pepper growls, and Russell remarks that it seems Pepper has found the gnome's presence. Even with just a glance, he can tell there are over 300 caves and walks forward along with Olsen. Olsen says that if they investigate all of them, it might take up all their time for research, and they still might not reach the underworld, nor can they simply destroy them all. Pepper flies into a cave and growls. Russell says it looks like he is there. Olsen lights up a sphere and sends it into the cave, remarking that this is not an ordinary cave. Russell observes that, since there is no humidity or stalactites, features typically found in natural caves, it is probably an artificial one. He holds his chin thoughtfully and suggests that if the artificial cave was created to hide the entrance, there could be traps inside. Olsen pats him on the head and asks why he is being so serious, wondering if he will refuse to enter if there are traps. Russell responds that, on the contrary, he is excited to see what the dwarves have set up. They see the roof collapsing and quickly run as Olsen curses and asks just how many traps have been set up here. Russell says that so far, that was the 15th and remarks that those fools are certainly diligent. He thinks he had believed he could easily dismantle the traps with magic, but he had not expected mana control devices to be installed throughout the entire cave. He sees a strong mana light emerging from the roof, breaks through it, and realizes he has no choice but to use draconification. He questions whether this is mana and thinks that although it is faint, he can definitely sense it. Olsen asks what he is doing and urges him to run. Russell reasons that if mana control devices have been installed throughout the cave but not at this particular spot, then there is only one explanation. He uses Blaze Lance and La Mancha, spreading a burst of flames and sparks all around. Olsen is stunned by the sight. He says it looks like they have found it, the warp gate leading to the underworld, and sees the warp gate ahead. He recalls a memory and reflects that no matter how advanced dwarven technology is, crossing space would not be possible without mana, which is why no mana control devices have been installed where the warp gate is located. Olsen taps him on the shoulder and says he has done well, noting that a warp gate crafted by dwarves is certainly worth mentioning in the report. Later, they walk with the warp gate and see mana sparks scattered throughout the underground city. Olsen remarks that this must be the underworld. Russell descends the stairs, thinking that he had expected the city to be small, given that it lies underground, but it appears as vast as Endymion's royal capital, leaving him stunned at the sight of the people. Miggy comments that it has been a long time since humans have arrived here, as finding the warp gate is no easy task for them. A black-haired dwarf asks whether Russell has obtained a tribe's map or if he is a spirit contractor. Miggy replies that, in any case, since Russell has made it here, he should be considered their guest. He adds that if Russell wishes to enter the city, he should follow them, as they can at least offer him a tour. Miggy assures him that he can look forward to it. The underworld is far more fascinating inside. Russell feels delighted at the sight of the dwarves and thinks, amazed, that he is truly seeing them. After a while, the black-haired dwarf points to the luminous stones embedded in the ceiling. Miggy explains that they were embedded over 100 years ago, yet they still shine like stars. He picks up a piece of mithril armor and remarks that this armor has been crafted with remarkable skill. Holding a bottle, he adds that the alcohol is brewed using water from an underground spring. Russell feels as though they are boasting rather than guiding him through the city. Olsen places a hand on Russell's shoulder, calls out to him, and says that although they arrived together, their research objectives are different. Russell considers Olsen to be focused on the dwarves' muscular training and responds that he supposes so for now. Olsen immediately runs off, suggesting that they part ways for the time being and meet back at the same spot in 3 weeks. Russell protests that he would like to accompany him as well. At that moment, Miggy taps him from behind and asks where he is heading. He starts dragging Russell along, insisting that there are still many more things he must see. Russell thanks him and says he is looking forward to it. Later, Russell is startled by the sight of a dragon statue and remarks that, according to legend, the underworld was blessed by 2 dragons. He asks if the story is true. Miggy proudly confirms it, explaining that the silver dragon, who governs iron and wind, bestowed upon them the blessing of steel, while the fire dragon, who governs flames, granted them the blessing of fire. He walks down the street and then mentions that the place with the statue must be here. Miggy explains that it was built when the fire dragon bestowed them with the blessing of flames. It says that the dragon even occasionally stayed there a few thousand years ago. Russell wonders if any traces of the dragon's stay might still remain and asks whether outsiders are allowed to enter the altar. He states that he had wanted to show him the altar last, but the order does not matter. He urges him to follow. After a while, Miggy repeats that the weapons sold in the underworld are on a different level compared to those from ordinary smithies. Even the famous Beast King of Kural's weapon was forged by their ancestors. Russell remarks that there are more races here than he had expected, aside from the dwarves. Miggy responds that most of them belong to the fairy race of the Amazonian forest. They come here either for trade or to obtain equipment. Just then, Lady Ilo arrives and greets Russell as savior. Russell turns to her and responds, "Lady Ilo." She smiles and says that it is great to meet him again in this place. Scan, who is with her, states that he is the young man who helped Ilo. He introduces himself as Scan, an elder of the White Ash Tree tribe, and extends his hand. Russell shakes his hand and replies, he is Russell Raymond of the Endymion Flame Tower. He thinks he is curious about the kind of person who helped Ilo. It feels as if he is facing a living volcano, and it is surprising that a human can possess such pure mana. Russell asks Ilo what brings her here. Ilo explains that they are here to buy weapons. He thinks it is unusual for a peace-loving elf to be buying weapons and asks if something has happened to her tribe. She responds that the monsters in the Amazonian forest have become more barbarous. If her blood had awakened, this would not have happened. Scan places a hand on her shoulder and reassures her that it is not her fault and that she should not think about it too much. Russell recalls that Ilo had mentioned having the blood of a green dragon before. He remembers a moment when Ilo had held his hand and confessed that, in fact, she is a half-blooded green dragon. He then asks if the White Ash Tree tribe has any records or legends related to dragons. Ilo apologizes and says that, aside from inheriting the blood of a dragon, she does not know much else. He acknowledges this. She asks how long she plans to stay in the underworld. She expresses her wish to provide him with any records from her tribe if they should exist. He thanks her for the offer and informs her that he will be staying for about 3 weeks. After a while, Russell and Miggy stand in front of the red dragon statue, where Miggy explains that this is the fire dragon's altar. Russell thinks that he does not notice anything particularly special and wonders if he should visit the silver dragon's altar instead. Miggy states that the silver dragon's altar is symmetrical to the fire dragon's altar in both location and design. Russell sees the silver dragon statue and guesses that the only real difference is probably the color. He thinks that this statue is the last thing he needs to examine here. Miggy says he will wait at the entrance and advises Russell to take his time. Russell agrees and wonders whether there will be anything special at the silver altar. He places his hand on the platform and begins channeling his mana, pondering whether this is the statue he has been seeking. Suddenly, the silver dragon's eyes begin to shine, and he speaks, saying that it has been waiting for a very long time, and that, fortunately, Russell has arrived before the end of its remaining lifespan. A bright green mana light spreads all around. He instructs him to follow the path and come to him, to their master, the genesis of all dragons. Russell notices a circle with an arrow mark on his hand and thinks that he hears a fragile, almost gasping voice. He leaps high, surrounding himself with mana, and casts Excel Haste. He reflects that the voice sounds as if it is on the brink of death. It might merely be his imagination, but he knows he must hurry. He observes the arrow and realizes that it is gradually shortening. Landing on the floor, he concludes that he is getting closer to the dragon that has been guiding him. Later, he spots a house and remarks that he has found it. After a moment, he stands outside the house and doubts that a dragon could be inside such a small structure, wondering whether it serves as a cover to conceal a passage. He opens the door, steps inside, and confirms that his suspicion is correct. It is just as he expected. A gate appears before him, and he walks toward it, asking himself if this is the first gate. The silver dragon Sylvetter greets him with a welcome. Russell is shocked to see him there. He declares that he, the silver dragon Sylvetter, has come to greet the future master of all dragons and lies on the ground in front of him. He explains that he would like to speak with him as much as possible, but he does not have much time left. Russell asks what he means by not having much time. Sylvetter replies that, as time flows, just as rocks eventually turn into sand, his body and spirit have aged, and the time for his eternal rest draws near. Russell thinks that facing death so calmly must be because their race has lived for 10,000 years. He says that he now returns the power that has been bestowed upon him by the previous master to the new master and presents a horn before him. Russell is shocked to see it as the system window notifies him that he has inherited a new power from the silver dragon, Sylvetter, the divine dragon king's horn imbued with the essence of wind. He is startled and thinks that, after receiving powers of fire and lightning, he now holds a horn with the power of wind. However, he wonders why it is called the Divine Dragon King's Horn and not the Forgotten King's Horn. Sylvetter asks if he intends to delay the succession of power, addressing him as a young master. Russell responds that he will delay it for now and reflects that the powers of the horns so far have greatly enhanced his understanding of their respective elements and increased his mana. It would be more efficient, he thinks, to become a sixth circle mage first and then fully absorb this power. Sylvetter praises him, saying that to remain so calm before such tremendous power proves that he is a master worthy of being awaited for 10,000 years. He wishes for all his desires to come true, calling him young master, and begins to fade away. Russell urgently calls out for him to wait, saying that he still has questions. He replies that although his body and spirit will vanish, his mission does not end here. He states that he will leave his power to the child who carries his bloodline. Russell, surprised, asks about the child who carries his bloodline. After a while, mana sparks spread throughout the city. Ilo stands at the window, startled by the sight, and raises her hand to check the flow of energy, asking herself what this phenomenon is. She is shocked when she sees a warp gate opening in the distance. Later, Russell emerges from the warp gate, holding his head and lamenting that he cannot believe he lost his first ever lead when it was right in front of him. He is startled to see Ilo standing before him. She removes her cap, releases a faint sparkle from her hand, and introduces herself as Ilo of the Ashen Tree Tribe. Russell, shocked, notices something shining above his head and asks what it is. Ilo kneels down before him, addressing him as the Dragon Lord, and collapses into unconsciousness. Russell calls out to her in concern. After some time, Russell sits on a chair beside Ilo's bed, watching over her as she lies unconscious. He thinks to himself that he would never have expected the successor mentioned by the Silver Dragon to be Ilo. It does not seem that her dragon powers have fully awakened yet. As she slowly opens her eyes, he asks if she is awake. She quickly sits up and calls him Savior. Observing her behavior, Russell thinks that, since she is no longer calling him Dragon Lord, she must have returned to her senses. However, he is soon shocked when a system notification appears. The system window notifies him that the elf before him has begun to awaken as a second-generation dragon, but has not yet realized her mission. When she becomes aware of it, she will have to decide for herself whether she will fully awaken as a divine dragon or remain as she is an elf. He thinks to himself, what on earth, but supposes this is acceptable for now. After all, had she been forced to awaken, she would have become bound to him, the Dragon Lord, and that would have been troublesome. She asks why he is in his room. He replies that she fainted in front of the gate, so he brought her to his place without delay. He decides there is no need to explain everything to her just yet. She says she is relieved it was he who found her, as nothing like this has ever happened before, and she wonders aloud if it could be because of this horn. Russell is shocked as he notices the horn. She explains that just before she lost consciousness, she believed a silver light flew into her. It seems the dragon's essence within her has begun to awaken, and she recalls a faint memory. He reflects on her words, a silver light. As she stands beside him, she says that those she came with must be worried, so she will take her leave now. She assures him they will meet again and offers her farewell. May the blessing of the forest be with him on his path. Russell is taken aback by her parting words. The scene shifts to the next day. Russell stands in the street, thinking that he had expected it would take 20 days to find the dragon's traces. Yet, he has gained more time than anticipated. He decides to use this opportunity to investigate further when he notices the signboard of Miggy and the other dwarves' shop. Later, Russell observes the fire increasing in the burner inside the shop. The black-haired dwarf inquires what brings him to the forge, referring to him as a small human. Russell replies that he has come to show them something. He asks if he wants an appraisal. Russell reaches into his inventory portal and responds, confirming that this is the case. He then asks if they could take a look at this and pulls out a red mana stone. They are shocked upon seeing it. Miggy exclaims that the mana is so pure that it is as if the stone itself is condensed mana rather than merely containing it. Upon reflection, it does indeed seem that way, almost resembling the heart of a dragon. Russell, stunned, thinks to himself that it could be the heart of the dragon race. The black-haired dwarf inspects the stone and comments that it is strange. The mana's purity is far too high for it to be the heart of a lower dragon, and it is too small to be the heart of a higher species, assuming it isn't one. Miggy then asks if Russell would mind leaving the stone with them until he returns. He assures Russell that they will not use it for anything frivolous, swearing upon fire and steel. Russell, having a rough idea but deciding there is no need to refuse, agrees to leave it with them. They are overjoyed, and Miggy remarks that he has made a wise choice. The black-haired dwarf states that the dragon encyclopedia needs to be consulted immediately. Russell thinks they resemble excited mages who have just secured research funding. After a while, the librarian remarks that Russell must be the human Miggy mentioned and welcomes him to the Grand Library. Russell introduces himself and adds that, more importantly, an underground library is quite unique. The librarian explains that precious knowledge must always be stored deep within the earth. Normally, entry is not permitted, but since Russell has a recommendation from the Meisters, access is granted up to the 3rd basement level, and an entry pass is extended toward him. The narrator notes that among the dwarves, renowned for their many artisans, only the most exceptional are titled Meisters. Approximately 1 in 1,000 receive this honor. Who would have known that those two were Meisters? Russell expresses his gratitude. After some time, he reflects that although the library is underground, it is remarkably spacious. The knowledge here also appears significantly different from the theories of the surface world. He has 19 days remaining before he must return to the Flame Tower. As he reads a particular book, he is surprised and resolves to attempt breaking through the 6th circle barrier within that time. After some time, Russell thinks to himself that, indeed, it is not as easy as he had hoped, and it may still be too soon for him. He walks toward Miggy's shop, where Miggy notices him and greets him, saying the small human has returned. Russell confirms that he is leaving today, so he has come to retrieve the item he left with them, and he bids them farewell. They are shocked, and Miggy exclaims in surprise, asking if he is leaving already. The black-haired dwarf suggests that he stay for a few more days. Russell suspects that they have not yet identified what the Mana Stone truly is. Miggy admits, somewhat regretfully, that they have not discovered anything extraordinary. However, he adds that this does not mean no progress has been made. What they have learned is that the Mana Stone was not formed naturally. It is, in fact, an artificial object created deliberately for a specific purpose by someone. Russell takes the stone and asks if there is a reason he believes that. He explains that the alchemical reactions are similar to those they have encountered before. Miggy then shows Russell a passage in a book and asks him to listen while he reads. He says that based on the book's content, they have formed several hypotheses, and it appears that the Monostone is a type of magnum opus, an object created by breaking down and diluting a portion of something far greater. Russell begins reading and reflects that magnum opus in alchemy refers to a masterpiece. He considers that the two dwarves seem to believe this mana stone possesses a value comparable to that of the Philosopher's Stone. Miggy remarks that it would have been ideal to discover what the stone was originally made from. But this is all they have been able to determine, and he apologizes for that. Russell replies that it is more than enough, expresses his gratitude, and adds that thanks to the two of them, he now understands how incredible the underworld truly is. Miggy tells him to visit anytime he can. The black-haired dwarf agrees, urging him to return as well. Later, while walking through a cave, Russell thinks that judging by everything so far, the material used to create the Monostone is most likely a draconic heart. A draconic heart. Other mages would be shocked to hear such a theory. He sees the warp gate ahead and then turns around to ask whether Olsen has returned yet. At that moment, Olsen appears and says he actually arrived first. Russell is surprised to see him and remarks that he is back. Olsen shows his body and asks whether he has been waiting long. Russell replies that he has not, but he inquires about the substance applied to Olsen's skin. Olsen explains that the oil is the secret behind the dwarves' muscular strength. He adds that he plans to modify it for human use once they return and promises to make a batch for him as well, telling him to look forward to it. Russell laughs as they walk away from the warp gate. Olsen comments that he appears troubled and asks if his research is not progressing well. Russell replies that it is not that. In fact, it is quite the opposite. He has obtained what he came for. Olsen then suggests that only one thing could still be troubling him, the barrier to becoming a sixth circle mage, and he asks if he is correct. Russell places a hand on his neck and admits that he can perceive the barrier, but he cannot cross it, which is deeply frustrating. He reflects on the saying that if there are 100 mages, there will be 100 different enlightenments, which illustrates how delicate the process of enlightenment truly is. Even well-intentioned advice can prove harmful, so it remains an unspoken rule not to interfere. However, he believes that offering a few basic pieces of advice should be acceptable. He then asks whether he has ever mentioned that he can lift 1,500 pounds. Russell, surprised, says that this is the first time he has heard such a thing and wonders why it is being brought up so suddenly. He explains that he was not able to lift that weight in the beginning. He knows it sounds extreme, but through relentless effort, layered upon even more effort, it eventually became possible. He says he believes that enlightenment, when it comes to magic, follows the same principle. If one works diligently every day, it will eventually come suddenly and without warning. Russell reflects that one day, all at once, it is true. There is no need to be impatient. He has grown significantly compared to a month ago. As he walks forward, he points out the sunset, remarking that it always moves him. The sunset over the Red Canyon, in particular, is truly magnificent. Russell gazes at the scene and thinks that the light of the setting sun blurs the boundary between sky and earth. Everything he has learned, realized, and built up, brick by brick, feels as though it leads toward a greater enlightenment just beyond the horizon. As this thought takes hold, a memory from his past surfaces. He enters his mind world and sees himself standing surrounded by water. He recognizes this as a mental projection. If this is the inside of his mind, then everything he has learned and experienced is being expressed through formulas. He stares at the sun and realizes that it is the same burning red sunset. He wonders what will happen if those formulas are overlaid with the image of the burning red sunset. He raises his hand and activates Russell Raymond's original skill, Falling Sun, unleashing a massive flame that spreads across his palm. Olsen immediately grabs his hand and questions whether he intends to cast a grand warfare spell right away, asking if he plans to set the entire canyon on fire. He then places 2 fingers against Russell's forehead and says the word sleep. Russell instantly falls unconscious. Olsen thinks to himself, good grief, they had only been talking about enlightenment, but he did not expect it to come to Russell so suddenly. This event is bound to cause a significant stir in the academic world, the youngest sixth circle mage in history. At that moment, the system window appears, notifying that Russell has reached the sixth circle. The mission has been completed, and he is now eligible for his rewards. The rewards include 1 highest grade edible monostone, 5 advanced grade edible monostones, 5 intermediate grade edible monostones, and 20 low grade edible monostones. The system also notifies that an additional reward is to be granted. Sometime later, at the Flame Tower, Russell sits quietly, observing his hand as memories surface. He activates Russell Raymond's original skill, Falling Sun, gathering flames into his palm. Clenching his fist, he reflects that he has finally become a 6th Circle Mage. The sensation of mana coursing through his veins is entirely different from what he experienced as a 5th Circle Mage. He also recalls receiving the 2nd Golden Mask as a reward for reaching the 6th Circle. He remembers the system window notifying him that a mask would be granted as an additional reward. As he examines the mask, he notes that, unlike the previous one, which enhanced offensive calculations, this artifact grants immunity to debuffs and specializes in curse resistance. It will help him withstand the sorcery of pagans, an excellent item. The mask then vanishes from his hand. At that moment, Daria enters and greets him, saying he has returned and calling him Kiddo. She asks how the underworld city is, but then stops in surprise upon noticing the change in him. She realizes that he has already broken through the wall. Russell replies that the external research proved helpful. Daria, stunned, reflects that it has only been half a year since he fully mastered 5th Circle magic. She realizes she has underestimated the child's talent. She believes it would take him several more years. Overwhelmed with pride, she gently holds his hand. She says it is just as expected from her disciple. Russell responds that he will continue to strive forward, Master. She recalls Hemingway and thinks to herself that the old man will be furious once he hears about this. She then says, very well, let them witness the skills of their extraordinary youngest mage, if they must, as she ignites the tip of her finger with flame. A while later, they stand outside. Daria comments that this reminds her of the day before the expedition to the ruins. Russell replies that back then, it had been difficult for him to even face a single giant. She remarks that from the way he speaks, it sounds as though such challenges are easy for him now. In that case, she suggests increasing the difficulty to match his current level. She activates Daria's Snow White originality, firewood dwarves, and hurls a burst of flame toward him, summoning several dwarves in the process. Russell quickly steps back and says that is not quite what he meant. As he looks up, he realizes that there are far more of them than he expected, roughly several hundred. Daria declares that it is far too early for him to be shocked and proceeds to use Daria Snow White's originality, transformation. Lifting her magical staff, she causes nearby rocks to ignite and begin transforming, and she summons the giant Firewood King into the field. Russell is stunned. He realizes that if she is going this far, it means she intends to skip formalities and go straight to the heart of the battle. In that case, he must respond in kind. He begins charging his power, gathering the fiery energy of a volcano into his hand. She holds a lollipop between her lips, smiles, and remarks that he is using a grand warfare spell. Russell thinks to himself, Master, this is his enlightenment, and hurls the spell toward the Firewood King and the summoned dwarves. He activates Russell Raymond's originality, Falling Sun, to amplify his attack, annihilating both the Firewood dwarves and their king. He observes the aftermath and reflects that the destructive power is overwhelming. If this had been an actual battle, even his allies would have been caught in the blast. He reminds himself that he must exercise caution going forward. Daria, observing the outcome, comments that it makes sense she had thought he was advancing too quickly. She acknowledges that he has succeeded in forming a mental projection and asks what he had in mind during the process. Russell answers that it was a burning sunset. She repeats a sunset and silently notes that a mental projection is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a mage. What Russell has shown her is an unfinished spell, still raw, still evolving. She wonders what might happen once it is completed. Watching the rapid growth of a discipline she took on in her later years proved to be more entertaining than she ever expected. Sometime later, Russell sits cross-legged on his bed in his room, deep in meditation. He recalls Daria's words that in terms of casting speed, power, and uniqueness as an original mage, he excels in every category. She had said she would formally submit a request for his circle achievement registration to the Magic Association. He reflects that now that his master has acknowledged him, he must determine what his next task will be. He retrieves the dragon horn and the red mana stone from his inventory, thinking that he is glad he prepared his vacation report in advance. Absorbing all of this is going to take quite some time. He holds the horn in his hand, preparing to absorb it, and thinks, well then, let's begin. After a while, the system window notifies him that the wind essence of the Divine Dragon King's horn is being absorbed. Russell becomes enveloped in mana and begins to float in the air above his bed. The system then notifies him that the wind essence of the Divine Dragon King's horn has been absorbed to the maximum extent. Any mana that exceeds his current absorbable limit is stored within his latent potential. This latent power will become accessible at the moment of awakening and will grant him immense strength. Additionally, his comprehension of advanced wind attributes has significantly increased. He slowly descends and stands, still surrounded by swirling mana. He reflects that although his understanding has deepened, the rank remains unchanged. This likely means that his level of insight into the attribute has become exceptionally refined. He suspects that it may be due to the nature of the wind attribute, but regardless, his body now feels noticeably lighter. He stands on his toes, punches forward into the air, and thinks about how much power can be contained in a lightly swung fist. If he strengthens his body with overload and the wizard body technique, he might even be able to face second-grade knights without the need for magic. Just then, someone knocks on his door and announces that Russell has a visitor request. Russell wonders if it is her, considering the timing after his external trip. A while later, Hecate sits at the tea table with Russell and inquires whether he went to the underworld this time. Russell confirms that this is correct. She adjusts her hair and admits that she was so curious about his adventure that she rushed over, despite knowing it was rude to do so. Russell tells her she is welcome to ask him anything she wishes about the hundreds of caves, the culture of the underworld, weapons, or the dwarves. However, she pauses and says she needs to ask about something else first. Russell smiles as he notices the system window, which notifies him that the mission response to the princess's heart has been triggered. Princess Hecate Rathmos has been waiting for his answer for a long time, and now it is his turn to give her a response. The rewards for this mission include 2 intermediate-grade edible mana stones and a pair of Eros and Psyche's rings. She asks him if he thought of her while he was gone. Russell wonders whether this is part of the mission. He covers his face with his hand and says that her joke is too much. Hecate holds a cup of tea and replies that seeing his reaction puts her at ease. Since he always appears so stiff, teasing him becomes enjoyable, and it seems her efforts have not been in vain after all. He reflects on the word efforts. She smiles and adds that even if those efforts were in vain, she is not the kind of person to regret them. She is not asking for an answer right now, she only hopes. He recalls a memory as he glances at a table covered in letters and thinks that, now that he considers it, she has been approaching him consistently since the last ball. He kept pushing her away under the pretext of being consumed by revenge. In truth, he was simply a coward. Now, even the system has recognized it as a mission. He recalls the system window notification for the mission response to the princess's heart. Princess Hecate Rathmos has been waiting for his answer for a long time, and now it is his turn to respond. The listed rewards are 2 intermediate-grade edible mana stones and a pair of Eros and Psyche's rings. Later, she startles and says that time has gotten away from her. When she is with him, it feels as though time disappears rather than passes. She adds that it is a shame the answer she was hoping for today remains unspoken. He asks her to please give him a little more time and kneels in front of her. He says that, as she mentioned, he is indeed stiff, which is why he can only say this much, that he looks forward to his future with her. He then takes out a ring box. She asks if he is serious and says he truly does not understand the mood at all if he does. She reaches for the ring and adds that, strangely, even though his words lack elegance or charm, they sound incredibly sweet to her. She smiles and says that, as he said, she, too, looks forward to the future. She warns him to be prepared. She will tease him for a lifetime as punishment for daring to make her wait as she puts on the ring. After a while, a man warns someone to be careful and asks if they realize how much that wine costs, then questions where the port shipment, expected today, has gone. Another man replies that it is the princess's engagement, and there must be no mistakes. Just then, an elephant arrives. One of the men exclaims that it is an elephant and notes that the delegation from Kiel has arrived. Soon after, at the Golden Sand Dunes, Crown Prince Saron and Great Shaman Kasa arrive on horseback. Saron comments that such pomp is completely unnecessary. Kasa says that is because the event is meant to showcase a young man who has become a 6th Circle Mage at the remarkably young age of 20. He asks if he truly believes it, and remarks that he sees it merely as a ploy to strengthen alliances against the Empire. Kasa responds that it is probably true, otherwise, so many countries would not have been invited. However, he adds that whether the young man is valuable enough to join Endymion is another question entirely. Saron asks why he is hinting at testing the waters in such a roundabout way. He says he is tired of this dull conversation and simply hopes they proceed with the ceremony. He wants to see what this Russell fellow looks like. Meanwhile, Russell gets dressed and comments on the number of outfits prepared. 4 tuxedos for the banquet, and even formal ceremonial attire. He asks Alan if engagements are always this complicated. Alan, reclining with a book in hand, closes it and replies that this is not a mere engagement. Numerous envoys from neighboring, non-allied nations are attending, and His Majesty likely does not intend for the event to remain just a celebratory occasion. Russell says that he must aim to achieve some political objective through engagement. Alan says yes, it is not merely about reinforcing royal authority, it might also serve as a stage to demonstrate Endymion's power. Russell reflects that if it is a stage to showcase Endymion's strength, then right now, the most impressive card they have to display is him. He concludes that his role will be vital. Alan says he is confident Russell will perform well. In that spirit, he suggests they begin studying proper etiquette, pointing to a board to start teaching him. Later, at the venue, guests begin to gather. An announcer proclaims the entrance of Hecate Rathmos, the first heir to the throne of the Endymion royal family, as she enters the hall with grace. He then announces the entrance of the groom, Count Russell Raymond. Russell walks confidently into the grand hall. A guest whispers, asking if that young man is truly on par with the Tower Masters. Another responds that no matter how he looks at him, Russell does not seem particularly remarkable. Saron, standing nearby, says he could easily find out for himself instead of complaining from the sidelines. The man beside him asks how he intends to check. Saron replies simply, like this, and with a snap of his fingers, sends a flurry of snakes toward Russell in an attempt to strike. Hecate is shocked at the sudden attack. Russell calmly tells her not to worry and thinks to himself that he has been wondering how to make an impression. But now the stage has been set perfectly. He smirks and activates his flame magic, slashing the incoming snakes with a circle projection. A man in the crowd exclaims that it is a circle projection. First, second, third, and sixth circles all at once. Another man asks in disbelief if he truly is a sixth circle mage. Russell raises a finger and thinks that the more extravagant the festival, the better. A brilliant explosion of light bursts into the sky. Saron is stunned, thinking that Russell has been hiding such overwhelming magical power that it far exceeds the rumors. Russell unleashes magical firecrackers all around, creating a dazzling spectacle, and turns to Hecate, extending his hand as he asks if they shall proceed. Meanwhile, deep within a forest, Charon communicates with Bismarck and comments bitterly on the engagement of that damn woman's disciple to the royal family of Endymion. He emphasizes that someone nearly on par with the Tower Masters has now become a member of the royal household. Just then, a monster roars behind him. Bismarck hears the noise and asks what that sound is just now. He slays the monster and remarks that it is nothing significant, just a rat foolish enough to bare its teeth. He then offers his congratulations, adding that with someone so skilled now part of the royal family, Bismarck must feel reassured. Bismarck responds coldly, stating that he has never once considered them his family. To him, they are nothing more than filthy usurpers who stole his rightful place. He then inquires about the progress of the excavation in the forest. Charon replies honestly, saying it appears the excavation will take several more years, and even then, they cannot guarantee how many of the keystones will remain intact. Bismarck asks if their effectiveness is at least assured. Charon confirms that they are Tartanos keystones, artifacts once used to seal the giants who sought dominion over the continent. Even retrieving just a few would be enough to restrain an 8th circle mage. However, the real issue lies with the seal of Tartanos. They had barely tampered with it, and already, the forest's monsters had begun to go berserk. Bismarck says that is good news. If the rampaging beasts succeed in drawing attention and weakening Endymion's forces, then their plan can proceed all the more swiftly. He believes that he is happy about the death of his own country's citizens if he is not merely a tyrant, and he thinks, of course, that this is all thanks to the erasure and destruction of the records from the era of the gods, including the stories of the otherworldly savior and the giants. The narrator states that one of his great feats was the black-haired hero from another world joining forces with the dragons to seal the giants, a story that must never be passed down to future generations. He recalls Russell, and, now that he thinks about it, notices that the damn woman's disciple also has black hair, along with an abnormally fast growth rate. He wonders if he could have inherited the bloodline of the otherworldly savior. Even if that were the case, given that it happened thousands of years ago, he would not have been able to fully inherit the otherworldly savior's lineage. He recalls Hecate and Russell, laughs, and thinks that, just in case, he should raise the level of the threats against him. After a while, everyone gathers around Russell, and one person offers congratulations, addressing him as Count Raymond. He is from the south, where the Walker Hill Academy that Russell attended is located. Another person introduces himself as a representative of the Nage Union. Russell considers the presence of nobles and lords from various provinces, as well as foreign dignitaries, and concludes that he will likely be stuck here for the next 3 days. At that moment, Saron addresses him as Count Russell Raymond, prompting Russell to turn toward him. Saron bows and introduces himself as the Prince of the Golden Sand Hills, offering his congratulations on Russell's engagement, which, he claims, will be remembered for centuries. Russell recalls him and suspects that this man was indeed the one who sent the snakes. He shakes hands with Saron and thanks him for the gift, politely requesting that something else be sent next time, as he is not particularly fond of snakes. Saron replies that he will keep that in mind. He then asks whether Russell is satisfied with his reaction. Saron reflects that most people would respond with anger when tested and wonders whether Russell is simply indifferent or possesses remarkable composure. He then states that, as the Prince of the Golden Sand Hills, he would like to propose an alliance with Endymion and asks whether this answers Russell's unspoken question. The narrator explains that the Golden Sand Hills are one of the wealthiest nations on the continent, and such an alliance would significantly strengthen the war effort against the Empire. He says that more than a national alliance, he wishes to invest in Count Raymond himself, adding that he is better at investing than engaging in politics, and asks him to ensure he reaches the youngest rank of the 8th Circle. Russell reflects on the fact that this man is both a prince and a businessman and replies that he looks forward to working together. Saron responds in kind, expressing that he, too, looks forward to their partnership. Later, Russell lies on the bed in his room and remarks that it is finally over and that it has been an incredibly long 3 days. Hecate enters, holding a stack of documents, and comments that it is no wonder he is exhausted, as such matters are not something he is accustomed to. He quickly takes the documents from her and asks what they are. She explains that they are work-related papers, many of which have accumulated due to the engagement ceremony. She had planned to deal with them in the office, but it seems her fiancé was quite eager to see her, she says as she walks over and sits on the sofa. He tells her she is teasing him again unless she isn't. He then notices an envelope and asks what it is, noting that it looks different from the others. She replies that it is for him. He opens it and asks if it is an application for external research. She explains that she thought he might want to travel soon, but since he seemed hesitant, she submitted the application on his behalf and asks if she has overstepped. He assures her that she has not, thanks her for thinking of him, and embraces her warmly from behind. She remarks that he is so happy over something so simple and adds that this is why being considerate is enjoyable. By the way, she suggests that perhaps it is because the engagement ceremony is finally over. She begins to play with her hair and says that she is starting to feel fatigued and that she has been thinking of turning off the lights while holding his face. She then asks what he thinks. He responds with curiosity, saying that he was thinking the same thing. The scene shifts to the City-State Confederation of Nage at a freelancer's office. A person sits in a chair and says that there is no one here addressing someone else. The yellow-haired person standing beside him insists that he stop saying there is no one and asks if this is not the largest office in Nage. If no one can be found here, where else should they go? He responds that they have some 3rd Circle mages, but he knows that it takes at least a 4th Circle mage to repel pirates. Just then, Russell enters the room, his appearance transformed into that of Ridman Rui, and asks if they are looking for a 4th Circle mage. He confirms that they are but inquires as to who he is and asks for his ID. Russell presents his ID badge and states that his name is Ridman Louis, age 38, an unaffiliated freelancer, and a 4th Circle mage. He removes his cap and formally introduces himself, saying that his name is Ridman Rui and that he is looking for a commission to Kuril Island. After a while, aboard a ship in the open sea, Ridman looks around and thinks that everything appears calm for now. As long as no trouble arises before they reach Kuril Island, it would be ideal. Just then, Carl Naiman, a 4th Circle wizard, approaches with Aiden Owl, who is carrying a large glass. Carl tells Ridman not to sit alone and invites him to join them for a drink. Aiden comments disapprovingly that Carl is drinking while on duty. Carl dismisses the concern, saying it's fine, they are not drinking to the point of intoxication. Aiden, clearly uneasy, asks him at least to lower his voice. Carl responds by asking if Aiden truly believes it's ordinary beer and proudly explains that it has been chilled using his chilling magic. Aiden reluctantly agrees to drink and asks him to simply keep his voice down. Carl then offers a glass to Ridman and asks if he would like some as well. Ridman takes the glass and replies that cold beer is always a good idea. Carl nods approvingly and says that's the spirit. As Ridman drinks, he reflects on Aiden Owl, thinking he would encounter this man here. Aiden had made a notable impact in academia by successfully enhancing potion effects by approximately 20%. In Ridman's previous life, Aiden had been sponsored by Grand Duke Bismarck, which had ultimately forced him to hand over his research to the Empire. But this time, he thinks Endymion will secure him first. He then raises his glass and asks if they should make a toast. Aiden replies affirmatively. He remarks, by the way, that he feels a flow of mana coming from Carl's bracelet and asks whether it is an artifact. Carl appears startled by the observation, but admits that it is indeed an artifact, explaining that it helps him maintain mental clarity. Ridman acknowledges this and says that now that they have had a drink, it's time for another round, and he begins to shuffle the cards. Just then, someone bursts in, announcing that pirates have appeared. The group is stunned by the news. The man reports that 5 ships are closing in. He rushes out of the room and urgently calls for the mages to be brought immediately. Carl smirks and asks about the point of bringing those mages, calling them drugged-up fools. He reveals that the drink had been spiked without their knowledge. Aiden and Ridman now lie unconscious on the floor. He is shocked when he sees them and frantically calls out to Aiden and Ridman. He then asks in disbelief whether Carl is actually in league with the pirates. Carl responds coldly that the man should have investigated his background more thoroughly. He says he will not waste words, and if the man does not wish to die, he must steer the ship toward the pirate vessels now. Carl adds that if he complies, he might be spared. At that moment, Ridman's ring begins to emit lightning, and thunderous light envelops the ships surrounding them as he activates the Thunder Giant's hammer skill. Carl is stunned as Russell rises to his feet. Russell smiles and calmly says he hopes he did not frighten him too much. Carl demands to know how Ridman is able to use magic. Ridman replies with feigned indifference, saying who knows. Carl accuses him of relying on an artifact, calling him a coward. Ridman thinks to himself that the magic he used was likely too powerful to pass as fourth circle magic. He will have to use the artifact as a cover for now. He responds aloud that he is correct. He then ignites his body in flames and declares that this, too, is the power of his artifact. Carl pleads for mercy and screams as the flames consume him. The yellow-haired man, stunned by the sight of Carl burning, says he cannot believe Carl was a pirate. He then asks Ridman how he figured it out. Later, Ridman sits casually, sipping beer, and explains that he realized it when he noticed the artifact Carl was wearing, an artifact designed to leak the mana of its user. It was most likely intended to signal the other pirates hiding nearby. As he reflects, he recalls the details of Carl's bracelet. Just then, a crew member rushes in, shouting that the pirates are attacking. Several arrows with ropes attached are launched onto the ship as the pirates begin their attempt to board. The yellow-haired man holds his chin thoughtfully and considers the situation that even if Ridman is a fourth circle mage, there are far too many pirates to fight off alone. Perhaps, he thinks, they will have no choice but to pay the toll fee after all. Ridman says that he will return shortly and asks him to take care of Aiden in the meantime. He asks where he is going. Ridman cloaks himself in flames and replies that he is going to feed the fish. Without hesitation, he leaps into the air and declares that he will end it in an instant, unleashing the fire rain skill upon the pirates. Moments later, the shattered remains of pirate ships float in the sea around Ridman's vessel. Aiden slowly opens his eyes, and Ridman, sitting nearby and holding a letter, asks if he is awake. Aiden quickly sits up and asks what happened to the pirate. Ridman sets the question aside and tells him he should rest a little longer. In order to neutralize the drug's effects, Ridman explains that he has infused some fire energy into Aiden's mana pathways. Aiden, still dizzy, lies back on the bed and apologizes, saying he should have been more cautious. Ridman assures him it is all right and then shifts the topic. Holding up a piece of paper, he asks if Aiden is the one who wrote the research. Aiden, surprised, asks why he has that document. Ridman explains that he picked it up when it fell to the ground as he was moving his into the room. To think that it is research aimed at increasing potion efficacy is, Ridman says, truly fascinating. Aiden, now more alert, asks if he genuinely believes so and sits up again. He responds that he certainly does, which is why he would like to offer his support for the research. Aiden says that if he is referring to becoming his sponsor, then he is truly grateful. However, as he can see, hundreds, not thousands, of potions are required to collect the necessary data. Therefore, the amount of funding needed would be substantial. Ridman responds that money is not an issue. If he presents his research at the Flame Tower, he will be able to secure all the funding he needs. As he speaks, he reveals a badge. He thinks to himself that his master will likely recognize the value of this research immediately. Aiden is stunned and exclaims in disbelief he is speaking to a war mage affiliated with the Flame Tower, Russell Raymond. Ridman raises a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Aiden, awestruck, says he cannot believe he is meeting the renowned Russell Raymond. He then asks why Ridman appears so different. Ridman replies that he is currently in disguise for reasons he cannot disclose. Aiden nods and says he understands. He adds that he is the first person to recognize the value of his research, and therefore, he, Aiden Owl, will follow his lead in all things. Later, Ridman stands at the port bow of the ship, holding a map. He thinks to himself that what he sees ahead must be Kuril Island, but something seems strange. He recalls that there had been several dots marked on the map earlier, yet now, the dots have vanished, and words have appeared in their place. He notices a note on the map that reads, above the place where the River of Ice and the River of Flames overlap, head to the end of the River of Flames and rise from there. He thinks the purpose of the map must be to guide him to that exact location. Perhaps that is also why it has begun offering new instructions now that it has reached Kuril Island, specifically above the point where the two rivers intersect. Just then, a crew member announces that the anchor is being lowered. They all disembark and stand on solid ground. The yellow-haired man turns to Ridman and says they have arrived safely, thanks to the two of them. He expresses his gratitude on behalf of the Merchant Association. Aiden quickly insists that he did nothing. The credit belongs entirely to Sir Ridman. Ridman silently thinks to himself that he is terrible at lying. He moves 2 pouches toward them and says that, as promised, this is their reward. He has added a little more than the amount stated in the contract. Ridman accepts a pouch, shakes hands with him, and expresses his thanks, wishing him luck on all his future journeys. Aiden watches and thinks it is a pity. He had hoped to learn more from him. Suddenly, Aiden hears Ridman's voice through telepathy as he calls out to him. Startled, he replies, addressing him as Sir Russell. Ridman tells him to meet again at the Flame Tower. Aiden answers with a firm yes. After a while, Russell returns to his original form and walks along the beach. He thinks that, as expected of a country inhabited by beastmen, there are very few humans around. If anything, he will likely encounter even more ferocious beastmen deeper inside the island. He notices a monkey running across the rooftop of a nearby house and recognizes it as a monkey-type beastman. Impressed by its speed, he pauses and wonders where he should head next. Soon after, Russell enters a bar, thinking that a bar is usually the best place to gather information in unfamiliar lands. The bartender, who appears to be a goat beastman, greets him and asks if he has come alone. Russell places a coin on the counter and requests a glass of ice-cold beer. He remarks that the coin is far too much for a single glass. Russell replies that the excess should be considered a payment to answer a few questions. He nods and asks what kind of questions he has. Russell inquires whether there is a river of flames on the island. He repeats the phrase, river of flames, and says that if Russell is referring to the areas around the lava flows, then yes, there are a few such places. Russell takes a sip of his beer and repeats it in a few places. He explains that Kuril Island was formed by a volcanic eruption, though the volcano has remained dormant for centuries, so there is no need to be concerned about any danger. Russell nods and responds that he understands. He then asks if there is a place where the River of Ice and the River of Flames intersect. He apologizes, saying he does not understand what he means by that. Russell assures him that it is all right. Later, Russell steps out of the bar and reflects that it seems he will need to explore the island more thoroughly. He decides that heading toward the center would be the most logical first step. After some time, he stands in a forest, deep in thought, with his hand on his chin. Suddenly, the monkey-type beastman from earlier appears and asks if he needs a guide. He holds up 2 fingers and says his rate is 2 silver coins per hour, confidently claiming he will not regret hiring him. Russell thinks to himself with annoyance that these fools are far too obvious with their schemes. The monkeyman claims that no other race living near the coast is as well connected as the monkeymen. which means they know the area better than anyone else. Russell follows behind and responds sarcastically. How reliable is that? He then asks where exactly he is taking him. He laughs and says it is wherever he wants to go. Russell frowns and says that it is strange, as he does not recall telling him where he intended to go. He adds that for just 2 silvers, there seem to be far too many guides around. As he speaks, he subtly scans his surroundings, noting the many eyes hidden among the trees. He is shocked and asks when he became aware of the ambush. Russell recalls the moment and replies that he realized it from the very beginning. He is stunned and asks why he followed him. Russell calmly says he needed someone to do a bit of work for him. He snarls and says he was initially going to spare his life if he handed over his belongings quietly, but now he has changed his mind. They are going to skin him alive. Suddenly, multiple monkeymen leap down from the trees to attack. Russell activates his power and declares that they must not have believed he would walk into a trap without being prepared. The monkeyman gasps and exclaims that it is a wide-range magic spell. He immediately shouts for everyone to retreat. Russell says that this will sting a little and proceeds to use the lightning chain skill to incapacitate the remaining monkeymen. Alarmed, he exclaims in disbelief that they were completely wiped out. Observing the aftermath, Russell remarks that everyone appears to have been utterly exhausted. While channeling Thunderlight in his hand, he mentions that he has a few questions and assures that he intends to answer them properly. He then grabs the monkeyman by the shoulder. After a moment, the monkeyman inquires about a location where lava flows. Russell sits in front of him and affirms that such a place exists, specifying that it is where the River of Ice and the River of Flames intersect. The monkeyman kneels on the ground alongside the others and apologizes, admitting that he has never heard of a place like that. Russell questions whether he had lied about being the most knowledgeable person regarding Kuril Island. He denies the accusation, asserting that no such location exists on the island's outer ring. Russell then asks if the absence of such a place on the outer ring suggests it might lie within the inner ring. The monkeyman lowers his head and confesses that, truthfully, he has no knowledge of what lies inside the inner ring. Russell rises to his feet and declares that he will have to venture inward. In response, he, taken aback, asks if he is truly serious. Russell asks whether he is not allowed to do that. He acknowledges that he is aware of his own strength, but points out that those within are far from ordinary. They are inherently hostile. If they discover that an outsider, particularly a human, has entered their territory, they are likely to charge at him without hesitation. Later, Russell sits by the fire and reflects that this is what he had been told, but wonders if the encounter is not unfolding too quickly, as a group of buffaloes appears before him. One of the lead buffaloes questions is whether he is the outsider causing a disturbance on the island, noting that he is smaller than expected. Russell senses no intent to kill them, only a desire to fight. He considers that perhaps this is simply the instinct of beastmen who live solely in pursuit of strength. He then asks if they have come to fight him. The head buffalo responds that Russell likely already knows the reason for their presence. He apologizes, explaining that it is simply in their nature, and adds that he may inform them when he is ready. Russell activates his power and declares the start of the battle. As he moves in to attack, he remarks that he appreciates the buffalo's personality, and wants to see whether he truly possesses the necessary skills. Russell begins gathering mana in his hand, thinking that he will not be able to stop the charge with a half-hearted spell. He realizes that his mana must be condensed to its fullest potential. He then releases the energy at him using the shockwave skill. The head buffalo comments that it is not bad, but he will not be pushed back by that level of strength. He considers the level of magic to be insignificant and plans to use his strength and movements to pass through the shockwave. However, the shockwave unexpectedly throws him back to the ground. Another buffalo, shocked, exclaims that he cannot believe the boss was sent flying with a single hit. A different buffalo observes that the human mage is strong. They move toward Russell. One buffalo suggests fighting him, but another insists that he should go first. Russell laughs. The head buffalo orders them to be silent and step back, stating that Russell is not someone they can handle together. He thinks to himself that no damage was taken despite the amount of power that should have broken bones. His body has been optimized for combat, and if he knew how to use aura, he would be superhuman. No, he would be something greater. Russell asks if he would like to continue. He responds that, of course, he would, but his body is battered, and he doubts his ability to continue fighting. He shakes Russell's hand, admits it is his loss, praises the fight, and asks what brings him to the inner ring. as he understands humans typically only trade in the outer ring. Russell says he is searching for the place where the River of Ice and the River of Flames intersect, and he asks whether the other knows where it is. He replies that he has lived for 80 years and has never heard of such a place. Russell responds by acknowledging this and reflects that a place like that is unlikely to be found so easily. He notes that events in the underworld have progressed far more smoothly than usual. He states that if he heads into the divine region, he might be able to uncover some clues. Russell, surprised, asks about the divine region and what it is. He explains that it is a sacred land where a god resides. He has not visited it himself, but he believes it is the only place where what Russell described could exist. Russell thinks, upon reflection, that there were records of the first Beast King, Fenrir, being a mixed dragon. Since the clue was obtained from the altar in the underworld, he considers it sufficient reason to investigate further and asks where the divine region is located. After some time, an explosion occurs in a corner of the forest as Russell knocks out a goblin. He thinks that this is his 70th fight just today. He recalls what the buffalo said. In order to enter the divine region, he must gain the acknowledgement of the great warriors and great elders, and to earn their recognition, he must prove his strength. He reflects that he has been fighting continuously for 15 days and wonders whether it is not about time something significant has appeared. At that moment, a jaguar approaches and asks if he is the rumored outsider human, surrounding him with his group. Russell is startled at the sight of them. The jaguar tells him to follow, saying that someone is looking for him. Russell notices a red rope tied around the jaguar's waist and recognizes the knot as the symbol of a great warrior. He asks who is looking for him, a great warrior or a great elder. The jaguar replies that it is Muya. Russell is shocked and thinks of Muya, the Beast King. He had been expecting a great warrior or a great elder to seek him out, but never imagined it would be the Beast King himself. He realizes this is a far greater opportunity than he could have ever hoped for. The scene shifts to a flashback as the Beast King Muya states that they must have all heard of the outsider who has been causing an uproar on the island recently. A jaguar responds affirmatively, saying that the young patriarch of the Red Lion tribe and the gatekeeper of the White Snake tribe are reported to have been defeated. Muya remarks that it is surprising individuals nearly at the level of great warriors have been defeated, and she expresses a desire to see the one responsible. The jaguars kneel before her, and one declares that the jaguar tribe will capture him and force him to kneel before her. She replies that such actions are unnecessary and instructs them to bring him quietly. When a jaguar asks what that means, she confirms that she wishes for him to be brought as her guest. The scene shifts to the present, as the jaguar observes Russell and thinks he appears weaker than the rumors suggest. He assumes those who lost to him must have let their guards down. He cannot believe someone like Russell is being treated as a guest and wonders what the Beast King is planning. He asks when he can depart. Russell responds that he can leave immediately. A black jaguar sends a telepathic message to the yellow jaguar, warning him to stop. He reminds him that Russell is the king's guest, and if he intends to let his fighting instincts take over, he should remove himself from the matter. He says he will not be held responsible for that, as he may be obsessed with fighting, but he is not reckless enough to provoke the king's guest. The black jaguar responds that it is good to know and tells him that he simply needs to ensure it does not turn into a fight. The yellow jaguar turns to Russell and says they need to move faster because they are currently occupied and asks if that is acceptable. Russell replies that he will give it a try. He says very well and tells him to keep up, then quickly takes off running. He thinks he will demonstrate the vast difference in their capabilities, human scum. Russell runs and soon draws close, commenting that he is indeed very fast. He is shocked, thinking that Russell has caught up even though he is moving at his fastest pace. Russell adds that if the jaguar is holding back out of consideration for him, there is no need, he can still go faster. After some time, they land on solid ground, and the yellow jaguar remarks that Russell is quite impressive. He does not expect a human to be capable of catching up and asks whether he is the fastest runner among humans. Russell replies that he believes there are at least 30 people in his kingdom who can manage this pace, and possibly around 100 across the entire continent. He thinks, no way, that many. Russell looks around and reflects on how unexpected it is to find such a vast city hidden within the forest. As expected, it is fitting for the capital of the Beastmen. He states that this is the residence of the Beast King and proceeds forward. Russell is startled to see a large gathering in the court and notes that all those present are at least 4th circle or above. If they are the great warriors of Kuril, Then their presence explains the incredibly dense fighting spirit in the air. He feels as though he is wading through a swamp and affirms to himself that coming here after advancing to a 6th circle mage was indeed the right decision. A pig beast notices him and remarks in disbelief, asking whether it is truly possible to withstand the pressure of the fighting spirit released by 100 great warriors. At that moment, the Beast King Muya slams her foot against the floor and shouts at the court, calling them fools and reminding them that she had warned them not to cause trouble. She then greets Russell, introducing herself as Muya, the Beast King. Russell thinks to himself that, as expected of the Beast King, her strength is immense, she is likely on par with his teacher, but he had not anticipated the Beast King to be a woman. She notices him staring and demands to know what he is looking at. Russell immediately bows and introduces himself formally, saying greetings to the Beast King. He is Russell Raymond, a Count of Endymion and a warlock of the Flame Tower, and he asks for her understanding regarding his unfamiliarity with beastman etiquette. She clears her throat and responds that there is no need to be so formal. He thinks she clearly appreciated that. She sits on her chair and asks, "So, human, what brings him from such a distant continent to Kuril?" He replies that he is searching for the place where the River of Ice and the River of Flames intersect, and he thinks, judging by their reactions, that he has come to the right place. They definitely know about it. He adds that he believes it exists within the divine region of her people. An elder interrupts, calling his words impertinent, and demands to know how an outsider dares to speak of their sacred land. She grows angry and commands silence, stating that while she understands their surprise, she is the one speaking at the moment. The court falls silent. She confirms that, as he has said, the place does indeed exist in the divine region, and she asks why he is seeking to go there. Russell replies that it is for his personal ambitions. She responds that she has heard the sorcerers of his continent are famously curious about the unknown and the mysterious. Russell thinks, with some relief, that she does not seem offended by his words. This may go more smoothly than he expected. She then adds that it is unfortunate, but as he has probably already inferred from their reaction, no outsider has ever been permitted to enter that place. An elder beastman says that is correct, and the divine region is the dwelling place of their ancestral god. Another adds that it is unthinkable for a mere outsider, especially one who is not even a warrior, to be allowed entry. Muya strikes the arm of her chair and commands them to be silent, stating that she is thinking. Russell asks whether it is truly the case that no outsider has ever entered the divine region, or if there is a rule in place that makes it impossible for outsiders to do so. She thinks to herself that he understands how to assess a situation clearly. His combat ability is at least equal to that of a great warrior, and his insight is remarkable. He may prove valuable in revitalizing the beastmen, whose growth has long stagnated. She tells him to continue speaking. Russell says that one of the elders just stated that non-warriors are not permitted to enter the divine region. He then asks whether that means that if an outsider is acknowledged as a warrior, they would be allowed entry. She replies to the warrior's trial. An elder beastman demands to know if he is suggesting that a human wishes to undertake the warrior's trial. Muya laughs and asks the human boy if he is truly serious about attempting it. Russell clenches his fist and replies that if the warrior's trial is the only legitimate way to enter the divine region, then yes, he fully intends to do so. After some time, Muya leads him to the top of a canyon and explains the rules of the trial. They are simple. He must survive in the canyon for 10 days. No food will be provided. He is required to procure whatever he needs for survival, and each day, he must fight 5 great warriors and win every match. Russell reflects that this is a test of mental resilience, survival instincts, and combat skills. He senses the energy emanating from the canyon, an extraordinary, dark force carried by the wind. He knows he must remain vigilant to keep his mind focused, especially as he observes red mana swirling throughout the canyon. Muya announces that it is time to enter. The warrior's trial begins now. Russell immediately leaps into the canyon, lands on solid ground, and thinks the dark energy is even more intense than he expected. He recalls the legend of Jormungandr, the serpent that killed the first beast king, Fenrir, and remembers that this is the canyon where its corpse was said to be cast. At that moment, dozens of snakes surround him from all directions. He calls for Pepper. Pepper emerges and unleashes a blast of fire, scorching the snakes. Russell declares that they are having snake meat for dinner tonight. Pepper growls in agreement. The scene shifts to the final day of the trial. Muya observes from above and remarks that it is already the last day. She reflects in amazement at the strength of his mental fortitude and the level of his skill. The flames he conjured through magic have continued to burn for 5 days without extinguishing, and now Russell stands at the center of the canyon, surrounded by fire. She notes that the most impressive part is not just his endurance, but the fact that, after battling 20 great warriors, he remains completely uninjured. She murmurs that she cannot restrain herself any longer. How can she possibly hold back when such a tempting challenge stands before her? Without further hesitation, she leaps into the canyon and lands near Russell with a thunderous impact. Startled, Russell raises his arm to shield himself and asks whether it is not a bit unfair for the Beast King herself to join the trial. Muya responds that her blood began to boil at the sight of someone so strong. Technically speaking, he has already been recognized as a warrior of the Beastmen, so she proposes a fair condition: 5 exchanges. She assures him that she is not so shameless as to make it a full fight. If he can withstand 5 of her attacks, then he will officially pass the warrior's trial. Russell thinks to himself that 5 attacks mean he will not have to fight the entire day if he can endure them. Though the Beast King is undoubtedly far more difficult to fight than the great warriors, he feels that words will not help him in this situation. He channels his power, flames spreading outward, and says that in that case, he will give it his best. From above, a beastman watching exclaims in shock, asking what that energy is, while another remarks that he cannot possibly be human. Muya observes the surge of power surrounding Russell and asks if that is the extent of his strength. She smiles and says, "Very good. While this moment may not last long, she intends to enjoy it to the fullest." Without hesitation, she charges toward him. Russell sees her approaching, spear in hand, and prepares for the clash. He conjures a protective shield around himself, but her spear shatters it with a single strike. He thinks that she is indeed a super being among super beings. He is fully occupied, just trying to deflect her blows. Quickly, he retreats to gain some distance. He activates his ice magic and decides to freeze her movements to buy himself some time. With focused intent, he hurls mana-infused snowflakes at her. Muya laughs and digs her hand into the earth, raising a thick wall of soil before her as a shield. Russell watches in disbelief, thinking that she managed to dig into the ground using only her wrist and block his magic attack with it. Muya grins and says that what just happened was truly entertaining, so much so that she will count it as 2 exchanges. He thinks he only needs to endure 3 more exchanges and mutters to himself that this is absolutely insane. As Muya leaps forward to strike, he blocks her punch with his spear and calls out to Pepper. Pepper appears on his shoulder and unleashes a blast of fire. Muya quickly shields herself, then delivers a powerful kick that sends Russell flying. He recovers and draws his artifact dagger, preparing for the next move. Suddenly, a massive hammer materializes beside Muya, crackling with lightning. She punches it, splitting it into 2 smaller hammers, and picks up one, remarking that it feels decent. She charges toward him again. In response, Russell activates his falling sun technique, summoning a fiery volcanic eruption to counterattack. As she swings her hammer, he summons his magical spear to clash with her. Their powers collide in a massive explosion. A moment later, the entire area lies in ruins, the ground fractured, the surroundings shattered. Russell is seen sitting on the floor, restrained and exhausted. Muya approaches him, smiling, and says that although she had hoped to play a bit longer, it seems he is no longer in any condition to continue. Still, she admits, it was truly enjoyable. She sits beside him and declares that, for now, she will give him a passing grade. Russell then loses consciousness. Sometime later, Russell awakens in a camp, eyes snapping open in shock. Pepper rubs his face against Russell's, nuzzling him with affection. Muya enters the tent and comments that the little one has stayed by his side the entire time. Russell watches as she begins to open his shirt and quickly asks what she is doing. Pepper immediately jumps in front of him, covering his eyes. She says she only intends to show him the passionate mark he left on her body. He, confused, asks when he supposedly did that. With a swift motion, she tosses Pepper aside, reveals her arm, and tells him to look. He is stunned at the sight. She explains that she never expected him to detonate the falling sun spell using a spear. If she had reacted even a second later, the burn would have been much more severe. He thinks to himself that it seems his final attack did land, though honestly, that wound is far too small for him to feel like he succeeded. She places her hand on his head and asks why his face is so red. After checking, she remarks that it does not seem like he has a fever, and then, with a teasing smile, asks if, perhaps, out here, he wants to mate with her. He responds in shock, asking what she means. She continues playfully, saying that if that is the case, maybe she should stop calling him an outsider and start calling him a man instead. Flustered, he pleads with her to calm down and listen to what he has to say. Unbothered, she replies that if he is referring to his seed, she would not mind receiving it, and she leans in toward him. He thinks her energy is incredibly intense. He raises his hand to stop her and says he is sorry, and he already has a lover to whom he has promised his future. She replies that she has no intention of doing anything with someone unwilling, but adds that she is not quite finished yet. She is the type who enjoys savoring good things slowly. He shifts the conversation and asks if he is now permitted to enter the divine region. She responds that, after witnessing his performance the previous day, no one would be foolish enough to object. In fact, they might even envy his strength. He then asks when he may enter. She explains that he must wait until his body has fully recovered. According to the doctor, that will take at least 2 months. Later, Muya exclaims in disbelief, asking how he managed to recover in just 3 weeks and whether he is truly a monster while riding on his shoulder. Russell replies that someone who can break the ground with her bare hands probably should not be calling him a monster. The narrator explains that his rapid recovery is thanks to overload and his enhanced wizard body. Russell then adds, by the way, that while he appreciates her acting as his personal guide, he wonders whether she has matters of her own to attend to. After all, she is the king. She explains that the human concept of a king differs from that of her people, and that something more important awaits. She points toward a precipice and instructs him to descend to its base. He immediately leaps down into the lake below, but she warns him not to enter the water and to remain just above its surface. He is stunned when he notices a hole ahead of him. She points to it and tells him to go inside. Without hesitation, he leaps into the hole. She remarks with surprise that she did not expect such a space to exist within the cave. He lands on the ground and helps her to her feet. She gestures toward a waterfall and asks whether he sees it. She explains that the water flowing from that place feeds both the inner and outer lakes of the cave and that it originates from the divine region. He concludes that it must be the entrance to the divine region. She confirms this and says that to enter, he must climb the river formed by that water. If he succeeds, the divine region will reveal itself to him. She adds that she will remain behind. Without wasting another moment, he rushes toward the waterfall and leaps inside. After some time, he spots a river winding through a dense forest and realizes that this must be the divine region, the sacred land where the god of the beastmen resides. He notes the immense size of the river and reflects that it is no surprise such a flow could create both the inner and outer lakes of the cave. Still, he wonders whether this is truly the river he has been searching for. Although the river is vast, it appears rather ordinary at first glance. He notices that it flows in 2 distinct colors and recalls that his mission is to reach the end of the river of flames. He takes to the air, determined to continue forward. Eventually, he witnesses the river begin to boil and remarks that he never expected its source to be a volcano. Sensing a strange presence in the area, he nevertheless confirms that, according to the instructions, this is the correct location. Upon seeing bubbles rise from the water, he immediately understands that it cannot be so simple. Those bubbles indicate a connection to another hidden location. Trusting his instincts, he dives into the water, convinced that it may lead to the true source of the river. Soon, he sees a cave ahead and thinks that must be it. After some time, bubbles rise to the surface of the river, and he emerges, stepping onto solid ground while wiping water from his head. He says this must be the place, though he cannot see anything because of the overwhelming darkness. He calls for Pepper. Pepper appears and scatters tiny sparkles, illuminating the path ahead. Suddenly, a radiant wave of sparkles rushes toward them, and they both quickly shield their faces. Ignir appears before them and announces that he, Ignir, the fire dragon, offers his greetings to the little master. He humbly apologizes for not being able to wait until the master's arrival and introduces the divine weapon, Brahmastra. Flames erupt around him as he declares that he has remained in this place solely to pass on this powerful magic. Russell notices his hands trembling and thinks that even though he cannot yet touch it, the immense power of the weapon is unmistakable. He wonders whether he is truly capable of wielding such overwhelming strength at his current level. Suddenly, a system window appears, notifying him that the corrupted will of the first Beast King, Fenrir, is reacting to the divine weapon Brahmastra. It states that Fenrir's will is manifesting, and he is instructed to purify it, promising the reward of Brahmastra upon success. A winged manifestation of Fenrir emerges from the light and lets out a deafening roar. Russell stares at it, awestruck, and thinks that the sheer presence of Fenrir's will is terrifying. This is no ordinary creature, and it is a divine beast. Ignir tells him to go ahead and take it, moving the Brahmastra, engulfed in flames, toward him. Russell is stunned by the weapon's power as he grasps it, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy surrounding him. The space around him begins to shift and transform. Suddenly, he begins a manifestation and wonders what is happening, finding himself in the middle of a battlefield where warriors are fiercely engaged in combat. He floats in the air, confused, and questions why he is witnessing this scene. Then, he notices a long-haired woman, the Divine King, advancing toward monstrous beings. She declares that the filthy giants shall be eradicated by her hand today. A monster lunges at her, and she commands Russell to back away. Russell is startled as she briefly glances at him and smiles, and he wonders if she can actually see him. An explosion erupts nearby, sending dust and debris across the battlefield. As the dust clears, Russell carefully observes her. Her body is covered in obsidian-like scales, and horns resembling a royal crown rise from her head. At that moment, he finally understands who she is. The Divine King raises her voice, proclaiming that with the divinity of the 6 gods who have departed from this land, and with her own horns, Brahmastra shall be formed. She lifts the weapon, preparing to strike. Russell thinks in awe that she is the Divine Dragon King. He sees her aim, and the Brahmastra and the narrator explain that a new divine weapon has been born, one powerful enough to slay even a god. This weapon is destined to light the path forward and guide its wielder. Summoning all his strength, Russell channels his energy, grips the Brahmastra tightly, and hurls it toward the manifestation of Fenrir. As the Brahmastra strikes Fenrir, a massive explosion occurs. Russell, though aware that this event was manifested by will, cannot believe that it has defeated the first Beast King with a single blow. Its power appears to be at the level of the 8th circle, or perhaps even the 9th. At that moment, the first Beast King, Fenrir, in his humanoid form, lands nearby and addresses Russell, stating that he, who has inherited the blood of a dragon, would like to make a request. He removes a crystal from his belly and asks that it be passed on to his children. Russell, stunned by this sight, remarks that this is the treasure of, and the shackle that binds, the Beastmen. Fenrir hopes that Russell will remove the shackles that restrain them and transform him into small sparkles of light, vanishing from sight. Russell, still shocked, senses a completely different energy emanating from the crystal, something beyond mana or divinity. He suspects it is something special, intended solely for the Beastmen. The system window notifies that Fenrir's corrupted will manifestation has been purified, and as a reward, Brahmastra will be granted to Russell. He observes Brahmastra, which suddenly releases a burst of fiery energy. Russell quickly covers his face, thinking how intense the fire energy is. It feels as if the mana veins throughout his body are burning. With his level of understanding of the fire element, he should not be experiencing this much pain. The Brahmastra, engulfed in flames, becomes surrounded by mana veins extending from his body, lifting him into the air amidst a vortex of fire. He realizes that what is currently stimulating his mana veins are advanced magical constructs and formulae, nearly at the level of the 9th circle. If they are not properly recognized, understood, and controlled, his mind is at risk of exploding. He feels a sharp pain in his forehead due to the overstimulation of his mana veins. The system window notifies that Brahmastra has expanded his brain capacity, and his understanding of it has deepened. Brahmastra is actively reconstructing his brain. A radiant light surrounds his head and spreads outward in all directions. He then collapses to the ground and loses consciousness. Pepper rushes to his side, sobbing and rubbing his face against Russell's. Ignir reassures her not to worry, he has only fainted from exhaustion and will awaken soon. He adds that although his own child was meant to serve Russell, fate has not permitted it. Therefore, if he is willing, Ignir asks whether he will accept the inheritance of his power. Pepper is surprised to hear this. Ignir tells him there is no need for surprise, a spirit is merely a mutation, and since Pepper is part dragon, he is more than capable of inheriting this power. He expresses his hope that Pepper will become the new fire dragon, journey alongside Russell, and carry on the bloodline of the dragons. Pepper notices a dragon egg and is taken aback. After some time, Russell opens his eyes, sits up while holding his head, and wonders how long he has been unconscious. He looks at Pepper and asks what he is eating. Startled, he dismisses the thought, assuming that whatever Pepper is eating must be edible. Suddenly, Flames burst out around Pepper. Russell is shocked as he sees a system window appear and exclaims in confusion. The system window notifies him that Pepper, the spirit of the fire dragon, and the nutrition provided have completed all necessary preparations. Pepper becomes surrounded by mana flames as the system explains that a significant amount of time will be required for him to digest the absorbed power and evolve into a second-generation dragon. Russell, still in disbelief, mutters that he feels sleepy. The system window then notifies that the spirit, Pepper, has entered a state of slumber. Pepper, glowing faintly, says they will meet again soon, Master, and falls into a deep sleep. Russell kneels beside him and softly calls out his name. After some time, Russell leaps into the cave, reflecting on how Pepper has entered a state of slumber. He thinks that if he had known this would happen, he would have spent more time playing with him. Just then, Muya notices him emerge from behind the waterfall, waves at him, and calls out, stating that the male human should come over. He lands beside her and asks what the matter is. She remarks that his eyes have grown clearer and deeper over the past few days, and she guesses that he has obtained something extraordinary inside the cave. He responds by asking if she can take a look at something. She is startled when she sees the moon crystal in his hand. Instinctively, she cloaks her body in mana and insists that he must explain in full detail how and where he acquired it. Russell notes that, just as he suspected, she had not used her full strength during their previous fight. She smiles and acknowledges that it's impressive he can withstand her fighting spirit at such close range. She adds that although she would like to play with him a bit more, the moon crystal takes precedence. She then asks if he knows the real reason the beastmen are confined to Kuril Island. He replies that it is likely so they can protect one another, given their small numbers. She dismisses his answer as nonsense, pointing out that even the long-eared archers and earth stumps live freely on the continent. She questions whether they would truly remain trapped on this island for such a trivial reason, especially when they are stronger than those other races. She then reveals that the item he is holding, the moon crystal, once belonged to the first beast king, Fenrir. The real reason they remain on this island is to search for that very artifact. Russell recalls Fenrir's words, expressing hope that he would remove the shackles that bind them. He wonders if this is what the dragon meant by shackles. He then asks Muya why she is so intent on finding the item. She responds by asking if he has heard of beastification. He replies that he has. It is an ability that enhances a person's combat strength by awakening the beast imprinted in their blood. He then asks if the moon crystal is related to beatification. She explains that during nights when the full moon rises, beastmen can enter a state called moon beastification, which is 3 times more powerful than ordinary beastification. Moon beastification can normally only be used under the full moon, but if they possess the moon crystal, they can access this power anytime, anywhere, regardless of the lunar phase. She then takes the moon crystal and, using her powers, moves it through the air in front of the moon. Russell is surprised as he watches. She pulls the moon crystal back, scratches her head, and remarks that it seems the moonlight stored within it has been depleted. Setting that aside, she says it is now his turn to speak. She asks where he found the moon crystal. He places a hand on his chin and begins, saying, "Actually." Then the scene shifts. A moment later, he leaps forward, carrying her in his arms. Muya, astonished, asks if he truly jumped into the sulfur spring simply out of curiosity about the source of the red water. She comments that although she has heard rumors suggesting that mages are eccentric, he is far beyond that, completely insane. She then asks if he is saying that the remains of Fenrir were located there. He confirms, stating that he found the moon crystal there as well. Internally, he reflects that he cannot reveal, it was merely a manifestation of will, so he decides to adjust the story slightly. Muya touches her chin thoughtfully and says that Fenrir had possessed the moon crystal. He nods and explains that he was entrusted with the task of passing on Fenrir's final will to the beastmen. Suddenly, she grabs him by the neck with excitement and declares that he has done an excellent job. Calling him a remarkable male human, she says this is truly incredible and promises to grant him a significant reward. She then urges him to tell her if there is anything he desires. He begins to feel suffocated, and she casually remarks that if he wants her to bear his seed, she is willing to do so at any time. He quickly refuses, saying he will pass on that. Then, recalling something, he adds that there is indeed something he does want. Moments later, Muya throws Russell against a rock and asks why his breathing is already becoming ragged. She tells him that she is only just getting started. As he tries to sit up, he thinks to himself how exhausting this is and wonders if it is too much to ask her to spar with him once a day. She approaches her spear and tells him to pull himself together. If he continues showing such weakness, she warns, she might just devour him. She adds that if he remains this fragile, he will never be able to satisfy the one with whom he shares a promised future. Russell activates his flame powers and responds that she needs not to worry. He still has plenty of energy left. He then unleashes his signature magic, Russell Raymond Originality Magic, Spear of Death, Gi Bulg X5, summoning 5 fiery spears and launching them at her. She sees the incoming attack, smiles, and praises his fighting spirit. She says she likes that attitude, then moves her spear to intercept the projectiles, cutting through them and triggering a powerful explosion. After a while, Russell sits near a tree and reflects on how she perceives herself as a total monster, considering that she is impossible to fight against unless he uses draconification. Muya approaches and asks if he is already finished, calling it lame. She recalls his transformation and suggests he transform again like he did previously. He responds that he is training to focus on the basics, and if he does that, the training would become pointless. She retorts that it is his problem, as it is not fun for her. She stares at him and says, "Human male, she has a request." He is shocked and asks what kind of request. She explains that now that they have found the moon crystal, she plans to leave the island with the Beastmen within the next few years, and she wants him to become their bridge to the world. He holds his chin thoughtfully and asks what exactly she is asking him to do, though he states that if she is asking for a part of the Endymion territory, that would be impossible. She asks if he believes she would make such a shameless request and clarifies that she only wants a small piece of land sufficient for them to live in. He thinks this over, questioning if it is not essentially the same thing, and asks if that means she wants to join Endymion. She affirms that, if necessary, she is even willing to bow before his king, adding that during times of territorial conflict or war, they would also be able to offer some assistance. Russell thinks to himself that the Beast King is willing to bow to Endymion and offer military support. This is madness. Meanwhile, inside the Endymion palace, His Majesty sits on his throne, with Hecate standing beside him, as the others gather before him. The finance minister raises the issue of allowing the migration of the Beastmen from Kuril Island, noting that there are more than 200,000 of them and questions how a place could be found that is capable of feeding and sheltering so many. The military minister counters, stating that if even half of that number participates in wars, it would mean an additional 100,000 soldiers, something that cannot be overlooked. Russell reflects that, as he expected, opinions on the matter are divided. His Majesty then declares that the discussion is futile without sufficient information. He turns to Russell Raymond, the future husband of the princess, and states that he wishes to hear his opinion, as he has met the Beastmen and spent time with them. Russell responds affirmatively to His Majesty and explains that while the Beastmen are generally aggressive, their culture is not so different from that of Endymion. He states that although space must be provided for them, if this is considered a prerequisite for building an army of 10,000, then the kingdom would, in fact, be gaining from the arrangement. His Majesty nods thoughtfully and remarks that the numbers will need to be recalculated. Jillian then asks how powerful the Beast King, Muya, truly is. Russell is momentarily taken aback, but replies that, although it is difficult to measure her strength by conventional standards, he speaks from personal experience, having sparred with her. Hecate appears surprised upon hearing her name. Russell adds that she can be considered roughly 3 levels above Macrae Hughes. Jillian asks if she is that strong. Emilia yawns and questions whether he is certain Muya only seems powerful because he is relatively weak while casually activating her powers and releasing a few glittering sparks into the air. Jillian laughs and tells her to calm down, calling her the White Tower Master's kid. Emilia retorts sharply, demanding to know who he thinks he is calling a kid, and tells him to get lost, calling him a fool obsessed with weapons. Russell intervenes, clarifying that the Beast King is not a mage but a warrior, and suggests that, in that case, it would only be appropriate for someone trained in aura to face her. Jillian agrees, says okay, and draws all his weapons from his inventory, each one coated in aura. He points at Russell and says they should see how he handles this as he sends his weapons flying toward him. Russell is stunned at the sight and thinks to himself that Jillian has manifested several hundred types of weapons purely from his aura. He truly is a weapon master. If he attempts to block them directly, he will be riddled with holes, so instead, he decides to deflect them. A pulse of aura light emerges from near Russell's heart and quickly spreads throughout his body, forming a protective field to deflect the incoming weapons. Jillian smiles, thinking that his ability to deflect his aura-based attacks is impressive. He has grown even stronger. He wonders whether he has attained some form of enlightenment during his duels with the Beast King. Russell advances, destroying his weapons as he moves, and thanks him for holding back. Jillian replies that he appreciates the entertainment, then turns to His Majesty and apologizes for the disruption, explaining that it was necessary to assess the situation. Based on Russell's skills, he believes they can place trust in his evaluation of the Beast King. His Majesty responds that the only remaining concern is to determine the Beast King's true intentions, whether she is sincere or harboring ulterior motives. Russell removes the tooth necklace from around his neck and says that her intentions are most likely genuine. He asks what it is. Russell replies that it is a gift from the Beast King and recalls how Muir revealed one of her teeth, which she said was crafted from her own canine. He explains that the necklace is made from the Beast King's canine tooth. One of the courtiers remarks that the gift seems rather unsophisticated, but adds that it also implies a remarkable level of sincerity. As people gather around Russell, they begin murmuring and gossiping among themselves. After a while, His Majesty speaks. He says that, now that they have acquired more information, the matter will be discussed further in the future. Although this is only the first meeting, if no unexpected variables arise, then the land of Endymion will soon be receiving 200,000 beastmen. He declares that, if that is the case, Count Russell Raymond shall recognize this as a significant contribution. Russell bows his head and humbly responds that he was merely fortunate to encounter and form a bond with the beastmen. His actions were not driven by a desire for recognition. His Majesty replies that, regardless of intention, a contribution remains a contribution. He, therefore, bestows upon Sir Russell a new title. From this day forward, he shall be known as Count Morningstar. Furthermore, he is granted the right to select one item from the Imperial Vault. His Majesty expresses his hope that Russell will continue to shine for Endymion, just as his new title suggests. Russell reflects that any item from the Imperial Vault is worth at least billions in gold. The beastmen have not even migrated yet, so the reward feels excessively grand. He wonders if there is another motive behind His Majesty's generosity and thoughtfully holds his chin. Just then, Daria contacts him through telepathy. He is startled and thinks, "Master." She tells him to come to the reception room after the meeting concludes, as it seems His Majesty has something urgent to discuss with the two of them. Later, Russell holds a hairpin in his hand and says that it is a jade hairpin, an accessory for women, crafted from jade and traditionally used to secure their hair when it is tied up. Hecate sees it and remarks that she remembers reading about it in a book. She adds that she has also heard it has the ability to neutralize simple poisons, but then asks why he chose to buy it. He replies that he thought it would look beautiful on her. She takes the hairpin and says that hearing those words from him brings her more happiness than receiving the gift itself. She says she does not know how to use it, as she has never seen one before, and asks if he can help her with it. He stands up and replies that, of course, he can. Later, as he begins arranging her hair, she says that, come to think of it, he mentioned during the meeting that the Beast King is a she. She then asks if the Beast King is a woman and what kind of relationship he has with her. Suddenly, the hairpin slips from his hand and falls to the floor. He repeats the relationship and says he already explained the situation earlier, that he simply sparred with her. She reaches down to pick up the pin and comments that it seems odd. If that is truly all there is, then why did the Beast King give him a necklace as a gift? She rises and points the hairpin at his neck. He grows tense and thinks to himself that she is terrifying. He might be in trouble. She smirks sarcastically, pulls out his necklace, and says that the Beast King even crafted it for him using her own canine tooth. The scene shifts to Endymion capital. Russell thinks that he had not expected Hecate to become jealous. He feels a little wrong, but is also happy at the same time. He recalls a memory while Hecate points a finger at him. His Majesty arrives and comments that he has kept them waiting, then, in surprise, asks what is causing the tense atmosphere. Russell thinks that, fortunately, His Majesty arrived at the right time, although the words spoken by His Majesty are also quite shocking. He then notices a scroll. The scene transitions into a flashback, with His Majesty stating that he has actually been reviewing the reports regarding the Raymond household the entire time. He discovered that the report claiming the Raymond household's territory had been returned to the National Treasury was falsified. He suggests that it would be more accurate to say it had been taken back. even though this action had been unnecessary, and it was this that led to the expulsion from his territory. Russell, shocked, asks what this means. He lowers his head and apologizes, acknowledging that it is certainly the result of his negligence. He feels it is only right to apologize to him and his household. Russell gently tells His Majesty to raise his head. A memory flashes through his mind as Macria's voice echoes, calling him a fool and questioning why he ever believed it was only the Empire that had killed his father. He is startled and thinks that if the report submitted to the king has been manipulated, then someone within Endymion is responsible for his father's death. It appears that what Macria Hughes has said is true, and he clenches his fist in anger. Hecate places her hand over his to calm him. His Majesty states that, although this cannot make up for what Russell has endured, he should still accept it, and he moves a scroll toward him. He says it will be of help. The scene shifts to the present. Russell reflects on the permit to access the 6th floor basement of the Museum Louvrium. He decides he should visit the Imperial Vault after his visit to the museum. Later, as he ascends the museum stairs, he thinks about the 5th floor basement of the Museum Louvrium. Common belief holds that it is the deepest level, but in reality, there is one more floor beneath it. Entering the museum, he reads a paper with surprise and realizes that the 6th floor basement stores the insights of the Magic Tower Masters on magic, along with records of their original theories. Access is granted only to those who hold a direct permit from the king. He taps a stamp on the paper and begins teleporting, wondering whether the teleportation magic is sending him somewhere else instead of the 6th floor basement. Later, he appears in a vast library where books float freely in the air around him. He remarks that it is incredible. There must be thousands of books here. He notes that he is permitted to remain for only 48 hours. It will be impossible to read everything within that time. Since this is a space where magic is restricted, image-based magic cannot be used. He moves forward and decides to examine the book titles first, which will determine which ones he chooses to read. After some time, Russell picks up a book and notes its title, Roar of the Earth Dragon. The author is Irvin Rudgeon, who had been the Yellow Tower Master of the capital 400 years ago. As he begins reading, he expresses admiration, noting that the author has transformed the 5th circle magic spell, Earthquake, into a 7th circle spell. A memory surfaces, and he thinks through the process. Mana, dispersed deep underground, is gathered, concentrated at the surface, and then released in a fan-shaped impact wave. A system window notifies him that his understanding of Earth element magic has slightly increased. His mastery of advanced Earth element magic is now recorded as reaching the limit, plus 99.9%. He is confused upon seeing the system window. It notifies him again. The mission is to increase his understanding of Earth magic, specifically, to elevate his comprehension of advanced grade Earth magic beyond its limit and into mastery grade Earth magic. The listed rewards for completing this mission are 2 advanced grade mana stones consumable, and an item called Footprints of the Earth Dragon. He thinks about the footprints of the Earth Dragon. After encountering the Silver Dragon and the Fire Dragon, he had been uncertain about how to track down the others. It is important to think that it would appear as a reward, and the information is credible since it comes as part of a mission reward. Looking around, he wonders how he is supposed to elevate his understanding of the Earth element to the mastery grade. He questions whether he has no other option but to memorize the content of the books. After some time, he stacks several books on top of one another and mutters that mere memorization does not deepen understanding. Observing the books more closely, he recalls being told that he is allowed to take 1 book out of this place. He begins to wonder which book he should bring with him. Then, he notices a statue holding a book and asks himself what book the stone statue is holding. He moves closer to take the book and wonders what kind of book it must be to be placed here rather than on the bookshelves. He sees its title, Transcendent Dream. The author is listed as the Founding Mage. He realizes that the Founding Mage refers to Luther Raymond, the founding father of the Raymond household. Moreover, the Transcendent Dream is a magic that is closely associated with him. He observes the statue and remarks that it appears to be modeled after Luther Raymond. He then wonders if all of this has been prearranged by him. After some time, he teleports back to the museum library, holding the book, and is startled to find Daria standing in front of him. She tells him that he has returned at the perfect time. Looking at his face, she comments that he clearly has not slept for the full 48 hours. She reminds him that she has always said rest is as important as working hard and asks if he has decided to disregard his master's teachings now that he is older and a little more accomplished. She questions why he is always pushing himself to such extremes, adding that she did not intend to nag, but he has left her no choice, seriously. Noticing the book in his hand, she asks if it is not Transcendent Dream. He responds by asking whether she knows about it. She says that the Transcendent Dream goes beyond the human form and replays magic in its essence. It is a magic that transcends the boundaries of the world, based on the stories that were passed down. The founding mage was said to have transformed into a massive tsunami in the middle of the sea, with a tremendous storm raging. She mentions that he was also said to have become lightning itself in the heavy rain, possessing such fresh ideas. Turning these ideas into reality alone makes the Transcendent Dream a highly valued magic. Russell sees the book and thinks that if even the master speaks so highly of it, Luther Raymond must have been truly incredible. She says that she will not stop him if he wishes to learn it, but advises him to be cautious. While the Transcendent Dream is 8th circle magic, it also goes beyond that. If something goes wrong, he could be consumed by it. He replies that he understands and will bear that in mind. She moves to leave and says, "Okay, then, let's go to the Imperial Vault." After a while, Russell follows behind and remarks that he was not expecting the Imperial Vault to be located on the outskirts. She says that the place they are heading to now is the first treasure vault, then recalls certain treasures and explains that, to his awareness, the first vault contains accessories, the second vault holds weapons, and the third vault stores all other types of treasures. After a while, they stand near a lake, and she states that they have arrived. She tells him to open his eyes wide and observe what is about to happen, then retrieves her magical staff from her inventory. Striking it against the ground with her powers, she declares that she will show him a rare sight. Suddenly, the magical circles appear across the entire surface of the ground. He is shocked upon seeing it and thinks that it is encrypted magic composed of tens or even hundreds of magical traps. Had he not come with her, entry would not have been possible. She closes her eyes, places her hand on the magical staff, and casts a spell. Instantly, a path forms as the lake splits into two. She begins to descend and informs him that only one item may be taken from this place, just as it was in the museum. He follows her and responds respectfully, saying that he understands and will bear that in mind. But suddenly, his cloud ring begins to shine and releases thunder and lightning around him. He is startled and asks why it is suddenly reacting this way. Russell begins to wonder how the cloudy ring could discharge lightning on its own, and it has never behaved that way before. It feels different from when he is in combat. Instead, it seems as though the ring has encountered a long-lost friend it deeply missed. She turns to him and remarks that the other half of his ring appears to lie within the vault. He reflects on the nature of two-part artifacts. Artifacts are typically singular items that function independently, but some are known to require a counterpart to unleash their full potential. He recalls his golden mask and thinks that, when he comes to think of it, most artifact-related mission rewards involving dragons seem to consist of two parts. He touches his chin thoughtfully, then channels lightning from the cloudy ring toward the door. She observes that it seems to be guiding him toward its other half. He agrees, admitting that his curiosity is growing rapidly, especially since the ring keeps urging him forward. He silently questions what kind of artifact could cause such urgency in the ring. After some time, they reach a chamber filled with various artifacts. She stands in front of one alongside Russell and explains that this is the Jade of Clouds. He asks if this is the Jade of Clouds. She confirms that it is indeed the Cloud Jade, explaining that it possesses the special ability to control the weather. He is startled and reflects that weather control is extremely rare, and there are fewer than 10 mages on the continent capable of manipulating the climate. Such a feat is notoriously difficult to master, and even harder to perform. She adds that while climate control offers a tremendous advantage, it also comes with significant risks, including enormous mana consumption and lengthy casting times. He recalls the memory of holding Bromostra and realizes that he felt a similar sensation back then. However, in terms of pure efficiency, it might be wiser to choose something else than Cloud Jade. He notices his cloudy ring covered in lightning and declares that he will choose this artifact, pointing toward the Jade of Clouds. He places his hand upon it and watches as the jade begins to absorb into the ring. He thinks that it is being absorbed. A bracelet materializes on his wrist as the system window notifies him that he has obtained a wing fragment of the Cloud Dragon. The Cloud Dragon governs the climate and the clouds. It is a mutant lightning dragon born under exceedingly rare circumstances. He is shocked and thinks he is a mutant lightning dragon. In academic circles, the lightning element is considered a derivative of the fire element. As it lies beyond the traditional 5 elements, lightning magic is rare and receives greater recognition. He reflects that if this artifact relates to an element that is itself a derivative of lightning, then its value is beyond comparison. Moreover, the true power of the cloud jade may not even lie in weather control. This is something far more extraordinary. He grips his wrist tightly. She calls out to Russell and asks whether he has any idea how to use it. He replies that he believes he does, at least to some extent. She turns back and says they should leave now, and she is genuinely curious to see the power of an artifact that has reunited with its other half. After a while, Russell announces that he will begin. He activates his power using the cloudy ring in its somersault form and leaps just as an explosive burst of energy is released. Daria exclaims that it resembles flight magic, but then questions whether it is merely a jump. He ascends rapidly and thinks it's incredible. He can't believe he has reached such a height with a single leap. He notices a cloud-like fog forming around his feet and jumps again, rising even higher. He realizes that the key lies in the fact that a jump is not the limit. This surpasses flight magic, it is faster, and he does not need to slow down while changing direction. He sprints forward in swift leaps, thinking that although the power is impressive, the real issue lies in its tremendous mana consumption. He is already growing exhausted. Extending his hand, he activates the weather form skill through the cloudy ring. She observes the gathering energy and asks if that is a lightning cloud, noting that with that much power, he could easily destroy a small castle. However, as she watches him strike with lightning, she notices him falter and comments that it seems he does not have enough mana to sustain it, just as he collapses into a lake. Sometime later, at the Mage Academy Society, Russell enters the library while stretching his arm, thinking that his entire body is in pain. He aches from head to toe. He resolves to use the cloudy ring only when absolutely necessary for the time being. Now that he has obtained what he needs, it is time to continue with his mission. A system window appears, notifying him that his understanding of advanced grade magic has been pushed beyond its limit, elevating him to mastery grade earth magic. He pulls a book from the shelf and thinks that the Yellow Tower is the most knowledgeable institution in Endymion when it comes to earth magic. He decides to begin by searching for information about the 6th circle and above from the Yellow Tower. As he flips through the pages, he suddenly stops, startled by what he sees, and mutters that this man is. After some time, Elder Speedman sits down with Russell and remarks that it has been a long time, adding that he has heard of the impressive feats Russell has accomplished recently. Russell, holding a teacup, responds with an apology for not visiting more often and addresses him respectfully as Elder Speedman. He waves it off, saying there is no need to worry, no news is good news, after all. He recalls a memory and thinks to himself that it is surprising. Russell was only a 5th circle mage back at the Temple of Mirrors, yet he has already advanced to the 6th circle. He comments that he has heard Russell is seeking guidance on earth magic. Russell affirms this, explaining that the earth magic he encountered in the 6th floor basement left a strong impression on him. Elder Speedman chuckles and says he is more than happy to assist, and if Russell is ready, they can begin right away. Russell slides a bundle of papers toward him and responds in agreement. Then, noticing a shift in his expression, he asks if he has done anything to offend him. After a while, Bismarck sits at the table, writing something, and remarks that they have successfully won over many people. He adds that weapon manufacturing is proceeding smoothly and guesses that there is no need to worry about military provisions either. He reflects that all that remains is to wait for the right moment, and the throne of Endymion will be his. Just then, Charon enters through the window and apologizes for visiting at such a late hour. Bismarck turns around, notices the green eyes, and wonders if it is indeed Charon. Charon greets him, saying it seems to be their first time meeting in person. He introduces himself as Charon, bowing before him. Bismarck responds with a casual remark, noting that he is being overly formal, which does not seem like his usual manner. He asks if he has come at this hour merely to mock him. Charon replies that, of course, he has not. The reason for his visit tonight is to show him something, and with that, he presents a stone. Bismarck asks what it could be. Charon replies that it is a sample of the very item he has desired so greatly, the Keystones of Magic Sealing. Bismarck thinks about the Keystone of Magic Sealing, a seal powerful enough to block the gates of Tartarus for an extended period. That is certainly not an ordinary artifact. If this stone is connected to the insidious energy of Tartarus's abyss, then it holds dangerous implications. He examines the stone and says it is not sufficient, and this would not be capable of stopping the ancient monsters of Endymion. What was promised to him was not a mere fragment like this. He recalls memories of Daria and Hemingway, his expression darkening. Charon notices a purple aura emanating from him and recognizes it immediately. That energy is a trait possessed only by the royal bloodline of Endymion. He concludes that, despite being exiled to the borders, he remains a true member of the royal family. Charon then asks if he has any idea how many giants and monsters are imprisoned within Tartarus. He recalls distant memories and begins to recount the ancient war between gods and giants, the Gigantomachy. The gods, after a prolonged and brutal conflict, emerged victorious and sealed away hundreds of giants and monsters in Tartarus. To bind so many beings of transcendental strength, hundreds of stakes were required, each one infused with divine power. He says that if even 2 of those stakes can be excavated, they will be able to immobilize the masters of both the Blue Tower and the Flame Tower. Since the quality and speed of the excavation are high, it is only a matter of time before a genuine stake is found. Bismarck responds that he had been wondering why he brought him a mere sample. It was simply to provide a progress report. Charon affirms that they always keep their word, and for that reason, they expect him to do the same. Bismarck replies that it goes without saying. Once he claims the throne, he will assist him in killing that woman, Daria. But he adds a warning. If he fails to honor his promise, it will be his people who suffer the consequences of his wrath. Charon moves toward the window and calmly says that he will be sure to remember that. Bismarck then asks whether they have truly allied with him just to eliminate Daria. He walks toward the chessboard and mutters that such a claim is a lie even a child would not believe. He picks up a chess piece and says that once he ascends the throne, none of this will matter. Regardless of the schemes they attempt, a hunting dog that has finished its task is only left to be discarded. With that, he places the chess pieces atop one another and smashes them together, breaking them. After a while, Speechman ties his papers and asks Russell if he even sleeps. He says that only 2 days have passed since he answered 40 of Russell's questions, and yet he cannot believe Russell has already accumulated so many more. Russell laughs. He reflects that, on top of everything, each of Russell's questions is remarkably insightful. Speechman used to believe he was simply a genius, but now he realizes that his growth has only been possible because he works so diligently. Russell remarks that he worries he might be taking too much of his time. He laughs and replies that if he does not continue working as hard as he does, he will soon surpass him. Later, Russell sits on the ground, spreading numerous documents around him. He contemplates that the roar of the Earth Dragon is not as simple as merely discharging mana. The core of this magic lies in harnessing the heat of the earth. If heat is to be used, would it not be feasible to connect it to the fire element? He decides to keep it anchored in the earth element, but will place no constraints on the secondary elements that may branch from it, such as flame, wind, and lightning, if he allows all such possibilities to emerge. Suddenly, he envisions himself standing beside a beautiful tea plant and is stunned when a coil materializes before him. The system window notifies that, as a result of his efforts, a portion of his understanding of earth magic has been increased. It is now being transformed into mastery-grade earth magic. The mission has been completed. He is awarded 2 advanced-grade mana stones consumable, and he is granted the footprints of the Earth Dragon. He takes it and thinks that although this is called the footprints of the Earth Dragon, he does not know how it is to be used. When it was said that the footprints would be given, he had assumed it would be a map, as it was the last time. He swings it and wonders if it is a weapon, but its durability is far too low. He lifts it above to examine it and begins to question the meaning of its pattern. He pours ink on it to investigate further and realizes that this is no ordinary stick. Upon seeing the pattern, he suspects that if the dots represent constellations, then this must be a sky chart. The system window then notifies that the location marked on the sky chart must be found, and the dwelling of the Earth Dragon must be entered. If he arrives in its vicinity, the light will reveal the path. Upon success, the rewards to be granted are the Divine Dragon King's Horn, Earth Essence, 5 advanced-grade mana stones consumable, and 7 low-grade mana stones consumable. He thinks that judging by the fact he has received a mission, his assumption must have been correct. Still, he wonders why he has been given a sky chart for this purpose. If the intention was to guide him, a normal map, like the one provided before, could have been given. He concludes that he will only learn more once he arrives at the dwelling of the Earth Dragon. He places it into his inventory, begins examining the sky chart, and thinks that, for now, He should determine the location using the North Star as a reference point. Later, he manifests himself walking across the sky chart. Upon reaching a certain area, he asks whether this place is the Nadia Desert. After some time, Hecate tells Russell that, according to what Daria has said, he has requested permission to conduct overseas research once again. He expresses his apology. She writes something down and tells him that, as she has said before, she is not a narrow-minded woman incapable of understanding what her partner must do in the outside world. She is simply concerned for him. The thought of behaving in a possessive or petty way troubles her, and she hopes he will be thoughtful enough to send her periodic updates about his well-being. He steps forward, prepares to kiss her, and assures her that he will make sure to do that. She replies that she does not believe that will be enough. After a while, Russell is seen riding a camel through the desert and thinks that the sun is indeed intense in this environment. He is grateful that he joined the merchants, just as Hecate had suggested. Thanks to them, he is able to ride a camel comfortably. He reflects that he finally understands why the location had to be revealed through a sky chart. A normal map could not have been given, as the shifting winds constantly alter the position and elevation of the sand. At that moment, Mashrin approaches him and asks whether he is feeling hot, and if he would like a robe. She explains that although it appears heavier due to its length, it actually has a cooling effect. Russell thanks her for her concern but says that he is fine. Then, he hears a faint movement and wonders what caused the tremor. It does not seem to originate from the surface of the sand. Instead, it feels as though something massive is moving beneath the ground, swimming through the desert's depths. Suddenly, a monster bursts out from beneath the sand in a violent explosion. Panic spreads as everyone becomes gripped by fear. One of the men shouts that if they attempt to fight it, they will all be killed and urges everyone to scatter if they wish to survive. Russell sees the creature and thinks that so these are the monsters called Korkwa in the desert. Another man yells at him to stop staring and run. Russell replies that the man should stay close to him. He will ensure his safety. The man, startled, asks what he means. Russell thinks to himself that this is the perfect opportunity to test his new magic, an original spell left in the 6th floor basement by Ingale Glumman 200 years ago. He activates his powers and unleashes the Desert Flower skill to strike the monster. The fire arrow streaks toward the monster and pierces it, delivering a fatal blow. The onlookers are stunned by the sight. One man exclaims that he thought they were going to die and asks who that mage could possibly be. Suddenly, the monster's blood splashes onto a camel. The camel lets out a scream of pain, collapses to the ground, and dies. The people gasp in shock. A man shouts that it must be poison. Another confirms that there is poison in its blood. Russell, startled by the turn of events, curses under his breath and quickly places his hand on the ground, using the quicksand skill to extinguish the fire with water. Later, he reflects that he has somehow managed to resolve the situation. Just then, Mashrin approaches him and says that she is Anne Mashrin of the Kurtberth Merchant Association. She wishes to formally introduce herself to the person who saved them. Russell shakes her hand and introduces himself as Richard. She expresses her gratitude, saying that they are able to continue their trade thanks to him. She offers to repay him for his help and asks if there is anything he desires. He asks if he might have one of their camels. She responds with surprise. A camel? He confirms, explaining that since he is heading in a different direction, they will likely have to part ways here, and he glances around the area. Later that night, Russell rides a camel through the desert, gazing at the constellations and wondering if that is the correct direction. He ties the sky chart stick to his waist, and suddenly, it begins to glow. A beam of light projects upward into the sky. He thinks that this must be what was meant when he was told a path of light would guide him once he reached the vicinity. He quickly leaps toward the area where the light touches the ground and realizes this must be the place. All he sees around him is sand, which leads him to conclude that the location must be underground once again. As he lands on the ground, he grabs his hair in disbelief, seeing a beam of light emerging from a small opening. He jumps into it and begins descending, thinking to himself, "Dig, dig." As he continues downward, he discovers a hollow space and is stunned to find polished marble instead of sand beneath him. He begins walking forward, muttering Pepper to spark the fire to light the way. Suddenly, he remembers that Pepper is asleep. He recalls Pepper's promise that they would meet again soon and thinks of his companion, wondering when they will reunite. Taking out the sky chart once more, he thinks that, in any case, it seems he has finally found the right place. A gentle light spreads from the chart, illuminating his path ahead. After a while, he sees Scorpios approaching and thinks that, aside from the monsters, he is more concerned that the ruins might collapse. He launches an attack, slashing through the Scorpios and other creatures, and reflects that not only are they large in size, but their numbers are considerable, especially for a place located so deep underground. He thinks that if these ruins are fully restored, they would hold immense research value. Elder Speedman would undoubtedly be pleased. Soon after, Russell strikes down another monster and observes that the path no longer continues forward. He concludes that this must be the deepest part of the ruins, a structural pattern commonly found in ancient sites. He proceeds and sees a door, noting that it is not an ordinary gate but a warp gate. He wonders how it is supposed to be activated. Observing the design, he notices that the left and right sides are connected, which leads him to believe it does not involve pushing or pulling mechanisms. Then, he spots a circle-shaped hole at the top of the gate. He suddenly recalls the sky chart stick and, with a sense of realization, raises it toward the circle, thinking that he had been wondering why it did not come in the form of a traditional map this time. Now he understands why. Moments later, the gate opens, and a surge of molten fire and lava erupts from within. He immediately raises his arm to shield his face from the intense heat. Suddenly, he is teleported outside into the desert and wonders aloud whether he has exited the ruins. He holds his chin and remarks that something feels different. This desert does not quite resemble the one he passed through earlier. He looks down at the compass in his hand and notices that it contains only a single needle. He wonders why that is the case. A system window appears, notifying him that this space is a constructed daydream created for the purpose of testing a certain individual. He is instructed to reach the end of this place using the compass. However, he is warned that mobility magic cannot be used while airborne. The listed clear rewards include the Divine Dragon King's Horn, Earth Essence, 5 advanced grade Mana Stone consumables, and 7 low grade Mana Stone consumables. He thinks that if this space exists within someone's dream, it would explain the strange, disjointed feeling he has. Although the destination has been designated, he assumes that following the direction indicated by the compass needle is the key. After some time, he is shocked to find a volcano looming ahead and exclaims that it surely cannot be the correct path. He turns in another direction, searching for alternatives, and clutches his head in frustration, muttering that nothing ever comes easy. Taking a deep breath, he says that if this is how it must be, then so be it. He will break through every obstacle and begin walking forward with determination. After some time, he finds himself surrounded by roaring flames and mutters that this is insane. He recalls a memory from an earlier incident and reflects that after surviving sandstorms and snowstorms, he is now facing a sea of fire. The more he observes it, the more incredible it seems. As he studies the flames, he marvels at the fact that all of it has been created with magic. He resolves to read the mana, analyze it, reverse engineer it, and ultimately dismantle it. If everything he has experienced up to this point has been a test of his worthiness, then this, he feels, is a trial of his qualities as a mage. He closes his eyes to locate the source of the flames, thinking that to truly identify his target, he must first perceive it intuitively. Only then can he understand it. He will continue expanding his understanding until he reaches the fundamental truth of the world. Suddenly, something lightly strikes his head. He winces in pain and thinks that he believes he could overcome that barrier, but in the end, he has run out of mana. It is a shame, but it cannot be helped. Determined, he tells himself to remember the sensation he just experienced. If the opportunity arises again, he will not let it slip away. With that thought, he steps forward into the flames. The system window appears, notifying him that the mission has been completed and the rewards are now being granted. He is being transported into the dwelling of the Earth Dragon to retrieve the Divine Dragon King's treasure. After a while, he is teleported back into the underground plaza. Looking around, he wonders if this is the same plaza where he first discovered the door and questions whether the door vanished along with the warp gate. A system window appears, notifying him that he has been granted the Divine Dragon King's Horn Earth Essence. He sees a magical horn materialize in front of him and thinks that the earth horn appears clunky, unlike the other horns he has encountered. As he picks it up, he wonders how much mana he will gain from absorbing it. To his surprise, the horn immediately begins absorbing all in his hand. Alarmed, he questions what is happening and why no noticeable changes are occurring. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces his chest, and he realizes that the absorbed mana is clogging his mana vein. If it blocks the vein entirely, he will be powerless to stop the damage. He quickly sits down and enters a meditative state, enduring searing pain in his head. Clenching his knee with one hand, he focuses intently and thinks that he must guide the mana into the circle before it is too late. Abruptly, the dead skin on his hand begins to shed and fall away. As he opens his eyes, he senses a surge of lightning energy surrounding his body. The system window notifies him that he has absorbed the maximum amount of mana from the Divine Dragon King's Horn Earth Essence. Any mana absorbed beyond this limit will be stored as dormant potential. Once this dormant potential is awakened, it will serve as a significant advantage to him. Additionally, his mastery-grade knowledge of the earth element has increased slightly. Startled by the sight of his shedding skin, he wonders if this is the waste being expelled from his body, like dead skin cells. Something feels different this time. It is not only his muscles that have strengthened, but his bones have also grown more durable. As he moves his hand to pick up the horn, he notices that his grip strength alone is remarkably powerful. He speculates whether he might become similar to Spandam if he uses Wizard Body in combination with Overload. For now, he decides it is best to leave this place. He recalls that there is a warp gate to the Yellow Tower nearby. After a while, Russell emerges from the warp gate, where a girl is waiting. Upon seeing his badge, she asks, "Sir Russell Raymond?" He replies that he is. She extends a scroll toward him and explains that it is an official order issued by the kingdom and the Flame Tower Master. He asks about an order. She confirms and adds that it arrived 5 days ago. He opens the scroll and begins reading. It states that he is assigned to subjugate the Hydra residing in the swamps of Wrinkle Country. As he reads, he recalls the Hydra spewing fire and thinks that a Hydra did indeed appear around this time in the western region of the kingdom. Originally, the mission was assigned to Vermilion. The fact that it is now given to him must mean that history has shifted. He remembers a scene in which Vermilion holds the Hydra's severed head after slaying it. He reflects on the timeline, realizing that although he traveled 8 years into the past, 7 years have already passed, meaning he now possesses knowledge of less than a year of the original future. His eyes widen as he notices the list of supporting mages and exclaims that Sir Alan is among them. He is pleased by this, but wonders why Alan is still at the 5th circle. Since Alan had achieved the 5th circle earlier in the original timeline, he had expected him to have reached the 6th circle by now. After a while, in the palace, Alan stands with a group of mages and announces that they, the mages who have received the king's order to subjugate the Hydra, pay their respects to Count Wrinkle. Wrinkle approaches them and says he can hardly believe that the genius mage acknowledged by the Blue Tower Master, Sir Alan Page, has personally come. He adds that he can finally rest easy. Alan smiles and replies that he is only providing support. Count Russell Raymond is the one leading the subjugation. Wrinkle, surprised, asks about Count Morningstar and mentions that he has heard a lot about him as well. He inquires about Russell's whereabouts. Alan explains that they departed from different locations and that Russell likely arrived earlier. He reassures Wrinkle that there is no need for concern, as Russell should be arriving soon. He then asks whether he knows the location of the Hydra's nest. Wrinkle responds that it lies within the swamp area beyond the plains. The Hydra has established its lair there. Alan asks whether the Hydra has attacked this place yet. Wrinkle replies that it has not. Alan reflects on the situation that under normal circumstances, they should wait for Sir Russell to arrive first, but doing so might delay the subjugation. He concludes that it would be best to at least scout the area in advance. He turns to him and says that he has something important to share. The Hydra is already here. Suddenly, the Hydra appears before them. Wrinkle is shocked to see the Hydra and exclaims in disbelief, stating that it has never attacked first before. He asks what on earth is happening. Alan immediately runs forward and instructs Wrinkle to prioritize the evacuation of the citizens while he and the others move to fend off the Hydra. The other mages quickly follow him. From a distance, Alan sees the Hydra destroying part of the castle and notes that it has not yet noticed them. He urges the others to concentrate all their power into a single attack to eliminate the creature before it causes more damage. He closes his eyes and activates his powers, thinking that at his current level, he cannot defeat the Hydra alone, but if he joins forces with the other mages, they might stand a chance. He releases a powerful wave of mana, launching an explosive attack at the Hydra. As the dust settles, he is shocked to see the creature still standing and curses under his breath. He urgently shouts for everyone to fall back as the Hydra begins its counterattack. He gathers a massive surge of destructive energy, preparing to strike again. He reflects that with such volatile power, Even a slight miscalculation could endanger all the citizens within the castle. They must prevent any casualties at all costs. Meanwhile, the Hydra spreads a poisonous mist throughout the area in an attempt to overwhelm them. At the same time, Russell runs through a nearby forest. He is shocked to see dark energy enveloping the entire city and urgently asks about Alan's situation. After a while, Wrinkle asks what has happened to the Hydra. A warrior reports that after it returned to the swamp area, no movement has been observed from it. He adds that Sir Alan has received severe injuries during the attack. Wrinkle inquires about Alan's current condition. He explains that while defending the castle walls, Alan was exposed to the Hydra's poison. Though he barely survived, his condition remains critical. Wrinkle responds that they must do everything in their power to save him. He assures him that they will do their best. Just then, a soldier comes running toward them and announces that he has arrived. The warrior scolds him for not observing proper decorum in front of the count, but Wrinkle dismisses the concern and asks who it is. The soldier replies that it is Count Morningstar. They are surprised to hear this, and Wrinkle confirms aloud that Count Russell Raymond has just arrived. Meanwhile, Russell leaps high into the air and enters the castle near them. Wrinkle sees him and, noting his black hair and red eyes, realizes that this young man is indeed Russell. Russell places a hand over his heart and greets him respectfully, saying that it is an honor to meet him, and he is Russell Raymond. Later, Russell stands beside Alan, who lies unconscious on the bed, and asks how long Sir Alan has been in this condition. Wrinkle says that today marks the second day. He thinks to himself that for the poison to leave someone in this condition simply from inhalation is alarming. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have died instantly. Russell asks whether the Hydra had 8 or 9 heads. Wrinkle replies that it had 5. Russell reflects that a 5-headed Hydra would still be considered a newborn, and yet it already possesses such a potent venom. He decides that it must be investigated and moves his hand toward Alan. The others react in shock, and Wrinkle urgently warns him that it could be dangerous. Russell then activates flames around Alan's body. He watches in disbelief and thinks that if he is burning the poison away with fire, he must be a warlock on par with a tower master. Russell grips Alan's hand, spreads flame across his entire body, closes his eyes to concentrate, and thinks that in order to understand the nature of the poison, he must trace it to its source. As the heat purifies the poison, he scans Alan's body, eventually detecting a concentrated mass of venom. He thinks to himself that he has found it. Opening his eyes, he identifies it in his thoughts. It is dragon poison. A system window appears and notifies that the mission titled, "The Hydra's Secret has begun. Repel the Hydra that brought destruction to Wrinkle County and uncover the mystery surrounding it." Clear rewards: successfully repel the Hydra, mastery grade mana stone consumable by 5, and the secret of the Hydra. He is surprised to see the notification and thinks the rewards are listed separately. He understands the part about repelling the Hydra, but he wonders what the secret could be. Wrinkle asks what the matter is. Russell replies that it is nothing, then adds that, more importantly, he has found a way to cure Sir Alan. Wrinkle asks if that is true. Russell confirms it and explains that there is a chance others might be poisoned during the treatment, so he needs everyone to leave the room. After a while, he reflects that curing poison typically requires either an antidote or healing magic imbued with divine power. However, in his case, he can either burn the poison away or purge it from the body. That method, though, only works on ordinary poison. For this particular venom, he realizes he must burn and purge it simultaneously. He thinks that there will be significant resistance while attempting to purge it, and even if he succeeds, there is still a chance of re-exposure due to the venom's potency. Even if the treatment takes longer, he must ensure the poison is completely eliminated. Once the impure substance is extracted, he plans to assist Alan by stabilizing and supporting his mana circulation. He holds Alan's hand, closes his eyes to begin the process, and thinks that he only needs to repeat this procedure. He feels an energy similar to the one he had previously experienced from Sir Alan. He wonders if he has achieved enlightenment during the process of removing the poison. Whatever the case may be, snowflakes spread throughout the room, and everything begins to freeze as Alan stepped onto the ground covered with mana energy. Russell says that Sir Alan is congratulated for becoming a 6th Circle Mage. Alan opens his eyes and expresses that he owes him his life once again, thanking Sir Russell and lowering his head. Russell gestures with his hand to stop and says that it is not at all the case. The residents of Wrinkle County are safe only because of him, and it is he who is grateful for Alan's help as the subjugation captain. After a while, they all sit at a table, and Wrinkle expresses his happiness at seeing Alan fully recovered. Alan apologizes for causing him to worry. He responds, telling him not to say such things. Russell then states that he has a question concerning the subjugation of the Hydra. He replies, inviting him to speak freely. Russell says he needs to know the number and capabilities of the knights who will be participating in the subjugation, as well as information regarding the monsters in the swamp area. He states that there are 30 knights and approximately 500 regular soldiers. Russell asks how many among them are experts. He reports that, unfortunately, none are. Russell thinks he does not doubt the accuracy of the information regarding the troops' capabilities, as this is an urgent crisis. He cannot be helped, so the knights will be considered as support forces. He explains that the swamp spans roughly 1,500 hectares. Although the exact types and numbers of monsters are not known, the entire area has been turned into a monster den after the Hydra made it its nest. Alan remarks that, given the vastness of the area, there are likely to be thousands of monsters. Wrinkle adds that their overwhelming numbers are not the only issue. The swamp terrain will also impede the soldiers' movement. Russell says he has a solution for the problem and that he needs Alan's help to ensure the preparations are completed so that departure can take place in 3 days. He asks if this is truly the case. Russell places a hand on Alan's shoulder and affirms that a guaranteed method is in place. Alan is startled upon hearing this. After some time, the warrior stands before the assembled army and asks whether they all remember. He recalls a memory and says that during the previous autumn, half of their country was bathed in golden light. He remembers it vividly, the fields, the smiles, the peace. However, he notes that such a gift has not been granted to them this year. He declares that as long as the Hydra remains, that vision of peace can never be seen again. A soldier asks what must be done to the one who has stolen their gift and peace. Another soldier responds that it must be fought, it must be defeated. Russell hears this and thinks that the soldiers are now in high spirits. Now, it is his turn to act. He moves forward on his horse and announces that he is Russell Raymond, the Hydra subjugation captain. From this point onward, the subjugation strategy will be explained. He projects 2 screens displaying footage of knights in combat and states that, first, the knights are to be divided into 2 groups. They are instructed to protect the 3rd and 4th circle mages while providing support from the rear. They are also assigned the task of preventing any monsters from escaping and, in addition, are to collaborate with 5th circle mages and above to carve a path through the monster horde. A soldier remarks that the knights face difficulty moving through the swamp and asks whether there is a solution for dealing with the monsters surrounding the front lines. Russell replies that it is not something they need to worry about. Shortly afterward, numerous monsters appear in the forest. Russell then activates his skill, Russell Raymond Originality, Falling Sun, unleashing a torrent of volcanic fire upon them. He declares that he will personally handle that threat on behalf of them all. He burns up all the monsters with fire. The soldier is surprised to see this, and a soldier says it is incredible to think that so many monsters are defeated with such ease. This is the power of a 6th circle warlock, also known as a one-man army. Russell turns to Alan and tells him that he is up next, while Alan responds that he will not be able to freeze such a vast area in a single attempt. Russell replies that it is fine, he will simply ask him to do it again. Alan remarks, half in disbelief, that Russell is really making him work hard. Russell remains firm, saying that Alan ought to do his best, as the request has been made by the one who hired him. Alan then activates his freezing mana, and everything in his surroundings is frozen. Russell watches in surprise, recognizing it as the same magic that was used before. Alan proceeds to use his Ice Age skill, freezing all the monsters in the area. At that moment, Wrinkle arrives, draws his sword, and commands them to walk on the ice and advance to take charge. The army begins to move forward, glancing at the frozen monsters. A soldier instructs the others to slice the frozen monsters first. Suddenly, a giant monster appears and bites the soldier, who cries out, wondering when it has arrived. He screams in agony. Russell immediately attacks the monster and knocks it out. Another soldier rushes to the injured one, saying he will stop the bleeding, and urges him to endure the pain. Russell looks around and realizes that the number of monsters is not decreasing. Meanwhile, the Hydra appears and begins attacking the soldiers, prompting one of them to shout for the monsters to be killed and driven away. Russell considers that if a wide area skill is used at this moment, his allies will be caught in the blast. He concludes that he has no choice but to defeat the Hydra first. He leaps and runs into the forest, then jumps onto the water, noticing several monsters lurking beneath the surface. He swiftly moves forward, thinking he has not anticipated an attack from the sides. The Hydra rises again and roars at the army, causing panic among the soldiers. One of them, paralyzed by fear, says he cannot move his body. Russell realizes the Hydra is too far away and wonders what action to take. Alan quickly creates a shield between the army and the monsters, but the monsters break through it. Alan immediately follows up with his Frost Stop skill to halt their advance. Simultaneously, Russell conjures a fireball using his mana, thinking it is the perfect moment to follow up with his own attack. But just then, he hears the Hydra's voice declaring that it will never forget the humans who killed its mother. Russell is momentarily stunned by the revelation, realizing these are the Hydra's thoughts. Vengeance for its mother's death is driving its rampage. Yet, he understands that he has chosen the wrong path to exact revenge. At the same time, Zillion, observing the scene from a distance, remarks with interest that drawing out the dragon's domination ability to eliminate the Hydra is an intriguing approach. Meanwhile, the Hydra launches an attack on the soldiers as Russell commands it to stop. He realizes the domination ability has not taken effect. Even if it had not been at full strength, it should have at least slowed the creature down, yet there are no signs of that happening. He suspects that something may have nullified the domination ability before it reached the Hydra. Accepting that it cannot be helped, he concludes that suppressing it through force is his only option. He attacks the dragon with fire arrows infused with lightning. The Hydra recoils in fear and roars as the lightning strike explodes upon impact. Alan observes the scene and wonders whether it is lightning magic. Russell reflects that it could have been an excellent attack. What a shame! He activates his bracelet to amplify the power, and the enhanced blast scorches the Hydra. He then thinks that with this much mana, he could even cast Thunder Giant's Hammer, the most powerful fifth circle magic. He fires another fire arrow, determined to surpass that level. He invokes the Sarana skill, releasing a massive lightning blast across the battlefield. Alan watches in astonishment, thinking it is incredible. Russell, however, is troubled by the vast gap in their abilities despite both being sixth circle warlocks. He looks at the Hydra, now coughing blood and collapsing. Russell remarks that it would be a great pity for the fight to end this way. He notes that the power of the dragon blood, which has been shared with the creature, is not so weak. He then commands it to raise his servant. A demonic shield is created around the dragon, and Russell notices it, thinking it is dangerous. He must not allow it to fully form. He immediately activates his original technique, Russell Raymond Originality, Gi-Bulg 5X, to strike the shield, thinking that one more explosion should do it. An explosion occurs, further injuring the dragon. He thinks it is going well. Now is the time to bring this to an end. However, he suddenly notices a black mana circle forming. He wonders if it is black mana, recognizing that it appears similar, yet even darker and strangely familiar. Everyone watches in shock as the black mana spreads slowly, cracking their defenses. The monster grows even stronger and rises once again. Russell stares at it in disbelief and begins counting its heads. One more has emerged, making it 6 now. He realizes that the number of heads has increased. The Hydra growls, declaring that filthy humans who interfere with his vengeance for his mother shall be devoured. He roars, launching an attack, but Russell quickly conjures a shield to block it and retreat from the immediate danger. He urgently instructs Alan to evacuate their forces to the rear. Alan responds in agreement and begins the withdrawal. Russell reflects on the situation, recalling that the Hydra defeated by Vermilion Ulson in the past had 5 heads. The appearance of a 6th head now indicates that history has been altered by some form of external interference. Russell charges forward to attack the Hydra, thinking that whether the force behind this is the Hydra itself or something else, his assault does not even leave a scratch. A blast occurs from the impact of his strike as Zillion watches him, and the soldiers begin moving away. Russell reflects that evacuating the others was a wise decision. He likely will not be noticed using dragonification here, but caution is still necessary. He activates the partial dragonification skill and strikes with his spear, while the Hydra counters with dark mana. He thinks the Hydra's regeneration ability is absurd, and any half-hearted attack would be a complete waste of strength. He must pour every last bit of mana into a single, decisive blow. Channeling all his energy, he activates Gi-Bulg Aura Rap Roman 12 to unleash a devastating attack and declares that it is time to end this. He then draws La Mancha with the Giant Slayer enhancement and launches another powerful assault. The Hydra roars in pain from the impact. Wounded, the Hydra curses them all, declaring that he serves a higher being and that on the day of that being's descent, all insignificant creatures will meet their end. Russell hears this and wonders whose servant the Hydra claims to be. Who is this person? With that chilling declaration, he becomes certain that someone else is orchestrating the Hydra's appearance from behind the scenes. Zillion looks at Russell and says it is no wonder he found that power familiar. It is the power of the Dragon Emperor. After some time, the scene shifts to the palace, where Russell remarks that the scale of the celebratory banquet is enormous. Alan responds with gratitude but adds that the hosts must be extremely busy with repair work, making him feel guilty about the celebration. Russell notes that the people here do not appear to be spendthrifts, so it should be fine. Then, turning to Alan, he mentions that some hardship likely awaits him. Alan, confused, asks for clarification just as a group of girls gathers around him. One girl greets him politely, another begins speaking about her father, and a third introduces herself as well. Meanwhile, Russell quietly walks away, waving at Alan, who calls out, asking where he has gone without him. Russell thinks that all young mages must go through such situations. As for himself, being engaged to Hecate means no one would be interested in him. He then reflects that it has been some time since he last contacted her and resolves to do so tomorrow. At that moment, he senses a presence nearby. Looking back, he sees Zillion standing on a terrace, watching him silently. As Zillion turns and walks away, Russell thinks that the sensation he just felt is undeniably familiar and decides to follow him. Russell calls out, saying he has only one question, whether Zillion is a dragon. As he feels the lingering mana in the air, he becomes certain that the energy is the same as what he had sensed during the battle. He considers that the power of a dragon could indeed forcefully accelerate a Hydra's growth. In response, Zillion begins to transform. Wings unfurl from his back as he rises into the air and says there was once a time when he was called that. Zillion says he would like to continue the conversation, but it appears intruders have arrived. He assures Russell they will meet again soon before flying away. Russell watches him disappear and recalls his face, wondering if he was once called a dragon. Does that mean he is no longer one? A system notification appears, informing Russell that the mission has been completed. Rewards are now being distributed. He is granted mastery-grade mana stones for defeating the Hydra. The system also confirms that he has uncovered the truth behind the Hydra's secret and identified the perpetrator responsible. Russell reflects that Zillion was indeed behind the Hydra's appearance. But why would he do such a thing? Meanwhile, Zillion teleports to another location and confronts Hypnos. Grabbing him by the neck, he demands to know whether his warnings have been ignored. He reminds Hypnos that he had warned him not to seek him out again and asks if he now wishes to die. Hypnos responds that there is little time left. He asks when Zillion intends to make his move. Zillion laughs darkly, saying it is absurd. When did someone like Hypnos become capable of giving him orders? Hypnos then asks whether Zillion intends to betray that person. In response, Zillion throws him aside and demands to know who that person is. He declares that he has no interest in Hypnos' foolish plans, but warns him clearly. He states that just because half of his body has become that person's servant, it does not mean that person becomes his master. Hypnos says he will come to regret this and flies away, while Zillion mutters to himself, wondering whether Russell Raymond will truly be able to release him from these restraints. The scene shifts to Guinevere Palace, where a servant informs the princess that Count Raymond has arrived. Hecate instructs the servant to let him in, and Russell enters the room, bowing respectfully. He introduces himself as Russell Raymond, a count from the kingdom, and offers his greetings while she sits calmly, reading a newspaper. He becomes surprised upon noticing his picture printed on the paper, and remarks that it is indeed his image. Hecate comments that the illustration is quite well done, though she believes he looks better in person. Russell blushes at the compliment, and the servant standing beside Hecate smiles, agreeing with her. Hecate then asked why he had requested to meet her that day. Russell smiles and explains that it concerns his departure from the capital in a few days. She sighs, saying he is always trying to leave this place. Though she understands the importance of his work outside the capital, he has only recently returned, and now he plans to leave again. He assures her that it is not what she thinks. He has simply been considering a visit to Raymond County. Hecate asks if, by that, he means the 3 cities that have been bestowed upon him. Russell confirms that she is correct. She responds that if that is his destination, it is quite close to the capital, so there is no need for him to report it to her. He asks if she is fine with the idea and whether she would like to accompany him. extending his hand toward her with a smile. The scene shifts to Metropolis Westel, where Russell walks through the bustling market alongside Hecate. A shopkeeper calls out, claiming to have spices directly imported from the south. Another advertises that honey snacks are currently trending in the capital. A third boasts of having dragon sweets. As they continued walking, Hecate asked whether he had mentioned meeting the mayor later that night. Russell confirms, explaining that it is the only time their schedules do not conflict. She nods, saying she understands, and suggests they spend the rest of the day sightseeing around the city together. She gently grabs his hand. At that moment, Russell senses something behind her and quickly pulls her toward him, apologizing as he does so. A royal guard, witnessing the movement, begins to step forward to protect her, but Russell holds him back. He reasons that since the princess is traveling outside the palace, it is impossible for the royal guards to leave her unguarded. He assures the guard that everything is fine, then notices other guards nearby. He reflects that he had permitted them to protect her discreetly, without her knowledge, but their presence is beginning to attract attention. Turning back to Hecate, he asks if she is all right. She confirms that she is and asks where they should go next. Russell replies that, if she does not mind, he had been thinking of visiting Westel Academy for a short while. He places his hand on her shoulder and walks with her as she says that if that is what he wants, then it is what she wants as well. She asked who had graduated from Westel Academy. He responds that it is the Yellow Tower Master, Niccolo. The scene shifts to the Great Forest, where several elves are seated on trees in secrecy. The captain says they should not proceed any deeper and should stand guard at their current position. They all respond affirmatively to him. He thinks that although the monsters have been growing more ferocious lately, they are becoming especially violent today. An elf approaches him and addresses him as captain. The captain asks how the situation at the front appears. The elf reports that a very thick fog has now formed there. It had not been present earlier. He adds that he has consulted the spirits, but even they are unaware of the cause. The captain remarks that a fog capable of instilling fear in the spirits feels ominous. He proposes that they retreat for now when, suddenly, monsters launch an attack. The elves cry out that it is an ambush. They are being ambushed by the monsters. Monsters launch a fire attack on them, while the captain orders everyone to retreat from the village, instructing that the children be sent to the rear first. One of them cries out for the northern wind to protect them, while the others attempt to counterattack using arrows. A demonic witch arrives and casts a spell upon them, laughing as they cry out for help. The demonic witch observes the chaos and remarks that it is a magnificent sight. She then turns to look behind her and declares that Tartarus will open soon. She explains that the monster army is merely the beginning, and the remaining keystones alone are not sufficient to prevent the seal from breaking. Soon, the creatures will run rampant beyond the confines of this place. She speaks of the Titans, who were once worshipped as gods of destruction in the past, while monsters roared and the magical circle teetered on the verge of collapse. She claims that Endymion has no future, that the entire kingdom is destined to be engulfed in flames, and proceeds to unleash fire in all directions. She admits she loves it, proclaiming this to be the finest spectacle. The scene then shifts to the academy, where Russell stands on the terrace beside Hecate. He wonders if the moment is near the new beginning of his life. He reflects that he is almost back to where he stood before the regression and recalls the time when, as a student, he used to fear his teacher. He thinks about the fragments of future knowledge he once possessed, aware that they are beginning to fade and that he will no longer benefit from them. As he reflects, he recalls a dragon with whom he once competed in the past. He wonders what he is supposed to do from now on and how he should move forward into an uncertain future. Hecate asks what he is thinking about so deeply. He smiles and responds that it is nothing. He has simply been reflecting on the path he has walked so far and wondering whether he will continue to do well from this point on. She then asks if he knows why the emperor has bestowed this city upon him. He replies that he has not considered it. She explains that while it is essential to possess both considerable assets and formidable power, the essence of true authority lies within the individuals themselves. She says that the academy is a place where many gifted individuals are gathered, and the emperor hopes for the resurgence of his household through it. She then asks whether he is worried about the future. Reassuring him, she says that he need not worry because she is now by his side. She gently holds his face and kisses him. Meanwhile, a guard rushes toward them and urgently calls out to Count Russell, announcing that an urgent message has been received from the imperial family. Russell asks what the urgent message is, takes it from the guard, reads it, and questions what it could possibly mean. She asks what is written on the message, while Russell responds that all mages at the level of Tower Master and expert-level aura users are being summoned to report to the Imperial Court immediately. He wonders whether a war has broken out or something equally grave. He tells Hecate that he believes something terrible has occurred and insists they return to the Imperial Palace at once. He says he will arrange for the horse carriage to be prepared. She refuses and tells him not to worry about her, urging him to go immediately as she gently holds his hand. He asks how he can possibly leave her alone in such a moment, but she replies that the safety of the kingdom must come before his love for her. She tells him that the kingdom needs him now more than ever. He agrees, saying he will depart at once, and runs off without delay. She watches him disappear into the distance and murmurs that, compared to the time she spends with him, most of her time is now spent waiting and worrying about him. Still, she acknowledges that such is the fate of one who loves a hero. After some time, Russell arrives at a gathering ground, breathing heavily. He thinks he barely made it in time, but realizes the scale of the situation is no exaggeration. These people assembled here could easily destroy a small kingdom. He gazes around at the professors and students gathered and wonders what on earth is happening. Just then, an announcer declares the entrance of His Majesty. The Emperor arrives and tells everyone to remain seated, stating that they will forego formalities as the situation demands immediate attention. He explains that they have all been summoned in response to an unprecedented event and adds that it would be more appropriate for the person who experienced it firsthand to provide the details. For that reason, he has arranged this special assembly and urges everyone to listen carefully. At that moment, an elf and a dwarf arrive. Russell immediately recognizes their presence. One is an elf, and the other a dwarf. The elf steps forward and introduces himself as Azulan, the first protector of the Blue Wisteria tribe, and pays his respects to the ruler of Endymion. The dwarf follows, introducing himself as Matters of the Underworld, and offers his respect to the king of Endymion. A murmur spreads through the crowd. One person asks why an elf and a dwarf are visiting together. Another question is whether the Great Forest and the Underworld are both located in the southern region of the kingdom. A third wonders aloud whether something significant has occurred there. The Emperor then requests that they show everyone what they have witnessed. Azulan and Matters activate a device, explaining that it is a new projection tool developed by the Underworld. It has the ability to display recorded visual data. As the projection begins, images of monsters appear on the screen. Someone in the crowd immediately identifies it as a monster attack. Olsen notes that the number of monsters is in the thousands, at the very least. Russell watches with growing unease, sensing that something is off. Azulan explains that, due to the sudden and overwhelming assault by a vast number of monsters, the elves and fairies have been forced to flee from the Great Forest. Matters explains that the monsters have even breached the Red Canyon of the Underworld, and admits that they have no idea how such an event has occurred. Russell raises his hand and addresses the Emperor, who invites him to speak freely. Russell states that something feels off. The number of monsters is unusually high. Even if every monster from the Great Forest had gathered, their total could not possibly reach that scale. Hemingway then asks if Russell is implying that monsters are being artificially created. Dariah suggests that perhaps an alternate dimension has been opened. Another elf adds that the types of monsters are equally troubling, pointing to an image of one such creature and explaining that it belongs to a species that went extinct long ago. Azulan and Matters bow deeply before her and formally address her as the Master of Endymion. Azulan, as the first protector of the Blue Wisteria tribe and representative of the Great Forest, earnestly requests their aid in protecting the forest, which now faces grave danger. Matters follows, also requesting their help on behalf of the Underworld and the Red Canyon. The Emperor rises from his seat and approaches them. He asks them to stand and acknowledges that the number of monsters is nearly impossible to estimate. He states that although their origin remains unknown if left unchecked, the destruction they cause will inevitably escalate beyond control. As the King of Endymion, he issues an order to all present. They are to assist both the Great Forest and the Underworld, and not a single monster is to be allowed to cross into their kingdom. The guards respond in unison and immediately move out to carry out the command. Russell watches all of this unfold and reflects silently. He realizes that the fortune brought by his regression has come to an end. Now, his only option is to place his trust in everything he has built until this moment. After some time, they all prepare for war. Daria explains that although she wishes to join them on the battlefield, she has been assigned the duty of protecting the kingdom alongside the Blue Tower. Only the three of them, Russell, Olsen, and Hubert, are permitted to deploy. Hubert responds that it is fine, while Olsen assures her that she can rely on them. They will eliminate every single monster they encounter. Daria nods, acknowledging their exceptional skill, but expresses concern. She reminds them that the battlefield is a place where even a single arrow, unnoticed, can end a life. She admits she cannot help but worry. She looks particularly at Russell, telling him that since this is his first battlefield, he must exercise extra caution. This, she warns, will be nothing like the battles he has faced until now. Russell assures her that he will be careful, though he thinks to himself that he has already experienced the battlefield countless times in his previous life. As she watches him, Daria silently recalls someone from the past. She thinks that if he were still alive, he too might have grown up to be as courageous as Russell. The memory causes her to tremble. Russell gently addresses her as master. She quickly brushes it off, saying it is nothing, and that she is simply being foolish. She bids them all to return safely to her beloved apprentices. They respond in unison, affirming her request. Meanwhile, Niccolò Machiavelli, the commander-in-chief and master of the Yellow Tower, announces that the three of them have arrived as they teleport to the staging ground. Olsen asks whether everyone else is present. Niccolò replies that they are only waiting on the Blue Tower and the White Tower, which are delayed due to the personnel restrictions imposed by the Warp Gate. Russell then calls out to Azulan, who turns to him and asks what the matter is. Russell asks if Azulan perhaps knows Ilo of the White Ash Tree tribe. Azulan, visibly shocked, asks how Russell knows about Ilo, and his thoughts turn to her. She has black hair and red eyes. Azulan concludes that Russell must be the person who saved Ilo and his tribe, explaining that it is no wonder the scent of spirits is so strong around him. Russell responds that he guesses he knows Ilo fairly well. Azulan confirms that he does, noting that although they are from different tribes, Ilo is the Sentinel. Russell wonders what the Sentinel is and realizes that a Sentinel is a being who protects not only their own tribe, but all elves. He is surprised to learn that Ilo has risen to become the Sentinel. He wonders if this is a result of the awakening of the dragon's power and asks Azulan if she is okay. Azulan replies that he is unsure, explaining that she was fighting on the front line until he left to come here. Russell reflects that if that is the case, she was fine as recently as 5 days ago. He decides he must go and help her immediately, though Azulan mentions that it has been some time since he last heard the news of her. Meanwhile, Alan, a mage from the Blue Tower, and Olive, a mage from the White Tower, teleport to the location alongside Emilia Merwin, the White Tower Master. Emilia announces their arrival, stating that they are here. Russell looks at them, thinking that it is hard to believe that half of the Empire's forces have gathered here. He cannot fathom the possibility of them losing. Niccolò states that it has been confirmed the ferry's command post has changed locations, moving from the Great Forest to the Red Canyon. He explains that there is a high probability they have been overwhelmed by the monsters. Emilia adds that the faster 5th and 7th Corps will arrive in 10 days at the earliest, and the larger main army will take significantly longer due to its size. Niccolò outlines their immediate mission to drive the monsters back into the Great Forest before the foot soldiers arrive. He estimates 1 day to reach the border and 2 more to reach the Allied command post, making it a 3-day journey. He asks whether they are capable of completing the task and affirms that it goes without saying. The group immediately sets off, running to stay ahead of the advancing monsters. Their journey continues into the night. Suddenly, Emilia halts the group and announces that everyone must stop. She smells blood, and the stench grows stronger the farther they proceed. Niccolò remarks that it appears they are facing a complication, though they remain quite a distance from the command post. He declares that the group must now divide. The apprentices of the Flame Tower are instructed to follow him, while the remaining members are to take a detour around Rock Mountain. Olsen calls out for everyone to move, and in unison, they respond with understanding before advancing swiftly in their separate directions. Russell hears a sound and asks what that noise might be, while Olsen responds that it came from beyond the mountain. As they approach the monsters, a captain shouts for the boulders to be dropped on the enemy, urging the others to aim for their heads and hold their ground. The elven archers raise their bows, preparing to strike. One of them invokes the blessing of the spirits, praying for protection, and then yells for the monsters to die, vowing to crush every one of their skulls. They launch their coordinated attack with fierce determination. Russell witnesses the scene and thinks that not even the Hydra's monster army could compare to this. Their numbers far exceed anything he has encountered before. Meanwhile, Niccolo arrives, leaps onto the battlefield, gathers rocks using his mana, and hurls them at the monsters while shouting for them to go to hell. Olsen notes that the wind has shifted while Emilia unleashes her mana and traps several monsters within a vortex of wind. Niccolo observes this and thinks that her abilities are astonishing, and this is the true power of a tower master. Olsen remarks that the two of them have already taken the spotlight and says they cannot afford to be standing idle. He asks the others if they agree. Russell replies that he has already been preparing to move and steps forward. He activates his technique, Russell Raymond Originality, Falling Sun. A nearby dwarf witnesses the powerful strike and exclaims that the mages of Endymion have arrived. Azulan and Matters have succeeded in reaching out to them, and now they are saved. Russell unleashes his fire magic upon the monsters, commanding them to perish as flames engulf the battlefield. The scene shifts to a vast forest where a demonic aura is being spread throughout the area as a giant monster emerges. Meanwhile, Alan is seen unleashing a massive blizzard spell to freeze the surrounding monsters, while Emilia employs a lightning storm to eliminate others. Niccolo utilizes his Spears of the Earth technique, gathering rocks to launch a powerful assault. Hubert remarks that it is his first time witnessing so many large-scale spells being used simultaneously. He does not even have the opportunity to act. He adds that the map will likely need to be redrawn once the war concludes. However, the number of monsters is not decreasing, and the repeated use of large-scale spells is beginning to endanger their own forces. The elves and dwarves continue to confront the monsters, striving to gain the upper hand. Russell observes them and silently agrees with Hubert's assessment. The boundaries separating their allies from the enemy has already been destroyed. He concludes that they can no longer afford to rely on wide-range spells. Olsen calls out to Niccolo and rushes after him, accompanied by Hubert, and they lend their support. Niccolo acknowledges the call, recalling his earlier declaration to Emilia, Alan, and Olive that they would cease using large-scale magic and engage the enemy in direct combat instead. He leaps to another position on the battlefield and orders the others to advance. Meanwhile, Russell charges toward a monster, thinking to himself that the battle is likely to be prolonged. He must manage his mana efficiently and avoid using dragonification unless absolutely necessary. He resolves to visualize his spell, gradually accumulate mana, then bring it into existence, wrapping his condensed energy around the body of the giant monster. Emilia also employs her wind skill to strike the enemy, while Alan activates his Ice Age ability to freeze the approaching monsters. Olive draws her bow and takes aim at a nearby creature. Soon after, they all find themselves engaged in fierce combat with the monsters, and Russell unleashes a powerful blast amid the chaos. As Olive charges forward to attack, a monster suddenly appears behind her and attempts to strike. Russell reacts swiftly, attacking the creature and knocking it unconscious. He checks on Olive, asking whether she is unharmed. She expresses her gratitude and remarks that the enemy's numbers are not diminishing, no matter how many they manage to kill. She questions where they could possibly be coming from. Russell reflects that if this continues, the battle will never end. He wonders what course of action they should take. A dwarf comments that the sun has risen, while another urges the others to hold on just a bit longer. An elf calls upon the spirits of the wind, pleading for strength. Olsen questions their behavior, asking why they are reacting this way merely because the sun has risen. He returns to Hubert, who also stands prepared for battle, and asserts that the monsters are not undead and that daylight will not make any difference. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble. Russell and Olive witness the scene, and Russell suspects that the monsters are retreating. He wonders whether sunlight could be their weakness. Emilia, puzzled, asks what just occurred. Niccolo replies that he does not fully understand it either, but it appears they are being granted a moment of respite. The survivors are seen resting in the aftermath, taking the opportunity to recover. Niccolo urges them to bear with the pain as he prepares to heal their injuries. Erin, the representative of the elves, expresses her gratitude, stating that thanks to the heroes of Endymion, they have once again overcome the crisis. Curvo, Feather Tribe chieftain, states that the Feather Tribe will remember this day until the moment their last feather falls from their bodies. Eltri, the representative of the dwarves, affirms that the dwarves will never forget the support that has been provided. They deeply appreciate the assistance. Niccolo responds that they have merely come to aid their allies, as such actions are expected of them. However, he adds that something about the situation remains unusual. Aaron explains that the monsters grow stronger at night, flooding the region, but weaken once the sun rises, which forces them to retreat. She adds that one more detail troubles her. The monsters are not attacking from all directions. They seem to be focusing solely on the fairies, as if driven by hatred toward them. Olsen notes that this means the monsters will likely return again that night. He suggests launching an offensive while daylight still offers them an advantage during the monsters' weakened state. Eltree counters that such an approach is impossible, and their alliance now numbers only 5,000 troops, with fewer than half of them still fit for combat. Emilia concludes that they will have no choice but to endure until reinforcements arrive. Niccolo proposes moving the injured to safety first, reorganizing the battlefront, and then revisiting their strategy. The others respond in agreement to his plan. As Aaron looks at Russell, she asks whether he is indeed Russell. Russell replies by asking if she recognizes him. She admits that, when she comes to think of it, she has yet to introduce herself. She reveals that she is Aaron, leader of the White Ash Tree tribe, the elves, and Ilo's mother. Russell processes the information, realizing that she is Ilo's mother. Aaron continues, saying that had they met under different circumstances, she would have welcomed him as an honored guest. She bows and asks for his forgiveness for the inadequate hospitality, given the current crisis. Russell assures her that it is quite all right and politely asks where Ilo is. Aaron responds that Ilo had been there until just a few days ago. Aaron explains that after Ilo learned about an isolated group of fairies, she set out to rescue them. Many fairies have been unable to regroup due to sudden monster attacks, and a large number have become scattered during the retreat. Russell responds that he understands and hopes she is safe, to which Aaron replies that there is no need to worry, her daughter is strong. Members of the Feather tribe leap onto nearby monsters, and all the warriors begin advancing toward the front lines. Olsen expresses his surprise upon learning that Aaron is the Manure of the elves. Russell reflects that the title of Manure is the highest-ranking leadership position among all elven races. It is a role that has replaced the High Elves and is so rare that only 5 individuals have held it in the past century. He realizes that her extraordinary aura now makes perfect sense. Niccolo remarks that he never imagined he would meet an elven Manure in his lifetime. Emilia echoes his sentiment, expressing her gladness and mentally correcting herself. It is not just nice but an honor to meet her. Russell observes that although Aaron is an elf, she was raised among humans. She does not appear accustomed to formal speech and seems uncertain about how she should address others. Aaron bows slightly and tells Emilia that she too is unfamiliar with human customs, so there is no need for formality, she may speak comfortably. Emilia responds with a simple acknowledgement. Niccolo then proceeds to explain Endymion's battle strategy. The first phase involves forming a siege. With nearly 60,000 troops available, the army should be sufficient to encircle the enemy forces completely. Emilia explains that the second phase involves eliminating the monsters trapped within the encirclement, thereby effectively driving them back into the Great Forest. Aaron asks whether this means the battlefield will shift from the Red Canyon to the Great Forest. Russell reflects that the Great Forest is not merely the homeland of the fairies. It is a sacred land blessed by their gods. A battle of such magnitude would bring about immense destruction. He considers that recovery could take decades and, for a land as vast as the Great Forest, possibly even centuries. Niccolo assures them that Endymion will actively assist in both the reconstruction of the forest and the relocation of the fairies. Aaron acknowledges that while the decision is painful, there appears to be no alternative. Curvo adds that such an outcome had already been anticipated. Niccolo expresses his gratitude for their cooperation and promises that every effort will be made to minimize the damage inflicted upon the Great Forest. At that moment, a warrior shouts that something is flying toward them. He asks if it is a monster, though he notes that the sun has not yet set. Curvo quickly denies the possibility, stating that it is an ally of the soldier who had gone to rescue the fairies a few days prior. He rushes forward, catches the falling ally, and asks whether he is all right. He then calls urgently for a medic to be brought over. The ally reports that the silver-haired sentinel is in danger, which causes Aaron to become worried. She exclaims that Ilo is in danger. Niccolo then turns to Russell, suggesting that he seems to know the person in danger, and wonders if he is volunteering for the rescue mission. Russell confirms this, stating that he will indeed go with them. Olsen quickly added that he would join as well. Emilia expresses that having them with them would be an immense help, and the search spell from the White Magic Tower will be invaluable. Olive also agrees to join the mission, confirming her readiness. Erin then turns to Azulon, saying that he is the only one she can rely on to help at this moment. Azulon assures her not to worry, promising to bring Ilo back safely. Erin responds with a blessing, wishing that the spirits guide and protect him. The group begins running in the opposite direction, but Olive picks up speed and announces that there is movement ahead. It appears to be a swarm of flying monsters. She asks what they should do. Ulson instructs them to keep moving forward and leave the flying monsters to them. As they continue, Russell spots someone approaching and thinks to himself that help has arrived. Shortly thereafter, Azulon starts engaging the monsters, who are throwing rocks at them. He identifies the creatures as giant rocks, but notes that these monsters typically appear only in the western regions, questioning why they are here. He commands everyone to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, Russell unleashes a red lightning strike to attack the monsters and follows up with a chain explosion, further devastating their enemies. Meanwhile, Ulson, Hubert, and Olive also run to assist when Olive sees Russell knock out a giant rock with ease. She thinks to herself that he managed to take down such a large creature so quickly. She remarks that they are both supposed to be equal in level as Tower Masters, yet the difference in their abilities is overwhelming. Ulson also attacks the giant rock, telling Russell that he cannot do everything himself. He proceeds to attack the creatures and burn them. Russell watches and thinks that it is hard to tell if Ulson is a mage or a fighter. Ulson then asks, frustrated, whether they have drawn too much attention. Russell responds that they should deal with the monsters quickly. At that moment, some elves begin attacking the creatures, informing them that they will handle it and catch up after clearing the area. Ulson agrees, saying that they will leave the matter in the elves' hands and increase their pace. He urges Russell and Olive to move ahead at full speed. Russell confirms and silently prays that Ilo will be safe. Meanwhile, some monsters assault Ilo and her warriors. She attempts to block their attacks and thinks to herself that everyone is running low on mana. She wonders whether they will last until dawn and hopes that reinforcements will arrive in time. Someone informs her that the barrier is being breached as a monster attempts to enter. She commands them to stop the creature, but the monster breaks through the barrier and enters, prompting her to scream in desperation. Ilo calls upon Eurus, the spirit of wind, asking for his strength. She knocks an arrow and releases a powerful gust arrow at the approaching monster. Meanwhile, Ulson, Russell, and Olive reach the vicinity of the portal. Olive announces that she has found it, feeling the energies clashing beyond the mountains. Ulson urges them to hurry while Russell looks around and silently hopes that they are not too late. At that moment, a gust of rain begins to pour down on the monsters, causing them to become frightened. Ilo commands her companions to take this opportunity to deploy the barrier, and her warriors quickly comply. A monster attempts to attack an elf, and she cries out for help, warning that the creatures have breached the barrier in this area as well. She calls for someone to stop them. Ilo aims an arrow at the monster and calls upon Euros, the spirit of wind, for help. She momentarily recalls Russell and wonders why she is suddenly thinking of him. Just then, Russell arrives and creates a firewall to assist Ilo. She becomes excited upon seeing him. Russell leaps down, followed by Ulson and Olive. Ulson informs him that he will open a path for them, using his originality flare fist to ensure their safe landing on the ground. Russell thanks him, and Olive directs them, saying over here. Russell turns to Ilo, asking if she is alright. Ilo replies that she is fine, but expresses her uncertainty about how she can ever repay him for his help. He replies that as a warlock of an allied country, he simply did what needed to be done. He adds that once she is ready, the barrier must be released so they can break through the monsters before more arrive. However, he points out that if they move forward now, the children will not be able to keep up. Russell reassures him, telling him not to worry, and asks Olive if she can assist with that. Olive agrees without hesitation, acknowledging that she is here for precisely that purpose. She then uses her healing power to tend to all the injured nearby. She informs them that she will cast magic on the entire fairy tribe, helping them recover quickly without feeling fatigued. Ilo expresses how light her body feels just as someone announces that the combat reinforcements have arrived right on time. Ilo calls out to Azulon, expressing her relief at seeing him again. Azulon responds, saying that he is glad she is safe. Ulson quickly organizes their formation, stating that Olive and the fairy tribe will be in the center, Russell will be on the left, and Ilo will be on the right with Azulon. He volunteers to take the front, where they will cut down all the monsters in their path. Ilo encourages everyone to get started and orders the barriers to be released. The others confirm, and a blast erupts as the barriers are dropped. Russell uses his lightning strike to attack the monsters, noting that they are nearly at their destination, and urging everyone to hang in there a little longer as he sees Ilo and some of the other elves running toward him. Olsen acknowledges that Russell must be tired, but advises him to conserve his mana. Even after they reach the canyon, they will still need to break through the monsters in order to join up with their allies. Russell confirms, just as someone arrives at the scene. Olsen asks who they are. Another person shouts for everyone to lower their eyes and heads, calling them idiots and threatening to crush their heads. He warns not to let a single one of them into the fortress. Russell watches as Niccolo arrives and begins attacking the monsters. He thinks that this must be Niccolo's ability, and he is amazed that he was able to create the fortress wall overnight. He truly is superhuman. Hubert calls the commander's attention, pointing out that the rescue squad and the fairy tribe have returned. Niccolo confirms that they have succeeded. Eren also arrives and expresses happiness upon seeing Ilo. Niccolo then suggests opening a path for their allies who have worked hard to return, creating a defensive wall to protect them all. Russell acknowledges that Niccolo has already set things up well for them. He declares that they will use all of their mana to break through in one go. He asks if everyone is ready, and Olsen responds affirmatively. Olsen uses Flare Fist, while Russell launches a cannon, both attacking the monsters. Olsen notes that their destination is just ahead, and Russell encourages everyone, saying it's only a little further. He thinks that the fortress walls are opening up as all the elves rush inside. Olive sits down, taking some rest, relieved that everyone has made it safely into the fortress. Olsen and Russell, exhausted, lie down on the ground as the narrator describes how the long, grueling night has ended, with everyone having survived. A week has passed since then, and they are still fighting monsters when the sun sets and killing those who are hiding when the sun rises. As Russell attacks a monster and knocks it out, he explains that the situation is much more stable now, and they were able to rescue a large number of the fairy tribe members who had been scattered. Russell estimates that about 9,000 of them are present at the moment, including a significant number of warriors who are capable of putting up a fight. He thinks they only need to wait for reinforcements to arrive and cooperate. As he jumps away, someone calls to him from behind, asking if it is more monsters. Russell declines, while the narrator notes that the 5th and 7th Corps of Endymion, along with their reinforcements, have arrived. Meanwhile, Nicole says to Corps commanders, thank them for coming here, while William Luigi, 5th Corps commander, says do not mention it. This is for their people and country. Dwell Kruger's 7th Corps says they are just doing what they ought to do as a soldier. Nicole says they will start the strategy meeting immediately then, and this mission concerns his corps acting as a rescue force on behalf of their country. Russell, who's the most knowledgeable about the terrain and the monster army, will give them the details. Russell greets everyone and says he is Russell Raymond. While Dwell thinks this young man is that famous Worklock, he does have an extraordinary air around him. Russell moves puppets on the map and says to Commander William that the 5th Corps mission will be defense, while the monster army is currently only targeting this place. He says they do not know when they will invade the Endymion territory, so they will form a strong encirclement, protect the fairy tribe that's still in the canyon, and make sure that not a single monster escapes. He says, Commander Dwell, that the 7th Corps mission is to attack, while the 5th Corps cut off the monster's escape route, and they will go full force and drive the monsters into the Great Forest. He says while they do not know what dangers the Great Forest, the source of monsters, entail, this is a mission that must be completed for them to secure victory. Dwell asks what he means by full force. He likes it and leaves them to them, while Nicole says 3 days from now, with the fairy tribe and human survival on the line. He says they will execute the Great Forest Reclamation mission. Russell stands at the bridge of the palace and looks out and thinks the 5th and 7th Corps are the best corps of Endymion. They are one of the top armies even within the continent, so it's unlikely they will lose even though there are a lot of monsters. He thinks, but what's with this unknown uneasy feeling he is getting while Ilo calls Russell? She thinks things are so hectic that she doesn't realize, but when his shoulders start looking so wide, it feels like he has grown taller, too. He is totally different from when she first met him. Eren thinks she was wondering what she was doing. Well, she guessed she is at the age for this and asks do not just stand around and look. How about going over to talk to him? Ilo calls her mother, saying she can't do that. His mind must be occupied right before the mission. She hugs her mother and thinks Russell is someone who's engaged to the royal family of Endymion, and she can't believe she has feelings towards him. That's not allowed. Irina tells Ilo she knows what she is thinking about, but do not worry. While she replies, there is a strong string of fate that ties him and Russell together. Ilo asks her mother if she is able to see her fate, and ancient high elves are said to possess the ability to see fates. She says it will be possible for her too if she becomes the manure. Eren says to her daughter, remember this, the time to make a decision will soon arrive, and his fate is as harsh as the winter winds and is immensely heavy. She says if she wants to keep having feelings for him, then she will need to bear that fate together with him. After a while, they all gather their army when Niccolo says it's starting again. As planned, the 5th Corps will take care of the rear, and they will advance all the way into the Great Forest. Monsters start roaring again while Niccolo says everyone takes charge while everyone runs to attack the monsters. Olive uses gust arrows to attack. Eitri also attacks a monster with his hammer, telling him to die, and abuses him, while another dwarf says to have a taste of the dwarf's iron. Alan uses ice spears to attack monsters while Emilia slices a monster into two. Olsen also attacks and tells Hubert to leave this place to him and go help the line of defense that has fallen while Hubert says alright. Russell also uses the Inferno skill to attack monsters and burn them. The scene shifts 15 days later to the entrance of the Great Forest, where warriors excitingly dance and say their mission is a success. They have arrived at the Great Forest. Niccolo says while they finally drive them back. Olsen asks if he felt it too. Russell confirms. Meanwhile, Ilo and Irina look at them, and Ilo says since this is the source of the monster army, she was expecting to see a large number of monsters here, but not to mention monsters, there aren't even any presence of living beings at all. She says there is that fog that surrounds the forest and tells her mother that she can't hear the spirits. Irina says yes. She wonders what's going on while Niccolo says let's wait for the feathered tribe that's gone ahead to scout. They departed yesterday, so they should be back soon. Eitri says they also brought along a projector that they developed with them, so they will be able to see the whole situation later. Curvo says over there, the warriors are coming back. After a while, they all come back and watch recordings of the fight, while Niccolo says the recording is showing the same thing. They do not see any traces of monsters at all. Russell asks if there is any recording that shows the entire Great Forest, while Niccolo asks why he does ask. He replies it's because the further they went in, the black fog thickens, while Ilo asks what the fog thickens. Curvo says he was going to tell her that as well and says please look at this. This is the recording they took from the highest height they could go. Ilo becomes shocked to see some smoke in the recordings and asks what that is. What the hell is that dome? Eren asks how the beautiful Great Forest got turned into that, while Russell thinks this is the source of the uneasiness he sensed. He says it seems that the cause of this incident is the source of the monster army when they see a monster with so many eyes. They all witness this on the screen as Russell states that, at that level, millions of monsters should be able to be contained. Niccolo turns to Irina and asks whether she knows anything about it. She responds that perhaps it is connected to the birth folklore of the Great Forest. Russell reflects that the birth folklore had emerged around the time when the world of the gods had been approaching its end, and the blessing of Gaia, the mother of life, had caused the Great Forest to be formed. Niccolo concludes that this implies Gaia created the Great Forest in order to seal the monster army away. He rises to his feet and adds that something still troubles him. When asked what it is, he explains that, at the time Gaia created the Great Forest, numerous gods had existed, and dealing with the monster army should have been a simple task for them. Olsen begins to speak, suggesting a possibility, but Russell interrupts and asserts that there is a strong likelihood Gaia had not intended to conceal the monster army. Olivia interjects, insisting that the matter must be confirmed without delay. She addresses the chief commander, emphasizing the urgent need to form an investigation squad. The scene transitions to the forest, where he instructs the team to investigate swiftly and return before nightfall. They all affirm his command and proceed forward. Olsen remarks that it is difficult to believe no sign of life can be sensed within the forest. Hubert adds that it is not as though the forest has lost its biological function. It is a phenomenon unlike anything they have encountered. Niccolo says they have ventured quite deep and suggests they should rest for a short while. Russell asks Ilo if she is all right. She confirms, while he then inquires about Eren's whereabouts. Eren is seen meditating, and Ilo, observing her, explains that she is currently attempting to communicate more precisely. She is trying to speak with the spirits of the forest. Russell asks what she means by the spirits of the forest. Ilo responds that he must already know there are numerous spirits beyond the four primary elements. He replies affirmatively, listing lightning, ice, light, and darkness spirits. Ilo explains that the spirits of the forest are another type, though they are somewhat different from ordinary spirits. She tells him she will demonstrate and proceeds to perform a magical spell in order to summon the spirit. Hubert asks whether this is the same phenomenon he has only heard about through rumors. Alan, astonished, remarks that it is incredible to witness a spirit of the forest with his own eyes. As the spirit appears, Russell wonders if it is merely a doll formed of soil and leaves, while Hubert finds it endearing. The spirit then addresses Russell, asking what he thinks. Russell, startled, asks if the voice belongs to Ilo. Alan confirms it is indeed Ilo's voice, and they all react with shock upon realizing this. Russell suspects she shares consciousness with the spirit, though he senses that the spirit itself does not possess a mind of its own. Ilo explains that the spirit of the forest is much smaller than other types of spirits. It is formed through the fusion of numerous lesser spirits. It does not possess much of a will of its own, so it must take time to prepare before it can exert its power. Russell reflects that although the method differs, the act of placing one's will into the spirit is quite similar to the way golems are controlled. Ilo emerges from her meditation and states that the condition of the forest is deteriorating. Even summoning a small spirit by herself has become difficult. She then asks Aaron whether any progress has been made. Aaron replies that she has attempted several times, but all the spirits are overwhelmed with fear. She adds that this fear is undoubtedly connected to the darkness that resides at the heart of the forest. Russell wonders what truly lies beyond that darkness. As the group continues forward, Olive swiftly employs her wind skill. Russell observes that the black fog is gradually becoming denser. When he glances around, he senses that the fog is beginning to corrode his mind. He considers it fortunate that the Seventh Corps has not accompanied them. Had they come, they would have perished before accomplishing anything. Suddenly, Olive halts before a magical barrier and announces that they have arrived. The group notices a stone placed before the magic seal. Niccolo asks whether this is the keystone of the seal, questioning why it is located here. He declares that they will now begin their investigation. He says they must hurry so they can return before nightfall, while Olive asks about the powerful tremor where it is coming from. Niccolo responds that he believes it originates from within the darkness and channels his mana to break the seal. Suddenly, he senses a presence nearby and warns everyone to move away just as a massive hand emerges. Eitri is shocked at the sight and asks how such a thing is possible, while Olive exclaims in disbelief, asking whether it is a mountain that has suddenly appeared. Russell clarifies that it is not a mountain, it is a living being. Niccolo identifies it as Hecaton chairs and admits he had not expected to encounter a remnant of the Titanomatia here. Emilia asks what he means by Titanomatia, pointing out that it belongs to the Forgotten Era. Niccolo confirms this and explains that the Hecaton chairs were a race that once sought to dominate that entire age. He adds that, according to what he has heard, the dragons borrowed power from a certain entity and managed to subjugate them. Ilo says that must be the secret Gaia was trying to conceal. Aaron agrees, explaining that the Great Forest is actually a kind of prison created to contain that monster. She admits she never imagined such a being was sealed directly beneath them and clutches Ilo in fear. Niccolo warns that it is an abomination that consumes all life, and if something like that escapes into the world, the consequences would be catastrophic. Aaron and Ilo quickly conjure a shield to protect everyone from Hecaton chairs. Aaron remarks in disbelief at the overwhelming force of its roar, while Ilo says she can feel immense fury emanating from its voice. Aaron says it is not merely anger that emanates from the creature that carries a murderous intent directed toward all living things. Russell states that they must stop it, and they must do so here. There is no margin for failure as they construct a shield to hold it back. A demonic figure stands behind Hecaton chairs and declares that the Great One has become a mockery of his expectations. He laments that it is Hecaton chairs instead of a true titan. He then proclaims it to be the second coming of a god, calling it beautiful. At that moment, Charon appears and announces that this is the end he has always dreamed of. It is beyond incredible. The demonic figure turns to Charon and demands to know what he is doing there. Charon responds with mock sorrow, saying it is disappointing that the other is not pleased to see him after so long. He adds that he has even brought a gift, especially for him. The demonic figure attempts to speak, but Charon interrupts, affirming that the keystone of the magic seal is on an entirely different level compared to the one used on Tartarus. He expresses gratitude to the Supreme One and to himself as well. He then questions whether the demonic figure truly understands whose seal he is about to release. The demonic figure responds with confidence, asserting that he does indeed know it is the Hecatoncheires race, beings who once lived during the Titanomatia era. Charon remarks that it seems he does not know everything, revealing that the being's name is Bryaros, the vanguard general of the Hecatoncheires. He explains that Bryaros once drove even the gods to the brink of collapse and mutters that the apprentices of that accursed fire which are about to face serious peril. The demonic figure declares that he will personally inform the witch of her apprentice's demise. As Charon turns and walks away, he laughs and states that he looks forward to that, but warns that any failure will not end with the demonic figure's death alone. Meanwhile, Russell and his comrades witness the seal's collapse. Russell announces that the seal has been broken and urges everyone not to be afraid. He notes that the entity is weakened, having been sealed for a long time. No matter what happens, he insists, they must stop it here. In response, Emilia activates her spell, invoking the immense flow that exists within both the earth and the skies, and directs it to strike against the Hecatoncheires. Meanwhile, Niccolo speaks to Russell through telepathy, asking if he can hear her. Russell responds by asking if it is Niccolo. At the same moment, Emilia attempts to control the Hecatoncheires, but she fails. Exhausted, she collapses, and Olive rushes toward her, asking if she is all right. Emilia replies that she is fine and thinks to herself that although she recognizes it as a mythical being, she believes her attack will be effective. Meanwhile, Russell runs toward Niccolo and apologizes for making him wait. He casts a spell, calling upon the Great Earth to become a swamp of sand and collapse, supporting Niccolo in launching an attack. Niccolo then signals to everyone that the time has come, and they all strike the Hecatoncheires together, attempting to bring it down. Their combined attack triggers an explosion. Elsewhere, Aaron and Ilo sit quietly in meditation, summoning the Great Spirit of the forest. The spirit rises and launches an attack on the Hecatoncheires, who grab its arm to block the strike. Eitri exclaims that it is impressive and believes they now have a chance, but Emilia counters that it is still not enough to defeat him. The Hecatoncheires tears the spirit into pieces and roars, demanding that no one stand in his way. He declares the spirit to be nothing more than filthy trash. His scream forces Ilo and Aaron to collapse while Ulson covers his ears and questions aloud if that monstrous being could actually speak. The Hecatoncheires then address Niccolo as vermin, declaring that if he truly desires to be devoured, so be it. He will tear them all into shreds and savor each of them slowly. Niccolo also kneels down and asks if it does not feel as though something has been forgotten. Through telepathy, he tells Russell that they will buy him some time, urging him to use the opportunity to prepare and cast a spell capable of defeating the enemy. The Hecatoncheires identify him as the one with black hair, just as Russell activates the cloudy ring in its weather form and unleashes a lightning vortex, launching a powerful attack. Niccolo observes this and reflects that it is astonishing how powerful Russell has become, even though he is only in his mid-20s and has only recently ascended to the 6th circle. He concludes that it is no wonder the Master of the Flame Tower holds him in such high regard. Meanwhile, Russell assesses the situation, thinking that the spell consumed significantly more mana than anticipated. The magic's sheer power caused a massive area of destruction, not sparing even his surroundings. Yet, because the spell landed directly on the target, he doubts the enemy could have emerged unscathed. However, the Hecatoncheires rise once again, and Russell stares at him in shock. Hubert approaches and expresses disbelief that the creature is still standing after enduring such an attack. Ulson comments that its durability truly exceeds all imagination. Niccolo considers that, although it was the only attack that had any effect so far, he never expected Russell to defeat the creature with a single strike. Russell, too, thinks to himself that he did not expect the damage to be so minimal. The Hecatoncheires then speak, referring to Russell as Black Hair and noting the presence of magic infused with the power of dragons. He demands to know how Russell is connected to Kim Hyun-sung. Russell wonders who Kim Hyun-sung is, questioning whether it might be a type of artifact. He replies indifferently, stating that it does not matter and that the name merely reminded him of something he would rather forget. Declaring that it is time to die, he lets out a roar and launches an attack. Ulson shouts for everyone to get away, while Russell immediately recognizes the danger. Alan responds by using his Ice Age skill to strike back, and Niccolo joins him in the attack. Russell tries to understand what Alan is doing but realizes he cannot hear anything clearly. He is struck, coughs up blood, and collapses. He assesses that he has sustained severe internal injuries, and if he had taken the blow directly, his body would have been reduced to dust. Ulson is also injured and falls. Despite his condition, he asks Russell if he is alright. Coughing, he admits that the monster is unbelievably powerful and nearly finished them off. Eitri rushes to them and urgently asks if they are alright. Russell calls out to Eitri and pleads with him to help, explaining that Ulson is severely injured. Eitri kneels beside Ulson, examining him, and observes that he is in poor condition. His ribs appear to be dislocated. Ulson tries to joke, saying it seems he will have to give up strength training for a while and expects to lose a lot of muscle mass. Meanwhile, Niccolo communicates with Russell through telepathy, asking if he is alright. Russell confirms that he is. Niccolo expresses relief and suggests that if Russell is capable of casting the same spell again and targeting the wound previously inflicted, they might be able to deal significant damage. Russell considers the idea and thinks that delivering a substantial blow could indeed be possible with precision. However, he acknowledges that he cannot control Lightning Vortex properly at his current level. He asks whether there is another spell he can use that might be able to defeat the enemy. Niccolo asks what he means by another spell, while Russell confirms but explains that he needs approximately 15 minutes of time. Niccolo informs everyone that they must begin buying time for Russell immediately and commands that no one should allow that fool to lay even a single finger on him. Everyone is ordered to prepare for the fight. Meanwhile, Russell takes Ulson away and thinks that, at this distance, Ulson should be safe. He cannot move any farther because he must remain within attack range. He focuses on restoring his depleted mana and visualizing the technique that could end the demon in a single blow. As he meditates, he activates the partial dragonification skill, thinking of Brahmaster, the spear of God, capable of piercing through anything. Hecatoncheires insults him, claiming that he must be the descendant of Kim Hyun-sung and that lizard woman. Hubert threatens to tear him apart and prepares to attack. Olive approaches from behind and declares that he is not going anywhere near Russell. Emilia joins the assault, shouting that the moment has come for the spark of Prometheus. Olive unleashes an atmospheric wave to strike Hecatoncheires, while Niccolo urges everyone to protect Russell at all costs and give everything they have to keep the demon contained. Alan casts Frost Stop to attack while Ilo and Aaron form a magical circle. Ilo calls upon the spirits of the forest, pleading to be blessed with strength and requesting that branches from all directions be summoned to restrain the enemy. Hecatoncheires lets out a deafening scream. Niccolo believes everyone has reached their limits after casting numerous large-scale spells, yet there is still a significant amount of time remaining before the 15 minutes are up. At that moment, he sustains an injury. Hecatoncheires mutters that all his pests must get out of his way, tells him to die, and begins gathering all of his mana. Russell continues to focus on accumulating his own mana, while Hecatoncheires prepares to launch a devastating attack against him. The others are gripped by fear at the sight. Niccolo refuses to stand down, and Alan also steps in to prevent Russell from being harmed. Ilo becomes emotional, calls out to Russell, and recalls the moment he rescued her. She reflects on how he has always protected her, and now it is her turn to protect him. She resolves that if she can stop the attack by giving everything she has, she must do so. In desperation, she silently pleads for strength from anyone or anything. As Hecatoncheires strikes Russell, Ilo activates her time freeze skill, halting the assault. Another woman appears and tells Ilo that the strength she seeks already exists within her. She simply has not been able to fully embrace it. When Ilo asks who she is and what she means, the woman responds that Ilo already knows the nature of the power she possesses. In order to claim the full power of a dragon, she must accept her destiny. If she chooses to live as both an elf and a dragon, she must abandon the life she has lived until now. Ilo declares that she will embrace that power, acknowledging that she always knew she would make this choice. The woman calls out to Russell, and Hubert also cries out his name in concern. Russell gathers the entirety of his power and summons his dragon in a massive explosion of energy. Everyone is left in shock at the sight of the dragon. Niccolo asks whether it truly is a dragon, while Emilia remarks that it has been 7 centuries since one was last seen. She never imagined she would witness one here. Aaron calls out to Ilo in concern, while Hecatoncheires curses at her and tells her not to interfere. The dragon comments that Hecatoncheires still possesses a vile personality, even after thousands of years, and then unleashes a dragon breath attack against him. Hecatoncheires responds by saying the dragon has become much weaker as well. He declares that he will shred its wings first, then rip out its heart and devour it whole. He questions aloud what that would even mean. Meanwhile, Ilo begins to fall and admits to herself that this is all she can manage, but it does not matter, for she has already fulfilled her role. Russell calls forth a divine power capable of piercing even time itself, willing it to manifest between his palms. Brahmastra. Alan and Hubert watch in astonishment. Alan remarks on the overwhelming heat, while Hubert notes that he never expected to feel the heat of a desert while standing in the great forest. Emilia says their efforts to buy time were worth it, while Niccolo exclaims that he cannot believe such a spell belongs to a sixth circle mage. If that power had not been contained in the form of a spear, he says, the great forest would have vanished without a trace. Hecatoncheires mutters that he senses fear, something he deems impossible, as he is Bryaros, a general of the Titans. Russell hurls spears at him, forcing Hecatoncheires to evade. The Titan laughs, boasting that he managed to dodge it, but then hesitates as Russell appears right beside him. Russell invokes the weaving arts of Arachne, summoning enchanted chains to strike. At the same time, he unleashes Brahmastra Lamacha, the Titan Slayer fist, and drives it into Hecatoncheires. Hecatoncheires declares that, after being sealed away for thousands of years, he has finally emerged, only to face this humiliation. Enraged, he becomes engulfed in smoke. Russell realizes that the recoil from the spell is overwhelming. This magic remains far too advanced for him to wield comfortably, yet he has managed to protect everyone and incapacitate the enemy. A system notification confirms that the mission has been completed, and a reward is granted. Sometime later, the group returns. Russell, injured, lies unconscious in bed after receiving first aid. Eventually, he regains consciousness and groans from the pain. A maid enters the room and, noticing he is awake, addresses him. Russell asks whether the others are safe. She assures him that they are, and although Olsen will need some time to recover, the rest have almost fully healed. Russell responds that he is relieved to hear that. As the maid removes her hood, she asks if she may examine something and explains that she accepted the power of a dragon on the day of the battle. She reveals that she has since learned their fates are intertwined. Russell thinks back and realizes that she must have been the dragon who protected him during the fight. She asks whether he understands what fate truly is. He replies that he is not entirely sure of the details, but he has a theory that they are successors of the dragons who once served the Dragon Emperor long ago. He believes this is the kind of fate they now share. Then, with concern, he asks if she is all right. He points out that, by accepting this power, she may now be bound to serve him, although he admits he does not yet understand how the power of the dragon will affect her. She responds that it is not true, she remains herself, and that everything that has happened was her own decision. He trembles and reflects that this is the fate he has always desired. Even though she is his partner, she will now be able to remain by his side for the longest time. She asks, in that case, how she should address him from now on. Calling him the Dragon Emperor feels far too grand. Russell replies that she may call him whatever she likes. She blushes and addresses him as Master, and he smiles, suggesting she simply calls him Russell. She repeats his name softly and thinks she feels much closer to him when she says it. She agrees to do so from now on. Later, Niccolo expresses her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. She says that if it had not been for him, many lives would have been lost. Niccolo recalls that he is still recovering from significant mana depletion and wonders whether he has forced himself to get up because of his sense of responsibility as the chief commander. Russell responds that if he had been alone, he never would have won. Niccolo saved him before if she did not. If she truly feels bad about it, he says she can simply think of this as him repaying her kindness. Niccolo asks if that is so and thanks him for saying it. She then asks whether he has spoken to the others already. Russell confirms that he has and expresses his gratitude that all of them came to visit. Niccolo remarks that it must have been quite noisy and advises him to get more rest. Russell sighed, acknowledging how exhausting everything had been, and then prepared to return to work. He reflects on the third golden mask he has received after defeating Bryaros, recognizing that it helps him maintain his sanity. It also grants him resistance against mind control magic, which means he now has greater protection against black magic users who rely on curses and illusions. He recalls that the first mask assists with calculating attacks, while the second specializes in defense. Since he cannot wear all three simultaneously, he decides to link them instead. A system window notifies him that the three masks have been gathered and are reverting to their true form. He has now completed the Crown of Solomon, in which the abilities of the golden masks are merged into a single artifact. Another notification follows, informing him that the crown has been restored and its original power is now active. Russell reflects in awe that Solomon, the king of mages who once founded the magic empire during the mythical era, has left behind this relic. To think that it belongs to him is nothing short of extraordinary. As the crown materializes in front of him, Russell notes its surprisingly small size. He wonders aloud whether it is a summon-type artifact, then laughs, calling it cute. A sudden sensation overtakes him as if his consciousness has been split into two bodies. He marvels at the experience, thinking what a magnificent sight this is, and begins meditating. He senses a presence, an existence that assists with calculations. A portion of his consciousness now resides within the crown, helping him process and refine complex magic circle formulas. He considers whether this is a form of divided consciousness. His thoughts are interrupted when a system window appears before him. The system window notifies that the inherent consciousness has been depleted, and some of the functions of the crown have been reduced. He assumes that if it is referred to as inherent consciousness, then it may not be storing his actual mind, but instead backing it up. He believes that in the event his mind becomes corrupted by a curse, it can be recovered using that backup. He realizes that he needs to investigate further how this function can be used, but for now, he feels genuinely satisfied with the artifact. After some time, he goes outside and begins practicing Fire Arrow Rain. Hubert watches him and remarks that it is already surprising enough that he has recovered in just 10 days. Alan comments that he has improved at handling mana and has become faster at casting spells. Olsen adds that, as expected of Russell, this progress is likely due to his consistent physical training. Olsen observes that Russell seems well now and proposes a duel, suggesting that they refrain from using magic so Russell can rehabilitate his physical body. Russell agrees but questions whether it is truly all right. The two begin a duel. Olsen mentions that his bones are creaking slightly, but he believes everything will fall into place after he gives Russell a light beating. Russell considers the idea of physical rehabilitation through a fight and wonders if Olsen truly is not a mage. Suddenly, a guard starts ringing a bell. Russell and Olsen turn toward the source of the sound. Russell remarks that something must have happened, even though most of the remaining monsters have already been subjugated. They both are shocked to witness the appearance of an army. Russell identifies a night messenger carrying a red flag, which signifies urgent news. Olsen questions whether the Empire's forces might be launching an attack. Soon after, everyone gathers for a discussion. Niccolo states that all the key individuals are present, and a national-level emergency has occurred. Archduke Bismarck has revealed his hidden ambitions. Olsen asks whether that means the Archduke is invading Endymion. Niccolo confirms that this is what he has heard. 5 magic towers, including Heatmer and Cargo, as well as the 13th and 21st Divisions, are currently assisting in the assault on the capital. Russell immediately recalls Heatmer home to the Red Tower Master, Blaine Trilogy, the very man who once humiliated his father and their household. Now, he, too, is allied with the Archduke. Russell thinks that if Master had not stopped him back then. He wonders if Master and the Blue Tower Master are still in the capital, and if both are present, how this could be happening. Niccolo reveals that both of them have gone missing, and everyone is stunned to hear the news. Hubert states that Master has disappeared, while Olsen slams his fist on the table in anger, exclaiming that he cannot believe something like this has happened during his absence. Russell responds that there is no way Master could have been defeated by them. If that were truly the case, the enemy would have announced their victory already in order to demoralize their forces. Emilia agrees with him, suggesting that Bismarck must have resorted to some kind of trickery. All he can likely do now is remain hidden somewhere. Russell speculates that if their true aim is the throne, then the primary obstacles would be the king and the princess. Niccolo explains that Gillian Perlson is currently with the king, and the royal knights are protecting the princess. However, if the enemy's strength is comparable to that of a tower master, the princess may still be placed in danger. As Russell contemplates Hecate, William declares that the 7th Corps will be deployed immediately, and that their enemies will be struck down at once. Niccolo urges him to remain calm. He says he understands how William feels, but even if he were to depart now, he would not be able to arrive in time. He turns to Hubert and asks what the fastest route to the capital would be. Hubert replies that, ideally, they should use a teleportation gate that connects directly to the capital. However, there is a high probability that it cannot be activated, and the enemy may already have tampered with it to prevent reinforcements from passing through. Russell states that in that case, their only option will be to break through the Red Canyon as quickly as possible, reach a magic tower near the capital, and use the gate located there. although that route will take at least a full day. Niccolo responds that they do not have time to remain idle and urges everyone to get moving. Russell calls out to Niccolo, asking if he can return to the capital ahead of them. Niccolo replies by questioning what Russell means and whether he is aware of an alternative method. Russell then reveals a pair of rings, Eros and Psyche's rings, and explains that the bearer of the Eros ring is able to teleport directly to the bearer of the Psyche ring. Emilia addresses Russell, saying that while she understands his urgency, she believes it would be wiser for one of the Tower Masters to undertake this task instead. Russell apologizes but clarifies that he is the only one capable of using the ring. Once a person becomes its owner, the ownership cannot be transferred. Niccolo steps closer to him and agrees, noting that since the king is already protected by Jillian, he will entrust the safety of the princess to Russell. Russell affirms that he will protect her with his life, and then activates the ring's magic. At that moment, the system window displays a mission notification: ensure the safety of Princess Hecate Rithomos until the rebellion is completely subdued. The reward for the mission remains unknown. The scene shifts to the west gate of Guinevere Palace, where a commander is heard announcing that the rebels must be slaughtered and not a single one of them must be allowed entry. He also orders that the injured be brought to the rear and that the formation be maintained. Hecate commands the servants to fetch more styptics and bandages, and they immediately rush to comply. As she treats Thompson, she warns him that it will be painful, urging him to bear with it. During the treatment, he recognizes her as Princess Hecate, and, after receiving care, asks how she knows his name. She responds by questioning why she wouldn't. None of them, she explains, are mere swords to be used once and discarded. Meanwhile, a guard reports that the West Gate has fallen and declares that the rebels must be stopped, even at the cost of his own life. At that moment, Arcarium Ergo, Cargo Red Tower Master and Blaine Trilogy's first apprentice arrive. He questions whether his presence is truly necessary when none of the powerful mages are present. A group of individuals clad in red garments follows him, and one among them inquires about who is currently there. Arcarium introduces himself formally, stating that he, Cargo Red Tower Master, pays his respects to her, the princess. She immediately commands him to silence that mouth of his. He replies that she does not even address him as Sir anymore. She retorts that the title Sir is reserved only for those who have been granted it within the royal family. Rising to her feet, she declares that he, now branded a rebel, no longer deserves to be called one, and with that, she points her sword at him. He looks at her sword and remarks that it is erendite, the sacred sword given by the Fairy of the Lake. It is the very weapon that once cut down the fire berserk dragon, a creature that went mad in the past. He expresses surprise at finding such a royal treasure sword in this place, claiming that he has certainly gotten lucky. Two soldiers step forward and urge Hecate to move away, stating that they will buy her time and that she must retreat now. Hecate asks why his knights are doing this. Arcarium responds that it is time for her to meet her end, Princess Hecate, and orders a powerful fire blast to be unleashed upon her with fire arrows. The onlookers grow worried and call out for the princess. In her thoughts, Hecate apologizes to her lover, hoping they will meet again in the next life. Just then, Russell arrives in time and uses Daria's skill block to intercept the attack. Arcarium senses a space distortion and wonders if it was caused by the Flame Tower Master. Daria transforms the fire arrows into fire warriors, which shocks Arcarium. He exclaims that it is impossible, as he is certain the master has dealt with that monster. Russell reaches Hecate, grabs her, and apologizes for being late. Hecate, excited, calls his name. Arcarium, observing this, reflects that he doesn't understand how Russell summoned the warp gate, but he knows that the Red Tower has suffered much humiliation because of him. Realizing the situation has escalated, he decides that he will offer his head to the Archduke as well and says, "It's been a while, Russell." Russell asks him what he has done to his master, to which Arcarium responds that there will be no more formalities. He questions whether their relationship was amicable enough for Russell to expect such information from him. Arcarium states that he will take care of the idiot himself and orders his subordinates to handle the rest. He then commands them to get the princess, making it clear that he does not care whether she lives or dies. The group then rushes to attack Russell and Hecate. Russell assesses the situation and thinks to himself that all of them are at least third or fourth circle mages. He orders the summoned monster to stand behind them and commands the dwarves of the flames to burn down the rebels. Arcarium, preparing for an attack, questions how Russell dares to look away during their fight, calling his behavior arrogantly presumptuous. Meanwhile, Russell resolves to keep Arcarium away from Hecate as much as possible and charges toward him to initiate an attack. Russell unleashes a shock bolt and attempts to punch Arcarium, but the latter creates a shield to deflect the attack. Arcarium scorns Russell for using petty tricks, accusing him of lacking manners. He warns that Russell will turn to ashes, and both he and Russell activate their blaze cannon skills simultaneously, resulting in an explosive blast. Russell, observing the immense casting speed and destructive power, reflects that while he is not yet a superhuman, it seems a tower master is not to be trifled with. Arcarium thinks that although Russell's casting speed is impressive, his firepower is insufficient. He concludes that some formulas must have been omitted in order to accelerate the casting process. Determined to overpower him with sheer firepower, Arcarium activates the originality, Red Viper's duet, and launches an attack on Russell. Hecate and Thompson are shocked by the sight and call out to him in alarm. Meanwhile, Hypnos and his companions gather around a magic circle, performing a ritual. He comments that the apprentice he once took pride in is now causing considerable disruption, but asserts that Bryros has only ever served as bait. He declares that his true targets have always been those individuals from the very beginning. With a sinister grin, he invites them to enjoy the sight of Endymion being reduced to ashes, along with the death of their apprentice. Meanwhile, Russell creates a barrier to evade Arcarium's attack and reflects that although a multi-layered barrier has already been cast, the impact remains overwhelmingly strong. He wonders whether the attack carries both immense magical force and physical power. Another of his robes has now been destroyed. Thompson urges Hecate to retreat, warning that it is far too dangerous for her to remain. She responds by asking what will happen to Russell. At that moment, Arcarium announces that the princess is attempting to escape and commands his forces to pursue her. A rebel charges toward her, but Russell steps in front to shield her. Russell thinks that the royal knights should be capable of handling opponents like Arcarium's apprentices. Arcarium mocks him, calling him a fool, and launches another attack, vowing to see how long Russell can endure. He unleashes another blast, which Russell manages to block once more. Russell realizes that victory cannot be achieved through defense alone. In response, Russell summons the magic spear of Death-Gi Bolg and prepares to strike. Arcarium is stunned by the sight of the weapon and asks whether Russell has been holding back all this time. Russell charges forward and pierces him with a powerful spear. Arcarium, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in momentum, exclaims that he cannot believe Russell had been preparing a counterattack while feigning defeat. As he collapses, he admits that his arrogance caused him to lower his guard, and that mistake has now brought about his downfall. Russell thinks that if Arcarium had remained cool-headed, the outcome might have been different. Meanwhile, the fire dwarves are seen rushing to attack the remaining rebels. Russell sprints toward a room, searching for Hecate, when he finds two rebels still inside. One of them demands to know what he is doing there, while the other asks what has happened to their master. Russell swiftly attacks them and remarks that they are free to go and ask him themselves. He then rushes to Hecate and embraces her, asking if she is all right. She holds his face gently and observes that he appears to be seriously injured, asking whether he truly is all right. He assures her that he is fine. She responds that if it had not been for him, she could not imagine what might have happened to her. He would have saved her life. She then asks whether the power that protected her came from the ring he gave her. He confirms and explains that while the ring did aid her, he no longer thinks he can lend her his strength, as his mana has been fully depleted for now. Suddenly, another blast is seen outside the window. Russell senses a powerful presence and wonders what it could be. Hecate answers that it is the location of the king, but before she can finish, Russell interrupts and reassures her that there is no need to worry. Jillian is there, and it appears he is holding the line well. He states that they must regroup with the king immediately. Once their enemies realize that Arcarium has been defeated, they will likely retreat as well. In response, Hecate declares that in that case, she, the princess of Endymion, commands the sacred sword Erendite to bestow the valiance of the founding king upon all their vassals. She then releases healing mana, restoring the strength and wounds of everyone around her. Russell begins healing while Thompson, surprised, asks how his stamina has been restored. Russell glances at Hecate and tells her to wait, thinking to himself that Erendite, the sword of Endymion's founding king, shares the user's stamina with others. As a result, she can no longer endure it and collapses. He quickly catches her as she falls, and she whispers that this is all she can do for everyone at the moment. Thompson calls her name in worry. Russell takes her hand and commands those around him to bring glory to the princess and show their loyalty to the Rathmos royal family. At that moment, Blaine arrives and remarks that he had begun to wonder what was taking them so long to deal with a single woman. Russell turns and, seeing him, asks whether they now have an uninvited guest. Without wasting a moment, he lifts Hecate into his arms and shouts for everyone to retreat immediately. Blaine launches an attack, shouting for them to fall apart, and hurls fire swords at them, then activate the Ragna blade and remark that it has been a long time since he last saw Russell. Russell conjures a barrier just in time to block the attack. Blaine, observing this, thinks that for someone to withstand his magic, that is no ordinary barrier. Russell reflects in disbelief at how quickly Blaine managed to deploy such a powerful spell. Blaine notes that Russell has grown even stronger since their last encounter. Russell thinks to himself that it is difficult to comprehend how Blaine destroyed part of the palace in an instant. His power is truly overwhelming. Blaine remarks that since Arcarium is no longer present, it must mean Russell has defeated him. He adds that he had warned Arcarium countless times that his arrogance would eventually lead to his death. Hecate confronts Blaine Trilogy, asking why he is doing this. If all they want is her, then why have the innocent been dragged into this? Blaine laughs and responds mockingly, saying that her words are touching. She would have made a fine ruler had she succeeded in the throne. He then asks if she has finished her final words, as he now intends to meet her father next. Russell tells Hecate to stand behind him, knowing that reasoning with Blaine will not work. Several soldiers rush in to secure Hecate and ask if she is unharmed. She calls out to her knights, and one soldier explains that they came running after seeing the castle collapse. The king is safe, so she need not worry. Blaine scoffs at the arrival of more reinforcements, saying that their presence is beginning to irritate him. He summons his rebel forces and commands them to cut down Hecate's soldiers. At the same time, he unleashes his fire mana and asks Russell whether he truly intends to interfere. Russell firmly responds that he does. Blaine narrows his eyes and says that looking at Russell reminds him of Daria, that same determined look she had the last time he saw her. He cruelly adds that she now remains trapped at the border between the void and darkness, and Russell will never see her again for all eternity. Russell wonders what Blaine means by the borders of void and darkness, but Blaine tells him to show whatever tricks he has in the name of his master. Blaine launches a ferocious attack while Russell activates Solomon's crown to block the blow. The fire sword strikes the ground, triggering a violent explosion. Blaine notes that the speed of the Ragna blade surpasses that of sound, and he continues his relentless assault. However, Russell manages to block each strike. Blaine grows increasingly frustrated, questioning how someone stuck at the sixth circle could possibly keep up. He realizes that Russell must be breaking down the flow of time into smaller fragments, allowing him to read and respond to each move. Russell acknowledges internally that it will be a close call, but he can still dodge the attacks. Yet he also understands that his allies are behind him. If he evades the attacks, they will be caught in the blast. With resolve, he moves forward and activates the magic Spear of Death, Gibog 5x. He decides that if evasion risks others' lives, then he will take every attack head-on. A shield of spears forms around him as he braces for impact. Blaine observes Russell's stance and assumes that he is trying to protect his allies. He scoffs at what he calls a petty sentiment, believing it to be a shortcut to death. He charges forward, declaring that he will personally end it. Russell responds by conjuring a giant stone wall to shield everyone. Blaine crashes into it with a burst of fire, attempting to shatter the barrier, but fails. Surprised, he admits he had not expected Russell's casting speed to rival his own. Still, he wonders aloud how long Russell can possibly maintain it. Blaine attacks him again while Russell, growing exhausted, begins to cough. Blaine remarks that it is surprising that he had not expected Russell to still be standing. He adds that Russell is so skilled he would have taken him in as his apprentice had Daria not claimed him first. Russell thinks that Blaine is unbelievably strong and fast. Even though he holds the title of Tower Master, Blaine operates on a completely different level from that of Arcarium. Hecate rushes to Russell's side and catches him just as he is about to collapse. Blaine sneers and calls it a touching scene. Since they are lovers, he says, he will make sure their graves are placed side by side. Russell tells him to keep his mouth shut. Blaine prepares for another assault, but Russell and Hecate continue to stand firm. Thompson pleads with the princess to retreat at once, warning that they will not be able to hold the line much longer. The royal knights surge forward in an effort to rescue them. Blaine notices that even the magic soldiers have joined the fray and mutters in annoyance. He wonders aloud what the Archduke is truly aiming to accomplish. Hecate asks Russell if he is alright. He assures her that he is fine, though in his thoughts, he knows this is a critical moment. He must quickly initiate dragonification. At that moment, a system window appears, notifying him of a mission. The treasure of the princess, the green necklace, is identified as an item she deeply cherishes. The mission objective is to obtain the princess's treasured necklace, though the reward remains unknown. Russell asks her if he can see the necklace she is wearing. She takes out the necklace and asks why he is asking for it, explaining that it is a keepsake from her mother. He examines it closely and asks if she can give it to him. She replies that she is certain he has a reason for the request and hands it to him. He thanks her for trusting him and focuses on the necklace. A system window notifies that the mission of obtaining the princess's treasured necklace has been completed. It explains that if he infuses mana into the necklace, its true form will be revealed. As she touches the necklace, a brilliant light radiates from it. The system window announces that the original form of the dragon scales has been restored and asks if he wishes to absorb them. Russell wonders what the dragon scales are. It is not the dragon's horns as he had expected, but given the current situation, he is willing to take anything. He agrees to absorb them, and the mana begins to surge into his body. Blaine notices the radiant mana and wonders if that light is coming from Russell. He becomes alarmed by the wild, overwhelming energy and asks what is happening. He is stunned as Russell's appearance changes and demands to know what that transformation is. The system window informs that through the power of the dragon scales, Russell's physical body has been significantly strengthened. The duration for which he can maintain dragonification has been extended. Additionally, because his body has been fortified by the dragon scales, the recoil effects from dragonification have been reduced. Russell thinks that with this power, he will be able to defeat him and activate dragonification. Blaine looks at him and remarks that the information about him possessing dragon blood appears to be true. This must be the reason that worthless McCry Hughes was defeated. Russell asks Hecate to step back, along with the soldiers. Blaine comments that the mana radiating from him is unmistakably that of a dragon, comparable to his own, and thinks that if he can claim that power, no Tower Master will be able to rival him. He analyzes the situation, realizing that while Russell may surpass him in physical ability, he holds superiority in magical prowess, and he plans to use that advantage to end the battle quickly. Russell activates the overheat skill while Blaine casts Imperial Falling Sun, summoning all of his spears to strike Russell. Russell counters by using Guy Bulg X12, La Mancha, the Titan Killer, to block the spears and hurl them away. Russell thinks that an attack of that level would not be enough to defeat Blaine and looks around for him, preparing for a potential fire assault. As Blaine reappears in front of him, he mocks Russell, asking if that is all he has and claiming he only looks formidable on the outside. Russell once again activates Overheat to attack, but Blaine blocks it. Russell then follows up with a flame cannon, launching a fiery blast, and although Blaine counters with his own magic, Russell evades the attack and repositions himself. Blaine states that Russell is indeed powerful, with physical abilities on par with those of a superhuman. He declares that Russell may surpass him in 10 years, not even 5, but that is exactly why he must kill him here and now. Russell responds by urging him to try and continues his relentless assault. He thinks that he must keep pressing forward until he finds an opening. Just a little more, he tells himself, and both continue pushing each other to their limits. Russell concentrates and strikes again with his spear, successfully stabbing Blaine's arm. He declares that this is the opening he has been waiting for. In retaliation, Blaine activates Cloudy Ring, first weather form, while Russell counters with Lightning Bite, though he sustains a minor injury in the exchange. Russell realizes his dragonification will not last much longer. Solomon's Crown has also reached its limit. This will be his final attack. He gathers every ounce of his remaining mana, summons his axes, and unleashes Deadly Guy Bulg, the magic spear of death against Blaine. Blaine calls him a cursed fool and responds with Blaine Trilogy, first Originality Demon's Flame, attempting to block the spear with a powerful counterattack. Russell collapses against a rock, his body weakened and his vision beginning to fade. He can no longer summon his strength, but he clings to the thought that he must protect the people who matter to him. As his consciousness wavers, he recalls the faces of his masters in Hecate. Russell struggles to rise again, his determination unwavering. He thinks that, even if it costs him his life, he will protect them. He begins to create a magical circle. Blaine watches in shock and exclaims that it is impossible. He wonders if Russell has advanced to the next level through this battle. Russell calmly announces that he has reached the 7th circle. Just then, Hypnose arrives and uses a lightning strike to attack Russell, causing him to scream in pain. Hypnose stands near Blaine and remarks that it seems Russell has achieved enlightenment in his moment of death, but the 7th circle is a significant leap. He then addresses Blaine, noting that the Red Magic Tower Master looks terrible, suggesting he had a difficult time during the battle. Blaine retorts, telling Hypnose to be quiet before he rips out his filthy tongue, asking what took him so long to arrive. Hypnose explains that some things had occurred after he left. He mentions that the Flame Tower Master broke her seal and then removed his mask. He reassures Blaine that he has sealed her up perfectly again. Russell crawls toward them, struggling, and demands to know if Hypnose is the one behind all of this. He asks what Hypnose has done to his master. Hypnose looks at Russell and responds that although they have spoken before, this is their first time meeting in person. He adds that it seems Russell will be the one to kill both the father and the son of the Raymond household. Russell asks if it was truly Hypnose who killed his father. Hypnose responds that it is difficult to say, though he admits to being the one who killed him. He explains that he is not the one who sets the situation up that way, asking Blaine if he agrees. Russell, shocked, turns to Blaine and asks if he was indeed behind his father's death. He demands to know why Blaine would do such a thing and coughs. Blaine says he will answer that question as a deathbed gift for Russell. He explains that the reason his father had to die was because he discovered the connection between the Archduke's plan and the pagan cult. He adds that noticing something he shouldn't have was what caused his premature death. Russell curses him in response. Hypnose steps forward, claiming he has a gift as well, and asks Russell to stand back. He announces that this is 7th circle magic, containing all the illnesses of the world pandemic gust. He promises Russell that even if he wishes to die, he will not be able to do so easily. Daria arrives and declares that she will not lose someone dear to her a second time by his hands. She activates her fire mana, causing it to bloom and rise as she summons her loyal army. Russell looks at her, relieved, and says that she is safe. She replies that she has kept him waiting for far too long. Blaine, astonished, asks Hypnose what is happening. Hypnose, equally shocked, looks at Daria and exclaims that he had sealed her within Tartarus, wondering how a mere human could have escaped. Daria says she cannot believe they still consider the two of them mere humans. She states that such an assumption is the very mistake that will cost them, and she launches an attack against them. Meanwhile, several onlookers stand outside, witnessing the powerful surge of light. One of them shouts that the Blue Tower Master has also escaped. Russell crawls toward Daria and calls out to her as his master. She tells him to rest, assuring him that everything will be over soon. She curses Blaine and Hypnose, declaring that they will pay the price for reminding her of the tragedy from that day. The scene shifts into a flashback. Daria recalls living happily with her family. Her child runs to her, calling her mother and expressing his desire to become an archmage like her when he grows up. She lifts him into the air and tells him, of course, he will become one. He is her son. She remembers him as the most beautiful child in the world. They go out into the garden together, where he attempts a simple spell and excitedly shows her a magic missile. She praises him as a total genius. She narrates that he was so talented that he learned magic on his own and practiced all day long just to show her what he could do. She remembers that he also loved sweet things. Then, one night, she was called away urgently in response to a letter from the royal palace, and that moment changed her life forever. She explains that the letter had been a trap, carefully orchestrated by the pagan cult to lure her away. By the time she realized the deception and rushed back home, it was too late. The cult had already attacked the palace, killed her husband, and severely injured her child. She holds her child in her arms and tells him that everything will be fine. Once he has a good sleep and wakes up, the pain will be gone. She reflects that the people who gave her a reason to keep living after she had lost all meaning were Olsen, Russell, and Hubert. Snapping out of her memories, she glares at her enemies and demands how he dares to commit such atrocities. She warns him not to even dream of leaving this place alive. With the 8th circle of magic, Flame of Muspelheim, she summons the Fire Giant King. She follows with her original spell, Flame Flower Dream, unleashing a blazing assault. Blaine and Hypnose immediately raise a shield to defend against the attack. Without pause, she casts another original spell, Rot Apple. Blaine raises a hand in protest and tells her to wait. but her flames engulf him swiftly, burning him without mercy. Hypnos remains inside his shield, gritting his teeth and thinking he has no choice left. He turns and begins to flee, muttering that he will regroup with the Archduke and kill the king first. Before he can escape, Russell casts his fire string, wrapping it tightly around Hypnos' foot, and tells him he is not going anywhere. Hypnos shouts at him, calling him a cursed fool. Daria launches another wave of flame toward him, reminding him that she warned him he should have abandoned all thoughts of leaving alive. Her fire crashes down on him with overwhelming force, exploding upon impact. Hypnos is badly injured and falls to the ground, thinking that, as expected of 8th Circle flames, they cannot be repelled with his current power. He believes that if this is the case, he must concentrate all his magical power and obliterate everything. As he begins to cast his final spell, she immediately uses flame binding to restrain him. She steps closer and tells him it is over. If he confesses everything, she promises him a death filled with pain. He laughs maniacally and warns her not to assume this is the end. He declares that the true darkness is only just beginning to emerge and that he will soon drown the entire continent in blood and shadow. With a final burst of laughter, he self-destructs using forbidden magic. She watches in disgust and remarks that he used a suicide spell, calling him a monstrous man. Sometime later, Blaine, gravely injured, attempts to slip away unnoticed. He admits to himself that everything has ended in complete failure. He regrets placing his trust in the foolish pagan cult and resolves to go into hiding and rebuild his strength later. Russell suddenly appears before him. Blaine, in disbelief, wonders if this is truly Alex Raymond. He had witnessed him die with his own eyes. As Russell charges forward with his sword, Blaine realizes it is Alex's son, his successor, and concludes that, in the end, Alex Raymond has won. Russell drives his sword into him. Meanwhile, the other Tower Masters regain their freedom, and their mana surges throughout the palace. Hemingway and Alan emerge, reveling in the release of their powers. Citizens flee in panic, shouting that the path is completely blocked and asking when reinforcements will arrive. Hemingway laughs mockingly, asking how betrayal tastes, calling them traitors. Watching them struggle, he compares them to flailing ants. One of the fleeing enemies notices the arrival of fire warriors and shouts that the Flame Tower has joined the battle. Jillian appears on the castle walls, calling for aid and announcing that he has secured the defenses. Hemingway hurls water spears toward the fire dwarves, launching a fresh assault. A guard, overwhelmed, shouts for the troops not to retreat, insisting they still hold numerical superiority. At that moment, Bismarck arrives at the battlefield. Observing the sudden shift in momentum, he mutters in disbelief that the tide has turned just before the walls are about to collapse. He demands to know how the Tower Masters were released and asks about the whereabouts of Blaine and Hypnos. Daria strides forward and tosses the severed heads of Blaine and Hypnos at his feet. When he asks what those are, she replies coldly that it might be hard for him to recognize them in this condition, but she wants to personally deliver them to him. Her eyes burn with hatred as she curses him. Bismarck declares that the plan he has spent decades preparing cannot possibly be foiled by someone like her. He charges at her, shouting for her to die. Daria responds coldly, saying that he remains disgraceful until the very end, and tells Russell to complete his revenge. Russell activates Flame of Destruction and launches the attack. Bismarck is caught in the roaring fire, and his screams echo as everyone watches him consumed by the flames. Sometime later, they all return to the palace. The Emperor addresses the council and states that the next item on the agenda is the restoration of the capital. He orders that the citizens' homes be rebuilt first before repairs on the palace begin. He turns to the Yellow Tower Master and asks whether this can be accomplished. Niccolo bows respectfully and affirms that it can be done. The Emperor then refers to the report detailing what Hypnos, the cultist, has revealed. He asks if what Hypnos claimed is true. Daria confirms it, stating that she heard it directly from him. The Emperor reflects on Hypnos' ominous words about covering the continent in blood and darkness, and he admits that the mention of another, the one Hypnos spoke of, is particularly troubling. He turns to Daria and entrusts her with the authority to investigate the cult's movements. He instructs her to form a special task force for this purpose. She bows in acknowledgement and assures him that she will carry out his command. The Emperor then states that the only matter remaining is to formally recognize the contributions made during the crisis. He opens a letter listing the names of those to be honored: Jillian Pearlson, Daria Snow White, and Hemingway Melville. As his gaze falls upon another name, Russell Raymond, he reflects silently. He realizes that Russell now stands shoulder to shoulder with the superhumans. He never imagined that the youngest superhuman of the era would rise in his generation. Meanwhile, Russell is injured and lies unconscious in bed, while Hecate and Daria sit beside him. Hecate expresses her concern, noting that more than 10 days have passed, and he still has not regained consciousness. Daria reassures her, explaining that there is no need to worry. Russell has only recently become a superhuman. He is currently digesting the new circle he has acquired, and she believes he pushed himself too far while still unstable. It is fortunate that the circle has not collapsed. Daria suggests they leave together, assuring Hecate that Russell will overcome this, just as he always has. However, Hecate continues to gaze at him with worry. Russell remains in the healing phase when a flame manifests before him and addresses him as its master. He attempts to open his eyes, wondering if it is Pepper. A system window notifies him that the spirit of fire, Pepper Intermediate, has fully embraced the power of a fire dragon and has been reborn as the Spirit Fire Dragon. Another window confirms that his contract with the Spirit Fire Dragon, Pepper, has been restored, and he is now able to summon the Spirit Fire Dragon, Pepper, through the gate of the Spirit Realm. Sometime later, Russell steps outside and begins practicing in the woods. He reflects that before he returned to the past, he had believed he would never, under any circumstance, reach the 7th circle in his lifetime. Yet not only has he achieved it, but he has also wielded its power to defeat his father's killer. Still, he is determined not to remain content with just this. He believes remnants of the cult still exist within the Empire. He must become stronger, and this much open space should be sufficient as he begins to control the power of his 7th circle. He recalls that Pepper's size could be adjusted previously and wonders if that ability has been lost after Pepper's transformation into a dragon. He summons the gate of the spirit realm and calls for Pepper to emerge. As Pepper appears, Russell greets him with excitement, remarking that it has been a long time. He notes how handsome Pepper has become, observing that his body is now translucent, like that of a true spirit. Not only has his size increased significantly, but his entire appearance has also undergone a noticeable transformation. He realizes that Pepper now possesses power equivalent to that of a 7th circle being. His strength nearly mirrors Russell's own, which explains why he only awakened after Russell had reached the 7th circle. He then asks Pepper whether he can still shrink in size as he used to. In response, Pepper lets out a roar and shifts into a smaller form. Russell expresses amazement, acknowledging that Pepper has not forgotten how to control his size, while Pepper roars again with joy. Russell suggests they have some fun and asks Pepper to return to his larger form. He mounts him and takes to the sky, marveling at Pepper's agility and the ease with which he changes direction, even at high speeds. He reflects that Pepper's flying capabilities have improved immensely. Curious whether he, too, can fly at such speeds in spirit form, Russell calls out to Pepper, who transfers a portion of his abilities to him. As a result, wings manifest on Russell's back, and he begins to soar through the sky on his own. Russell laughs and remarks that Pepper has read his mind. He assumes they have become even more in sync than before. He suggests they enjoy themselves to their heart's content. As he begins flying, he notes that the speed is not quite as fast as when Pepper is flying on his own, but at this pace, he would not lose to any superhuman in aerial combat. He calls out to Pepper, telling him to follow, and the two begin competing with each other through the skies. 3 days later, the scene shifts as Olsen, Daria, Hubert, and Hecate arrive at Russell's room. Hubert hands him an envelope and offers his congratulations. Russell asks whether he has been named a duke and reflects that the title of duke is reserved for those who have earned the right to become members of the royal family. He considers that in the history of Endymion, no one outside the Rathmos family has ever attained the title of duke. Even the first patriarch of the Raymonds, an 8th circle mage and one of Endymion's founding vassals, had only been granted the title of Marquis. Hecate tugs gently at his cheek and comments that he still appears to be in disbelief, admitting she, too, had been surprised by the king's decision. Daria steps closer and adds that the announcement shocked everyone to such a degree that the entire meeting room fell silent for a moment. Hubert affirms that despite the surprise, no one objected because everyone recognized that Russell truly deserved it. Olsen remarks that Russell certainly deserves the title while Daria smiles and teasingly asks if she should address him as Duke Russell from now on. Russell immediately responds that he does not think that's necessary, as he still cannot believe this is happening. He requests that they do not treat him formally despite now being a duke. He reminds them that he is still Russell Raymond, First and foremost, their apprentice and the junior to his seniors. Darier agrees that if that is his wish, they will honor it. Olsen laughs, saying that this is precisely why he likes Russell, and with that, they all leave. After some time, Russell sits on his bed, reflecting that now he is alone, with Pepper also lying on the bed beside him. He decides it is time to check the mission reward and takes out a map. He examines it closely and wonders if it is indeed a map marking the location of a dragon. He had intended to track it down himself, but this saved him some trouble. As he scans the map, his eyes fixate on a specific location. He exclaims in surprise that the place marked is in the Empire. He reflects that the Empire, Britannia, is the only empire on the continent and a long-time rival of Endymion. The Emperor is increasingly ill, and the princes are currently embroiled in a fierce struggle for the throne. He realizes that to enter Britannia, proper identification will be required. He lies back, still in disbelief that the dragon is located in Britannia, of all places. He acknowledges that this will be a particularly difficult task. Patting Pepper gently, he reassures the spirit that there is still a way to make it work. He notes that it will take time and will certainly be dangerous, but he is confident that it can be done. Meanwhile, a ship drifts across the sea, where Muya announces that they are almost there. A male voice responds, assuring her that he is coming to her. Russell and Emilia greet the Emperor, who thanks them all for coming. The Emperor explains that the reason he has gathered them is because he wants them to assist the fairies and beastmen in settling down. Russell reflects that so much time has passed, recalling his battles with monsters. He realizes he had forgotten about their migration due to the rebellion that had occurred. The Emperor continues, stating that the White Tower Master will assist the fairies while Duke Russell will aid the beastmen. Both Russell and Emilia bow in agreement. The Emperor announces that they will proceed with the meeting to discuss the upcoming schedule. Russell, however, feels a slight concern about Muya's aggressive nature. He wonders whether she will challenge him, a patient, to a duel, although he hopes she won't. Despite this, an uneasy feeling persists within him. Meanwhile, the ship nears the port, and Muya gazes out, thinking that once she meets the male human, she will pester him for a duel. A person aboard the ship comments that it seems the Beastman Queen is in great spirits, to which a creature beside him responds that it is the first time she has left the island. He explains that it is natural for her to be excited about meeting strong opponents on the continent. Most importantly, he notes that man is on the continent. Another person then asks who that man is. A rabbit tries to observe the port and exclaims that it is land, spotting Endymion ahead of them. Russell stands at the coast, waiting for the ships, reflecting that many people have gathered just to see the beastmen. He acknowledges that for most, they are a race known only through rumors. As he feels a powerful mana surrounding him, he connects it to Alan and looks toward him. Alan approaches and informs Russell that he has come to provide support at the king's orders and will do his best to assist him, which is his excellence. Russell thanks him but adds that there is no need to address him as the Duke. Alan responds that if this makes him uncomfortable, he will refer to him as Duke Russell instead. Russell agrees that this would be a little better. As the ships dock at the port, an announcement is made for everyone to line up and maintain their positions. The animals begin to disembark, and Russell and Alan observe them. Russell wonders where Muya is. Muya suddenly calls out to Russell, ordering him to make humans come out of the ship. Alan is startled by the immense level of fighting energy, recognizing that it exceeds even a Tower Master's power. He realizes that this must be the Beastman Queen, Muya, the one Russell had mentioned. Muya laughs, greeting Russell with a comment that it has been a while. Russell replies that she has not changed at all. Muya confidently affirms that, of course, she has not changed. She has only grown stronger since their last meeting. Muya comments that the scent on Russell has intensified to the next level, and, if he is comfortable with it, suggests they see just how much stronger he has become. Russell requests that she go easy on him, as he is still a patient. Muya asks what he means by a patient but acknowledges that if that is the case, they will have to delay their fight. Russell then asks her to please rein in her fighting energy, explaining that everyone seems to be scared of it. As she activates her mana, all the animals grow frightened and try to hide. After a while, they continue walking through the forest when Muya asks what Russell means by sharing the forest with the fairies, pointing out that this had not been mentioned before. Russell explains that the Avid Forest is the largest forest in Endymion, and there is definitely more than enough space for two races to live comfortably within it. Muya, however, replies that this is not what she was referring to, and then asks if everything around them is completely boring. Russell, a bit confused, asks for clarification. Muya reveals that she has peace-loving companions and, if she gets along well with the fairies, she will introduce Russell to someone with whom he can duel. She adds that this is a promise, but if the opponent is not her, they must be at least as strong as she is, as only then will the duel be fun. Alan asks if she is referring to him, while Muya moves closer and comments that it is strange. When she first met him, he appeared quite strong, but she could not detect a male scent on him. Russell inquires about what she means by that and reflects that if the first Beast King, Fenrir, was mixed blood of dragons, as the records suggest, the scent she perceives could be that of dragons. He wonders if Muya, being a wolf beastman with silver hair like Fenrir, might have inherited some draconic genes as well. Muya moves closer and places her hand around his neck, asking why he is staring at her so intently. Russell quickly responds that he was not, urging her to move away from him. At that moment, they all arrive at the Avid Forest, where Emilia greets them and congratulates Russell on reaching the next level. She apologizes, admitting that she had forgotten what he had previously told her. Russell thanks her and assures her that she may speak to him comfortably. Muya comments that the young female human is quite strong. Emilia, feeling somewhat embarrassed, apologizes for her rudeness. At that moment, Aaron arrives and mentions that she must be their neighbor, offering a warm welcome. Ilo also arrives with her, greeting Russell with a cheerful remark about how long it has been since they last saw each other. Muya runs toward them, excitedly pointing out that there are also some pretty powerful pointy ears among them. Russell asks Muya not to refer to them as pointy ears, to which she responds that the scent on the female pointy ear is similar to his. Ilo asks what she means by familiar, pointing out that she cannot possibly compare to Russell. Muya, noticing Ilo's reaction, suggests that it seems like she is after Russell, too, and asks if she thinks she will just hand him over. Ilo, offended, asks what Muya means by handing him over, stating that Russell is not an object. Russell intervenes, explaining that while it is true that their two races share the same area, they each have their own territories. He adds that they have lived in different environments with different cultures, and conflicts are inevitable. For this reason, he proposes that the chestnut tree at the entrance of the forest be marked as the center. He further explains that the north will belong to the fairies, while the south will belong to the beast men, and asks for their opinions. Aaron bows respectfully, expressing their gratitude for the land provided for them to live on. Muya, satisfied, agrees but reminds them not to forget their promise of a duel. Russell then mentions that 10 days later, representatives of both races are invited to participate in a welcome ceremony that the king has prepared. The scene shifts to the capital of Endymion, where Ilo and Aaron sit in a carriage with Russell and Muya. Ilo inquires if there are any other special arrangements aside from meeting the king. Russell informs Muya that she will be given the title of the representative of the Beastmen. However, Muya dismisses the idea, saying she does not care about such things and just wants someone to duel. Russell explains that there will likely be a ball held in the palace, which will serve as an opportunity to demonstrate to other countries the strength and stability of their kingdom. Muya asks if she can eat and drink as much as she wants, then adds that several impressive beings are approaching. She mentions that for one of them, she may not win, but she does not think she will lose either. As for the other, she is certain she will lose. Russell reassures her, saying it is fine, as he knows both of them. One of them is his master. Muya is surprised to hear this and asks what he means by that, questioning why he is only telling her now. She says that if she is meeting his master, she needs to make herself presentable. She asks how she looks, wondering if she looks great. They arrive at their destination and exit the carriage. Russell enthusiastically greets his master and the Blue Tower master, asking what brings them out here. Daria responds that they are precious guests of the kingdom, and the king has ordered them to come and pick them up. Hemingway, introducing himself as the Blue Tower Master, says welcome to the capital of Endymion. Daria introduces herself as Daria Snow White, the Flame Tower Master. Aaron, recognizing Daria, says they have met before and apologizes for not thanking her sooner for saving her daughter. She introduces herself as Aaron, the manure of the elves from the White Ash Tree tribe. Daria waves off the gratitude, saying there is no need to thank her, as she simply did what she was supposed to do. She then asks who is standing over there. Muya, with confidence, announces herself as the Beast Queen Muya, correcting herself to emphasize, no, she means she is the Beast Queen Muya. Daria, understanding the gravity of the introduction, assures her that there is no need for formalities, but Muya insists it is fine. Russell observes that the beastmen choose their king based on strength, and he guesses Muya is feeling confused after meeting individuals stronger than her for the first time. As Muya smiles and senses Daria's mana, she becomes frightened. Russell asks if she is alright, and Daria looks at him, thinking that while he always acts innocent, he likely is not. She senses that someone will be unhappy during the ball this time. Meanwhile, in her room, Hecate feels a sudden rush of cold air and wonders why she feels so uneasy. Meanwhile, Russell and the others are moving toward the palace, and Russell remarks that he cannot believe the palace has already been rebuilt during his absence. Daria explains that Niccolo and his apprentices have accomplished the work without a moment of rest, as he recalls a scene of them working tirelessly at the site. Russell reflects that they must have truly felt pressured to meet the deadline. Daria then says they should proceed, as the king is awaiting their arrival. They soon enter the imperial court. Russell kneels and declares that he, Russell Raymond, Duke of their kingdom, has arrived and has returned after completing the mission that was assigned to him. The emperor tells him to rise and assures him that his efforts will not be forgotten. Erin steps forward and offers her respects to the ruler of Endymion. She introduces herself as Menur Erin of the White Ash Tree tribe, accompanied by her daughter, Ilo. She states that all the fairies of the Great Forest will remember his generosity in granting them such a vast woodland, and she expresses her gratitude on behalf of them all. The emperor responds that he hopes she will live in peace with her neighbors until the Great Forest is fully restored. Muya then steps forward and introduces herself as the king of the beastmen. She greets the ruler of Endymion and expresses her respect. Russell apologizes on her behalf, explaining that she is simply excited. She responds that she understands and assures him she is aware of the customs of the beastmen. The emperor then turns to the Beast King and mentions his intention to hold the title conferment ceremony during the upcoming ball. He asks for her thoughts on the matter. She becomes shocked upon hearing that, while Russell whispers in her ear, instructing her to follow His Majesty's wishes. She follows his lead and repeats that she will comply with His Majesty's wishes, expressing her gratitude for accommodating their schedule and thanking him once more. Russell glances at her, thinking to himself that he will likely need to teach her basic etiquette. The scene shifts to 3 days later. Muya arrives, now properly dressed, to meet the emperor. She bows and declares that she, Muya, king of the beastmen, is now a noble of the great kingdom of Endymion. She solemnly vows to faithfully fulfill all her duties. The emperor remarks that it is surprising for a beastman to demonstrate such etiquette, noting how it differs from the rumors that portray them as barbaric. He steps closer and declares that he, Alphonse Rathmos, king of Endymion, bestows upon her the family name Lycos, along with the title of count. He places his sword upon her shoulder as part of the ceremonial rite. He reminds her that the oath she has sworn today is to be remembered forever. She bows deeply and thanks him for his kindness. As the celebration begins and everyone enjoys the festivities, Muya approaches Russell's table. She tells him that although she followed everything he taught her, she still cannot understand why so much effort is required for such formalities. Russell responds by saying she did exceptionally well. Lady Lycos then smiles and says that since it is a ball, if he has no objection, she would like to have a dance with him. At that moment, Hecate steps forward and politely introduces herself, saying that she is Hecate Rathmos. Lycos wonders if Hecate is Russell's fiancée, while Muya, as she eats, also senses that Hecate carries a scent similar to the king's, concluding that she must be the human male's fiancée. Hecate then suggests they move to a different location, stating that she has something to discuss with both of them, and she leads Lycos and Muya away. Russell rises from his seat and offers to accompany them, but Hecate refuses, stating that the conversation is meant for women only. Russell nods in understanding. Daria watches them with amusement, laughing quietly as he thinks to himself that there now seems to be a rivalry between 3 races over a single man. How fascinating. Meanwhile, Hecate leads the 2 women to another room, where a maid greets them. Hecate takes a seat and invites them to sit as well, assuring them that there is no need for formality and that they can sit comfortably. Both women agree and take their seats beside her. Hecate explains that she has arranged for this private setting because she has questions for them. As the maid pours her a drink, she takes it and states her intent clearly. Hecate asks what the 2 of them think of Duke Russell, her fiancé. Muya coughs in surprise while Lycos asks for clarification. Lycos then states that if Hecate is inquiring about her feelings, she will be honest, she likes Russell very much. Muya adds that he is definitely a male who interests her and notes that he is also quite strong. Hecate responds that, just as she suspected, Russell is unlike most nobles. He is someone destined to become king one day, and a man of such stature cannot be allowed to keep concubines. She firmly declares that she, too, has no intention of sharing him with any other woman for as long as she lives. Muya thinks she understands, and she has already expected this. Hecate is simply issuing a direct warning despite being a mere, fragile human. Hecate pours herself another drink while Muya pauses and asks for clarification. Did she really say as long as she is alive? Hecate confirms. She explains that Russell has already become a superhuman in his 20s. He may even ascend to a transcendental state, something unseen since the mythical era. And now that he has inherited the dragon's bloodline, his lifespan will far exceed hers, as she remains bound to a human's natural limits. She says she does not wish for him to live a lonely life after she is gone, especially when both Muya and Lycos are beings who transcend humanity. She adds that having Russell to herself while she is alive is enough for her. Muya frowns slightly and asks what that is supposed to mean. Hecate continues, stating that one matter must be made clear. She comes first, and with that established, someone else must take second place. She tells them to decide between themselves who that will be, then abruptly rises and runs out of the room. She rushes down the stairs and accidentally bumps into Russell. He calls her name, and when she sees him, she softly says it is him. He asks why she has been drinking when she cannot handle alcohol. She embraces him tightly and asks if he knows the best way to keep enemies in check by making them fight one another. Russell looks at her in confusion, asking what she is talking about. She replies that after consuming so much alcohol, she feels dizzy. Then she leans into him and says she can rest in the room he is staying in, right? Russell wraps his arms around her from behind and gently tells her, of course, she can. 3 months later, at the Flame Tower, Hecate sits with Russell and comments that just when things have been peaceful for a while, he is preparing to leave for research once again. She asks if he has informed the princess about his departure. He replies that he has received her permission as well. She remarks that if he continues to go out like this, the princess may eventually reprimand him severely, and the areas he is allowed to visit might be restricted. Russell laughs and says he hopes that does not happen. Shifting the topic, Hecate mentions that the place he is heading to is the third country, Akane, which is a commerce nation. She reminds him of what kind of place it is. Russell confirms with a nod. In his thoughts, Russell reflects on Akane, the commerce country. It is small enough to be considered a city-state yet infamous for its unrestricted systems of gambling, entertainment, assassination services, money laundering operations, and even the trafficking of slaves. It is known as the darkest nation on the continent, where nothing is illegal and everything is for sale. Hecate tells him that she speaks out of concern and that he must be cautious. The darkness within those who dwell in shadows runs deeper than most can comprehend. Russell assures her that he understands and promises to keep her words in mind. Later, aboard a ship, Russell stands on deck and surveys the surroundings. A thick fog drapes over the sea. He thinks to himself that he has been fortunate. The fog will allow him to enter the country unnoticed. He senses that the real problem lies with the individual who has been following him since he left the dock. That person has been skillfully concealing their presence and suppressing any hint of killing intent. He knows instinctively that the person is undoubtedly strong. However, assuming that no one would risk a fight in the middle of the sea turns out to be a mistake, especially when the pursuer's mask is removed, revealing Muya. Russell shouts, demanding to know who she is and why she has been following him. Muya laughs and says he has caught her. He sternly asks why she followed him. She replies that he promised to duel her if she came to the capital. Upon hearing that he would be away for a long time, she immediately pursued him. Russell tells her to return at once. The place he is heading to is extremely dangerous. She responds that she has heard about Akane as well and believes they only need to defeat whoever stands in their way. He sighed and clarified that Akane was merely a stop on his journey, and his true destination lay elsewhere. She curiously asks where that is. He replies that it is the sworn enemy of Endymion, the Britannia Empire. As they arrive, both of them gaze at the palace ahead with astonishment.